Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Sydney Dragway. It's the round 2 of the 2025 New South Wales State Championship Series. My name is Stuart White. I'll be one of your commentators today. And joining me in commentary is a man that I have not worked with for a very long time, but I've known him a long time. Pat Elliott, welcome to the mic.
Hey, Stu. Thanks for the introduction, mate, and welcome everyone to 2025 New South Wales Track Championships here at Sydney Dragway. Mate, it has been a while since we've worked together, but I'm going to blame you because you're not here on Saturdays, and you can blame me because I'm not here on Wednesdays.
Well, I mean, the first round I was actually down at Sector 2, but what a way to kick off qualifying 1 for Super Street. It's a battle of the dialed-in racing teammates and partners too. Sammy Jo Johnson down there in the VE Commodore taking on her partner Brian Addising in his VY Commodore, which has got nitrous on board. Just recently got into the 10s on Wednesday night here at Aeroflow Race for Real, and not the way that it wanted to start. Now, this car has actually broken drive shafts before.
Yep.
Which is a bit unfortunate.
It's a bit unfortunate, but it's a common thing with that factory IRS and those VT to VZ Commodores. So it does happen. The bonus is they're usually really easy to change and easy to find. Great thing about the Commodore range was whether it was a HSV or it was a base model executive, they all had the same drive shaft. So if you've got to look for one, just everyone keep your keys handy and keep your eyes on your car in the car park, all right? Because Brian might be scoping out a Commodore down there, okay?
So, big thank you to Trendline TV, who have got the camera down there to bring you some awesome shots. We're going to get some interviews with drivers too throughout the day.
Yep. So
make sure you keep yourselves tuned into our live stream. Aidan Stutchbury now in the dialed-in racing, Pair C Racing VH Commodore. Now, I actually had a look at this car in the workshop, and I knew that Aidan was going to be running it, and it's going to be a cracker of a car once I get it, if it is sorted. We've got the LS1 taking on Corey Stutchbury, unfortunately a .094 red, but Corey Stutchbury also running for dialed-in racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Great launch from Aidan there. He's the latest Stutchbury to join us here at New South Wales Track Championships. Obviously, Brett and Corey have been running for a little while. Aidan's joined now. So good to see them there. Good to see them repping their sponsors and the supporters that they've got on board with their program. So can't wait to see how that shapes up later in the day. So we've got Lockie McCaskill in the Aeroflow lane in the VS Commodore Ute. Got away fairly nicely, and then I don't have data on the Rocket Lane. Stu, you might know.
I believe it's Robert Spagnol from Shortest Performance. He was racing the Granny Pack, Tirana, as it's called.
Yep.
10.63, that's a great pass there from that. And Lockie McCaskill, who was actually testing on Wednesday night as well. Next up, we got Robert Gallotta, the Trackside Automotive Holden Tirana, taking on Chris Zammit, the Friendo Brothers Transport VT Commodore. Definitely a race to watch in Super Street. .043 on the tree for Chris. Robert Gallotta, though, the 5 litre, being put to good use in a 10.72 at 126 to an 11.96 at 112.
That's a pretty handy little Tirana there for Gallotta. But yeah, it's no stranger to the track. The VT Commodore, well-known Buddha, down there. It's got the plates. But next pairing up, we've got Christina Hunter down here in the VT Calais. It's got an LS3 on board. She's proudly sponsored by Dad, which is a great deal. And then we're up against Martin Stevenson, great supporter here of Super Street category, Power Plus Race Fuels, New South Wales on board in the drag van. He's got his hands full next to Christina down there. The 410 Cube small block in the big panel van has been pipped in the first round of qualifying there. Christina, great pass, 11.31 with a 4 at 116 to an 11.67 at 119, but not to worry, Martin Stevenson is a wily old drag racer, so he will go rounds.
Next up, we've got Alan Stevenson in the Power Plus Race Fuels HB Tirana taking on Mark Elborn, his teammate in the Power Plus HQU, also sponsored by Dialed In Racing. And of course, if you go down the back of the pits, they've got Tom Fuel Street and pair of red lights either side of the racetrack.
As we always mention, the red lights in qualifying is not really that much of a drama because it is just qualifying passes. So you don't have to worry if you're watching at home on the live stream or even here at the track and you see your favourite racer drop a cherry on the tree. It's only qualifying, so they will be back around. We don't get knocked out until the elimination rounds.
True, but I think, you want to try and not do a red light if possible, because you really want to
not
get your
ideal.
eye in, don't you?
It's not ideal.
All right, our reigning state Super Street champion Adam Bowers in the Forza Performance Holden HQ taking on Blaine Bull, the Shy Automotive Mechanical XD Falcon. Great to see Blaine in the field, and Adam Bowers 10.03 with the 9, right on it, first pass of the morning. And I can see Peter Giddens out there in that beautiful TD Cortina, 347 Windsor on board, sponsored by Street Meat Paint and Panel and Shorty's Race Engines.
Actually went past Pete this morning on the highway on the way up. I was riding my bike, I looked over and I gave him a wave and a salute. I'm pretty sure they had no idea who I was, but at least a bit of recognition for a race car on a trailer, right? So,
absolutely, and Dennis Plessis, the BH Racing Aero-led XYGT Falcon. Great to see Dennis. Oh, there's a bit of smoke coming out of Peter's car there, Pat.
Yeah, it's breathing a little bit heavy or it's leaning on a tyre, but it doesn't seem real happy, which is a bit odd for Pete's car. That's a real reliable and trusty little Windsor combination that has done, I'm just going to say, 1 million laps here at Sydney Dragway. It's also quite often working as well. So, yeah, we hope everything's all good with Pete's combination if he gets back around.
Yeah, well, hopefully it was just leaning on the tyre. Hopefully it wasn't dripping anything.
Yeah, could have been that. Could have been maybe even a breather. If you've got a catch can that's maybe in a bit of a rush to get the car up to the line, you haven't checked if it's drained out. Sometimes you've got cars that breathe a little bit heavy, you get a bit of condensation in there and they fill up. So it's really important. We see it a lot with street meets. You've got guys that are driving their cars around on the street. Maybe they're running E85. There's a lot more condensation in that fuel. So the catch can gets filled up and they might be not used to running at the track or racing their car, so they haven't thought about it. It hasn't been part of their preparation. And then you get up to the line, build up some boost or whatever, and you hold it flat for the entire pass. And all of a sudden, it's dripping back out the other side.
Well, it looks like we are clear up to about half track, judging by the track walkers that have made their way back to position, although down at the finishing line, they just have some really good hard long look at the rear end. Great to see Roddy Balgowan, the Lake Macquarie Tavern, sponsored by Commodore.
It's very like extreme, isn't it, to be sponsored by a tavern and go racing?
Absolutely. Jim Raptors from Picnic Point, the Go Logistics, LH Toronto. Well, that's not an LH Toronto, that looks like a Jeep.
Yeah, no, he's in the track walk today, by the looks of things. I believe it's a track walk. But great to see Jim back out here. Go Logistics, great track sponsor and category sponsor here at Sydney Dragway, the best courier company in Sydney. I should add. The company I work for receives deliveries from Go Logistics at least 3 times a week, and they are the quickest and most reliable courier company in Sydney without a doubt.
We're doing a bit of a clean-up out of the back of Rodney Balgowan's V Commodore, which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah, it's a bit odd. Just decided to. Are you sure it's out of Rod's car, or is it left over from Pete Gibbons' car?
I'm not sure. I see that the team had a hard look at the car under there. Look, it may have come out of Pete's car. I didn't touch the car this morning. I got told by a racer this morning, I'm not going to name names, but let's just...
Sounds good. We'll throw over to a replay. Thanks for the blend line, guys. Yeah, it looks like we've not got the replay there, but that's okay. Still having a good look at the track down there, so until we get the all okay, we might just throw off to a couple of track sponsor ads, and we'll be right back with the second round of the New South Wales Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Okay, folks, so it seems like we're about to get back underway here at Sydney Dragway. I can see track walkers are back in their position. I can see the quads heading back around in the deep end of the track. So luckily we didn't have a major clean-up down the full length of the racing surface there, so we'll get back into it. We've got Rodney Balgowan in the Aeroflow lane, the VE Commodore, up against Jim Raptis from Picnic Point. Go Logistics in the Jeep track walk.
Yeah, great to see that the fluid wasn't coming out of Rodney's car, because the guys from Dialed In Racing, they are a big part of Super Street and doing a great job as well, keeping it very professional with the crew shirts as well.
Yep.
And wanting some really good numbers, an 11.94 there for Rodney Balgowan and Jim Raptis, a 12.03.
It's a lot of gear to get moving down the track, that big Jeep.
It is, but you know, one of our co-commentators that's here today, Les Binkhurst, as Les always says, there's no car but a Mopar. All right, Bruce Ritchie out there now, the 66 Chef Bel Air, 572 cubes of chef power on board there. He's from Mines in the ACT. And Mark Hopkins from Wattle Grove in the Hurricane Metal Roofing LX Tirana, also sponsored by Arthur Johnson Engineering, CV Fabrication, JFN, Caltech, Renew Automotive, and Mark Hopkins, well, a little bit of attitude off the start line, but that's what we'd love to see in drag racing. 0.068 on the tree. Bruce Ritchie, 1.55 in the 60, and a 10.78 for Bruce. He'd be very happy with that.
We're just talking about getting a whole lot of car moving with that Jeep, and there's no doubt about it with Bruce Ritchie's Bel Air down there. That is a lot of metal to get run down the track at a 10.70. So, all right, just a small little tidy up in the rocket lane there. All good, but next pairing up, we'll get Conderanios in the VE Commodore in the Aeroflow lane up against Henry Spikak in the VF Ute. Yeah,
great to see Henry out here for round 2 of the New South Wales State Championship Series for 2025. Conderanios, that's a name that I have not heard before.
No, he's run quite a few times here at the Track Championships, Stu, but that's fair. I think most of the time he does bring it out to the Track Champs rather than, say, a Wednesday or a Sunday street meet. So good to see Con back again. And got out with a clean launch there. Henry's gone 051 red. He'll be talking to himself further on down the track. But Spikak goes through for a 12.300 at 115 to a 12.069 at 115 for Iranios. So very close on the mile per hour there. Reaction time being the variation between those two races.
Yeah, Steve Arnold out there now in the high performance coating 64 Holden. He's got 350 small block on board, also sponsored by LSA Flooring. And Richard Matosevic in the Modern Style Kitchens XY Ute. Great to see Steve out here today. I keep in contact with Steve fairly regularly, actually.
Yep.
And I thought he was putting a half gauge in the car. Then he told me no, he's been busy overseas doing a few things with work. Okay. So he hasn't put the car in yet, but I know it's generally a genuine 10-second car. And there you go, 10.47 with the 6. And he was on the brakes at about 1,000 foot.
Yeah, I think he's definitely going to have to look into that cage. So that'd be a great idea. Next pairing up, Craig Warren in the Sydney Scrap Steel LJ Tirana up against Dennis Matsick in the Chevy Camaro. Beautifully presented 67 RS, I believe it is.
Yeah, well, Craig Warren has been campaigning this little Tirana for a very, very long time. He still runs the numbers. A little bit of twist off the line, which is what we like to see. And half track, 6.47 for Craig as he goes through with a 10.20 with a 2 at 130. Great pass there from Craig. And Dennis running on through with a 10.92 with 3 at 124 as David Matosevich comes out now in the DCM Consulting Ford Cortina, taking on Eden Abella, the Area 21 Custom Performance VYSSU.
I think David actually ran the reaction time, perfect reaction time, Wednesday night a couple of weeks ago. From memory, took the jackpot.
Yeah, he certainly did. Now, Eden, I caught up with him on Wednesday night, Pat, and he was telling me that he's changed the tyres on his ute. He's gone back to a street radial rather than run the pro radial on the rear end of it.
Okay.
So that's will hinder him a little bit. Yeah.
I don't know. That was a pretty good pass from Eden there. 10-1, 142 mile per hour. I mean, it's making the power. It's just, the thing that I've always noticed about Eden's car, he's just got to really work on that 60 foot a little bit. So still 1.8 though it's heading in the right direction. Yeah. And maybe if he's gone to a street radial, it might be a slightly smaller rolling diameter as well. Might be down to like a 26 or something, 26 and a half instead of a 28. So yeah, good. Keen to see what comes from there. But hey, Tex Griffiths just got out there in the Plymouth Satellite, jumped the front tyres off the ground. Good to see Tex back here at Sydney Dragway. He's been all over the place. He's always supporting drag racing basically wherever it goes in Australia, as far as he can get. Great reaction time to start the day off and runs through for a 10.39 with a 6 at 128 mile per hour on the big Satellite. And Zig Zielkowski in the VE Ute back again. Good to see him here.
Well, Robert Matezic in the Chev Camaro, about to take on Phil Armstrong in the Keystone Acoustic Panelling Commodore. It's great to see Phil back. I know he's been pretty happy with the way the car's been performing. Last time I spoke to him, he was stoked, absolutely stoked with the car. It's run a PB just recently in the car too, an 0.70 reaction time, 1.48 in the 60 for Phil. But I tell you what, Robert Matezic, he's keeping him honest, and a 10.30 at 131 to a 10.53 at 126. Now, this car I saw down in the lanes, and I'll be brutally honest with you, Pat, I had to take a second look because I walked past it and I thought, number one, it's a beautiful looking car.
For sure.
Absolutely beautiful car. But what got me is that there was a headlight missing.
Yeah.
And I'm like...
Bit of a giveaway there, isn't it?
Oh, hello, what's that got underneath the bonnet? It turns out it's got a 6.2 litre turboed LS.
Yep.
Underneath the bonnet of the HZ Ute.
Beautiful, just as God intended.
Yep.
Turbocharged LS under the bonnet of HQ Ute. You can't, HZ Ute. So it can't go too wrong. It's got the period correct Sandman style livery on it, which is a cool thing. So unfortunately, just a little bit of a spillage out of the front of the car as they're coming towards the staging. I believe this car is Luke Pelly's licensing today. So we'll get Luke set aside, and we're going to run a replay on that last race as well, which was really good. Nice pass there from Armstrong and Matisic. I think Richard was on the picks a little early there. So interesting, just getting the feel for what the car's doing today and see where the ETs end up once they figure out their dial-ins for later on.
Well, it's been a bit warmer than what I expected here in Sydney too. So, for a lot of the races, it's ideal conditions. To go drag racing today, it is not too hot. It's down to low 20s when I got up and left this morning.
Yep. I think we're going to be in the mid-20s today. I've got a feeling we might get a bit of humidity though. There's a word that we won't mention. that starts with R, but I think that's going to stay away. But even if it does stay away, I think it's going to be a little bit sticky down there. So crew, racers, and track staff, just stay hydrated, stay in the shade where you can, even though it's not mega temperatures out there like it was a couple of weeks ago. Jamboree was absolutely scorching. But nonetheless, it should be a great day of racing here at Sydney Dragway. And it looks like we're going to move into juniors after this. So future stars of our sport coming through the tunnels as we speak. Go. A great replay there of Tex Griffiths in the big satellite, jumping the front wheels off the ground with the launch. Great pass. Really good to see Tex back here, as mentioned before. But yeah, Stu, we've got a lot of junior dragsters, as always, down in the tunnel.
Yeah, it's great to see, isn't it?
Always good to see. We know that our sport is alive and well. We've got all those youngsters down there coming through.
Yeah, sponsored by Speedflow. Great to see Speedflow get behind the junior dragsters, as you said, Pat, the future stars of drag racing. And you know, you're going to look at Group 1 and you see just how many ex-junior dragster competitors are in that class, as well as Slammer and a few other bits and pieces as well. So we're going to kick it off very soon. We're just going to get the flags up and also just get the safety gear put in place down at the end of the quarter mile.
Yeah, it's great to, as you mentioned, Stu, it's great to see Speedflow coming on board with the juniors here at Sydney Dragway. I'll actually just read a small press release from the guys from the track and the Speedflow guys regarding that announcement. So we're excited to announce that Speedflow Australia is proudly sponsoring the Junior Dragster and Junior Drag Bike brackets in the New South Wales Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway. To make this event even more special for the kids, we'll be celebrating each round's winner and runner-up with a photo opportunity in front of the Speedflow signage. The round winner will also receive a Speedflow banner engraved with their round win to proudly hang in their garage, trailer or bedroom, along with a special winner sticker to display on their car or bike. We're looking forward to capturing the excitement as each winner places their sticker on the vehicle to celebrate their achievement. In addition, we'll be taking photos and videos throughout the event, including the prize-giving presentations, which may be featured on our website and social media channels to highlight the success and spirit of these talented juniors. At Speedflow, our goal is to help create a fun, memorable and rewarding experience for everyone involved. The kids, parents, crew members and event staff alike. So a big thank you to the Leithing family and Speedflow Australia.
Yeah, look forward to seeing the whole Speedflow crew coming out very, very soon. Hey, we're kicking off qualifying 1 for Speedflow Junior Dragster and Benjamin Addard, the ITF High and Pro Tilt Towing A-Class Junior, also sponsored by Low Fabrications. Great to see Chubby's business represented in Junior Dragster, taking on Robbie Risteski from Queanbeyan East in the CA Motorsports Pinnacle Dragster. He's one of your B-Class Junior. It's not a name that I'm familiar with, Robbie Risteski.
Risteski? He's certainly been campaigning last year, certainly while I've been here, so yeah. He's making a step into B Junior Dragsters, I believe, this year. Could have been last year as well, but I think C's last year and into B this year. I know if Bushy was here, he'd be telling me, he'd be correcting me straight away. But nonetheless, it's great to see Robbie back out. The CA Motorsports guys going to get out there. Great reaction time from Robbie for his first hit of the day, 0.38 on that one. Benjamin Addard in the A Junior Dragster across for an 8.14 with a 7 at 79 mile per hour, and 8.91 for Risteski in the B Junior Dragster. All right, next pairing down. You might be more familiar with these names, Stewie. Zane Condello, the Fine Line Motorsports Junior Dragster, A Junior Dragster, and then Tegan Smith with APM power crews on board, as well as stop slow traffic control and Lucas Oil from Albion Park. Tegan stepped up to the AA Junior Dragster category, so they're allowed to run a little bit further into the 7s now in the 8th mile. So great to see Tegan. She's been right at the pointy end of the field many times here at Sydney Dragway.
Tell you what, it's great to see Zane Condello too, Pat, with
Yep.
the number one, the
Yep.
reigning national state champion.
Certainly
Good on him
is.
too.
But he's done everything that's needed to be done to be the champ. Doesn't just get given to you.
No, you need to work hard for everything, and you know, for a lot of people that are relatively new to drag racing, guys, I can tell you that these kids, the amount of time and effort, not just the kids, but the families put into this category as well. There's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes, and a lot of the kids are learning about racecraft. Preparation's the big thing.
Yep.
And look at that, Tegan Smith,
Triple
0-0 off the tree. I'll tell you what, there's a gentleman out the back by the name of Bill Hatsey who ended up winning the $600 on Wednesday night for the Perfect Light.
Yes.
First pass off the trailer. Hey, Bill, you might want to watch if Tegan Smith comes into your category, because she just did a 0-0 as well, straight off the tree.
And we should also mention Zane's left a 004 cherry on the tree, which, you know, like we said, it's qualifying. It doesn't really matter, but if you're not leaving a couple of 00 reds on the tree, you're not trying, right? So
that's right.
And to follow up with the Condello family, we've got Savannah down there in the Aeroflow lane, which is in the A Junior Dragster as well this year. And then we've got Edith Maggs from Wallen, Victoria, on the way. She's made her way up here again for round 2 of the Track Championships. So great to see Edith back again. Road Warrior Trailers on board. Speedflow Performance Products, Atlantic Oils, BJ and SJ Lake as part of her program. Let's see what these two young racers can reel off for their first pass off the day. Slight red for Condello in the Aeroflow lane, but an 077 for Maggs. Edith Maggs running the C Junior Dragster, so you'll notice obviously a performance difference there, but it's where you start. As Stewie said, you work out all the racecraft and your start line procedure and what you need to do, and then as you get used to the speed of the C Junior Dragster, move up to B, A, AA if you like, and then it's into the big stuff.
Well, Taylor Smith coming out now in the AA Northwest Parts and Performance Junior Dragster, also sponsored by Armadale Windscreens and Mace Family Customs, and taking on Jacob Longo from Jillaby in the Trackside Automotive A-Class Junior.
Yeah, Longo's got that great looking little A Junior Dragster down there, the little McGee. Good looking car. He's been working his way through the field for the last year or so. Taylor Smith, no stranger in the AA category as well.
Now it's great to see that IHRA have created this AA Junior Dragster class. I think it's a really good concept for the juniors.
They certainly have been leading, I suppose, the country when it comes to progressing new categories and different ways to go racing here. So it's great to see IHRA taking that initiative. 790 with a 2 at 83 mile per hour for Taylor Smith, and an 887 at 74 for Jacob Longo. Yeah, in the US, the AA category can run something up to like 90 plus mile per hour in their in their juniors, like 99 mile per hour, something like that. As Bushy said, he's not sure he'd want to be in a junior dragster at 99 miles per hour necessarily, but he'll be all right.
Yeah, it would definitely be an experience. I'd like to say hello to NT Jack, who's watching in from Darwin via our live stream.
Good to have you here, Jack. Thank you for tuning in. I'm sure we'll have many more people now that we've got that YouTube live stream up and running. We'll welcome many more. It'd be great to see our international viewers that we often see on the stream. So that will be great for our next pairing. We're going to have Riley Ito there in the Murphy Finance Solutions Rhino 2 up against Alexis Attard, ITF Hire, Low Fab in the B Junior Dragster. We've also got Pro Tilt towing on board. Riley Ito, Murphy Finance Solutions, ITF, Pro Tilt and Low Fabrications. Sharing sponsors down here in the 2 lanes. Good to see.
It is good to see a pair of teammates going head to head.
And the presentation on these junior dragsters as well. You know, we often joke about, you know, I've got a little girl at home and she's only 3, so she's a few years away from looking at this. But I think I'm going to have to start saving now, so that if she does get into junior dragsters, it's going to have to be respectable and you know, really well presented, like all these ones. You can't turn up with just a bare body and
No,
you know,
not
nothing
all.
on there. It's there's a lot of commitment happening out here.
Oh,
So,
look, you know, I remember when I first started commentating championship drag racing to what it is now, and, you know, you're 100% right, Pat. The professionalism has just stepped up big time. 1:45 on the tree for Riley Ito. And 089 red in the other lanes. We've got Alex Rafalo. It's a name I'm very familiar with. The Sydney Waterscapes AA Junior. And in beside him is Joshua Maggs. The Road Warrior Trailers, Speedway Performance, Atlantic Oils, and BJ and SJ Late AA Junior.
yeah, certainly another pair of AA dragsters down here, Stu. It's great to see all the competitors really embracing that new category. So I think we may have the most AA juniors entered this round that we've seen so far since they started the category late last year.
Yeah, late last year. Yeah, that's right.
Good to see. So Alex Rafalo, Joshua Maggs, both in full stage. He goes to green. Rafalo, an 048 red and an 055 light for Maggs in the rocket lane. So nice pass there. We've got a 786 with an 8 at 81.9 mile per hour to a 794 at 67. So Maggs off it early with that one. That's a bit of data that they'll take back to the pits, figure a few things out for the next one. Reaction time pretty good. 60-foot time pretty good. We'll just have to see if he's lifted a bit early there or some other sort of issue to knock that mile per hour off, because it's close to 14 mile per hour in a junior dragster. That's huge.
That is huge. And funnily enough, if you're relatively new to drag racing, these juniors are not the easiest car to tune either.
No.
They're a lot harder than you think they are. Jake McNamara out now in the Fine Line Motorsports and Princey Motorsports, and Banker Pop, a junior, taking on Liam O'Neill from Singleton Heights, the Princey Motorsports and Rusty Media Solutions. Sponsored B Junior. I'll tell you what, I've known Liam since he was a little young tuck. I mean, he still is young, but
Yeah.
I remember before he started racing C Juniors, and it's great to see him step up to the B Juniors. I was actually at half track at the first round, and he was coming up the return road, and he was pumped, absolutely pumped. Look at Jake McNamara, 0.24 on the tree, 1.70 in the 60, and runs on through with an 8.05 with the 9 to an 8.55 with the 2 for Liam O'Neill.
All right, another great pair of junior dragsters down here. If you're talking about presentation, it's pretty hard to go past Mr. Haven down there, Piper Bennett in the rocket lane. It's Gila Sunrise, Stars for and 8 crew designs on board. It's good to see Piper back out here. Of course, her dad Michael was racing Day of the Drags a couple of weeks ago in his Apache. So yeah, cool gasser. Still figuring a few things out, a few full passes that day, so it was good to see him having a bit of fun on track as well. He dropped a couple of red lights, so I know Piper was giving him a hard time about that. But Johnny Lucci in the Aeroflow lane as well. He's got Lucci Civil and Naughty Boys on board with their program.
So this is qualifying one of Speedflow Junior Dragster. We have 3 qualifiers today, and then we're into racing an 8.04 with the 4 at 80 miles an hour for Piper Bennett, and Johnny Lucci a 9.10 at 72.
I think Piper qualifies for the AA bracket as well, but they've decided to stick in the A Junior Dragster category at this point, just basically to refine racecraft and stick with what they know. from what I understand, going forward. Okay, George Takalis here in the Aeroflow lane, C Junior Dragster. It's got Brick and Go bricklaying, Hume Performance, Zero Error Racing, Hicks Bonus Sports, and Plasma Man on there. We're running out of room to put sponsors on George's card, so that's great to see. A lot of support behind George, and Jaden Bunasif in the North Rocks Auto Centre, C Junior Dragster. So Jaden's still relatively new to the category, but he has been working on his racecraft, working on his reaction time, working on start line procedure, and just getting better and better, which is great to see. And once again, another big shout out to all of the live streamers out there. We're streaming on 3 different channels today. We've got Blendline TV YouTube, we've got Sydney Dragway YouTube, and we've got Sydney Dragway Facebook Live. So a big thanks for everyone tuning in there. We've got people on Facebook, I can see. We've got Jonesy, thanks for saying g'day. Yeah, Day of the Drags wasn't great as far as weather was concerned. That was a big effort for the Sydney Dragway track crew to get cars down the track a couple of weeks ago here. So good to see everyone else. Blake Pilot on Blendline channel. See you at Nitro Champs. I hope so, mate. That's what we want. Everyone loves a bit of Nitro.
They certainly do, but I'll tell you what, we also love our bracket racing as well here at the New South Wales State Championship Series. Emma Leifting out now in the Speedflow Products C Junior. About to take on Alex Rottenbury. That's a name I'm very familiar with. The Hunter Race Engines, MLJ Constructions and Scruffy, sponsored AA Junior. I always love seeing the Speedflow team turn up, and when they bring the whole flotilla of juniors, and of course their Supercharged Outlaw altered, you know, it really not only is it good for the sport, but just shows you the professionalism too of how far this class has evolved over the years as well.
Yep, absolutely. Brilliantly presented cars, great presented team, very professional as you said. So really good to see, and just amazing to have them getting behind the juniors out here. So big thanks to that great Aussie company. Emma Leifting goes through for a 12.36 at 51. Alex Rottenbury a 7.78 at 83. So really nice pass there. Left the cherry on the tree, but geez, it was all in the mail when it got out there. So
it was.
Good deal.
Conditions out there at the moment mustn't be too bad, because the miles per hour at the moment out of those juniors is fantastic. Savannah Lucci out there now, the Lucci Civil and Naughty Boys sponsored C Junior. And taking on Jeffrey McNiff, the St Mary's Engines and SCG Racing Parts, AA Junior. Of course, 2 surnames, no strangers to drag racing. Dom Lucci, who's just guiding Savannah into stage, and Brett McNiff down there, just taking Jeffrey into stage. Well, an 0.40 red on the tree for Jeffrey, but 1.61 on the 60. Savannah Lucci, 0.174. All right, Pat, it is a battle of the Speedflow Products. Yeah. Georgia and Charlotte leading. Georgia's got the 062 red on the tree, so Charlotte's going to get the bragging rights for the first round of qualifying for that family competition down there. But yet again, just qualification, so everyone's getting their setup sorted, getting their start line procedure sorted, and then figuring out their dial-ins. But nonetheless, everyone's having a great time here at Sydney Dragway. Aubrey Maggs is going to be up next. So the Maggs family, as we mentioned, made the trip up from Wallan, Victoria. Road Warrior trailers. What a killer looking
Junior Dragster, that is, you can see on the live stream down there.
It's great.
It's got the Spartan helmet on the side. Really, really good to see the mags. Competitors also with Speedflow Performance Products, Atlantic Oils, BJ and SJ Lake, part of their racing program. So we always try and give a shout out to the sponsors that are involved with the junior teams, especially because we know how hard it is to get started and continue racing out here. So it's always worthy to give them a shout out for the sponsors.
Absolutely, it is. Just to YouTube, g'day, good morning to Jessica Savage. G'day, Jess. Good to catch up with you in person on Wednesday night. And of course, DJ Prowse, who's tuned in from Newcastle, probably one of Newcastle's best drummers, so I've been told.
Were you told by him? Or
No,
okay.
I've seen him drum. He's actually a pretty good drummer. He won't admit it, but I know he is. Aubrey Maggs, the B Junior, all the way up from Wallam in Victoria. An 0.73 on the tree there for Aubrey. 1.84 on the 60. And running on through with an 8.65 at 73 miles an hour.
Beautiful, very nice pass from Aubrey down there. So good to see. And then we're going to go through with another solo pass. We've got Thomas Dawson from Dominga, New South Wales, Northwest Parts and Performance, Armadale Windscreens and Mason Family Customs. So good to see them making the trip down again. They were here last round. Great looking, very basic but great looking little the moonshine livery. And
yeah, this is another driver at the last round that was doing licensing, and you know, not only look, I'm the first to admit, Pat, that aside from the commentary side of it, when I'm doing track walking, you know, it's one thing to give the kids encouragement, especially young kids, because, you know, they think coming up the return road, they've done a pass. In their head, they're not sure whether they've done well or they haven't, or they've got a bit to learn. But you know what? When they do a good job, you give credit where credit's due.
yeah,
And,
absolutely.
you know, I might be track walking, but I've got no issue going up the return road and getting them pumped up and going, you know what? Great pass, because it shows them that people are watching, and people can see that they're putting in the effort. And Thomas Dawson, he's wasn't super fast at his first licensing, but you know what? He's only young, he's only learning, and you've got to start somewhere, don't you?
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Everyone has their first pass at some point, and no one gets it 100% right the first time out, and that's what it's like. That's everything through life, Stu. You know, so whatever it is that you want to do, of course, we're here drag racing today, so we're going to be talking about that. But you know, a bit of support. It doesn't cost anything to say, mate, good on you. You know, get back out there.
Right.
That was a good pass. Here's a couple of things that you can improve on, and we'll do it all again. So anyway, that brings us into the junior drag bike category, which again is a relatively new category, but we've got more and more competitors getting interested and getting started. A couple of competitors that we've seen here for a few rounds now: Anastasia Lucky in the Aeroflow lane and Adam Jordan in the Rocket lane, both on Kawasaki Ninjas. So 666 Racing Customs for Anastasia. She was the runner-up in the 2024 New South Wales Championship junior drag bike. Adam Jordan goes through. He's done a 9.19 with a 6 at 75 miles per hour. Managed fuel delivery systems on board his program.
Yeah, this is a very, very exciting class. This junior drag bike. It's great to see that Speedflow Performance got behind it as well. Michael Richards coming back from the start line. How are you, Mike? Good morning. I beat you here to the track, mate. I thought you'd be here before me. Well, he lives right near my house. So
there you go.
But, I mean, he always...
He's out. Lincoln Delios down there. The Noak and Antonazio Racing, excuse me. Back to Honda CBR. It's got Apollo batteries, LA Cycles and Preston Civil on board. It's great to see Lincoln back again for another round of B Junior Drag Bike.
I've got to say, it does look really cool with the wheelie bar hanging off the rear end of it. Smart thinking in my book.
Yep.
Christopher Davison out there now in the A Junior. The All Care Car Services Kawasaki Ninja, also sponsored by Team Digger.
Great to see Team Digger on board with a junior. I can see Albie down there near the start line. So good to see. He's not competing full time. Good on you, mate. He's not competing full time this year himself, but as always, he's down here behind Team Digger Motorsport. So Christopher Davidson down there, new competitor to Junior Drag Bike, from what I understand. Fine, pop the clutch, and he's on his way. Maybe a bit of a misshift there, but nonetheless, that's the first pass down for Christopher. Just got to keep it going, Looks like Christopher's made the line, so he's made his pass. This should be a licensing pass, I believe. Haven't got him on the list, but that's all right. He's going to make his way on down there. That will be the end of the junior categories. So the track crew will obviously wait for Christopher to make his way down to the exit gate at half track there, and they'll change the safety components around for the track, and then we'll be back through to racing. We're going to throw off to a quick ad in between while we're getting the track all ready, and we'll be right back here at the 2025 State Championships at Sydney Dragway. All right, and welcome back to Sydney Dragway. It's the New South Wales Championship Series here for 2025. This is round 2, and we're about to get started into Go Logistics Super Sedan. Great to have Go Logistics, track sponsor and category sponsor, back on board here. We've got Stuart White here in the commentary box. My name's Pat Elliott, and I'm about to introduce a man that many of you have heard. Just after Robert Cardham does one of the most aggressive burnouts we've seen in quite a while, I'm going to introduce a man that many of you have heard for many, many years here at Sydney Dragway, Les Binklehurst. Welcome, mate.
Thank you, young Pat. Always good to be here, and great to be here with both yourself, Stewie White, and Adam. And Adam's doing a great job on production there.
He's doing very well.
So here we go. Rob Cardham, see the guy from Victoria, yes it is, and Larry Etzel. Haven't seen Larry out here for a while. Rob Cardham gets out with a 0.32 reaction time, does a 9.75 and 138 and a 10.17 and 131 for the red lighting Larry Etzel. But like my two co-commentators here mentioned before, they're free in qualifying, so red lights don't. G'day, Stu.
How are you, Les?
Yeah, very well, mate. I just, we'll get this run over and done with, and then I just would like to say a few words.
Absolutely, mate. Well, I'll tell you what, we've got Sean Maher, our reigning state champion in this class, of course, running the HP Tirana St Mary's engines, and taking on Carl Chevy Taylor from the northern beaches of Sydney, the Tilly Motorsport Spares 62 Chef Bubble Top. Of course, the Tilly's well known in Australian motorsport, and I'll tell you what, Carl Chevy Taylor gets the front wheels popped up. Look, Sean Maher, 008 on the tree from the HB, and a 9.29 at 143 to a 10.13 there for Carl Chevy Taylor. Has stepped it up.
Yeah, Carl Chevy Taylor there in that big bubble top. Beautiful looking car it is too. I'm not a Chev person, but I sure can appreciate a car and that goes for any car that's been well prepared and is someone's pride and joy. So now we've got Andrew Little, the Rocket Lane from Forbes, representing the Little family here today, up against Adam Hunter over there in the Aeroflow lane. Now this is the first qualifying round for Super Sedan. Double red lights due. Here we go again.
Oh yeah, and I'll tell you what, there wasn't much in it either.
No,
an
look at
016 red to an 013 red. Adam Hunter running on through with a 953 with a 9 at 140 to a 976 for Andrew Little at 136. As we've got Mr. Cowie down there, Nathan Cowie, the Cowie Signs Suzuki Mighty Boy, taking on Paul Papacosta from Ride in the Go Logistics Ford Capri.
Yeah, that's a first for me. It's got the Windsor 440 on there. It should be, like a Magnum 440, but it's got the Windsor 440 in there. Up against Nathan. How this little thing with 450 Chevy small block as Papacosta goes over towards the right-hand lane. He's charging on through there. Runs this would be fairly close. Papacosta over there in the Aeroflow lane runs a 937 at 147 and a 952 at 141 for Nathan Cowie. Yes, well, it's birthday. It's not birthday today. It was my birthday on February the 14th. So that marks 21 years I've been here.
Congratulations, mate. That's a great effort. It really is.
21 years from day one, so I was pretty happy about that. And I tell you what, mate, it's been 21 years. I haven't had a permanent job for that long, but this is like voluntary work. I've really, really enjoyed it, and I was thrilled a bit to be here today, to be rostered on today. So because I knew I was going to be in illustrious company with the other three. And it's been really good. We see Dave Groover there in from Gilmore in the ACT stepping it up. 005 red, he'll get rid of that. And he runs it through for a 937 with a 9 at 142 and a 998 at 142 for Michael Milasewicz from Craigieburn, Victoria. We're getting a lot of Victorians up here, Stu.
Yeah, I know.
It's always great to see. We welcome racers from near and far, and we've had a good sprinkling of races here. I don't know, I can't remember how long you've been here, Stu, but it must be 15 or 15 plus years.
I don't know if it's that long. I think it's about 12 or 13.
Is it?
I think.
Yeah, rightio. Yeah, well, that's, I can still remember the first time that you came here, and mate, so I think we've all done really well. The new cat there.
Now, I've got a question to ask you.
Yes.
Victor Slogianis has been doing a lot of racing in this LH Tirana.
Yeah.
And it's one of those cars where, it's so consistent that you've got to be on your game. And I mean, because he does a lot of racing, as do a lot of other races.
Yeah.
It's so close now in Super Sedan. It's just the competitiveness of this class.
Yeah.
In the last 12 years I've been here,
yeah,
Les, it's just exploded. It's amazing now that it's really become a bit like modified now.
Yeah.
The racing is so tight
Yeah.
that if you're not on it from that very first pass, in that qualifying order and racing order, it's very, very difficult to win.
Oh, look, it reminds me, Stu, it's good that you brought that up. As you see brother Michael Little and Lou Palumbo go down, and Palumbo in the aeroplane lane, and Michael Little in the rocket lane, as they go down. Now, this is Super Sedan. If you remember way back when, not so, probably 12 years ago, is when they introduced from Sportsman.
Yes.
Because the difference in speed and the time difference between the top of the tree guys in Super Sedan running for around 8 seconds, probably even a little bit quicker sometimes. Now, and then they created Top Sportsman, but now that now that the dust has settled in Super Sedan, you're right, it's very, very competitive. And that's all aspects. That's yourself, the car, your attitude, everything else that goes with it. As we see Emma Attard, she's out of 10 against Simon Pinello. But you can't falter. I mean, Dave Gruber, for instance, a regular competitor who we saw go down 2 runs previously, he just made a little slip up at the start line, and he went and then he was eliminated in the round. He was eliminated in the round, and then it shot his chances at being the track champ, and just a little discrepancy at the start line. So it's all it takes.
I mean, Pat's been around the scene, and he speaks to a lot of races outside the track as well.
Yeah.
And, I'm sure when Pat talks to him, Pat, without even asking the question, Pat could already feel the tension going, hey, like the racer's voice, the way he talks to Pat on the phone, and even to us face to face. You can feel the pressure from the racer because they know just how competitive it is. Rex Webster out there in that little Austin A40 Ute. Now, that thing's got a 540 cube Chev in the front of it. So I thought Adrian Cowie's car was hard to fit him over.
Yeah.
And the wily veteran Jim Donaro, a 936 at 145. As we've got Sean Sabello down on track now in the Aeroflow lane in the Sabello Homes LS, powered Commodore. And Jason Field from Balcolan in the Perfect Roofing Ford Telstar, the nitrous-assisted 427 Ford.
Now that is the world's only two-door Ford Telstar.
Really?
Yeah. That's the ex-Mick, he's a Canberran. And Telstars are usually 4 doors, but there he goes, the charges on down. Good to see Jason back again. This must have been a little holiday he had off, but runs it through there for an 877 with a 9 at 158 and a 1064 at 131 for Sean Sorbello. So the miles per hour are getting up there.
Well, I'll tell you what, Les, Ross Bilby is back racing. He's got the XE Falcon. Now, this is probably about the only... Now, off the top of my head, I've got to think about this. This will be about the 6th or 7th run he's had in this car. Came out on a Wednesday night, Aeroflow race for real, a couple of weeks ago. Gave it a little bit of a test. John Samorax ended up doing a little bit of work on the car and brought it out on Wednesday night for a couple of passes. 1.46 in the 60. Now, this has got all the old running gear out of this old Ford Cortina.
Yeah. It's
And
close.
Joe Zammit, great pass from him at 10.25 at 3 at 129. Ross Bilby with a 10.20 at 131. So, still a relatively new car for Ross.
Yep.
And still playing around with it. But I'll tell you what, a 10.20 with the 7, I dare say he'd be very, very happy with that pass.
Oh, I'd say so too. Particularly there, you've got to concentrate a bit more on his reaction time, but hey, it's not as if this is the first time he's been down the track, so, and he does have that bright new looking car. It looks good, although I'd say it's probably called the Battleship Grey or Primer. Paint primer. That's what a lot of guys call all those greys that are around at the moment. I said, no, fancy running around a primer car. And so, but anyway, yeah, that's but people are going for that. They're into sort of like military colours, like the beiges and the greens. Bland green, bland beige. DJ Preston, awesome effort of many more years to go. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Prowse, DJ Prowse. Well, it could be a lady, I don't know.
No,
but thank you very much. But it is
definitely a guy.
Yeah, good. All that.
We're in the Super Gas at the moment. Roy Romeo 9.74 with 9 to a 9.66 for Joe Polito Jr. Now, these guys are going to run 9.90. That's what they're aiming for. Luke Romeo coming out now in the In Touch Automotive Roadster. Also sponsored by Burson Auto Parts at Narellan VP Race Fuels. Taking on Vince Panetta from Narrowina in the A Civil. Sponsored Alex Tirana. It's got 400 cube Chev. Both these teams, great supporters of Super Gas. And look, just to a lot of the junior races that are out the back, especially the kids that are in the double A's, don't discount Super Gas if you ever want to step up into a door car or a roadster. It is a great category. .006 on the tree there for Luke Romeo. Has thrown down the gauntlet straight off the trailer. And a 985, a little bit too quick.
Yeah, very, very quick. A 985 with a 6 and a 1005 for Vince Panetta. Well, he'll go straight to the head of he'll be dining at the head of the table so far.
Well, so far, but he's got his brother coming out now.
Yeah.
Anthony Panetta in the Holden Calibra.
Yeah.
And that looks like
Security.
Out there. That's a beautiful looking car, that one. It really is.
It looks like, sort of T-Rex has stomped on the roof and it's gone out real Godzilla. And it's a very wide car. Look at it as compared to the Calibra there, which was at once at 0.27 coefficient of drag, the slipperiest production car when it came out. So there's been a few more slippery ones. I thought a couple of the Lamborghinis would be slippery, but tell you what, they're not. Yeah, look at this. Now,
Anthony Panetta came rocketing off the start line, goes 870 with a 5. Did he put, I don't think they put throttle stop in it.
No, it sounds, well, it looked like he had to do it manually. And then, but an 870 with a 5, so it just shows you how quick these cars can actually go.
Well, 998 for the Aeroflare lane, just extends reach, so that might put him up the top of the qualifying order as we are about to get into bikereview.com.au, modified bike. And a big thank you to bikereview.com.au for their continued support of the modified bike category. It is definitely one of my favourite categories when it comes to motorcycles. Josh Burtonshaw on the A modified bike, the Kawasaki ZX6R. DJ Haulage, Devil Designs and Cement Haulage, taking on Jesse Barnes on board the Pro Tune Motorcycles Jexa 1300, also sponsored by DeWood Interiors. Jesse does a lot of racing, not just at our track champs, but at our Wednesday night Aeroflow Race for Real events as well. But this should be a crack of a race. Red lights both sides of the racetrack, but better off to get it out the way in qualifying. 1.91 60 for Josh and 1.81 for Jesse Barnes. Wow. Jesse goes 10.47 with a 1 at 1.37 to a 10.61 at a 1.34. As Michael Richards comes out now. Now, he's not on board his Hayabusa today. He was doing some testing on this bike on Wednesday night. This is what I call the OG Richards bike, because this bike is the one that you really start off as street bike and progress into a modified, taking on Gareth Wilcox, who are from Team Digger. Of course, I had a really good conversation. That was the gentleman I was referring to earlier about not touching his bike and put commentator's curse, but he runs on through with a 9.89 with a 9 at 1.36. Now, Gareth was telling me that even with the extended swing arm on the bike, Les, he's having a little bit of trouble launching it and trying to bring down that 60 foot. Now, he's talking about in the future putting a stiffer rear spring in the bike to try and get it to 60 foot a little bit better. Greg Hararden now from Wiley's Flat on board the ZX14R, and Mark Davies on the B modified bike from Belmont on board his Suzuki GSXR. The classic Kawasaki versus Suzuki.
Yes, the battle of the Japanese motorcyclists. Look at Mark Davies get out there. He's on the smaller capacity machine, but he's rocketed out of the start line there. Runs a 9:38 with a 2 at 142 miles an hour.
Look at the 60 foot, Les.
1.540. Excellent, Stu. And a 1082 at 129 for Greg Hararden. But I think Greg there is, well, it was an early start for his the person in the other lane. I won't call him a competitor yet, because this is just qualifying. Angela Phipps now and Jimmy Jock Stewart. Jimmy Jock, gee, hasn't that got a real Scottish ring to it?
No, I was just about to see it had a little bit of Scott in it too.
You must have a couple of Scottish people in that club of yours there, Stu.
My great-granddad was a Highlander, mate, so it's in the blood.
There you go.
But Jimmy Jock running on through with a 10.28. Angela, bit of a red light, but an 11.07 with the 9 for Angela. But don't just get Angela. When it comes to racing, she's got her eyes on, I can tell you that. Now, this looks like her... Oh, no, it's Robert Simmons coming out now, sorry.
Yeah.
The Simo's Workshop Bar and Grill, Suzuki Hayabusa, about to take on Lucas Nigo from Stanhope in Victoria, the Maltese Express. Sponsored Jackson 1000. Oh, I love that. That's really cool.
It is. He's not born in Broken Hill. Well, he might be, but his name certainly doesn't come from him.
Love it. 1.65 in the 60 for Lucas. That's excellent. Then the big Jackson 1000 running on through with the 968 with a 1 at 142. And the Siminator 2.09 in the 60 and just cruised on through. So maybe just testing the 60 foot on. It is only qualifying number 1 for bikereview.com.au modified bike. So
yeah. And as usual, the common thing that all competitors have got is that everyone gets 3 rounds of qualifying, and if you don't happen to make it on the first or the second one, well, that lessens your chances. But if your machine's tuned in from the last meeting or a meeting that you've been to out of Sydney Dragway, you know, it should be, if you haven't touched it, well, you know, like it's it gives you just that one opportunity. But if your bike's running, you know, on song and things like that, and you haven't done much to it, well, you certainly haven't narrowed your choice of dials. But were these two, Sean Ricketts, he's done very, very well on the national scene as well, and he's away. But then goes Cheryl Beddoes. Is it a Harley of some sort? It's got that real... Oh, yeah, it is too. She runs 1069 with a 1 at 142 and a 933 at 143. Gee, not much difference there in the top end for Sean Ricketts in the Aeroflow lane.
Nah, Cheryl's a little bit ugly off the start line.
Yeah.
I can see Joe Curry down there. I call him Mr. Cool because he's always wearing sunglasses and he's just naturally a cool guy. But he didn't... There was a bit of wheel spin off the line there for Cheryl and a bit of ugly... Danny Burdenshaw out there now, the D&J Haulage and Devil Design Suzuki Hayabusa, also sponsored by Prezizio Transport and Cement Haulage. 1.65 in the 60 for Danny Burdenshaw. Sound like he had a little bit of trouble shifting?
Yeah, he was still in the... Well, he either shifted down because the rev, the tacho there went a bit haywire. It was screaming its head off. Is it? Yeah, very good. Pat there. OTB. On the ball.
On the ball.
No.
All right, well, that was it for qualifying number 1 at bikereview.com.au modified bike. Next up, we're getting into Heavy Duty Magazine Street Bike. We've got Andrew Riches down there now on board the Riches Racing and Team Digger. Jaxer?
Who's that down there?
Actually, it's not riding the Jacks today, because Michael's riding the 750 Jacks. I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head what that bike is of Andrews. But unfortunately for Ross Vanderhoek, the little Kawasaki, a little bit of an issue getting that bike to the 330 foot mark, 2.89 to 60. But it's only qualifying number 1. So you've got 2 more qualifiers to go before we jump into racing. But great to see Heavy Duty Magazine getting behind Street Bike here for the New South Wales State Championship Series. Next up, we've got John Puckeridge from Eaglevale on board the Triumph Street, taking on Colin Northcott from Bass Hill on board the big Ducati Diavel. Great to see Colin here for round 2 of the 2025 New South Wales State Championship Series. John Puckeridge as well, 675 cc's of Triumph power.
Yes, well, it's a while since. Gee, I tell you what, it has been a while since I saw a Norton on the track. I haven't seen that at the Triumph Street 675 cc's. Of course, you know, being going through the throes of Triumph Bonnevilles and triple engine ones as well. So, but Colin Northcott there, usual form, I'd say. 0.123 reaction time runs at 10.50 at 131 and a 12.18 at 112 for John Puckeridge.
All right, Robert Gill from One Darnian in New South Wales, the Wimoto Kawasaki ZR 1100. I swear the capacities of bikes are getting bigger in street bike.
Yeah, well, I think they've been fishing around. I certainly would. I if I was going to ride anything in street bike, I think I'd get, a 1,000cc Suzuki GSXR, something like that, or bigger. You know, I like those really big bikes. But Robbie Gill from Wandandian down near Nowraway there, it's near part of the ACT, runs a 10.38 at 128.29. That is Canberra's access. Section 5 of the Australian Constitution says every capital city in Australia of a state or a territory must have immediate access to the ocean, because we're an island nation. Yep. So Canberra's landlocked. But then in 1912, the New South Wales volunteered 50 square miles of land down at Nowra, and Nowra is Canberra's access to the ocean. That's how they got around. Anyway, that's left for another day.
We're in the street fighter now. This is qualifying number 1, and we got Pietro Tallarico from Cecil Hills in the NV Customs VF Commodore, 0.019 on the tree. Great reaction time from him in a 14.70. And Sean Hollywood Dartnell out there now in the Hyundai i30, a 16.57. A lot of these cars I'm used to seeing on a Wednesday night at Aeroflow Race for Real, and a lot of them do a lot of practice on the tree. So keep your eye on the reaction times. Christopher Varillas in the Rocket Lane, 0.028 on the tree, taking on his brother Nicholas Varillas in the Falcon XR6.
Wow.
A 14.83 to a 15.01 there for Christopher Nicholas. Not a bad run from him either, as we got Danny Stadelmeyer out there now in the AU Falcon. He was the runner-up in the 2024 New South Wales State Championship. And he's taking on Mr. $600, who, Bill Hatsey, of course, he got the fastest, he was the first person to grab a 000 straight off the trailer.
Yeah.
I think he tried to do it again and went 0.014 red. Yeah. But Danny Stadelmeyer, 0.009 on the tree, and a 13.94 to a 13.82 there for Bill Hatsey.
Yeah, it's close, Stuart. Wow. Okay. Oh, it looks like Guy Greenland. Love the sound of that car. Well, especially when we get it through the earphones, as it passes one of the sound pickups down the track, you can hear it, and that supercharger, it really gets going.
Yeah, Ashley Vincent in the Aeroflow lane in the VE Commodore from Marimba, and Guy Greenland 16.28 to a 16.56 there for Ashley's. We got big Luxo barge coming out in the Aeroflow lane. Yeah, that's what I call statesmen. I call them Luxo barges. Michael Zara from Woy Woy in New South Wales taking on Glenn Featherstone from Carlingford in the Fenrix Marina. VZ Commodore has got the V6 underneath the bonnet. An 0.53 there for Glenn. And a .151 reaction time there for Michael Zara. Glenn's got the jump.
Yeah, he's stuck his nose out in front. Not by much. Oh, no, not by much. A 15.373 for Glenn Featherstone in the rocket lane. And for Michael Zara, a 15.065. No. 15.365.
Well, Jaden Melham coming out now in the DKCJ Logistics feet above. Little 1.4 litre. Now, these things, to most people, you'd see them up the road and think, it's small, it's slow. Believe me, these feats are not slow. And I know that Jaden does a lot of racing on a Wednesday night at our Race for Real events, a 14.98.
14.98?
At 91.98 miles per hour.
Crikey.com. Yeah,
great supporter here of Sydney Dragway. Well, that is it for Super Street. We're about to get into Platinum Powder Coating Modified.
Platinum Powder Coating. Where have all these great sponsors come from?
Mate, it's just fantastic to have all these sponsors come on board.
Yeah. Well, that's great. I haven't been. This is only, I think, the second time I've been here this year, but it's great to see. I noticed there, and with the sponsors, you're watching Peter Brown there. Peter Brown as well. He started off in that little dragster that was Suzuki powered, and it was a little rear-engine dragster. But gee, when he stepped into this thing, it was a mighty step, wasn't it? For that little machine up against Gary Durrington. Now, I've like 6-cylinder or front-engine dragsters, but 6-cylinder front-engine dragsters, something about them that just makes them just a little bit more unique, I'd say. But Peter Brown, not taking anything away from him, from Appin in New South Wales, in the rock lane.
.004 the tree there for Peter Brown, the Sims Integrated Solutions Denaro Dragster. Throws it down, 7.71 at 176. Gary Durrington, I'll tell you what, that's not a run to be ashamed of. A 9.86 with the 5 at 132 miles per hour. The little 202 Holden, mate, I've been put to great use.
Yeah.
Paul Lynette coming out now from Mount Warrigal in the 23T bucket. He's got the 434 Chev on board, taking on Harrison Fletcher from Hauke Inlet in Victoria. The SRP competition Ford Roadster with a 383 Chev motor in the front. Great looking roadster, this one too.
Yeah, no, it's
very eye-catching.
Yeah, well, good word there, Stewie. That's I haven't heard that terminology for a long time, but it is very eye-catching.
Well, I'll tell you what, not only is it eye-catching, .003 on the tree for Harrison Fletcher.
Wow. Now there's a guy that must have had word picks this morning. Gee, look at that, wide open. An 8.96 for Harrison at 145 and a 7.61 at 173. Paul Lynette.
I think he might have had more than one coffee, Les. I reckon
he
might have had two.
Ding.
Ding.
Yeah,
exactly.
His eyes be like the size of dinner plates.
Well, Chelsea Smith coming out now from Albion Park, the APM, Lucas Oil and Slow Traffic Control and Power Cruise sponsored modified dragster. Taking on Jess Turner and the ETS Race Fuels, Higgins Race Heads, Kavanagh Auto and Wild Inc. sponsored dragster. Normally runs a little shot of nitrous on board her dragster. And I actually got to interview Chelsea and Tegan at round one of the New South Wales State Championship Series. A big thank you to that team for not only being able to interview them as well, but find out a little bit of insight.
Yeah, well, it's I did an interview back then with one of the Harker girls. That was about, I don't know, probably 12 years ago now. And that was really interesting. And, she provided a great insight from a family and competitor point of view. It was really good. As we see them go down there, Chelsea Smith down there now, a 764 at 170, and Jess Turner there, a 7812 at 166. It's a 10 mile an hour difference in the top end. Doesn't sound much, 10 mile an hour, 16 kilometres an hour, but hey, that's really hauling the goods home.
We've got another pair of front-engine dragsters coming out now. Mark Tanswell from Ashfield in the 205. Holden-powered front-engine dragster taking on Peter Carlton from the beautiful mid-north coast. Swale Industries and Maxville Moen Auto Centre.
Yes, this one's a 350 Chev-powered FED front-engine dragster.
Yeah, Peter, a fantastic guy to have a conversation with. I had a chat with him on the phone when I was up at Port Macquarie last year. Great guy to have a really good combo with, and very good racer too. So if you're relatively new, guys, don't forget, if you're here at the track, you can go down to the pits and go for a walk around. Definitely get to know some of the racers too. Mark Tanswell, 0.48 through the tree. Peter Carlton, well, I don't think he had a coffee this morning. It was a 0.818 on the tree.
And he still gets there first.
It goes to 9.01 with a 1 at 146 to a 9.41 for Mark Tanswell.
Yeah, that's a good drive. Oh, this is the George Bucharest from Bass Hill. I've made presentations to George on several occasions at the end of the meetings for trophies and things like that. I first met him in Bakersfield in California a long time ago.
Oh, wow.
It was back in must have been 2006 or 2008. I met George there, along with the rest of the Leahy clan, the family, up on the Gold Coast there. But it was to do with Rolly's old car, and he passed away. So Danielle McCaskill, she's been barnstorming in modified here, this bracket. Modified Eliminator bracket from Sylvania. NSW Dragster, Chevy 555, 555 cubes up against George Bucharest. He's got the front engine, the later model LS engine. It's only 365 cubes, but George out with an 036 and Danielle an 040. So Danielle goes at 736 with a 5 at 181 and a 792. At 169 for George Bucharest. I thought he folded at the line there, but I think it might have broken out into a little bit of wheel spin, because an 036 up against an 040 is pretty evenly matched. So the tyres must have just been did a couple of rotations, just spinning, but he soon got hold of it, and it went good.
Well, you know what time it is. It's time for the alligator.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We were only talking about her dad the other day. He passed in 2007, and Dangerous Doug Stewart, one of the more colourful identities of drag racing, known all over the planet by his shenanigans and things like that. But always, and he was a partner too with the other 9 of us in the Canberra International Dragway when it was racing from 1992 to 1998. Then, as Ali gets out, no 89 reaction time, runs a 762 with a 9 at 173.36 miles per hour.
Yeah, good 60 foot too from Allison, 1.10 in the 60. So it's definitely got the horsepower in the LA Lubricants and Jeff's Racing Engines Ford power. Dragster. Stephanie Heisman's comes out now in the Great Western Auto Wreckers. Bantam altered, 509 cubes of Chev power. And I just want to say a shout out to Steph too, because she sent me a message yesterday in relation to a car that is actually coming out to race very, very soon in the next category, which will be Top Sportsman. Got a little bit of history behind it, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of people here today that will recognise the car as soon as it comes out.
Yeah.
But she's taking on Gary Franks in the A modified roadster, the Kuiper race engines, Ford Mustang, 582 cubes, a big block chef. Of course, the Kuiper family been around Supercomp for a number of years. And of course, Stephanie also sponsored by A1 Auto Parts and Paint Supplies from Spring Hill in New South Wales. I love the look of this Phantom Multi.
Yeah. Yeah. No, look, it's a Ford Mustang. If you can sort of visualise a roof on it, but I reckon they look really sharp. It's a very popular style for in the US for a bunch of categories, but here, look at it. Oh, Stephanie seems to be had a troubled run.
Yeah, she rolled the beams there. I don't know whether the trans brake didn't quite work for Steph, but a 1.91 to 60 for Stephanie Heisman's. But I love the look of her car. I mean, when you look at it from the back, it actually looks like one of those supercharged Outlaw Altereds because of the big tyres and the wing on it.
Yeah.
All right, this is great to see. I'm actually so pleased I'm actually up in commentary today because I don't generally get to commentate on this gentleman, but Matty Welsh in the Southern Engines front engine dragster. Because Matt, one of our former meeting director here at Sydney Dragway, look, the whole Welsh family, they are fantastic people, and I'm very proud to call them not just workmates but friends as well. And that goes for the entire family. Mark Bull, though, out there in the Shy Automotive Mechanical Spitzer Dragster. Now, every time I see a Shy Automotive sponsorship come out, number one, I know the car's well prepared.
Yep.
But they're quick.
Yeah.
They are very, very quick. And Mark Bull, the Shire Performance Engines and Machining at Kirrawee, co-sponsored cars, 0.016 on the tree. Matty Welsh, an 0.38 on the tree for Matt, 1.21 on the 60.
Wow.
And Mark Bull running on through 7.82 with a 2 to an 8.68 with a 7 there for Matty Welsh. So great first pass off the trailer for Matt.
Yeah. He got out all right too at a 0.38 reaction time. Mark just there a little bit quick in 0.16, but this is always a good time to get rid of that. You know, you shake them off, like it's shake your hands with and shake off excess water. Well, this is the same sort of thing. Get rid of those because attacking, racing your opponent is one half of the job. The next one is challenging the tree. So you've got a dual purpose, and the emphasis these days, I find it, and I sort of grew into it, was like reaction times play a huge part in the final outcome of a side-by-side race.
All right, Brooke Raposada out now from Gregory Hills, the VP Racing Fuels front engine drags. We can see Sano Jr. on the wall. Great to see Brooke racing here at round 2 of the New South Wales State Championship Series. And she's taking on the winner of the 2024 New South Wales State Championship for modified, Craig Davies, in his 385 cube front engine drag. So I'll tell you, Brooke Raposada, 0.50 on the tree, Craig Davies 0.18. And the win goes to Brooke Raposada, an 8.28. This is only qualifying number 1, but I'll tell you what a way to get that first pass out the way for Brooke. And Craig Davies, also no slouch either, an 8.32 at 159. So that is it for qualifying number 1 for Platinum Powder Coating Modified. Next up, we're getting in the mixed metal roofing top Sportsman, and Tony Heisman's coming out now in the Auto 1 at Orange. And Great Western Auto Wreckers Chevrolet Camaro taking on Kane Mackey in the HR with a small block Chev with a couple of turbos underneath the bonnet.
Wow, that'd be a handful in that sort of car. Oh gee, I'll tell you what, Tony Heisman's there. 0.624 reaction time is not a fair indication of what he usually attacks the tree with. But nonetheless, he runs 8.03 at 172. And for Kane Mackey there is 10.66 at 66.89. As you can see, at about 3/4 track, he's totally buttoned off. And he's probably just doing a bit of sorting or getting used to something there. But we've got another one of that's Chris Corbin. No, Stewie Bennett.
But that is Chris Corbin's old car.
Yeah, what's Stewie Bennett? He used to have that. He had a little 200 mile an hour car. I went through Blaney the other day. I went to a show up in Orange.
Well, I can tell you what, the man behind the wheel is Stuart Bennett.
Yeah.
And Stuart's actually racing Chris Corbin's old Tirana. They've spent a lot of time making some upgrades.
Yep.
And a big thank you to Stephanie Heismans as well for this information. And great to see Stu behind the wheel of Chris's Tirana. Owen James out there though in the Ford Cortina. Of course, he did very well at Day of the Drags in the nostalgic Pro Stock class. But I'll tell you what, to see Stu Bennett back out in this nitrous-assisted 400 cube small block shed, this is the first time that this car has hit the track since Chris's passing.
Oh, of course.
To a lot of people that are here at Sydney Dragway today, guys, I know a lot of people knew Chris. He was a fantastic racer, and it was a shame when he passed away. But Stuart Bennett, behind the wheel of the mighty Tirana, 1.35 in the 60. I'll tell you what, if this doesn't hug at the heartstrings, I don't know what will. But a 9.26 in the 6, 119 for Stu Bennett.
Yeah, look at that. Fantastic effort. Ah, yeah, Stewie Bennett. Well, now all the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle have fallen into place here, and now I can appreciate what's just occurred. So that's really great, and I know they were close mates as well. I think one of them owned a bakery and the other one worked in the bakery, so I'm not quite sure which way it was around. But anyway, I was very saddened to hear the passing there of Chris Corbin, and wow, yeah, well, that stumped me a little bit.
Yeah. Well, Thomas Leake out there now in the Pegs Auto Trim and Pontiac Grand Am, 540 cubes shed power on board for Thomas. We're just going to shoot up the screen for a replay of the last race.
Oh, there it is. Oh, wheels up.
I'll tell you what, Salamata, big move to the right in the Tirana. Goes 7.92 with 3 to a 7.98. We are into top Sportsman.
Oh, gee, the Boscovich car there. Gee, that was beautiful control. Oh, I loved it.
Tell you what, I can tell you, Les, at round 1 of state champs, when you're at sector 2 and you see that car from the front, the way that it moves around, as a track walker, it really grabs your attention.
Yeah. I guess it would. There was one instance there at Canberra International where Lee Davis, to the side there was a fence very close to the left-hand lane. So, and Farmer Brown owned it. So Lee was down there in his usual position, down here, looking, trying to get a wheels up action of a car, and he was looking through the start line there, through the hole where the beams and everything are placed, and lo and behold, he heard, and there was a snake, a brown snake, right next to him. Gee, well, he cleared out pretty quickly after that. Josh Boscovich now and Nathan Cooper.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I walked past this car of Nathan Cooper's, the little Holden Gemini with a supercharged 367 cube small block. I'll tell you what, it's a great looking car. It's not very often, aside from burnouts, it's not very often that you see a Holden Gemini with a big supercharger hanging out of the bonnet.
Yeah.
But Josh Boscovich, the nitrous-assisted XA Coupe, the 427 Fontana motor under the bonnet. Oh, Josh! Reaching for the sky. At Nathan Cooper, .016 on the tree.
Yeah.
8.53 with a 5 for Nathan to an 8.05 with a 5 for Josh Boscovich. That went hard on the wheelie bars.
Real hard. Yeah, that an 8:05, 8:05.5 and 166 for Josh there after he's I don't know. He always reminds me of a bloke, you know, like when they've got a captive somewhere and they want to electrocute him and they like that, and they jump. Josh reminds me of someone like that. But gee, boy, can he handle that car? That's a big car to handle, Stuart.
It's certainly a lot of weight too. Another man that can handle a car with a bit of attitude as well is George Marta, the Ace Civil and Dual Tech Solutions LH Tirana. 632 cubes of shed power on board, also sponsored by GSNE Services, Now's Race Glides. And in beside him, Lisa Sargent in the Sargent's Roofing Pickle Camaro. She's got a 600 cube dart motor underneath the bonnet. Also sponsored by Grant's Performance, which are up at Charmhaven. It's always good dropping into their workshop now and again because you never know what they've got in there. And Posa Powder Coating at Bathurst are also co-sponsoring Lisa. I'm still getting used to Lisa driving this car because I'm used to her old car. She used to race.
Yes, of course. And this one, it's a great colour scheme too. It's really well finished.
So Lucy just trying to bring it up on two-step.
Yep.
On trans brake, unfortunately just pulled through the beams. But a 7.94 with a 9 for George Marta. That's a good first pass there from George.
Yeah. Very good. Yeah, 7.94 with a 9, 172. I can still remember my first experience with the trans brake was at English Mountain Dragway in Newport, Tennessee. And it took me about a good three runs. I had a bit of practice because my landlord over there is also the owner of the track, and but it was a bit hard to get. I've never used a trans brake before. I probably hardly knew what it was, and but anyway, I got used to it, and after that was okay.
Well, Brett O'Connor out there now in the J's custom fabrication Chevy Camaro, the nitrous assisted 636 cube big block. Brett has been doing a great job in this car. I did see it towards halfway through last year, and this car is good. Very, very quick. One of the quick cars in the top sports. John Beckingham though, no slouch when it comes to racing. An 0.23 in the tree, and an 8.61 for John, and an 8.04 with a 2 for Brett O'Connor.
Yeah, well, that's it's a good result there. Brett O'Connor there only 128.57, but he got out of the hole there very good. And now here's James Barnes, Norton in the M&K Trailers BG Engines Ford Mustang.
This must be a relatively new car for James Barnes because I don't recall seeing him in this car.
I think he came out. I'm not sure, but he came out once earlier this year in it, and because it's got the Boss 440 on it, in it. I looked at it and I thought, that James Barnes. Then I got it mixed up with Jesse Barnes, and then Jesse Barnes races cars and bikes, so very, very experienced on 2 wheels and on 4. So. James Mustang Boss 440.
A little bit of an issue there on the inside of the car.
Yeah.
Jesse just fixing something up too. It's a great looking car. Look at those fantastic shots, courtesy of Blendline TV.
Yeah, look at that. That's the wow, they are great shots.
I'll tell you what, that looked great off the start line. 1.20 in the 60 and 0.18 reaction time for James Barnes.
Wow.
And an 8.53 with a 5 at 1.56. That looked really good, Jesse, off the start line.
Yeah, gee whiz, that a good reaction time too, an 0.18. 0.18 for the team. They're pretty stoked as well.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for qualifying number 1 of heavy duty. Of Mixed Metal Roofing, Todd Sportsman. It's time for Iconic Coat Boosted Outlaws. And how good is it to have Iconic Coat join Boosted Outlaws as their bracket sponsor? And wow, what a first qualifying matchup. Anthony Bull, the Shy Automatic Mechanical Falcon, taking on Curtis Reed in the AFT Plumbing Services Mayor Dragster, who is the runner-up in the 2024 New South Wales State Championship Series. And Anthony Bull was the gentleman I got to interview after the sudden end to round one due to the weather. But there's a lot of money that goes into these cars to run them. They are not cheap to run, but I'll tell you what, we've got a good field of Boosted Outlaws here this weekend. Now, of course, this is bracket racing. It's all dial your own racing. These cars have got 2 qualifiers, I believe. I was having a chat with Amanda Denny. And Amanda told me something really cool this morning.
Yes.
Bob Shepherd is going to be here at the track today.
Oh, the quarter mile
The quarter mile smile. So I want to try and get an interview with the quarter mile smile today if I can.
Gee, there's a name that's sort of like Bob Shepherd. Fantastic. Look at this.
I'll tell you what, look at Curtis Reed going, Les.
Yeah.
Wow, 665 to the 6. 208 miles per hour to a 750 at 184. Curtis Reed. That thing's on fire. Great run there from the Reed team.
Wow, look at that. Anthony Bull wasn't that far behind too in that sedan. Boy, that was a great run. Oh, but kudos to Curtis Reed. That was a very straight to Stewie, which is important. It gives the rest of the team and the chassis builder and how straight it goes under power and things like that. Masterful control. So that was a top run. And to go 656 at 208, well, that's our quickest car here today.
Man, I remember years ago when it was the old Supercharged Outlaw. I remember the times they used to run. You know, it used to be all low sevens.
Yeah.
And now they're into the high 6s. Tell you what, they're stepping it up in performance. I'll tell you what, it's great to see this car here today for round 2 of the New South Wales State Championship Series. Sean Leafting from Thrumstar. That's a beautiful part of the world up near Port Macquarie. The Speedflow Products T-Bucket Altered. It's got a 465 cube Noonan engine in it. Taking on Chris Denny from Bulimba Park. The Wallandilly Smash Repairs front engine dragster, 350 cube small block Chev. And of course, co-sponsored by J Turnbull Truck Setup. Now, they were telling me just before the event started, I went down and spent some time in their pit while they were setting up. Chris was saying he's just playing around with the trans brake. He had a few little issues with the trans brake at the day of the drags. And it's something they've got to get their head around, which I'm sure they will. But 2 distinctly different styles of cars to go racing. Obviously, Chris got the front engine dragster with those tiny slicks on the rear end of it. More the nostalgic style of vehicle. And then you got Sean Leafton, the more modern day T-Bucket Altered.
Oh, those rear tyres are PHAT.
They are, aren't they?
Yeah, they look really, really good. And I've noticed, I was having a discussion with one of my sons the other day, and he was starting to notice how tyres, even on altereds, how they grow, and some of the performance, the quicker Japanese cars and things like that. So it's it looks fantastic to and you can see how they get the top end because the tyres start to grow just like a top fuel. So Sean Leafting and Chris Denny. Now Sean's in, and we do have a Iconic Coat Boosted Outlaws. Iconic Coat, another great. Look, there's their sign right over there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh no, 55 on the tree there for Sean Leafting. 0.111 on the tree for Chris Denny. Sean Leafting at 667 with an 8 to a 762 with a 3. Put your hands together, Sydney Dragway. That is what we love about Boosted Outlaws.
wow.
I'll tell you what, great run there from both competitors, and that's only qualifying number
Number
one.
one.
We're not even in racing yet.
Yeah, look at that. Also, we've got Curtis Reid on the top of the qualifying order here thus far, 6.656 at 2:08. Then Sean Leafting, who just went down, 6.678 at 182. Then Anthony Bull, who went down previously, a 7.50 at 184. Get the picture here. These guys are these races, guys and gals, are really, really getting stuck into it.
All right, guys, just down below us, we've got Brett White, who's running in Boosted Outlaws in his Pro Alcohol funny car.
Mm-hmm.
And great to see Brett here. Of course, I'm used to seeing him down in the office in business mode.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. He's got that serious, he's always got that serious look on his face.
He's always got a serious look.
Yeah.
Occasionally I see him smile.
Yeah.
But no, it's great to see him. Great to see them here this weekend. Now, this next car's coming out. I watched this at round 1. It's great to see Jeff Sargent back again from Mountain Rankin. Sargent's Roofing. Murray Anderson built Camaro, and I'll tell you what, anything by Murray Anderson, you know, it is well built when it comes to this style of car. Coast and help from Grant's Performance, once again up at Charmhaven, and Pozza powder coating at Bathurst.
Oh, yeah.
Now Jeff probably didn't have the best couple of passes in round 1. I think he's still getting a handle on this car as well. I mean, it's a big jump from Tot Sportsman in Boosted Outlaws, and I take my hat off to him for doing what he's doing. It is a great looking car. Of course, it very much reminds me of the old Lucky Baliri Murray Anderson built Camaro.
Yes, yeah.
Which still to this day, they classify for Murray that was the best Camaro bodied car that he'd ever built.
Yep. All right. Yeah, I remember that car. It was blue.
Yeah, it was blue. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was up for sale not all that long ago.
Oh, was it?
I don't know whether it's still for sale.
Yep. Right.
Yep. All right. We got Jeff Sargent. Looks like he's going on solo.
Yes, we've got the index finger up, indicating that it's just a one-car pass. Oh, okay. I can see what's going on now.
Yeah, a little bit of a problem there with Brett's car. Well, 1.05 in the 60 for Jeff Sargent. And a 4.75 at 138 to the 8th mile there for Jeff Sargent.
Which 8.511 is not indicative of the capacity of this machine in its class. And unfortunately, Brett is returning to the pits with his car there. Shame. It's I like watching that car go. Next, we've got Ray Fairfall in the Brad's Racing's engine Ford EF. Ray used to do a lot of his work himself, and it's. But Brad's Racing Engines there. Good to see that he's got someone to, well, at least sponsoring there. Also sponsored by Coating King. And Paul Wood, PWW Builders in the Chevy Camaro. Yeah, I can just see about the first 20 centimetres of the car.
Yeah, I had a look at Paul Wood's Camaro when I went for a walk through the pits this morning on my way down to Topfield Street.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a great looking vehicle, it really is. And, I take my hat off to Paul and the team.
Yep.
But Ray Fairfield has been campaigning this car for a number of years now. The EL Falcon. It's got a couple of turbos on it.
Yes, I can remember when he started off in that Ford 6-cylinder crossflow.
Yes.
And boy, did that go.
We're going to have a replay of the last race. Sean Leafing, how good was that altered look going down the quarter mile?
Yeah, gee, that was a good shot. Oh, that was terrific.
Yeah, going fantastic
Yeah, good work.
replays from Glenmore.
Yeah, and
How good does that Camaro look?
gee willikers, Paul Wood.
So this is, I know we call this boosted Outlaws, but this is a little bit like Pro Mod turbo versus blower.
Yeah.
A little bit of nitrous on board as well for Ray to help him spool the turbos up a bit.
Yeah, well, that's what I want to do to Mike. I've got the turbos on it, but I want to just have a bit of nitrous in it as well. I hope I'm going in the right direction, but we shall see.
Well, we know how good the barrows are
Yeah,
around the country that are at the turbo.
yes, they're just they've woken the Americans up. They've given them a bit of a shake too. I see a couple of them now in looking at the results and snippets from various tracks around that they're that the barrows are increasing in popularity. Right.
Is that a problem there for Paul Wood?
Well, he's too far forward to continue a single pass by Ray Fairfield. He's got to be behind the... No, he's done the right thing. Looks like he couldn't get it into reverse. There we go. Oh well. Paul will... I hope he gets it rectified by round 2 of qualifying here at Sydney Dragway.
All right, the big shot of nitrous out of the EL Falcon. If you are a Ford fan, you'll be loving this pass. Of course, as I mentioned, Ray's been racing this car for a very, very long time and certainly knows how to put in a good pass in the big EL.
Oh, look at it go.
1.16 in the 60. He's wobbling around a bit though, Les, around half track. Got a bit skatey.
Yeah, but did get light in that rear end. Oh, you could just see the when the cameras follow it down, you can just see the wheels turning to compensate for the skating, the drifting. So we've got so far 6 qualifiers in Boosted Outlaws. The run by Woods there was not doesn't turn up on the screen. So as we say goodbye to Stewie for his break, welcome back Pat Elliott.
Hello, Les.
Welcome back, Squire.
Thank you very much, sir. It's just in time for a bit of extreme bike action.
Yes, and I'm rather any day I'm a bike type. I like bikes, or motorcycles, but mate, not at the speeds these guys get up to.
It does take a particular type of person to strap yourself, or not even strap yourself, sit on top of one of these things. Basically, ballistic missile in between your legs.
Yes.
So, but a couple of the best down here. Ryan Franks, previous 2024 championship winner for the extreme bike category, up against David Franks in the Rocket Lane. Both Hayabusas. It is the done thing in extreme bike, running a Hayabusa.
Yeah.
So really good to see the Franks boys down here. Of course, GSF Engineering and Azapati Racing on board with Ryan Franks. David Franks as FBR GRE and EndureQuip Services with his program.
Yes, it's the Franks family name. They've been around drag racing a long time. I can remember Gary Franks back at Castlereagh. I watched his I stood behind a car and then in the opposite lane, and Gary Franks' exhaust system came off and went way back into the staging lanes.
Yeah, wow.
Okay, Ryan Franks runs it through in the aeroflow lane, a 728 at 191 and a 761 for David Franks at 181 over there in the Rocket Lane.
191 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Just wanted to reiterate that.
Yeah.
We just saw the lifting altered to 186
yeah.
with a Noonan blown motor in the front of it. And Ryan Franks has just gone down there with a little 4-cylinder. 1300 cc's.
Yeah,
and a bit of boost on board at 191.
191, yeah.
Q1, by the way.
Yes.
Q1.
Yes, just out of the first time out. Yes.
All right, next pairing, we've got Matthew Hunt down here in the Aeroflow lane on the ZX-10R Kawasaki and Brent Gilliver on the Suzuki GSX-R.
Yes, both bikes there, and but Gilliver, he seems to have a little bit of a problem there. Hunt screaming towards the finish line, runs it through with 10:02 at 142.
Nice pass from Matthew Hunt there, but yeah, Brent Gilliver probably the second shift. Looked like it wasn't real happy about it, but he's going to duck out on that early exit gate at the finish line there.
Yep.
Not holding anyone up, which is good to see, but I'm sure he'll get back and get that bike figured out in no time with the rest of the crew. Good to see Deanne as a party back here on the bike at Sydney Dragway, a runner-up for 2024 championship. As the name may give it away, as a party racing and as a party earth moving on board the program. Great to see Deanne back, and Alex Borg, another as a party racing competitor down there. 056 on the tree for Alex Borg, so he is
look at this,
here
200
on a mission. 692 with a 4 at 216 miles per hour.
Thank you very
much. Very nice. But,
Alex Borg, look at that. Yeah.
Great to see Deanne get down there though as well. An 851 with a 2 at 169 miles per hour. So great to see the crew down there. You can see the rest of the family. Leonard, looks like Bianca, and then Brandon down there as well. Great to see the whole crew.
Oh, beautiful.
Man, 692 at 200. Can we just put Alex in the Boosted Outlaws category? Do you think they'll let him run?
You watch. If they did, it'd be all solos.
Yeah, we need to find an outlaw track somewhere. Maybe that'd let that happen. All right, excellent. So, moving on to our next category here should be, I believe, Supercomp. Yep.
Correct, Mundo.
So down into Supercomp, we've got Fred Nicastri in the Aeroflow lane, SRP competition and Al's race glides. On board with that Nissan Gazelle. There's probably a lot of people saying, what is a Nissan Gazelle?
Oh, I know exactly what it is.
Well, we're old enough to remember that. But there'll be a lot of younger people saying, what is that? It was before the Silvia. If you're a young person it was before the Silvia or the 180SX. That's what they were. It was like an S12, I believe. S13 Silvia is what all the young people will be familiar with, right?
Yeah.
There's an S12 Gazelle, so it's a little two-door sports.
I reckon that the shape's perfect. A guy in a Street Machine magazine put a 302 Windsor in one.
Yeah,
and it was a nice fit, like everything was just said it was made for it, and it's a great little shape and good power to weight ratio.
Yep, certainly. And then, of course, we have Peter Mamone in the Rocket Lane. He is the 2024 Track Championship winner for Super Gas in that Corona Brothers Restorations Ford Mustang. Beautifully presented car, as you would expect. 347 Windsor on board there.
Yep.
And a 271 cube Chev in the Gazelle. That's a little baby Chev.
Yeah.
Big hop on the red light there. And all of the RPM from Peter Mamone. That's not
back it off.
Not a great pairing, unfortunately, for those two competitors. So, but that's okay. You've got pretty talented crews down there. You're going to take that car back. You're going to figure out what's going on. Peter's car almost looked like, and that's as much as I can really say from up here, it looked like it might have been in high gear.
Oh, right, okay.
Possibly.
But possibly, and the clutches weren't engaging properly.
Something along those lines, but I'm sure the crew will figure that out and get it back around.
Sure.
that was Super Gas, and it'll bring us back around into Super Street with Blaine Bull in the Aeroflow lane and Robert Gallotta in the Rocket lane for Q2.
Yeah, Blaine Bull, part of that Bull family racing. There must be, they must have had 10 kids.
Yeah.
You know, there's bulls.
All of them christened with Ford coolant. There's no holy water. It was all Ford coolant. It's
oh dear.
You're shunned if you've got a GM power plant, I think, in the Bull family. So.
Well, I think they subscribe to the theory that Ford are the only car manufacturers ever.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Well, but they're lockstep with you Mopar guys, right?
Yeah. Right.
Mopar no car.
Yeah. That's
they'll have their whatever their catchphrase is for the Ford version of that. So. Next pairing up, Brian Addising in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in racing, VY Commodore. Had this same fault potentially, but the other side, I think. It's day of the axles for Brian Addising, unfortunately. Lockie McCaskill has not had similar issues. Had a nice 088 light and crosses through for a 13.21 with a 7 at 102. But yeah, unfortunately, Brian Addising, that's 2 passes in a row. He's had to back that car from the line. Maybe just asking a little bit too much. I'm assuming it's an axle, the way that it's come off the line and it's done a single tyre peel down there, but it did the same thing the first pass out.
Oh, wow.
So...
yeah, well, unfortunately for Brian there, all we got was a reaction time.
Yeah, and even that, unfortunately, is a bit lazy for Brian. He's normally Johnny on the spot.
Yeah.
But I'm sure they will have another pair down there. And like I said to Stu earlier, luckily enough, those Commodores all share the same axles.
Yeah.
So if you've got a VT to VZ Commodore in the car park, just watch out.
Yeah, he'll be knocking on your
How
pit
long?
door.
23 minutes. Brian did the last axle swap, which I believe it's you need an 8mm hex Allen bit and a jack, and that's about it.
But that's astonishing to see that. Like he's the only one that we've seen break any axle.
Yeah, well, he did run a 10, so I think they've turned the wick up on that car recently. Adam Bowers out there, runner-up, 2024 New South Wales Championship for Super Street. And Christina Hunter has cut a beautiful light on the reaction time there, 0.14. Adam Bowers runs a 10.05 with a 7. He's right in the pocket today, 11.37 with a 5 at 121 for Christina Hunter. 0.14 light, very nice for the VT Calais.
Oh, she probably picked that up off her father.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Adam Bowers there. Oh, geez, ever consistent is it?
It's a bit of an odd day when there's not a Adam Bowers in the entry list. So. And similar to Alan Stevenson here, good to see him back in the HB Tirana.
Yes.
Back in there, Power Plus New South Wales, Fuels on board, of course, and Aidan Stutchbury back up at the line in the dialed in racing, PSC racing.
Yeah, well,
Shorty's performance VH Commodore.
Yeah, well, his dad, I think it was Brian Stutchbury. He was a pretty consistent racer as well. I'm only saying it's his father just by the name association, but it could be completely different.
I think it's definitely a family affair. But 11.26 with a 4 at 122 versus an 11.35 with a 3 at 121. Yeah, there's a trio of Stutchburys here today.
Okay.
So, Corey, Aidan, and Brett.
Right, Brett.
So we'll let's have a look at that last race. Nice replay. There we go. Great light from Christina down there. Bowers obviously with the outright power.
Yeah, it's a tough Super Street car, that's for sure.
It is very nice at 10.0 versus 11.30. Great visual representation of the difference on a racetrack of a bit over a second. I guarantee you when you're in the car that's behind, it feels even further.
Yeah.
When you're watching that other car drive out of your life.
And that's it.
It feels like you're on a full mile course rather than a quarter mile. So, Sammy Joe Johnson there, little cherry on the tree, but runs at 11.66 at 116. Robert Spagnol in the Tirana, Shorty's performance, Clay Creations and Khalidi on board, 10.53 at 130 and some change miles per hour.
Okay, next pairing up, Chris Zammit from Doonside, up against in the Euroflow lane, of course, and Rodney Balgowan in the Rocket lane there. An 042 from Balgowan in the late model LS 6-litre vehicle, and it looks like Chris Zammit will get there, 11.91 at 113.33, and 11.90 at 116 for Rodney Balgowan.
042 reaction time for Balgowan.
Not bad,
Very
is it?
nice, yeah, for a late model heavy car,
Yeah.
Late model transmission, all that sort of thing. Very nice.
Yeah, haven't, I don't get up here that much, but that's a name I haven't heard before.
Yeah,
The Zammit cars have been around.
Zammit's been around for a long time.
Yeah,
yep,
very
absolutely. Corey Stutchbury out here, the VX Commodore. He's got that Turbo LS, making a bit of boost down there on the line up against Henry Spickak. A 160 60 foot with an 049 reaction for Stutchbury. Very nice pass so far. Should be heading on down to a 1088 with a 4 at 125 mile per hour. A 1220 with a 9 at 116 for Spickak in the Rocket lane.
Yeah, Henry's been pretty consistent around that, low 12-second range.
Yep.
I think he ran a 12.03 previously.
Luke Pele again. This car. What a shame for this crew. They just came out for their first pass, had a bit of a spill, and come up for the next one, and seemingly the same things happen. That's a real shame for those guys. But Connor Ranios he will be unperturbed. He's going to make a solo pass down there in the Rocket lane.
Well, let's see. There's a 1.177. Runs it through for a nice 12.101 at 115.08. Con there, I think he's super consistent, this guy. And I predict a bright outcome for a whole bunch of people here today. So,
Just trying to have a look at what that ute is actually leaving on the track down there. Oil or coolant?
yeah, or
No major clean-up being required,
No.
but it's still a shame for those guys. I have to get their head around what's happening there.
yeah,
Might need a little auxiliary catch can. Or
Yeah.
an overflow bottle or something
yeah,
like that.
yeah.
You know?
Or if they've got both of them, get bigger ones.
Yeah, we'll check that replay out. Got Aidan Stutchbury there.
Power Plus, oh, he's
In the
closing in.
VH, and the HB Tirana. Great shot of Power Plus Fuels New South Wales on the side of the Tirana there. Of course, they are our wonderful Super Street supporter and sponsor
Yes.
for the category. So Martin Stevenson and all of the fellas down there. Speaking of which, we've got Mark Elborn, another Power Plus New South Wales competitor. And then we've got Bruce Ritchie in the Rocket lane. The Big Bel Air is on fire today.
Yeah, he's got it out. Very persistent. This is his last season. Last year of racing.
It's going to be his last year of racing. He's going to give it up.
Yeah, he said that. He'd sort of give it away. He's a little bit younger than me, but not much.
On the days,
Mate, you're talking to the oldest bloke in the world. They get around. Dennis Plessis in the Ford XY GT Falcon Clivo 351 up against Rob Matesic in the Chevy Camaro Chevy 454. Those Matesic boys are really keen on their Camaros.
Yep. Very consistent.
Yeah,
Very well presented.
Yeah.
Great races.
Tip.
Yeah. Oh,
Good on you, Pat.
Dennis places out with an 013 reaction time. He's been on it so far. A 149 60 foot with the big XY Falcon. He's going to cross through 1060 at 126, but Matesic 1055.
Yeah, quicker time, but didn't. Yeah, got there
Got
too.
their first 042 reaction time, so
Yeah,
there'll be some tough competitors throughout the day.
yeah, for sure. And the Dennis there. with a little 351 up against the 454. 1060 with a 6 at 126. Very, very close.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, we've got a replay there. Both cars lifting the nose towards the sky. It's a very tight race down there. We've got GM versus Ford product all the way down the track. So,
beaut.
I want to see them in a competition round, but I also don't want to see them up against each other, so they can go rounds.
Yeah, that's so we can say.
So we can see them more often.
More often, yeah.
All right, Craig Warren in Sydney Scrap Steel LJ Tirana, Aeroflow Lane. David Matasevic in DCM Consulting, Ford Cortina. Now, I know I'll have to go down and see these guys as well, because I know Stu pronounced that name very differently to me.
Right. Your mind reading.
Matosevic,
yeah.
I believe Stu pronounced it. So I'm going to go down and see David and Robert as well.
Yes.
And say, straighten us silly commentators out.
Yeah.
All right, Warren goes through for a 10.27 with a 2 at 129, a 10.54, 127 for Matasevic.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we're simple people, Les. Not to downplay us, but
no.
You know, if the surname's Smith, I've got it dialed in.
Yeah.
You know, there's a few curveballs that get thrown our way sometimes with the names. So take it easy on us, but we're more than happy to be corrected when it comes to pronunciation.
Well, we all in here want to just get things right.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I've had people bang on the door here and say, look, can you pronounce the name this way? This is how it is.
Yep.
And I'm beaut.
Yep, no problem at all. Mark Hopkins in the Aeroflow lane. It's the 2024 championship winner, getting a little squirrely off the hit, but a 006 reaction time. And Dennis Matisic in the Rocket Lane 065 reaction, 1082 at 126 to a 1087 with a 7 at 123 for Mark Hopkins. That's a great little Tirana, that little LX.
It's a beauty.
That 312 cubic inch Holden engine.
Yep.
Controlled by Haltech ECU. So it's a little different to what you normally see. That combination, you know, with the engine plus the ECU combo and everything they've got going on there, but it seems to work for them.
Well, a 312, you know, that's probably a 40 or maybe 60 thou over 308 type deal.
Something.
To get 312, it's not very much. And but gee, to have a car go that hard with that size engine,
it's pretty spicy.
Astounding actually.
It's pretty spicy.
Yeah.
All right, Jim Raptus back out here, courtesy of Go Logistics, is in the big Trackhawk. Looks like Zig Ziolkowski's had some sort of problem with the Commodore Ute down there. He's backing the car out. So Jim will go on a solo pass. Not exactly sure what's happened to the Ute, but either way, it's not happy. 116 red on the tree for Jim. He's obviously getting his head around the reaction time of the car itself. You know, when you let go of the brake, put the foot down, all that sort of thing. There's a lot of moving parts to get that big Jeep heading on down the track. So crosses through for an 11.76 with a 3 at 116 miles per hour. It's like throwing a block of flats down the track.
Or go bowling with a brick.
Yeah. A lot of effort to the start. But all right, next one. Here we go. Richard Matasevic, XY Ute. He took home the trophy at Day of the Drags a couple of weeks ago. Super consistent, this car, amazing, and he drove it home, by the way. I followed him out of the track and down Ferrers Road. Fully street legal car. Eden Abella in the Rocket Lane, 038 on the tree to an 039. Eden's been on it today, 10.04 with a 3 at 142, at 10.55 at 126. Really, really good to see Eden making steps in that car as well. So 038 is on the money. 142 mile per hour. He's got the LS turbo working really well. Yeah, let's do a replay on that one.
Snap. Yeah, whoever's on the other end there is very, very sharp.
Yeah, a lot of horsepower on display in the Rocket Lane. So,
that's a great
Let's hope Eden can carry that consistency and those reaction times through the day, because he's here all the time.
Right,
He's here all the time. Every Wednesday he's here. He's here on Saturdays for track champs. So
Right.
we really want to see him succeed.
Yeah.
All right, next pairing: Tex Griffiths, that beautiful Plymouth Satellite, and Steve Arnold in that sweet little EH. Big wheels up for Steve Arnold down there, an 027 red. Gets out with a 1.460. 030 for Tex in the Aeroflow lane. He's going to cross the line first. So 10.39 with a 2 at 128 mile per hour. 11.53 at 94 for Arnold. I think he was out of it pretty early. Pretty out. 94 mile per hour.
Yeah. Young Tex, the winner of the this meeting they had, I don't remember what it was, Southern Nationals or something over at the Bend. He was the
last year, Riverbend Nationals, or
the Bend.
Yeah,
at
in South Australia.
South Australia. Yeah.
Because they've got
Alabama. That's a town. But
yes.
yeah. Oh, he was. He won Super Street. Who was the one? Yeah, there was a couple of. Carl Chevy Taylor was in as well.
Yep.
Tex won it, but there was a couple of races from here that won. I think that chap we were talking about. I don't know if it was Setlogianus or one of the other guys.
Yep. That was straight as an arrow pass.
Wasn't it good?
Down there.
Yeah.
10.28 with a 1 at 131 mile per hour. 0.73 reaction time. That's a great way to take advantage of a solo pass.
Yeah. Just make sure everything's dialed in. He's probably would like the number after the 0 to go down a little bit. But still, if you've got a 0 in front of the reaction time number, you're doing pretty good.
Absolutely. And I believe that will bring us to the end of Power Plus Super Streets.
Yeah.
And then we will jump into the Speedflow Performance Products Junior Dragster and Junior Drag Bike. So while the crew sets up all those safety mitigations for the juniors, we'll jump across to some ads here at Sydney Dragway Track Championships 2025.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Yes, and haven't we picked up a couple of sponsors since sort of like in 2025, all these, the bracket sponsors and things like that. That's fantastic. All of a sudden, there's, there's a bracket for a whole bunch of people, so.
Spot on, Les.
Yeah, very good. So,
Yeah.
All right, Speedflow Junior Dragster out next.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
All right, we're back now, Les. Junior Dragster, Speedflow Performance on board with the junior category, both bikes and dragsters. Jaden Bunisif and Robbie Risteski, our pair down for Q2.
Yes, that's what we see. Risteski in the rocket lane gets away fairly quickly in 0.52 reaction time red, but runs an 8.89 at 71, and he's in a B junior dragster. And Jade Bunisif runs at 12.63 at 50.14. Well, that's all right. That's pretty good, because the C junior dragster does have a limit of 12 seconds flat, so it's good. He's run at a 12.63, which puts Edith Maggs, our next competitor here, and Benjamin Attard. Well, Edith is number 21 in the qualifying order, and that's her in the Aeroflow lane, up against Benjamin Attard in the rocket lane, and his qualifying position is number 11, with a fine 8.14 at 1.47 reaction time, because they're going off reaction times here, and at 8.147. So it's working out well for everybody. I do like the camera behind whoever's one of the starters. Yeah.
Yep, that's Benjamin Attard's A junior drags that you can see on the screen there. Double red from that pairing, so both keen as mustard to get down the track. But nonetheless, it is a qualifying time, so we'll go through there. An 8.005 for Benjamin Attard in the A.
Wow.
That's pretty well on the money.
Yes.
He's just got to hang that 0.84 later to let the button go.
Yeah. Get that off, yeah.
But 12.38 with a 4.53 for Edith Maggs. Again, the Maggs crew has made the trip up from Wallen in Victoria, so great to see them make the trip up, of course. And then we've got Charlotte Leafting, Speedflow Products, down there in the Aeroflow lane. So once again, they are jumping right on board with the junior program.
Oh, yeah.
Which is really good to see. And then Jacob Longo from Gillaby, Trackside Automotive in the rocket lane.
Mate, I just can't keep up with all the changes in these towns and everything. If they've got an old oval, playing centre, and it's not used, they'll convert it into a suburb.
That's right. That's right. 0.72 on the tree for Charlotte Lifting. Nice reaction time there. An 0.52 red for Jacob, so a little bit of work to do there. But an 8.23.77 for Lifting, and 8.11 with a 2 at 81 for Longo. So on the money, ET and mile per hour wise for Longo. Just got to work on that reaction time.
Reaction time, yeah.
Yep. Half a cup less red cordial. Before the next round.
Oh yes, the dreaded red cordial.
So if I have one extra espresso in the morning, it's all happening.
Yeah, especially with the especially with the junior dregs. So it's now the next pairing out is Joshua Maggs and Georgia Leafty. So it's another Maggs Leafty, not battle, but to see who can...
Combination.
Combination, that's the word I was looking for. Combination Sate, yeah.
You know what, Les? Let's call it a battle. Let's start a bit of inter-family rivalry going on just in the juniors, you know. Let's start them young.
Yeah, okay.
004 on the tree for Josh Maggs. And
that worked.
040 for Georgia Leafting.
Yeah.
So very nice.
Yeah.
Pass down there. 769 with a 9 at 85 for Maggs in the double A junior dragster. 769 is at the pointy end there. Really nice, and not at the pointy end of mile per hour either. So really good short track from the Maggs combination. Next pairing, Taylor Smith back out again. Who am I mistaken, or was it another Taylor that ran a triple O earlier today? Alex Rafalo.
Oh yeah, what was that Taylor? That was straight off the trailer too.
Yeah,
000. Wasn't it Taylor? Was it in junior?
Yeah.
In
junior.
Okay. Well, if there's another one there.
There's people yelling at me on the live stream or down in the...
I think it was Chelsea Smith.
Oh, I think you might be right.
Mate, when they start throwing stones at the window...
Yep, that's when we'll know.
Yeah,
that's exactly right. Spot on.
That bungee cord's just about to break.
All right, Rafalo just getting that little tweak before he gets into stage. Taylor Smith's patiently waiting there. Got the double A junior dragster face off here. Smith gets away with an 0.43 reaction time. Red 2.2 for Rafalo. Across there, 7.78 at 84 for Taylor Smith. And 7.81 at 82 for Rafalo there. So, as I said earlier, great to see the double A.
Yeah. I reckon that's really good.
It's really allowed guys to tune in. We'll have a look at the replay on that pass there. So you can see the little red light left on for Alex Rafalo there. Taylor Smith in that great looking double A junior dragster.
Now that's a good idea. Now you can see, well, the other people can see too around the facility that where the actual 8th mile is.
Yes. Yep. We've got the Aeroflow flags down there at the 8th mile. So that's where the junior categories race to. There are other categories, of course, that run 8th mile, but at the track championships here at Sydney Dragway, it's just the juniors that run that fast. Of course, you know, young kids, small cars, we don't want them really flat out across the quarter mile. So
yes.
But we've got Savannah Condello and Piper Bennett. Piper Bennett with an 0.37 reaction time, picking up where she left off earlier today. The Tequila Sunrise McCaw Junior Dragster. It's an 8.03 with a 3 at 81 mile per hour. Savannah not far behind, an 8.08 with an 8 at 82. So very fierce competitors down there, Savannah and Piper.
Yes, well, it would be interesting to see if the closeness of their ETs and if their reaction times were close. That would have been a really good race.
Spot on. A great replay of that there across the line for the 2A junior dragsters. I love this extra footage that we've got.
Yes, isn't it?
Down here, it's great, especially for these juniors. You know, I mean, we keep going on. I keep banging on about. You know, we've got to give a shout out to the guys that are backing and sponsoring these categories, because it is the next generation of racers that are coming through. You know, and this is the best place to figure out brackets, figure out reaction times, figure out start line procedure. This is exactly where it needs to be. So the more eyes on and the better, the better images that we can get. You know, these competitors can use this live stream and say, hey, look, you can see me out there. I'm performing. You've got airtime. I mean, look at that. We've got a tracking shot. The tracking shot of Alex Rottenbury down there. He crosses through. And then Emma Leafting in the rocket lane. Plenty of well-deserved exposure.
Yeah,
look at that. That's a cool-looking car. It's got a bit of a Tony Schumacher sort of feel to that. That livery,
and especially with that wing at the back too.
Yep. It's a great looking little car. Jeffrey McNiff down there, St Mary's Engines.
Yes, I was down at Albury last weekend. I thought I would have run into the grandfather, Jeff McNiff.
Yep.
Senior. And but no, he didn't turn up.
That's all right. And we've got Johnny Lucci in the Rocket Lane. Another well-presented car as well. The Lucci family's got a great wrap job on it there.
Yeah.
Dom Lucci down there. Not campaigning the Commodore today, unfortunately, in Super Sedan, but he's here on family duties.
Yeah.
080 reaction time to an 098 on the tree down there. We can see McNiff. He's got the AA Junior Dragster, a 767 with a 9 at 84.
Yes.
So very nice. A 910 with a 5 at 72 mile per hour for Johnny Lucci in the Rocket Lane.
Yes, well, that's the skirting around that, that 760, mark.
The cut-off, yep.
Yeah, the cut-off mark. Yeah, so good to see them down there because the New Zealanders, when I was over there, this is in 2006 at the Nationals there, they had a gearbox class.
Yeah, okay.
And they said that they were the discoverers of junior dragsters.
Yeah,
The whole scale down concept and what they were supposed to do, even the times and stuff like that.
Yep.
But for that gearbox class, holy dooly, I think you can go down to 7 flat.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Very interesting. Yeah, and the AA class in the States can go, I think it's either like 99 miles per hour or 100 plus mile per hour. Like that's getting along in a little car.
Yeah.
When you're about an inch off the ground.
Well, when you look at the when you were mentioning about the extra screen we've got here, when the junior dragsters go past, when they take off, when they follow it down, see how fast the advertising signs go past.
Yeah, exactly.
And it
right.
gives you a bit of an idea of like people, they're not sitting around.
Great time from current champion Zane Condello there. 005 reaction time on the tree.
Good. Yeah, what a package.
For an 808 at 82 in the A Junior Dragster.
Okay.
Savannah Lucci there at 12:34 with a 6 at 51 mile per hour in her C Junior Dragster.
Oh yeah, in the sea. Oh yes. Oh well, that's good because then you see who the start the young ones who they really are.
Exactly.
But everyone goes. They got to start somewhere.
Yep. That's
So,
right.
I like watching the. I've been a supporter of junior dragster from the day they started because that was totally new. We didn't have anything for like young kids.
Yes, that's right. And the amount of muscle memory that you build in to when you're doing it from such a young age, because you're such a sponge when you're so young.
Yeah.
You get all these habits and you get this muscle memory. It just makes you a better racer as you get older and into the senior classes, I guess.
Yeah.
You would term it.
Yeah.
Full size cars and things like that. It's almost, I wouldn't call it an unfair advantage because it's open for everyone. But if you didn't do, I didn't do juniors, and I guarantee you, if I come up against someone who has been doing juniors for 10 years or something like that,
Yeah.
probably going to out-treat me.
Yeah. yeah.
But Liam O'Neill in the Aeroflow lane, we got a great little close-up shot of him down there earlier. A 001 red reaction time. That's when you know you're going for it. George Tsoukalis in the Rocket Lane there in the C Junior Dragster. It's 12:37 at 53. O'Neill 8:55 with a 4 at 73.
Yeah.
That's moving for a B.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Because that is, and it's right on the cut-off mark there.
Yep. Alexis Attard now in the Aeroflow lane from Gravestains. We've got Riley Ito in the Rocket Lane. Murphy Finance Solutions, ITF Hire, Pro Tilt Towing and Low Fab. On board with Ito, ITF Hire, Low Fab and Pro Tilt Towing. On board with Alexis Attard.
Yeah, well, it's good that...
They must have been in the same meeting when the sponsors all came together.
Yeah.
The two of them.
Well, I'll tell you a little story. Mate of mine's an advertiser. Well, he was an advertising executive, and when they had to have instant decision at the end of the meeting, not,
Yep.
we'll think about it.
Yep.
They rented a yacht
Okay.
on Sydney Harbour.
Yep.
And that went around and around, wouldn't go in to let you couldn't get off. So they had it.
Till they said yes.
Till they said, till they finalised,
Yep.
what the thing was.
That's a good deal.
Mm.
Right, both races into stage. There we go. 008 red on the tree for Alexis Attard. 112 for Ito. So Ito will take the theoretical win here.
Yeah.
795, 81. Nice pass for Ito. And an 878 at 72 for Attard.
Yeah. Not too bad either, too, Alexis. And Jake. I worked with a bloke and his name was McNamara, but he wanted his name pronounced McNarama.
Oh, really?
Mm.
Just to make it difficult for you? Or?
Yeah, no, he wanted to emphasise the Mac.
Okay. McNamara.
Yeah, McNamara.
All right.
Yeah, so that's the way he wanted. And Tegan Smith, of course, from Albion Park.
Tegan Smith is the Smith that I was thinking of.
Well, was it?
This
Yeah,
morning.
right. Okay.
So apologies.
Yeah.
We're getting confused there. Tegan Smith back out here. AA Junior Dragster, APM Power Cruise, Stop Slow Traffic Control, and Lucas Oil on board. We've got Jake McNamara.
Yeah.
Another triple O
triple
for
O.
Tegan Smith. Look out.
Gee whiz.
Wow. Yep. It's so amazing we're talking at the same time.
Yeah.
Great pass there. 778 with a one at 82 mile per hour. And 807 for Jake McNamara there. Really nice for his A junior dragster class. But looks like Tegan is putting the AA category on notice.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, if she makes a decision to change, well, there'll be another one dining at the table.
Yes, absolutely. All right, Aubrey Maggs back out on the solo pass. Here, the B Junior Dragster racer. Got that great little 3.25 Dragster by the looks of things. Road Warrior trailers on board. She's got that Spartan helmet on the side of the Dragster.
Road Warrior trailers, what a great name. Well, that's what they call them Mad Max in America.
Yeah, Road Warrior, that's right.
Yeah. And there's a car, it was a HJ Holden, and it had they sent it over, and it wasn't a Road Warrior. I think it was a Roadmaster, but it was a Holden with a rotary in it. And
Yes,
you think
that's right. It was a
swapper.
HQ
Yeah.
or thereabouts. They put rotaries in it. It was badged as a Mazda in Japan.
Yeah.
Mazda Roadmaster.
Yeah.
All right, Aubrey Maggs, nice pass down there. An 855 with a 3 at 76 miles per hour in the B Junior Dragster. So very, very nice. Just another quick shout out to all of those viewing on the live stream. So we've got 3 separate streams active at the moment. We've got Sydney Dragway YouTube, Sydney Dragway Facebook, and Blendline TV YouTube.
Right.
All happening today. So
Gee.
a little bit of everything happening. Great bit of feedback from quite a few people watching on board there. I can see Marco Tolomeo asking, is Sydney Dragway going to? Marco, where have you been, mate? We want to see you racing again.
Yeah.
Change the time boards to green numbers. Yes, you may have seen that there are a couple of digits down there looking green as opposed to the orange. So just doing a couple of final tests. We started in the rocket lane with that bright green at the last digit on the mile per hour lower board.
As it is near.
You can see there in the aeroflow lane, that last digit on the reaction time is... we think that's going to be the setup that we go for, because we can actually see much better feedback with that one. So yeah, hopefully in the next couple of weeks we'll get all that signed off, and we will be moving forward with upgrading the time boards here, because those orange time boards have served their purpose here at Sydney Dragway, but it is
Well, that's right. I mean,
time to go.
yeah. Well, if we get feedback on screen, and then we can pass it on, and say that's well, I think it's a rather automatic, but as Adam pointed out previously, that it's the shade of green, the brightness of the green that we're fiddling with, and for those that might be a bit not so good with colours, there is a difference in the shade of the greens we are using.
And the big difference that we saw, if you can see on the rocket lane, there's much brighter than the aeroflow lane.
Yeah.
While that's okay during the day,
Yeah.
at night it's actually quite difficult to see. It's actually quite difficult to make it out because it's too bright, believe it or not.
Now, is it a matter of Lincoln Delios and
Adam Jordan
went
made their pass
passes.
in the junior drag bike, and that leaves Anastasia Lucky to come up next. Anastasia's come up to the A junior drag bike category this year. From memory, she was B junior drag bike
I
last year.
think so, yeah.
And she was the runner-up.
Yes.
So
Oh, she's... Wow.
getting after those shifts.
I'll say.
It's good to see. She's definitely been getting a bit more aggressive on the launch, which is great to see. So a lot more confidence building there.
Yeah.
She's been a great competitor, super consistent, always here. But last year, we could notice up here from the commentary box at least that it's just a little bit tentative perhaps on the launch, on the leave. So now she's obviously got a lot more confidence on board, and she's letting that clutch out a little bit sooner and chasing those gears. So good to see it. We've got Christopher Davidson out here. Unfortunately, he's just bumped through the light a bit early there. He's I believe it is licensing passes for Christopher.
Okay.
So he's just going to get a little bit of advice from our official down there on the line.
Greg Spellman's just the bloke that they need down there for that.
Yeah.
He's good. He's good with like first timers and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sure there's some racers out there that probably think he's just there to tell them to go away.
Yeah,
but when it comes to getting these new guys in, plenty of experience down there, and just a little bit of advice. So good deal. Good to see Christopher get down there.
Yeah, good.
A little bit more representative time this pass.
Yeah, he's on an A junior drag bike. Runs at 11:44 with the two at 39.35. So. So he appears to be, like learning or going through the process of completing his qualifying course.
Yep.
And he's doing pretty well.
He may well be still getting used to being on the bike and moving around and all that sort of thing. So he's patiently making his way to the exit. All right, so that will be the end of the Speedflow Performance Products back to the junior categories. And once again, a big thank you to Speedflow for being on board. Will bring us into Super Sedan, backed by Go Logistics, the best courier company in Sydney without a doubt. So a big thank you for them for being on board.
That's good, because I'll remember that. I'll start to sell a few bits and pieces that are, that's when stuff has moved, when it starts moving up the stairs, you store it on landings of the stairs going up the wife's. So I've had to sell some stuff.
Yep.
And, that's interesting to know.
Yeah, if you're looking for a courier company within the greater Sydney metro area, Go Logistics.
Yeah, righty-ho.
They are the guys. But jump on their website, have a look at the services they offer if you're looking for something like that. And they are kind enough to bring us the Super Sedan, which is definitely one of the most popular categories here at Sydney Dragway for the track championships. We're going to kick it off with Adam Hunter from Hunter Race Engines in a Falcon Ute in the Aeroflow lane, and then we've got Robert Cardam in the Bob Maslin Speed Pro XY has come up from Victoria. This thing is an absolute animal.
Yeah, well, the Cardams are like the Bulls. They're they're Ford freaks. These cars.
Ford through and through.
Yeah.
Yeah. This thing's a pretty serious combination. I apologise. I called Adam Hunter's Falcon a Ute as well. It's not. It's quite opposite. That is just all of the rev limiter.
It's rumbling against the building.
It's a serious combination. Apparently it's a 412 cube cleaver.
Well, look, see, a Clevo and a Windsor got different firing orders, so.
Yep. Definitely a different sound.
Didn't it? Yeah.
Dandy engines on board with that combination, so we know Frank and the boys down there can screw together a Clevo.
Yeah. Most definitely.
No two ways about that, but let's see what we've got for Q2 in Super Sedan. Red, an 022 and a 009. 955 with a 3 at 141 for Hunter, and 978 with a 6 at 138 for Carter.
Yeah, Carter had the lesser of the lights, and a 009.
Yep.
So
Larry Etzel back out again. It's got your engine under that 300ZX.
Well, it used to have the 360. Now it's the 408.
Yeah.
So it is the same as my Plymouth Satellite.
Yeah. No one core light from Emma Attard in that LC Tirana.
Yeah.
All in Aussie plumbing.
The ladies are going pretty well here today.
Absolutely. There's zero fear from Emma in that Tirana. She will send that thing down the track without a question.
Yeah.
Larry Etzel, unfortunately, no 2.0 reaction time.
Yeah.
Red. But
runs at 10:34.
We'll be back around.
Yeah. Ross Bealby from Ross Moore in the Ford XE Falcon. That's the grey, Battleship Grey, up against dangerous David Luke. Dave Gruber there, an 0:36 reaction time from Gilmore on the ACT. Runs it through nicely, 9:37 with a 2 at 142, and for Ross Bealby there at 10:18 with a 2 at 132.05.
Stu White's just given us some good info down there. Ross Bealby, apparently he's not real happy with the final drive gearing on that Falcon.
Oh, right.
It's
Okay.
aligned at only 5,000 RPM, so we'll have to go back and change that, put a bit of a taller gear in it.
Yes.
Or a shorter gear in it, I should say. And get it zinging across the line. Next pairing, we've got Jason Field in that two-door Ford Telstar, and Simon Vanello in the RPM Racing XW Falcon. Pretty serious bit of kit on the track there. Actually, really close pairing. Looks like Telstar is going to get out with probably a weight advantage there. 876 with a 1 at 158. 948 with a 9 at 142. So power and weight advantage on the Telstar side.
Yeah.
That one, but no 1-2 reaction time from Vanello.
Pretty.
It's very impressive for a big car.
Very. Okay, Graham Blackman from Tumbarumba. He's spent a lot of time at Canberra International Dragway and a member of the Canberra Drag Racers Club, young Graham. Heck of a nice fella as well. Jim Denaro, I'd say he's one of the gentlemen of drag racing, if there is such a thing. He's just a cool, calm and collected competitor, it seems to me.
Plenty of laps on board as well.
Yeah, very, very. And he builds a pretty good chassis as well, I'd say.
Well, that Cortina got out very nicely. An 079 reaction time. Red 010 for Blackman in the Rocket Lane. He crosses through for a 10.28 with a 5 at 130. Denaro 9.37 with a 4 at 145.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, well, Joe Zammett now and Nathan Cowie. Nathan in that little Suzuki Mighty Boy with a small block Chev 400. Up against Joe Zammett. Zammett in the Aeroflow lane in that sharp Holden VL Commodore with Holden 383. It's a honker as well.
Sure is, and he's a great racer, as reflected by the 2024 Championship
Yep.
trophy that he holds at home. Cowie is out a little bit on him there, but the reaction time goes to Joe Zammit. We'll see what the ET difference is there. 9.48 with a 5 for Cowie, 10.26 with a 9 for Zammit. Again, it's qualifying. Basically, everyone's getting themselves dialed in, and then they can nominate their dialing.
Okay. Victor Satlogianis from Birrong in New South Wales, the 75 Holden LH Tirana small block Chef 400. That's Victor in the Aeroflow lane. And in the Rocket lane, it's Sean Maher. Super Sedan. No, it was Sean Maher that won Super Sedan in the Bend.
Something's not quite right with
the
Satlogianis' car there. The crew just making a couple of adjustments in the back. It looks like they're going to call it there, so something not 100% right. So Maher will take the solo pass on this one. Got no power, so maybe something going on with the isolator or the dead battery down there.
So what gets me, and mate, you talk to the bloke that's got the luck of a dead cat anyway, But they drive it round the pits. They drive it around, and they come here. They drive it, and they wait, and they get to the start line, and it all goes wrong. Sean Maher, 001. Gee, 001. Gee.
Drops the chute out there for a 9.29 with a 7 at 143.9 miles per hour. That's a pretty nice combination there for Sean Maher. Let's go for replay on that one. Yeah, nice. Lifting the wheels. Straight as an arrow, so well-sorted combination there for Sean Maher. Really nice. 9.29. Okay, Chevy Taylor in that bubble top. Down there, up against Sean Sorbello in the LS Howard VS Commodore, I think that is.
Yes, I'm not... I can tell the VL, the VK, and the VH Commodores, but when they get to the
VR and VS, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
They didn't make too much difference between the VR and VS.
No. Of all the Utes, I'd like the Falcon Turbo, but a VR VS Ute is just a neat design,
It's a tidy thing, yeah.
Very, very.
Exactly right. Well, bit of a staging battle going on here in Q2 for Chevy Taylor and Sean Sorbello.
Yeah. Well, in competition, he's had to be in by now.
Red light on the tree for Chevy Taylor 004 and 030 for Sean Sorbello. You won't be too unhappy with that.
No.
137.60 looks very nice as well. A 10.014 at 136 mile per hour to a 10.19 with a 2 at 130 for Chevy Taylor.
Yeah, it's still, if you...
Let's go replay on that pass. Yeah.
Lou Palumbo now. Oops. We'll just wait for this here to go past, and then we'll stick this one in the memory bank. Finished, nice. Yeah, good.
All right, Lou Palumbo up against Andrew Little. You can see the bush rat down there again. Palumbo racing on the Ute. Bit of a nitrous purge for Palumbo. Brings it into full stage. Andrew Little. See him out here. Wheels up from both competitors on that one. Palumbo's going to have the horsepower advantage here. An 0.17 to an 0.15 reaction time.
Good.
So really, really close. Great to see that. A 9.33 with a 1 at 1.43 to a 9.77 with a 6 at 1.36 for Andrew Little. Les, I've got to say, two of my favourite cars are on the line at the moment.
Oh, right, okay.
Michael's Capri is glorious. Just look at it.
Yeah, no, that isn't.
Peter Villaris from Go Logistics. This is the rowdiest XT Falcon that I think I've ever seen. It might as well be a gasser. It's a clutch car.
Oh.
Wait until you see this thing get on down the track, mate. It's got all of the RPM on board.
Yeah.
It's got VK race engines. As we know, Billy can screw together a Ford engine.
Yep.
No doubt about that. This Capri's a beautiful car.
Oh,
Wheels
look
up
at
from
that.
Harris, grabbing a gear, grabs another one, lays the black tracks again, fights it the whole way down the track. Meanwhile, Michael Milosavljevic has like an easy 886 at 153 comparatively.
And we haven't said a word about it.
No. 940 with a 4 at 144 for BLRs there. The most entertaining car.
Gee whiz, he got that up, right up, didn't he?
Oh, yeah. Every pass. Mate, every pass.
Yeah.
There's something wrong if it doesn't lift the wheels.
Oh.
So.
Go Logistics Super Sedan. What a category that they've chosen to sponsor. Gee, fantastic.
Spot on. And Paul Papacosta, again,
Yes,
part of the
he's
Go
back
Logistics
here.
family.
Yeah.
It's another beautiful 440 Windsor-powered Capri. And Michael Little is over there in the LJ Tirana. He's a very fierce competitor as well.
Yeah.
Big RPM on the trans brake for these guys. 012 on the tree for Michael Little.
Gee, look at
Papacosta's got
this.
some chasing to do, and he will
Oh, he'll get
just
there.
get there first, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
925 with a 2 at 146 to a 936
36.
144. 141, excuse me.
Yeah.
Uh,
Jeez.
Great pair of passes. I love Super Sedan. What a great category.
Mm.
I mean, they're all good categories.
They are.
But yeah, big fan of Super Sedan because it's right on the cusp of sort of being a street car,
Yeah, and
but not at
yeah.
the same time. So
Yeah. Well, that's. I think a lot of those guys, you know, like I'm talking about Chris Corbin and Stewie Bennett and those guys when they went to, they had quick cars here in Super Sedan, but then they moved. Well, particularly Chris Corbin moved. You know, he didn't do well body-wise and stuff like that. He didn't do much to his car because it still looked like it was in Super Sedan rather than Top Sportsman.
that's right. Rex Webster down there with a nice reaction time, 058 on the tree. The little A40 Ute goes through from 962 at 140 miles per hour, courtesy of that 540 cubic inch he shoved in the front of it.
Yeah, he had that in a Holden 1 tonner because he was constructing. He still might horse floats.
Yep.
And that was his business. And he just took it out of that, put it in that A40.
Correct.
Joe
All right.
Polito and Joe Catanzariti.
That means we're back into
Super
Supergas.
gas.
Yep.
So that's all for Go Logistics Super Sedan. Go Logistics there. Super gas. Here we go.
No, I thought I saw a John Smorach was supposed to be entered
Yes.
for this category, but I haven't seen him run.
No, me neither.
And he's not here doing commentary either.
Either. Yeah,
so I have to
so
have some words with JB.
yeah.
So, mate, what are you doing?
Someone says, "Oh, can you get a chassis ready by tomorrow?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
How dare he be busy actually with his job as opposed to racing?
Oh, right, that he relies on. What sort of bloke is he?
032 to an 023 reaction time for our Supergas competitors there. 985 means that Joe Polito Jr. breaks out in Supergas category. 994 with a 6 means Catanzariti is right where he needs to be.
Our number one qualifier.
So just chipping away. Roy Romeo in the Rocket Lane is the runner-up to Joe Catanzariti last year. That beautifully presented. Oh no, I think we've got the wrong time. We've got Luke Romeo in the Commodore in the Rocket Lane at the moment. Roy will be up next, I would say. But luckily enough, they don't have to worry about having the wrong dial in, right?
No. Yeah,
That's not
you're
my
not
time
looking.
on the board.
Yeah. Tap him on the window, mate. You got to write your dial in.
So it's all good. Got Panetta versus Romeo. Panetta, big red on the tree. Won't even get a record on CompuLink, unfortunately. But Luke Romeo 982, so a bit of a breakout there as well.
He's getting slower.
Yeah,
Moving.
They're bringing it back a little bit.
Yeah.
Couple more turns.
Turn the wick.
Couple more turns on the stop, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, they were It was actually good to see some of the Supergas races out at Day of the Drags a couple of weeks ago. And they were running, not in the Supergas category, not to the 990 dial in. So it was great to see them, really be able to stretch the legs.
Good.
Make that pass. I mean, of course, they love doing what they're doing because they're always here in Supergas. Yeah. But it was just interesting to see the cars out, not on the stops. So that was really good. I thought it was great.
Yeah. Well, it should just, by some of the times, like even with the throttle stop on.
Yep.
Like that, and then so imagine if they kept going without the throttle stop, stop. That'd be interesting to see the times. Well, there you get the top. Look, 990 with a 7.
There you go. That's going to be pretty hard to beat.
But
if he was not red on the tree. But again, qualifying.
Yeah,
that's all right.
That's all right.
Anthony Panetta's obviously figured things out as well.
They're both
back where it needs to be.
Yeah, 997 on that 990 fixed index.
Beautiful. All right. And that was the end of Supergas. So we'll get back into bikereview.com.au modified bike. Before that, we will do a quick replay of that last pass from Supergas.
Yep.
You can see the cars jump out. Big reaction time advantage for Romeo in the rocket lane on that pass. All right, we've got double Birdo happening down here. Josh Burton-Shaw, this year he's made his debut in mod bike. He was the 2024 Junior Drag Bike champion.
Yeah.
So he's made his debut in mod bike, and his dad, Danny Burton-Shaw, in the rocket lane. It's on, I believe it's a new bike or a heavily modified version of what he was running before.
Right.
In Spirit Bike. I haven't spoken to him about that, but haven't seen him run this combo with the big extended swing arm and custom body. So 0.99 reaction time for Josh, but maybe not quite enough RPM on board because the bike bogged down a little bit there.
Yep.
But good to see a clean pass from Danny in the rocket lane. He had that shifting mishap.
Yes.
And on his first qualifier of the day. A 10.53 at 134 for Josh and a 10.97 at 132. It's got to be the dream, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Getting down there as a father. Your son's in the other lane.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, I reckon.
Yep.
Pretty damn cool.
Michael Richards now and Graham Horadam. Greg, sorry. And he's in the Kawasaki on the rocket lane, and Michael Richards in the Aeroflow lane on that Suzuki Hayabusa 1340cc, and you can see how, look at the different riding postures. You can see Michael Richards, well, you can hardly see him.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a riderless bike. Yeah. He runs a 994 with a 936 and a 1053 with a 6 at 129.12 for Greg Horadam. Wow.
Absolutely. Next pairing will be Robert Simmons, Simo's Workshop Bar and Grill.
Yeah, I think that's when you go to his workshop, like if you're a visitor, I don't think it's open.
Yeah, that's right.
During normal work hours.
Yes, absolutely. Gareth Wilcox, Team Digger in the rocket lane. Left the cherry on the tree there. He has been, I think, as Stewie pointed out, he's been working on getting the bike to leave a bit better down there. But Simmons at 997 with a 2 at 145. Good mile per hour for that Hayabusa.
It is.
10.15 with a 9 at 135 for Wilcox on Kawasaki.
Yeah, on 990.
Let's go. We'll get a replay on that last one. Yeah, a little bit. Big extended swing arms on those mod bike. So just trying to keep the nose down, but it does mean that you've got to put a bit more RPM on board to get them to leave the line. There's a bit more mechanical advantage happening. Just making sure that the deep end of the track is ready to go, and we've got the timing boards back up as well. And you'll see Jesse Barnes down there in the Aeroflow lane. He's on that Pro Tune Motorcycles GSX 1300 Hayabusa. a Gen 1 Hayabusa. And then Mark Davies down in the Rocket Lane on the GSXR 1000.
Oh, isn't that funny? It's got a dial in on it.
Two steps. Bit of a 090 red for Davies. Clean pass for Jesse Barnes. 945 with a 3 at 143 for Davies. 1014 with a 9 at 139 for Barnes.
Yeah, well, that's 183. Jesse Barnes, yeah.
Get a replay of that one. Certainly a bit of a gap there, but Jimmy Jock Stewart in the Aeroflow lane gets away cleanly. A little red light on the tree for Angie down there in the Rocket lane,
yeah,
but that's all right nonetheless. We will move through qualifications at 10:05 with a 4 for Stewart and 11:40 with a 6.
Oh, okay.
Cheryl Meadows and Sean Ricketts up for next pass. Okay, Meadows and Ricketts into pre-stage. Just edging forward there. Nice reaction time, Sean Ricketts 0-2-0 on the tree. Out cleanly. Beddoes is chasing him down though. So close at the line. A 9.36 with a 3 at 143 to a 9.30 with a 0 at 140 for Beddoes. Really good pass for Cheryl actually. She's been working on that every round she's here, chipping away on that Harley. Let's get a replay of that. So I want to see how close it looked at the big end of the track. So Ricketts of course got away cleanly. And the power of that Harley's pushing Cheryl right up to the end. Yeah, really close. Really nice pass. And that's Lucas Nego on the way down there. The Maltese Express. Suzuki GSXR 1000. 0.48 reaction time and 9.64 at 143. That was a super clean pass.
Pretty good.
Really nice.
Pretty good.
All right, and that should be the end of bikereview.com.au mod bike, and that should bring us then into Heavy Duty Magazine Street Bike.
Oh. Here we go. Yeah, look, all the sponsors. Yeah, it's good to see.
Riches down there. I believe he's on his Indian Scout this week.
Oh, right. Okay. That's what he was famous for.
For that one. He's actually had a lot of success on that bike, surprisingly. Ross Vanderhoek on the old Z900 Kawasaki. I should say old classic Z900 Kawasaki. Been it hasn't really wanted to get out of the hole. Vanderhoek's
no,
Richard's going to cross the line first at 12.97 with a 2 at 101, and Vanderhoek at 13.82 with a 0 at 102. Now don't let that time sort of fool you. Ross is a pretty cluey dial-in racer. So, even though it might not be the fastest bike out there, he's pretty consistent. So
yeah, well, that's right, Pat. Because if you've got a nice package, instead of having a package like that, if you get a package like that, and you're consistent with that package, you can be slower and still win.
Yep, absolutely. John Puckridge there with the Triumph Street Triple 675cc up against Colin Northcott on the Ducati Diavolo. I love that bike. I used to have one. I miss it.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I used to have
You
one. Yeah.
used to have one.
051. I sold it because it was going to come over all Italian on me one day. No offense to all Italians, but
Yeah.
you ever owned an Italian piece of machinery?
Yeah. Oh, I see.
When you
what
start
mean.
throwing more and more electronics at it, it's slightly confused, slightly concerning. No, look, it was an amazing bike, and
They sound great too.
yeah, and look, I mean, I can't say anything bad about Ducati Electronics because I sold that one, which was a 2015, and then I bought an older one, which was 1996. That's even more
Gee.
concerning. So, but nonetheless, great bike, sounds amazing, tough as nails, looks like something Batman would ride. But up next we've got Robert Gill on the ZZR 1100. Gets a nice clean launch out there.
Oh, he's off. Yeah, look at that.
10:38 with a 2 at 124 miles per hour.
Yeah.
That was Heavy Duty Magazine street bike. Q2 complete, and that will bring us back around to Street Fighter for Q2. Got a Street Fighter version of Guy Greenland's familiar
Yeah, but
wagon. He had the LSA powered Berliner wagon.
Yeah.
Which I thought, he's gone down to Street Fighter from
So
Super
did
Street.
you.
And I went,
Yeah.
oh no, this is a V6.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah, when I had a look at that, I thought, because I was saying that, I was used to hearing that we get it through the
the
microphone.
whine in the track mics, that's right. Yeah. So good to see guys still out here racing, keeping his eye in. I'm assuming we'll have to try and find him and maybe Stewie when he's roaming around today can ask Guy what's happening with the LSA powered Berliner. Maybe he's got some upgrades happening or
Could be.
some maintenance or something like that. Look at that Ducati Diavolo, Les.
Yeah.
Isn't that a cool looking bike?
Magnificent. I like bikes, but I like jet bikes for the shape you like in a Z pattern, like down like. Trouble is when you get to my age, that's the pattern you get off when it's the same pose.
Les, I'm 40 and I'm almost getting off my bike like that too, so don't worry. It happens to the best of us. But that I'm blabbing about it a bit too much. But,
Glenn Featherstone and Danny Stadelmeyer now for the next pairing down there. Stadelmeyer in that Ford AU Falcon. He's been very successful with it. And Glenn Featherstone and from Carlingford. But Danny Stadelmeyer, he's out there. He's out in front. He's got you can hear that Falcon. I think it's look at that. He runs it through for a 13.80 at 98.92, nearly at the magic ton, and a 15.25 at 89 miles an hour for Glenn Featherstone over here in the Aeroflow lane. Sean Dartnell in that little Hyundai i30. Up against Jordan Melham in the DKCJ Logistics, more logistics.
Fiat Abarth 695, Liz. Do you know anything about these things?
Yeah, well, it's the engine's tiny. I've got a Honda N600.
Yep.
Which is a little Honda Scamp. It's air cooled. Ooh, that was the little front wheel drive there, I think.
Bit of wheel hop.
Yeah.
The 695 Abarth thing is, it's got a 1.4 litre engine in it, but
Oh,
on the street,
right. Yeah.
it's a spicy little unit. So
Here he goes again. You're in 14.86.
there was a Ferrari version as well. They did an Abarth 695 Ferrari.
Oh, right.
And it was like something like $75,000-$80,000. It was insane.
Oh, wow. Yeah, well.
But yeah, funky little car.
Yeah.
Cool thing. But it's great to see Jake out here taking part. And
welcome one and all.
I like it when it's something different.
Yes.
You know? I mean, I've got a Commodore. I've had a Falcon. We see plenty of Commodores and Falcons, so it's nice to see something that's a little bit different as well.
Oh, right. Okay, it's sort of like a 008 red for the Aeroflow lane and a 119 green for Virilis over there in the Rocket lane. But the other Virilis, Christopher Virilis, gets there first. A 14.97.
Always a few Street Fighter competitors, the Virilis.
Yeah.
Family. Then we've got Bill Hatsey. He's going to make that solo pass on the HQ Ute. I think as Stewie mentioned earlier, he walked away with a handful of cash thanks to the Aeroflow Race for Real perfect reaction time combination. It's actually the giant novelty checkers still up here with his name on it.
Yeah.
Which is great. I'm just for my ego, I'm going to rub that out and write my name on there, just so I feel good.
And then when you're finished, I'll put my name on it.
We can all have a turn up here, so, you know.
Give Adam a go as well.
Yeah, that's it. Why not? So, very, very good. All right. Bill Hatsey's crossed through for a 14.05 with a 4 at 96.97. He's pretty close on that reaction time. 0.60.
Yeah, look at that, 0.60.
So, Billy on the tree. Very good. All right, so that was the end of Street Fighter, and we should be running across into track prep now.
Oh, good.
So
here it is down there.
Yep. We've got the tractor out there.
Yeah.
We'll get a replay.
We'll get a replay. Yeah.
And after this replay, there's Bill. Just making his way on down. Super clean old HQ Ute. That one. It's, nothing too out of the ordinary. But it's in Street Fighter class, which is exactly where it needs to be. Drive it straight off the street into Sydney Dragway and line up in the lanes. That's effectively what it is. So great to see. We are here at Sydney Dragway. It's the 2025 Track Championships. Down here, we've got all the great sponsors. We've got all the great competitors. We're going to do a little bit of track prep. We'll be back with more great racing just after these ads.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
We are back live at Sydney Dragway 2025 Track Championships, round number 2. And we're going to get straight into Platinum Powder Coating Modified, Q2. Here a few of the cars down in the tunnel, ready to rock and roll. You're right, Les. We were talking earlier about the amount of sponsors that we've got on board with the categories down here. Platinum Powder Coating with Modified. Great to see them here. And see Jess Turner. It's great to see her back for a track champ here at Sydney Dragway.
Oh yeah, super competitive and a super nice lady as well. I've met Jess on a couple of occasions over in the US when she was over there.
Yep.
And also here in Australia. So.
Absolutely, no, it's good to see. I'm not sure if I don't know if they're running the nitrous car again.
Oh, rightio,
They
yeah.
run nitrous on it.
Yes,
went away
that's
from it
right.
'cause it had maybe some reliability or whatever it was.
Right.
We'll
Yeah.
have a look, see if there's a bit of a purge as the car comes back, but may not be running the nitrous anymore. We've got Mark Tanswell down in the rocket lane.
Yes, well, I guess the first sign that she may not be using it is the AMD instead of the double A.
Doesn't have the double A. Yep, the good spotting, Les.
So
your experience,
mate, I've been practicing for so long. When you get
finally
my
paid
age.
off. It's finally paid off.
Yeah.
So
So
you're right on the money there. So AMD, so just no longer racing with the nitrous system active, but thanks to ETS Race Fuels, Higgins Raceheads, Kavanagh Auto and Wild Inc., that small block Chevy still has plenty of horsepower.
yeah.
And Tanswell gets the front tyres jiggling around that little front end of the dragster with the holding. An 024 red on the tree for Turner, 309 for Tanswell. Turner crosses the line at 780 with a 1 at 166 mile per hour. And 941 with an O at 130.
Yes, well, just a reminder to the spectators out there that with these the modified and a couple of other eliminator brackets they're going off reaction times in those seeding the racing, the future rest of the program in eliminations. They're seeded on reaction times. It's not lowest BT and MPH anymore. It's these guys are, and that's why you'll see perhaps a lot of red lights, and some of them aren't too far off, like being green. So it's a real art they're trying to perfect, and that's why you'll see that there's some guys you can say in Super Sedan and things like that, you can say Alan White will have a 0.24 reaction time, and he usually does, and the same goes for Dave Gruber and Sean Maher. They're two guys when you watch, the difference is zilcho.
Speaking of which, Chelsea Smith at 001 on the tree.
God.
So that team down there has been right on the money when it comes to reaction time today. Pete Brown not far off, 0.13. Still pretty nice reaction time there. 7.64 with a 6 at 177 for Pete Brown. 7.62 at 177
well,
for Chelsea Smith.
Oh, thanks for that, Pat, because I was just going to say that at the moment Chelsea Smith would be number one qualifier with that 001, and it's pretty hard to beat her, but like commentators curse, I'll zip the lip.
Yeah.
And
we dodged one there.
Yeah, yeah. So someone may get that 000.
Yeah, indeed. So Harrison Fletcher is down in the Aeroflow lane. He's got that 27 Ford Roadster with SRP competition. Another Mexican made their way up from Victoria. A bit of an invasion today.
Yeah.
George Bugarushliev down there, runner-up 2024 New South Wales Championship for modified. Race Max Direct, of course, his business down there.
Gee, that's pretty good. 013 and 016.
It's modified. It has to be one of the closest fought categories that we have here at Sydney Dragway.
And that was George Bukarezhliev that went over in the rocket lane. You're right there, Pat?
Yeah, sorry, mate. Just
I just thought...
bit of a backfire. Had a bit too much timing on.
Oh. Yeah, put it on the retard.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so, yeah.
Well, Harrison Fletcher went down in a 9.29 at 145 for George, a 7.94 with a 9.
Yep. Next pairing will be Brooke Rapisada, VP Racing Fuels, on board with front engine Dragster. Combination there, 464 big block Chevy, up against Gary Durrington. Another front engine Dragster, but a very different power plant.
Yeah.
Holden 202.
I like that. If I was to go drag racing now, and I never have thought I would have said this, I'd go for a 6-cylinder front engine Dragster.
Would you?
I like, yeah. There's just something about them.
The sound is interesting.
Interesting, yeah. And I mean, when you get them, they're all common. No, they don't have big fat tyres. No, they aren't real long in the chassis. No. But gee, it's. I reckon it's a sort of like a good handling type one you get. But anyway, some of them
are pretty wild. As well.
Yeah,
they could do with some big fat tyres or some longer chassis.
Yeah.
073 on the tree for Gary Durrington. Very nice. Of course, you're going to see horsepower take over for Rapisada there in the Aeroflow lane. 817 with a 5 at 166 to a 982 at 132 mile per hour. And I can guarantee you that no one from the Holden engineering team was expecting to see a 982 by one of their 202 engines.
Even Peterborough. But it's but that's the other thing I can't it's hard to come the GM 6-cylinder is such a simple engine. Yes, it's super reliable, but I tell you what, they're still hard to beat.
Yeah.
You get a 265 Hemi or a 250 Falcon, not a turbo one, or perhaps not a barrel one, but some of the older styles and stuff like that. And they still can't beat them. 6-cylinder records, and I think it's Joe Zulo
Yep.
For us.
JZ heads.
Yeah.
Yep.
With the front loop.
He was up here at Day of the Drags.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Would have been. Yeah. Yeah.
Paul in it there with an 0.78 reaction time, getting out in the T-bucket altered. 1:07.960 from Paul in it. Very nice. 7:54 at 1:73. Matthew Welsh, a little bit of a red on the tree, but still crosses an 8:72 at 1:49.
Right. Yeah, I like that car of Paul on it. And
1:60 footers.
yeah, not bad, is it?
Yeah.
And okay, it is a 434 cubic inch, but a 1.0.
Got to get it working. All right, Stephanie Heisman's back out in the Bantam altered. Great Western Auto Wreckers on board, of course, with A1 Auto Parts and Paint Supplies. And up against Daniel Moore in the little 32 Austin Bantam.
Right,
396. You can see Jamie and Marie down there, part of the crew.
Okay.
With Daniel.
All comes together now.
Jamie and Marie are here. I hope Frank's here with his little electric roadster. You should have seen it at Day of the Drags.
Yeah.
Frank, Jamie's son, took home a trophy for Best Presented Electric Pedal Car.
Yeah.
Well deserved.
Yeah, right.
032 on the tree for Daniel Moore. Big red light for Stephanie Heisman's a bit out of the norm.
Yeah.
For her, Daniel Moore will cross through for a 788 with a 6 at 169.
Gee.
Crew pretty happy about that. 887 with a 7 at 161 for Heisman's.
Yeah. Oh, that Daniel Moore. I know who he is now. Yep. That's
nice.
Yeah, it's good. It's nice. No, he's got that little Bantam going really, really well. And I guess his dad, Darryl, would have had a fair bit of input.
Might have had something to do with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, Danielle McCaskill back in the Mark 1 Welding NSW Dragster. Torquay Hotel, Harvey Bay on board. All these lucky people with bars and pubs.
Pubs, yeah.
Clubs to sponsor. How do I get one of those?
Yeah.
Alison Stewart. Well, maybe I should not get one. It might be an adverse effect.
There goes the profits.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
You won't have any money left for racing.
Right. Alison Stewart, LA Lubricants, Jets Racing, down there in the Rocket Lane. Both pulling up to the staging beams. 555 cube chef and McCaskill. 440 forward for Alison Stewart. Fast 002 on the tree for Danny. 017 for Alison. A 736 with a 4 at 181 mile per hour. Really nice mile per hour for McCaskill there. 765 and 2 at 172.
Yeah. But look, it's 100 cubic inches difference. And time across the stripe.
Not that much different.
No.
Yep. Just got a replay of that pair. Down there, pretty close on the leave. A couple of great looking dragsters making their way down the track. Good margin for McCaskill down there.
That car of McCaskill's, it looks like the old Coral Dyer car.
I think you may be correct. I think you may be correct. I think we might have spoken about that previously.
Oh, right, okay.
Peter Carlton in the Aeroflow lane has left an 031 red, but Mark Hall an 035 green on the tree. His Spitzer Dragster is going to get to the stripe in 7.82 seconds at 166 mile per hour at 9.12. 145 for Carlton.
Is that an A modified dragster? Yeah. AMG.
782 out of a 388 small block. It's working.
Yeah. 7, yeah. That's what I was looking at.
Craig Davies, our reigning champion for modified class. The fed up front engine dragster. It's a great. I love all the classic, the classic modified cars because they've all got a cool nickname.
Yeah.
It's really good. Fed up, very appropriate. 1065. I don't have data on the racer in the Rocket Lane. There he is, Gary Franks.
I was just about to say, isn't that one of the Franks?
It certainly is.
Ooh, just a little lift at the front wheels. Gee, Craig Davies. Ooh, gee, this is
a close race.
Close, yes.
Yeah, looks like Franks might get there first, and he does.
rounds him up.
Yep, 7.95 with an O at 169.
Yeah.
To an 8.30 with a 1 at 159. Don't let that result fool you, though. Craig Davies.
Yeah.
CJ is very tricky on the tree. Yeah, nice little hop out of the Franks Mustang. I mean, it kind of is a Mustang.
Yeah.
It's kind of not.
Yeah.
582 cubic inch of big block Chevy in that thing, by the way.
Yeah.
385 cubes with CJ's car. Just waiting for race timer to reset for our next pairing. That beautiful Tirana down there. I was off the air when Stewie gave the the background to that Tirana.
Yeah. I particularly, as I said, one of them, either Stewie Bennett or Chris Corbin, in Blaney, they own a bakery. One of them owns a bakery, but the other one works there.
Yep.
And I was there. I went to a car show at the Nublar gathering they had in Orange a couple of weekends ago.
Yep.
And I think it might have been on, there was a race meeting on anyway. Yeah, I went past looking for the bakery, which they may have owned one of them owned in Blaney, but I think Chris Corbin was the owner and Stewie Bennett worked there. I think that's what the thing was. But
Stewie's got the honour of racing Chris's car.
Yeah. And I know they were close mates.
Yeah, sure.
You know.
Whoa! Big wheels up from Stewie. Holy moly, that was a big one from the Tirana there. It looks like it's okay, but geez, I tell you what, Kane Mackey wasn't on the tree, but once it got out of there,
it was
moving.
Big top end, 8.1, 7 at 134 miles an hour for Kane Mackey.
Stu Bennett looks like the car's kept everything inside, which is good to see when you've got a big wheel stand like that. It's exciting, but it can be a lot of damage.
Oh yeah,
unfortunately. So
yeah, usually the front end goes like that.
Yep, or your sump gets a little bit concaved rather than. But nonetheless, you can hear the sound of Top Sportsman coming through for their second qualifier. Let's get a replay of that massive wheel stand from Stu Bennett.
Yeah,
up it goes. Oh, comes down real hard. So yeah, Stu cut the throttle as it pointed skyward, as anyone would do.
Yeah.
It came down pretty hard, but yeah, it looks like he's gotten away with it. So hopefully they'll get that back to the pits, make sure all the steering geometry is where it needs to be.
Yes, well, I can't remember if it's got wheelie bars.
No, it doesn't.
No,
doesn't. Just got big old fat tyres and.
It wouldn't get up that high if it had wheelie bars, would it? Yeah.
No. All right, so Top Sportsman back to the line now. Nathan Cooper in the Gemini. I believe we were talking about John Smorach earlier. I believe he had something to do with this car, getting it straightened out.
All right.
And then Tony Heisman's there in the Auto 1 orange Chevy Camaro, 632 cubes of the General's finest.
Lot, isn't it?
It certainly is. Bit of a stumble there for Cooper as he comes off the line, but great reaction time, 010.
Gee, look at that. 8.0 to an 8.8, 8.054 for Tony Heisman's in the rocket lane, and an 8.818.
Certainly can see the cubic inches reflecting the mile per hour there.
Yeah.
But
big top end charge.
Absolutely. Now next pairing through.
Yeah, we're going to Top Sportsman, aren't we? And yes, it is. Mixed Metal Roofing. Mixed Metal Roofing. Sponsoring the next bracket. Top Sportsman. Mixed Metal Roofing Sportsman. And and we thank Platinum Power Coating for sponsoring the modified bracket that has just gone through. We thank those sponsors very much, and it's always good to, if we mentioned over the air and people take note of it, And these days with all the www.com.au, well, if you say the name a couple of times and mix metal roofing, it's a lot easier to remember than all those all the other ones. But still, we thank all our sponsors for sponsoring the whole series, the New South Wales Drag Racing Championships series that we run here, and also the individual bracket sponsors. So that's really we really appreciate it, and so do the competitors as well, because they know there's something to strive for towards the end of the meeting. They get their thrills and everything during racing, but whoa, look at that Fontana car, powered car that Boscovich's. He spent a lot of time tiptoeing down the lane there. Josh Boscovich in the Aeroflow lane runs an 8:019 at 167 and an 8:013 for Son of Matter at 174, an 8:019 and an 8:013. A 006 difference between those two across the line. So very, very close racing, which is what we all like. And now we've got John Beckingham from South Bathurst in the JB Automotive Ford XY Ute, running a Ford 399. Oh, that'd be some sort of stroker. But a lot of races these days here in Australia and abroad are come up with different combinations due to bore sizes. Well, you're pretty restricted sometimes in bore sizes by the piston rings and everything that you can get. But they alter the stroke, and if no one makes the suitable crankshaft, well, they just weld some extra material on and then change the centre of the crankshaft. Thomas Leake from Gurgong in New South Wales, just a nice part of New South Wales down there, outside of Queanbeyan and next to Jerrabomberra. Peggy's Auto Trim, or Peg's Auto Trim, Pontiac Grand Am, Chevy 548, something there going wrong with that. You can see, I'm too busy looking at the screen here. But then John Beckingham, he doesn't trundle on through, he races on through there in that Ford XY Ute. Runs a 85 at 156.72, which is sort of motoring along. Thomas Leake there, he must have jumped the start line because it recorded nothing here, and so he'll have to come around in the third qualifying session and see if he can make a decent impression on his time, or stamp a performance that gets him up the field a little bit. So now in the Aeroflow lane, we now have George Matter in the Holden LH Tirana running a Chevy 632. 632, I thought those big Hemis were getting big, but 632 Chev. Up against Lisa Sargent. Well, it looks like both Lisa and the partner there have stepped up into new cars, and this looks very resplendent in the that Bickle Camaro with running a Dart 600. Crikey! And so she's been coming to terms with this new car, doing pretty well too, I might add. And George Matter there, A Civil, Drill Tech Solutions, Holden LH. Oh, Lisa out there, left before the third amber. She will get it. The time and everything will be recorded. She runs an 863 with a 4 at 172, and for George Matter, a 797 at 171 miles an hour over in the Aeroflow lane. Lisa Sargent left before the third amber. If she'd left any earlier, well, she wouldn't have recorded a time. So that's just the way it is. Brett O'Connor now and Owen James. O'Connor in the Aeroflow lane from Landilo in New South Wales, which is just up on the way out to Richmond, I think, Richmond or Windsor. Landolo, Jay's Custom Fabrication, Chevy Camaro, big block Chev, 636 cubes, Creative Displays and Joinery, and Jenkins Performance Engines. I don't know if it's Bill Jenkins, but it still could be. Owen Jones in the Rocket Lane, the Ford Cortina, Ford 427. Wow, that's I wonder if it's a Windsor or anything, or if it's a genuine 427, whether it be a side oiler or a single overhead cam. But if it's a single overhead cam, they'll soon let you know. Look at the car of O'Connor, double red light, an 030 red light for O'Connor. It doesn't matter, runs a 721 at 195 miles an hour, and an 869 at 155 for Owen James, who had a 057 red light. But they're free here. Now, had there been eliminations, the one with the lower red light would have been declared the winner. James Barnes, solo here in the Ford Mustang, the Boss 440, the Boss 440 over there in the Rocket Lane. Looks like a solo pass up. We must be coming down to a couple of towards the end of the bracket there in Top Sportsman. Let's see how we just... Oh, 005 on the money there. Runs and get through. Plenty of revs at the top end. 858 with a 9 at 156 miles per hour. Well...
All right, and that is the sound of Boosted Outlaws. You can see Curtis Reed and Anthony Bull down there on the track. They are out for their second qualifying run. But right at this moment, I'm actually joined by another Boosted Outlaw, namely one Brittany Olive, 2024 Track Championships Boosted Outlaw winner. Welcome, Brittany.
Thank you for having me. It's
No worries.
very nice up here.
Yeah.
Different type of track view for me.
Yeah, different perspective, right?
Yeah, it's actually quite cool.
You're going to hang around and take some notes, watch some people make some passes and take some notes?
I love watching this class, and I love competing in it, but I always love just to watch it and just enjoy it.
It's definitely great to see. It's great to hear. And as I mentioned, you came home with a win last year. You were the Track Championships Boosted Outlaws winner.
Yes, we flew that flag.
So you had you've got your photo hanging on the side of the tower here, which is pretty cool.
Everyone check out my big head on the wall. I'm just joking. Don't look at it.
So that's all up there. But obviously, drag racing seems like it's a bit of a solo sport. It's one person in the car, but there's a huge team behind you to get you there. So tell me about the team that sort of supported you and got you out here. Give a few shout-outs to your sponsors and whatnot.
Oh, yeah. I'm just going to watch this first.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the trick, right? We're going to talk to you while you're talking. Curtis Reed there, an 015 reaction time, crosses for a 669 at 208 mile per hour. They've got that Maya Dragster really tuned up, and 810 for Anthony Bull in the Rocket Lane.
That was so cool to watch from up here.
Yeah.
Congrats, guys.
This is going to be tricky to keep you focused.
I know. I'm so sorry. But yeah,
No,
like
last
year we had a cracker year, but it didn't start the way we wanted it to, but it ended the way that we never expected. So we're really grateful for that. And, I can't thank A Civil Motorsports enough. The family, they're more than just sponsors. They are my family now. And, I just really appreciate all the efforts they go to, and just generally, not even being like a sponsor side, but just general support, being there for me, encouraging me, and checking in on me, making sure I'm all good after every pass is, and really pushing me to be better. To not let me get in my head and start panicking and things like that, and just really keeping confidence was something that I really appreciated from all of them last year. And, I've got a few little other sponsors like MJ's Mobile Mechanics, they help all the time, and, my whole family, oh my goodness. This is a family sport for us, and this is why we do it. We have so much fun doing it. And, my mum and my dad, they sacrifice so much of their time, just to come support me and let me live this dream of mine. And I couldn't do this without them 100%. And I couldn't say enough thank yous. I wish.
I totally understand. And I think as a parent as well, I can sort of say that aside from your adopted family and your new sponsor families and things like that, your parents are doing this because it's the only thing that they want to do as well. So that's why it's really. I think it's really heartwarming when it comes down to drag racing being a family sport. Most of the time, it's pretty rare that you'll see competitors that don't have family around them, or ingrained and second and third generation racers. And that's what makes our sport really interesting and can separate it a little bit from other types of motorsports. As we just see Sean Leifting down there in that Noonan-powered T-Bucket Altered up against Chris Denny. This is actually, I think, the same pairing from Q1. Both of them were going through their start line process, so it's good to see.
These are both wicked cars.
Awesome cars. Yeah, absolutely.
They're just awesome. I know the Denny family quite well, and it's good to see them back out here again after last year. And I'm just so proud of these guys. And
they had some great success at Day of the Drags a couple of weeks ago as well. So went home with some silverware.
Yeah, and that's always it's always a confidence boost for them. So it's really good to see them. I love this class because it's all so different all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, look, let's sort of just address the elephant in the room. You're talking to me up here instead of being down in the lanes. So what's the story there?
Well, as much as I would absolutely love to be down there competing with all the boys, we've been busy. We've been a bit busy. Obviously we competed at Tailem Bend in February, and we debuted in Pro Alcohol for the first time, which was pretty cool. It's sort of a goal that sort of popped up out of nowhere that we were like, why not? Let's give it a go. And we've been thrilled with it. Honestly, it was a tough meeting. I'm going to be honest, personally, but it was good to go and run some quick numbers. And we finished the end of last year in 2024 with my first fives, which was cool. So we got to do that here, and
like we can see, Chris Denny's got away cleanly, no 8.6, 1.12, but Sean Lifting's had something not quite go right down there with that combination. So we'll get track crew and team crew will suss out what's happening there. Sean's out of it. Yeah, certainly they haven't got a bunch of laps on this combination, so still a little bit of figuring out to be done there, but if there's a team that'll get their heads around it, that's one of them.
Oh, 100%. And that's a quick car too.
Oh, yeah.
That one is... I've only raced it once, and it's, it was definitely hot on my heels, I can tell you that.
That's right. Well, I mean, look, we can't take anything away from the sort of mile per hour that you've been throwing down the track as well in your dragster, so that's...
you know what? It doesn't even feel like that. I know it sounds so silly, but it's always a shock sometimes.
Yep.
And then sometimes it's like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It's like that old saying, right? If it feels slow, it was fast.
Yeah, that's what my fives felt like. So when they told me it was a 5, it was I was believe it or not, I was thoroughly shocked. But that was cool, and hence why obviously we're not here. We're racing as much as I want to be. We're making a few modifications to our car. It is getting a bit faster. Obviously, it's picking up mile per hour on me, and so we're making it a bit more comfortable for me. We're making some modifications to my seat, so I can sit a bit more comfortable. A few computer things, a few mechanical things. Won't give too much away.
Don't give too much away.
No, but it's cool. It's one of those things that we've been able to give it a go. So why not? And we're looking to compete in Nitro Champs in May.
Awesome.
Which would be cool. So it seems like a good field. So which is always the better part.
Yeah, I think you're going to have a busy crew chief if you're here at Nitro Champs, right? So,
yes,
yeah.
we're going to be very busy.
Yeah. But that's all right. You wouldn't have it any other way, right? You want to put on display for everyone when you've got all the eyes on.
I try not to think about the eyes, you know. It's
well,
one thing as a driver that you really got to work on. Like everyone just thinks you can just get in the car and just go.
Yep.
But it's the little things like that where, you know, people are watching and, you know, things like that really, it can get to you over time if you don't tackle it, you know. So that's one thing that personally for myself, like obviously having an Olive last name also doesn't help. But no, I'm proud. Thanks, Dad. If you're listening, hi, Dad. Yeah. No, I'm so proud to have the Olive last name. You know, he's worked so hard with what he's done in his career, and you know, never say never. But you know, I'm here to try and do a bit for me and have a bit of fun whilst we're at it. We're loving it, and you know, with the Matter family, we go away racing all together, and that's just an absolute ball. So we're looking forward to it.
I think it's really important that you talk about, you know, the way of you sort of get in the zone, or you know, focus, or your flow state, whatever it is that you want to call it. I think it's important for especially our juniors to hear things like, because you know, like it or not, you're a role model for you know, a lot of people down there. A lot of the younger kids down there, because they see, hey, look, you know, Brittany's been able to do this, or maybe I can do that as well, but I'm struggling with X, Y, Z. Yeah, that might be an issue. So what are some of the things that you do in your, say, your start line procedure, or even your prep procedure in the lanes to get focused and block out all those eyes, as you say?
It is quite hard, and you know what, and you'll never get a hang of it, unfortunately, and it's one of those things you just work on personally every lap that you do, and every lap's different. I know my first lap, I'm so nervous that no one can make eye contact with me. It's
don't look at me.
Yeah, please don't look at me. No, but it's just, if you stick to what you know and you just keep going. My dad's always told me, just go through what you need to do in your head when you sit in the car and try not to think about anything else. You know, he's looking after everything else to make sure I'm all safe, and that's my main concern, obviously. You just do your job. We're all doing our jobs. You do your job. And, you know, leading into a race and things like that, everyone's got different superstitions and things like that you do. I always put, you know, left sock on, right sock on, left shoe, left right, you know. But, you know, it's you just got to be calm. And as hard as it can be, you know, some of my best laps that I've done has been, you know, when I haven't thought about anything else or who I'm racing against. At the end of the day, you're in your own lane by yourself, no matter who you're with. You could be racing your best friend or your worst enemy, and you know, at the end of the day, you're there for you, and you just gotta you're there for your achievements, no one else's. So just gain on those feelings, really. Yeah,
I think that's some great advice, and you know, anyone that's thinking about getting into competition racing, or you know, anyone that's in it already, you know, all of our juniors that are down there, I think it's really important to take that away, that even the people that seem to be so far maybe detached from where you are, they might be, you know, in these semi-professional classes or even racing professionally, still have that similar sort of feeling. You know, everyone gets butterflies. I think if you didn't, it probably doesn't mean enough to you.
Oh,
right?
100%.
So I think that's a really good thing.
And I've always, you know, my dad and I, we've all discussed this. If you don't have nerves, then that's probably a problem. You know, like nerves are so normal, and it means that you're, one, excited, and two, that you have respect for the car. At the end of the day, you know, the car's, it's a hefty piece of machinery, whether it's a junior dragster or my car. You know, you've just got to have respect for what it can do, and you know, you're telling it what to do. So you know, nerves is completely normal. I've been so nervous before, but you just, as soon as the car, I know it sounds so cliche, but as soon as the car starts, it sort of just dissipates. It just goes away, which is the fun part about it, I guess.
That's right. That's why we need loud cars. Yeah,
that's why my car's so loud, so I can't think about anything else.
Don't worry about that. Yeah, it's all good. So if you don't have space to let anything else in, except for the engine, then that's a good thing. So yeah,
and
awesome.
You just got to trust, like, you know, your team. No matter what car you've got a good team around you. You've got a good family around you. So as long as you can confidently say that they've done the right job and they've got you there safely, then there should be no overall concerns about how you should feel, really.
Yeah, and I think that's another big shout out to, you know, the support crew, sort of the unsung heroes of drag racing, right? You know, I mean, the drivers obviously,
Yep.
which is the case in any sport, really.
Yeah.
You know, the stars sort of get the, you know, they get the accolades and all that sort of thing, but they're not going to be there unless they've got the big team behind them.
We just get to do the fun part, really. And,
Yeah.
you know, we're so grateful for that.
Yep.
And I probably couldn't say it enough, but they have their own fun with this in a way. You know, they get just as excited as us when we achieve something. Like, I remember seeing how excited my crew was when I hit that 5. It was like they just won the lotto, and it was just the best thing ever.
It's the payout for all their hard work, right?
And it's just, that's exactly what you want at the end of the day for your team. So,
absolutely.
oh my
A
goodness.
little bit of a jiggle from Brett White's Monte Carlo down there, but great to see him back out. They obviously couldn't take the line on the first qualifier, so Brett's done a bit of a John Force and ended up around half track down there with the burnout. But Lucky's got a good reverser gear.
Yep, that's always good.
Yeah, he'll bring it all the way back, and I don't think he's not going to make Megan run too far. That's it. All right, so we'll bring it down. So as far as, obviously you said you love the category and you have a lot of fun racing with your fellow competitors in Boosted Outlaws. Who do you love going up against and who do you hate going up against? I'm going to put you on the spot with this one. We'll start with the love.
You know what? I love racing all of them. You know, and it's a weird
so
feeling.
Diplomatic, that answer.
You know what? And it's such a weird feeling, and because you know I haven't raced any females in this class.
Yeah.
You know, since being in this car.
Yep.
And it's quite interesting. You know, but it is just so much fun with them.
Yep.
I really love racing Curtis Reed.
Yep.
You know, both our families have got such a long history, so that's a really cool moment for us.
Yep.
We got to do that last year, and you know, both two dragsters. You know,
similar
Reed
car
versus Olive.
combination. Yep.
Yeah, and it's just fun. Like it's just straight up fun.
Yep.
I wouldn't say I don't like racing anybody because they're all very interesting. You know, different cars.
I should clarify, when I say who do you hate racing against, not because you don't like them personally.
You know what?
Because who gives you the heebie-jeebies?
Nah, it's not anyone that gives me the heebie-jeebies. It always gets me. Is Anthony Bull. He's gotten me every single time. Every single time I've raced him. And he's just got a consistent car. And kudos to him, honestly.
Absolutely. It's a bit of a, we'll just watch Brett make a pass. He's up on that limiter, gets into full stage. Lights drop. 012 reaction time. 100.60 for Brett in the Monte Carlo. Clean pass from Brett down there.
Clean.
A 5.78 with a 3 at 247 miles per hour. Crew's got to be happy with that.
Yeah, of course. It went to A to B, and that's all.
Exactly
At the end of the day, that's the good part about it.
That's it. So
it's good
he'll
to
be
see
happy.
them get a good one.
No mess on the track, so Brett's happy about that for the track guys as well. He's living two lives down there.
Yeah.
The racer and the GM. We'll get a replay on that on the screen in just a minute.
It would be interesting for him too. He's got to go off a sportsman tree.
Yeah, sportsman tree is something different, right? So pretty nice. Had the shoots out a little early on that pass as well by the looks of things. But, getting back to Anthony Bull's car, I think, awesome car. Probably maybe considered a bit of an underdog.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Small cubes versus, some of these big monsters and all that sort of thing.
And in general honesty, at the end of last season, there was, me, Anthony Bull, and Curtis Reed. We was all sort of sitting at the top of the table. And I think, Anthony missed a few of the first meetings that we attended. But I reckon if he was there, he probably would have got me, in all honesty. And, he's got a good car. He's got it fine-tuned by the looks of it. And the Reeds are getting there as well, which is really cool. So, I don't know how much we'll be competing in the New South Wales series at this point. Obviously, going into a pro class, we've got to weigh up those options. But, it'd be really cool to watch them challenge it out to each other. And, Chris Denny's in there as well. And
yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a pretty tight field. Like, I feel like I say it with just about every class. Like Super Sedan was out earlier. I'm like, man, this is a really tight field. And then Modified comes out. And then you've got, Extreme Bike running now. Which is pretty wild, but all of them. Boosted Outlaws again is so tightly contested. I guess the tricky thing with Boosted Outlaws is it's such a fine line between getting that A to B pass, like you said with Brett, and then maybe it just not going the right way.
It's one of those things that it's a flip of a coin sometimes. Unless you really want to play it safe, but there's part of us that always wants to go faster, right?
You got to take a swing for it, right?
Yeah.
If you want a home run, you got to swing for it.
And that's part of the reason why we sort of stepped up a class. We're like, yeah, we're getting there, and we're like, stuff it, let's go have some fun. No, we towards the end of last year we suffered some engine damage, to our previous engine. So it was just sort of a naturally occurring thing where we could just go for gold, really, and just have a bit of fun, and just achieving some good goals, really.
Awesome.
So
And who's screwing the combination together for you now?
at the moment, Dad is.
Yep.
I'll trust him with that.
Yeah. There's a wry smile across the face of Pretty Olive there.
No, he's it's a challenge for all of us, right?
Yes.
He hasn't done this before, and he's been driving a top fuel dragster for the last couple of years, so it's completely different altogether. So we're just having fun whilst doing it, and we've been racing some competitors. When I went to the Bend, we raced some people that I used to watch as a kid, and that was a real
bit surreal.
Yeah, it was a really weird feeling for me. So, but that was so cool. They're just so welcoming, just like Boosted here. They're just so welcoming with whoever steps in.
Yep.
And at the end of the day, that they'll shake your hand and chat to you and things in the stage names. But as soon as you got a helmet on, switch off.
Different story.
Yeah.
100%. And so going forward in the future, obviously you've got this year is a work in progress. I guess we would say, but going forward, your goals, is there a bracket that you want to run in? Is there a type of car that you'd ideally like to be in? Like, would you like to get into a funny car, or is Dragster the only way for you? What do you feel?
I don't know. People ask me this all the time, I think, but I've just had opportunities face me, and you just got to take it with both hands at the end of the day. And if opportunities were to front themselves, then how can you say no? You've really got to give it a crack. And
no, I couldn't drive that.
I couldn't do that. No. At the moment, I absolutely love my Dragster. It's it's my favourite thing on earth at this point. But if points were to present themselves, then maybe. But we're trying to fine tune this one at the moment, because obviously it's not the quickest in the pack at the moment for Pro Alcohol. So we're running on the back end, but at the same time, the more consistent we are, you never know what wind light might turn on. Someone might shake, and then that's it.
Yep.
So we're just go put on a show and things like that. We can all dream about what we'd love to race.
Yeah.
I'd love to race a fuel dragster, but I don't have millions of dollars, so. But no, it'd be cool. But
There's some cool people out there that do, and luckily enough, they're on the hunt for drivers every now and again. So you've just got to keep doing what you're doing. Be the person that you're supposed to be the driver that you're supposed to be.
Yep.
And you never know what opportunities might come up for you.
And you know what? That's exactly right. You just gotta give it a crack. If it shows up, then give it a crack. But don't be scared to take opportunities or to put yourself out there. I never, if I were to look back 5 years ago, I would never think, that I would be where I am now. I was racing and modified, and we suffered engine damage there, and I thought that was that for a little while. And now here we are, and I'm racing in a pro class, which I never thought I'd get there.
Sure.
Which is cool. So, and who knows what the next 5 years hold? I'd love to do the fuel dragster thing with Dad. I think that would be the cool another bucket list item. But you just take one step at a time, one day at a time, and you just got to be grateful for where you are as well. Like I try and look back as much as possible and be grateful for how far I've come.
For sure. So, leading on to, let's say, I don't know, this might be slightly controversial, but it's not supposed to be. But not for you in particular. It's probably just me asking the question. Let's say you're the boss of drag racing in Australia.
Oh, big call.
Right? So just a big imagine what if.
Okay.
What's one thing that you would change to make Australian drag racing better?
Oh, that's such a big question.
Yeah, it's a big one, but everyone's got their own opinion on what drag racing needs in Australia, right? And a lot of people that aren't racers have a lot of opinions on what it needs. So what I want to know is, when you're a racer, when you're a successful racer, come from a racing family, what is it that you think that maybe we could change, maybe we could do better, maybe something that we do really, really well and others should follow? something along those lines. What do we need more of in Australian drag racing?
My goodness, that's such a big question. I was not prepared for that one.
See, I lulled you in with these nice easy ones.
Yeah, see, you just chatting.
Threw one down. Yeah.
Listen, I haven't experienced much else of the sports, like especially overseas. I haven't experienced any of that and how they compete. Obviously, that's a completely different ball game over there. I think with a sport like this, there's always ways to improve. Like you can always, push a little bit more just to be a bit more involved. Obviously, at the end of the day, our spectators and our fans are the ones that we do this for. Additional to our family. I think, we do really well to try and put on a show as much as possible. Obviously, trying to get people here is obviously a bit harder, with the financial climate that we're in. And that also comes down to racing too, for us it costs an arm and a leg and a kidney to get here sometimes, especially the higher up you go, you're facing more damage the harder you push. To try and figure out what you need, I don't think it's just one thing. You could say it's 15 different things.
Certainly.
I just think more harmonious, enjoyment. I think it's not about we're on a time crunch, we've got to do this, TV, this, that. Who cares? At the end of the day, we're here to have fun with your friends, your family. At the end of the day, there's so many races here that I've grown up with or, watched me grow up, and they're my family too. That's why we're here. And we're here to do fun things with them. And, just try not to put so much pressure on yourselves, I think, is one thing. There's so many things I could probably go into, but
I know it's a big question. It's a big open-ended question because, as you said, there's a lot of things that in anything you can improve. The 1% make up to a big change, right? But I think maybe to bring that back a little bit, we could sort of say that to make drag racing better, we need more drag racers.
Oh, yeah.
And I think more people here. And then more people to see how accessible the sport is. As you said, when you start getting to the top of any, particularly motorsport, the higher you reach, the more it costs.
100%.
But you can see the guys that are having a great time here in Street Fighter that have basically just taken their car that they drive to work every day and turned left.
my car down.
Turned left into Sydney Dragway, and they're having a great time. So,
I think, at the end of the day, I feel bad sometimes for sportsmen. It gets overlooked quite a lot over a professional category, and that sucks because these guys work just as hard as any professional category does. They're sacrificing their day to be here and their family, and they're having a ball. I think if we support them more and more, coming down here and chatting and being involved in their lives with their cars and their bikes and their juniors, I think it will really feed back into the races because it's not all about the professional categories. I'm only in the professional category to go fast, really. I just want to go have fun. It's not about, this, that, and the other, but these guys just do just as much. And, they travel the country too. And a lot of them sacrifice, weeks at a time off work to go to the Bend, to go to the Winners. And the Winners is such a big event, but it's not all, professional categories. You got to fill the whole day with street fighters and your bikes and stuff, but they're just as important. They're people too. You got to respect that they're out here trying to win a trophy just as hard. So,
and I think you can always find a champion sportsman racer that is only separated from a professional champion racer by a sponsorship.
Yeah, 100%.
It could be as simple as the budget means that guy or girl who has a killer trigger finger, is Johnny on the light, all of that sort of thing, and just needs the right bit of backing. So I think you're spot on, and to give everyone a little bit more recognition, and hopefully this little interview that we've done today has maybe open the door to get more people up here. We'll do a few more shout outs, some more races can come up here, we can get a bit more insight from the races.
And at the end of the day, we're just all people, right? Like, we're all here for the same reason. We've got either 4 wheels or 2 wheels, and we're just here to have some fun. No matter if it's a national event or a local event like this. And, some of my biggest achievements have been at these local events. And, I got to share that with so many people. It doesn't matter about TV and crap like that, You're just here to have fun, and doesn't matter about anything else, really.
We all just want to go fast. If it's fast, it's cool, right?
Fast, it's cool, you know. And I just think, you know, supporting them, chat to them. You know, even the professional categories. You know, they're people too. They're not, you know, so and so from whatever team. You know, just chat to them. We're all people. We're at the end of the day, we go through the same things in life, and you know, that's the whole point of the sport. Getting the community involved with the races is what connects us back. You know, that's why.
Let's go racing.
Pretty much.
Awesome.
I mean, I wish I could today.
Well, Brittany, Olive, it's been an honour to have you up here in
Thank
the
you so
commentary
much.
box. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for your insight.
Anytime.
We can't wait to see you back on track with those few little sneaky mods that's going on with the Dragster.
Very
And
excited.
keen
Thank
to
you.
see what comes in the future.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me, and good luck to all the races today. Stay safe.
Good on you.
Well, a huge big thank you to Brittany Olive coming up for an interview with Pat Elliott. And I just sent a message through to Amanda Denny because there's an absolute legend of drag racing that is hanging around out the back. I've already had the smile, and I'll tell you what, if you've been around drag racing for a number of years, I'll tell you what, Sydney Dragway is not Sydney Dragway without the quarter-mile smile, Bob Shepherd, who's here today. And I'll tell you what, Amanda, I don't know if you can hear me down in the pits, but I would love or honoured to have your dad up here in the studio for a bit of an interview because Bob Shepherd, you can't take the smile off his face, whether he's driving or not. We welcome Les Binkhurst back to the mic.
Thank you very much, Stu.
Mate, I'll tell you, it's just something that when you see Bob drive past, that smile is just on his face. It is just, you can't help but smile and feel good.
Yeah, you have to smile back. It's like a signature trait of his, and but it's pretty infectious.
Ah, it is.
So,
it is. It always brings a smile on a lot of people's dial when we see Bob. Absolute legend of Australian drag racing. But we focus our sights onto the track. Phil Armstrong in Super Street. This is qualifying number 3 for Power Plus Fuels Super Street. And Phil on the Cap Racing. Keystone Acoustic Panelling, that stands for. And also sponsored by Race Engine Development. He's on a solo. An 078 red. Well, I'll tell you what, boys, I had to go outside just to help out a little bit, and I can tell you that the conditions have changed big time out there. The humidity out there has raised up. It's a little bit warmer. It can be a little bit tricky, I think, for a lot of people. There's not much of a breeze out there, so I think from a diving point of view and setup point of view, you're really going to have to be thinking, I wouldn't say outside the box, but the more runs you've done, the more data you've got on your database, I think it's going to help you. But I'll tell you what, if the bracket races, they're pretty switched on. They're pretty switched on. I know that there's a lot of guys down there who've got their weather channels all set up out the back. But just like say big hello to everybody who's watching via our live stream platform, whether that be YouTube, Facebook, or Glenline TV. Welcome, guys. This is round 2 of the New South Wales State Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway, and we're just getting set up with the flags, which means we are about to get into Speedflow Junior Dragster.
And this will be qualifying round 3.
Yeah, the last qualifying round.
3 of 3.
It's really quite funny, you know. I had a few races out the back ask me, do you know what the qualifying order is? I have no idea. No. So I don't actually have that on my system. So, and that's not necessarily a bad thing because it keeps as a racer, it's got to keep them guessing. They don't know where they are.
No, that's right. But then when they changed, as I was explaining before about the now they go qualifying order is determined by the reaction time, not by the quickest ET and miles per hour. So it's changing often, and I hate to say this, but we are often the last ones to know.
That's
because
right.
we just see them as they turn up on the screen. So, and that's how it's seeded. And then other ones are seeded by the quickest qualifiers, the fastest, and the best overall ET. But it's been good. That was a great interview there. I really enjoyed listening to what races have to say.
Yeah, Pat did a brilliant job too.
Yeah, I didn't know he was a bit
job.
of a, sort of very probing questions.
Oh, that's the way to do it.
Well, that's how you get the best and truest answers out of people.
That's exactly right. He's done a fantastic job.
Yeah, it's good. Oh, geez. Well, that's now we're just waiting for the for them to, the bottom end down there to organise the safety equipment that we are required to put into place for junior dragster and junior drag bike.
Yeah,
I might add. So but the racing so far and the weather's been really terrific, and it's so nice outside. You know, like it's really nice outside.
Yeah, it's a bit humid, but I mean, I was walking around like I was walking around my area, power walking, so, you know, that's why I get so fast up and down the stairs, I think. Something like that anyway.
Well, Stewie, I could have done that 30 years ago as well, but I can't now. It's as soon as I saw that thing there, that you know the lift is out of order, I thought, oh no. But I thought my knees would give in, but they didn't. So I must have lost some weight in the last couple of weeks. So I've been doing a lot of walking. Oh yeah, you know what these things are? World's smallest violins.
All right, we got the fire up from the juniors. Jaden Banassif from Granville, the North Rocks Auto Centre C-Class Junior, who's currently sitting at number 25 in the qualifying order. And this is the third qualifier for Speedflow Junior Dragster. And in beside him will be Robbie Riteski from Queanbeyan East in the CA Motorsports Pinnacle Dragster, running in the B class. Now he's currently sitting at number 20. As Les mentioned, this is all done by reaction times. Now, generally speaking, at the higher end of junior, it's not uncommon to see them only separated by thousandths of a second when it comes to the top.
Yeah, right on, Stuart.
Top ones. So
right on.
The good thing about this three-round qualifying format that I really enjoy, I mean, I enjoy the racing side, but I think the qualifying's just as interesting because these C-Class juniors, you get one of those kids that gets off that single brake pedal at just the right time. And they vault straight up the order.
Yeah, that's right.
And don't let it fool you, ladies and gentlemen. Qualifying's just as important as racing.
Yeah. Well, if you don't qualify, you don't race.
But the higher up you qualify, the better.
Yeah, and then it goes in. Then it establishes a bit of a pecking order after that.
That's right.
So, oh no, look, I really enjoy junior drags. And I am old enough to remember. I've been around drag racing enough to remember when these first came about all that time ago, and it's just blossomed from there. We had always had good fields at these meetings, and because it's a state championship, an 053 for Runasif, young Jaden over there in the Aeroflow lane, but since then Robbie Risteski from Queanbeyan, he's gone an 889 at 72.01, and Jaden Runasif runs through for a 12.700 on his permitted 12 flat. I think that's 12 flat, or 12 flat. Is the quickest they can go in C Junior Dragster. So to run a 12.700 isn't too bad at all.
Well, 0.133 reaction time as well, so that's going to bulk him up just a little bit. No 53, as I mentioned. C-Class Junior, get off that brake pedal.
Yeah.
853, that's well done. And I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, I'm always saying this in big events for a reason. You know, these kids, you know, they're out there driving, but you've got to think of the people in the background. Mum and Dad, the sponsors, the amount of money they've got to put into these vehicles. And as Pat said earlier, you know, with the presentation of these vehicles, the professionalism has really stepped up in Junior Dragster, and it's just great. So look at that, 036 on the tree from Alex Rafalo, who is currently sitting at number 15 in the qualifying order, and Jacob Longo, an 083, who is currently sitting at number 14.
Yeah, well, it's very interesting, and now that we've gone, various eliminators have gone down that track of qualifying on reaction times. It gives us more to speak about on the screen. You can see the positions. Here is the current qualifying order.
Right.
But we don't walk around with it in our heads and stuff. We don't know because it changes from run to run.
That's exactly right.
So every 30 seconds it changes.
It certainly does, and I mean that's the exciting part about drag racing.
Yeah.
Not only have you got to get the reaction time, but you've got to be able to tune these things. And you know, speaking to a few racers out the back, these juniors are not the easiest thing to tune. but they get the consistency.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I might seem a bit biased here, but I always love it when a C-Class junior beats an A-Class. I mean, I know, yeah, it's all a bit of fun, but, you know, when you see a very, very young kid has got their eyes on, is going out, progressing through the rounds in a C-Class junior, and just, to me, you can see they're having fun, but also their racecraft as well. They're learning. They've learnt a lot in the amount of time they're in that one particular class of junior. So, you know, it's an exciting part of drag racing itself. Zane Condello, .048 on the tree. He was currently sitting at number 9 with an 8.07 with a 9. And Piper Bennett, currently sitting at number 6 in the qualifying order with an 0.33 light.
Stewie, last time you and I were accompanying each other on the microphone, I think it might have been it wasn't a street meeting, because the street meeting does a Wednesday night race for real. You don't get reaction times and everything, do you?
Oh, we get reaction times. We have a reaction time contest.
Oh, the contest, yeah, okay. So that's right. I forgot about that. So I'd encourage people to come along if you're thinking of trying to see how yourself and your car go on the track. If you come to a street meeting, you can certainly find out. And the only ticket you'll get is a time card. You won't get a speeding ticket or dangerous driving or neg driving ticket. So that's one of the upsides of it, of course.
And that's exactly what Pat just said with that interview with Brittany Olive. Just how accessible our sport is.
Yeah. I mean, you go to the other ones, you've got to pay to get into the pits, and you've got to pay insurance and all sorts of stuff. So Taylor Smith goes through there for a 775, 84.29, and Alex Rottenbury over in the Aeroflow lane a 775 with an 8 at 84 miles per hour.
Some fantastic shots of the junior dragsters on the start line, courtesy of Blendline TV.
Yeah.
How good does that dragster look?
Oh, look, even as Pat was saying earlier, it shows up the detail, and you can sort of concentrate, and then by that translate that to the people in the stands. But there's got a couple of more people have come in, as Brittany sort of exclaimed when she looked out the window. She's sort of hoping there would be more people here. But it was, I think there is a promotion on, buy one, get one free, or buy two, get one of those sorts of promotions. So it's well worth taking up.
Well, Edith Maggs in the Rocket Lane, in the Road Warrior Trailers dragster, and Savannah Condello. Of course, the Condello family, they've been around junior dragsters for a long, long time. Savannah currently sitting at number 10 in the qualifying order, and Edith currently sitting at number 18.
Yeah, well, that's not a bad effort in a field of, like this size. She's in a C junior dragster, and number 18. It's a pretty consolidated effort. So they can only go up from there.
Absolutely right. And I tell you what, some of these kids, they can string a surprise together. It's not the first time. I've seen a couple of times over the years where there's been 2 000s.
Yep.
We've got one of the Lucci family down in the Rocket Lane at the moment.
Yep.
That's Johnny Lucci. And Georgia Leafting in Speedflow Products. A junior in the Aeroflow lane. 0.33 on the tree there from Georgia. And 0.79 for Johnny Lucci. Great work, Johnny Lucci.
Yes, that is for a young fella in a B junior dragster and a 0 before anything. Look, I could practice and that for in terms of weeks, and I probably still wouldn't get an O in front of me name. It'd be O the other side, like 3 days late, 2 days late, things like that. So I don't really appreciate how these kids and that, how seriously they take their sport. Okay, yes, they may be having fun, but as soon as that light starts, it's like playing golf. Do you mind if I join you for a game of golf? Oh, yes, yeah, I'm just pottering around here. As soon as that second person hits off, it becomes a competition.
Oh, yeah, and they've all got the race faces on once they get into the tunnel or just on the other side of the tunnel. So
yeah, that's right.
It's great to see all these kids, and hopefully they keep progressing. And
I hope so.
We talk about it all the time, but sponsors are just so important. So Riley Udo, Murphy Finance Solutions, also sponsored by ITF Hire, Pro Tilt Towing and Low Fabrications, and Joshua Maggs in the Road Warrior Trailers, Speed Flow Performance Products, Atlantic Oils and BJ and SJ Lake, AA Junior, an 057 for Joshua and 042 for Riley. I tell you what, the junior dragsters, they've got their eyes on now.
Oh, they certainly have, because there's an 04 and an 05 reaction time. That's pretty cool, Yuri. That's what I used to work with a bloke who was actually he was chairman of Skoda after the Second World War.
I thought you were trying to do an impression of Chris Diggles.
Oh no! Oh no! Chris Diggles. Oh no! Young Chris is yeah. I've listened to him a lot. I've worked with him once.
Yeah.
And yeah, very interesting fellow. But his heart's in the right place.
Absolutely, it is. Alexis Addard in the Aeroflow lane, the ITF High and Low Fabrications and Pro Tilt Towing B Junior, currently sitting at number 11 in the qualifying order, and Charlotte Lifting in the Speed Flow Products A Junior, currently sitting at number 12.
Yes, they've gone through there. So Charlotte Lifting, she gets there first too. Runs an 8:23 with an 8 at 78.08. A lot of 8s in there. And Alexis, I should say, Addard over in the Aeroflow lane, runs an 8:73 with an 8 at 72.26 miles per hour. So yes, the times I've noticed you when they start sort of they determine the qualifying order by reaction times. Yeah, races become tighter and tighter, because they're really practicing and really having a go, which is good for them. Good for us. I always like to see people better themselves as they go along. So it's intriguing to watch. It's such a beautiful day. Gee, where would you want to be anywhere else? I'm sort of getting a bit sick and tired of football, but I'd rather watch stuff mechanical. All right, there's the next pair up we've got.
Well, we've got Benjamin Addard in the ITF High and Pro Tilt Towing Dragster. He's currently sitting at number 4 in the qualifying order with a .005, and in beside him Aubrey Maggs from Wallam in Victoria, the Road Warrior Trailers, Speed Flow Performance Products, Atlantic Oils and BJ and SJ Lake B Junior. An 8:33 in the tree there for Aubrey. That's a really good reaction time. And Benjamin Addard, a .041 on the tree, 787 at 81 miles per hour to the 8th mile, and an 8.55 with a 9 at 76.3 miles per hour for Aubrey Maggs. So, juniors, I cannot wait for round 1.
Yes.
Still plenty more qualifying to go. This is the third qualifier. If you've just joined us, the third qualifier for the Junior Dragsters, which is brought to you by Speedflow, and Speedflow also bringing you Junior Drag Bike as well. So, big, huge thank you to Speedflow for their support of the junior categories. And, man, I'll tell you what, if this is qualifying, round 1 is going to be awesome, because the reaction times have come right down. Everyone's fine-tuned their juniors. Jeffrey McNiff, a little bit too quick on the lights.
Too quick.
Savannah Lucci, though, .205 reaction time, so she's already gone better than a previous reaction time, which was a .346.
No, yeah, she's nearly halved it. Oh, she has halved it.
Yeah.
Oh, no, not quite.
Not
but
quite.
It's still a great effort, but isn't it?
Oh, it's an excellent effort. It really is. All right, Joe Princey down there. And, it's so good to have Joe here today as well. Of course, the godfather of Junior Dragsters. And Liam O'Neill down there now in the Princey Motorsports and Rusty Media Solutions. Sponsored B-Class Junior. And about to qualify against George Takalis in the Brick and Go bricklaying Hume Performance, Zero Error Racing, Mixed Motorsport and Plasma Man. Sponsored C-Class Junior. Great to see Plasma Man get behind one of the juniors. Because they're a fantastic company, Plasma Man. Used through a lot of racing, not just drag racing, but a lot of other stuff as well. Street based. So it's good to see them making their way into the junior dragster category. And I'll tell you what, perfect time for the juniors to come out too. Plenty of sunshine.
Yeah, track's nice and warm. We don't want to get it getting too hot, so it's good that there's a nominal amount of cloud cover, and so we're not baking the track because it brings out all the oil in the bitumen. As we watch Liam O'Neill, he and goes up the other end in 8.589 seconds at 74.26 mile an hour, and for George DeCarlis, he goes through for a 12.040.
Right, Jake McNamara out now in the Fine Line Motorsports and Princey Motorsports and Bank of Pop.
Oh, yeah.
Sponsored A Junior, about to take on Tegan Smith in the APM and Power Cruise. Double A Junior. Tegan currently sitting at number 6 in the qualifying order, and Jake McNamara currently sitting at number 4 with an 0.59.
Yes, Tegan very sharp on the tree, and young Jake as well.
Yeah, both
He's
of them
out with a 0.33, and for Tegan a 0.62. Tegan does get their first runs a 7.79 at 82 miles an hour, and 8.104 for Jake McNamara at 80 miles per hour. 82.86 miles per hour. That's nearly 83 miles an hour. Yeah, that's 140 kilometres an hour. So,
great job out there.
yeah, oh look, there, it's just whizzing through. Now our number 8 qualifier, the C Junior Dragster, driven by Emma Leafting, is now at the start line for her third and final qualifier before we get into eliminations of this program. So sponsored by Speedflow Products, and Speedflow sponsoring Junior Dragster and Junior Drag Bike. She gets away with look at that, a 0.004. Wow, that's a sensational time. Let's see what the total package is. A 12.46 with a 7 at 51 miles an hour. Wow, that's pretty good. And now if she was she was number 8 qualifier, 12.145. Very, very good. We've got one more.
Well, that just sort of goes to prove what I was saying earlier. You know, these C juniors, you know, you just get off that brake pedal at the right time. You can bulk yourself up the order.
Yeah.
And that kind of makes it a little bit more difficult to a certain degree. You know, if you're down the order a little bit, you could potentially get knocked out. And being that everybody is pretty much on equal points at the moment too, after that first round, because it got shortened, there's a lot of pressure on a lot of races at the moment as well, through all the classes. So Thomas Dawson out now from Naninga in New South Wales, the Northwest Parts and Performance, Armidale Windscreens and Mates Family Customs. C Junior, 0.578 reaction time for Thomas. I'll tell you what, that's a lot better than his previous reaction time, which was a 1.245. He was currently sitting at number 13. So well done, Thomas.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, he's really got stuck into it there.
Good on him too.
Yeah, he's attacking the tree.
He is.
So he's learning young.
He's doing a great job out there, Thomas Dawson. I was impressed with him at the last round when he's doing licensing.
Yeah.
And he stepped it up again. And it's great to see. All right, we're into Junior Drag Bikes, brought to you by Speedflow. And I'll tell you what, you might only be 300 cc's or 125 cc's, depending on the age of the rider. But, you know, it takes a lot of guts to throw a leg over a motorcycle full stop.
Yeah, yes, it does. I mean, some people just flat won't get on one.
Yeah. Anastasia Lucky, point
Oh,
005 reaction time.
Wow.
The 666 Racing Custom Kawasaki Ninja. And runs on through with a 9.80 with a 4 at 72 miles an hour. And Lincoln Delios with a 12.25 on the Noric and Antoniaso Racing Honda CBR. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Yeah, Antoniazzo.
Yeah.
The double Z is...
Yeah. All right, Adam Jordan ripping it up in the burnout on board the Kawasaki Ninja. Currently our number one qualifier with a 9.19.
This is the second Josh Burtonshaw. There's your burnout city. 3 days later, he's still going.
Oh, the managed fuel delivery systems Kawasaki Ninja. 0.306 reaction time there for Adam. And as he goes through to half track, 9.16 with a 9 at 75 miles per hour. Here's our number one qualifier. We've only got four bikes in junior. I think this bike here is licensing still.
Yes.
Team Digger. Albie Davison. I'll tell you what, I mentioned Bob Shepherd about always having a smile on his face.
Yeah.
You can't get the smile off Albie's face either.
He's probably
Even
having a great time here with watching the youngster go through.
He's doing a great job too, Christopher Davison, the All Care Car Services and Team Digger Motorsport 300 Kawasaki, and a 10.52 with an iron at 58.58 miles per hour. So currently sitting at number 3 in the qualifying order. Well done, Albie. You got to be happy with that for Christopher. It's great to see. This is why we love drag racing.
Yes, it's a real, everybody virtually gets along, which is great, even though, like people shaking opposition hands after a run and things like that. So it's really good. You don't see that in too many other sports.
No, you don't. Well, that's it for the junior categories. Big thank you to Speedflow for their sponsorship of Junior Dragster and Junior Drag Bike. We're about to get into Go Logistics Super Street. And I can see Robert Cardin on the monitor up here in the studio, and you can see it on the big screen just below us. I'll tell you what, Pat mentioned it earlier.
Oh, look
the
at
sound
that
that comes out of it. And
Oh,
look at that photo. Isn't that a cracker?
Oh, that's real aggressive. I'm frightened.
That's all right.
Have a look at the stance of it, like a nice big back. But gee, this is fantastic having that extra camera down there.
Yeah, I reckon.
And this screen here, we're sitting down, and the bumper bar it's at chin level to me. So, and we're sort of still looking up to it. So I could be underneath in one of those little domes that you see on the supercars, you see, and you see the cars come and they run over you. He could have hit me right in the forehead.
Well, it's funny being Robert Cardin, because obviously he's in the car and got the race face on, and he probably doesn't realise that we're looking at him. As Nathan Cowie. Nathan's another guy that's always got a smile on his face, and why wouldn't he be?
Yeah.
He's got the giant Killing Suzuki Mighty Boy.
Yep, that's a physics counteracting type of machine, like people have to check their calculations when they check out Nathan's little car. They say, no, this isn't possible. I would have thought that the motor would stay still, and when he hit it, the car would have rotated around the engine, because it probably weighs more than the body.
Robert Cardin, big burnout in the Bob Maslin Speedflow sponsored XY It's got the 412 Clevo under the bonnet, I should say. He's actually just got one of his other cars that was up for sale as well. He was in the process of building a Pro Mod style of vehicle.
Oh, good.
Has decided, no, I'm happy where I am. He's all the way up from Noble Park in Victoria. And Nathan Cowie, unfortunately,
we've got to push him back. Has he left something behind?
I don't know, but an 0.53 on the tree there for Robert Cardham. This is qualifying number 3 for Go Logistics Super Sedan.
Yes, the good people at Go Logistics.
And a 9.83 across the line for Robert Cardham. I hope I didn't put the commentator's curse on Nathan Cowie because I don't want to go down near his pit. If I don't come back, Pat, I don't come back, Pat, you know why. Pat's just looking at. Pat's just sitting next to me with a giant smile on his face, going yes. Oh dear. Now, All In Aussie Plumbing and St Mary's Engines sponsored LC Tirana of Emma Attard down here in the Aeroflow lane, and in beside her, well, I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is one of the most beautiful XW Falcons in the country.
Yeah.
Simon Bonello, the RPM Racing and Ours Race Glides and Pro Street Fabrication. It's got 428 cubes of Clevo power.
Yeah, 428 Clevo. Gee whiz, that's really getting it out there. I think they make a 400 Clevo, they do. It's called a Clevo M motor, and M stands for, I think it's Michigan. No, stands for something else. They used to use it in motorhomes and that, but that's a bit. Oh, gee, Simon there is lost traction, but no such thing for Emma. Emma Adhart runs through fine 8.92 at 151 miles an hour. Naturally aspirated. Gee, she's going to be tough to beat.
Well, I was just looking at the reaction times. An 0.26 for Simon and an 0.52 there for Emma. As Adam Hunter from Narellanvale in the Hunter Race Engines Ford Falcon. He's got the Windsor motor on board.
Yep.
And Jason Field from Balcolin in the Perfect Roofing Ford Telstar. He's got the 427 Ford motor underneath the bonnet.
Yeah, 427. So we've got a 427 and we had a 428 there before. So there's some big motors, you know, like those muscle car type cubic inch capacities that we used to have in the 70s.
Oh, Adam Hunter, 017 on the tree.
Oh, gee.
That's firing a warning shot to the other racers. And a 9.58 for Adam Hunter at 140 to an 8.78 for Jason Field at a 1.58. As we got the Tirana about to take on Jim Denaro.
Yeah, Jim Denaro in the rocket lane there from Engadine, New South Wales. Ford Cortina, Windsor 363. Denaro chassis, Denaro race chassis, and Western Auto picks assisting Jim. And for dashing Dave Gruber from sponsored by Cleveland Engine Service, that's his nephew, LIT Consulting and Specialised Towing.
Well, I'll tell you what, if this isn't a race, because these two have raced against each other in multiple finals. Look at that, 9.40 with a 2 to a 9.40 with a 9.
7 thousandths of a difference across the stripe. 7 thousandths of a second.
Yeah, not much in it.
No, it's hard to measure, Stu. That's Cortina's got a straight bumper bar across, and what's his name? Tirana's got a sort of like a little pointed one in the middle. That's that little dent in the thing that got him, you know, like that triggered the lights first. But all good to Dave Gruber.
Yeah, well, Sean Sabello doing a great job in the Holden Commodore, the Sabello Holmes turboed Commodore, runs on through with the 992. Joe Zammett, our 2024 champion in Super Sedan. He runs on through with the 10.31 with 3 at 129 miles per hour. So great stuff so far from the Super Sedan. Sean Maher, our reigning national champion.
Yes, he's, you know, with a Holden HB Tirana running a Chevy 414 up against Ross Bealby in that newly constructed, or XE, XE Falcon with a Windsor 434 in it. He's been going, if anyone can take it to Sean Maher, I think this Ross Bealby, he's been pretty sharp today in that Falcon. Gets out, oh, well, he's too sharp. An 0.48 red, Sean Maher stretches his lead out. He has a 1.26 He's usually quicker than that. Sean Maher runs a 9.28 at 143 and a 10.13 at 132 for Ross Bealby over in the Rocket Lane. So Sean Maher there, sticking with everything that he's been known for. Quick on the. Well, he wasn't that quick on the lights. A 0.12 or something like that, which was a bit slow for Sean, but nonetheless, his consistency in running, shifting gears, everything else, having the car set up properly, got him to the stripe first at the other end.
Yep. Well, we've got Victor Sologianis out there now in the ProTrans Automatic Transmissions. LH Tirana, also sponsored by K&A Race Engines. Been doing a lot of racing in this Tirana. He's taking on Lou Palumbo in the nitrous-assisted Holden HX. Great to see my mate Chris Castiglione down there as well. I've known Chris for a number of years through the car scene and here at Sydney Dragway. He's helping out Lou Palumbo this weekend. But keep your eyes on Victor Sologianis. Just picks the front wheels up on the LH Tirana. Look at that, Lou Palumbo, .086 on the tree.
Gee.
Victor's keeping him honest though. Who's got the win? And Lou Palumbo actually gets there first.
Yeah, look at that. 006, a 9.41 at 142 for getting there first. Next pairing out there, we've got Rex Webster and Michael Little from Forbes. And Rex Webster from Medowie in New South Wales, up Port Stephens way. And Mick Little from Forbes, one of the Little brothers.
Yeah, I won't repeat what he said to me this morning when I was on my way up here to the tower and I was on my phone doing something. But he made me laugh, put it that way. Rex Webster in the Austin A40U. This is qualifying number 3 for Go Logistics Super Sedan.
Certainly is. We get there. I think Mick Little gets there first at 9.37 at 140 miles an hour over Rex Webster in the Rocket Lane, and 9.63 at 140 miles an hour as well. Mick Little 140.61 miles an hour, and Rex Webster 140.37. Just that less than half a mile an hour difference. Gee, that's just shows you what can happen in 13.20 feet.
Well, Peter Violaris. Oh, look at that. 000 on the tree from Graham Blackman in the Queanbeyan Engine Services Ford Cortina. And Peter Violaris, a 9.43 with a 6. Graham Blackman, 10.27 with the 1. The green Sporty Cordy. Graham Blackman will be absolutely stoked with that reaction time.
Yeah, mate, he's worked, I've known him for about 30 years. He's worked 30 years for that.
All right, Paul Papacosta from Ride in the Go Logistics, sponsored Ford Capri with the 440 Windsor. This is such a beautiful car. If you haven't been down to the pits, guys, make sure you go down and have a look at it. I saw it on Wednesday night street meet, and it looked amazing. And in beside him, Andrew Little in the 67 Chevy Camaro. He was the runner-up in the 2024 Super Sedan Championship. And 018 on the tree for Andrew Little. But Paul Papacosta, the 440 Windsor, been put to good use. A 9.21 with a 9 to a 9.78 with a 7 for Andrew. As we've got what I classify as probably one of the best looking super sedans in the country. And that's Michael Melisowitz from Craigieburn, Victoria, the Mullis Truck Repairs Ford Capri. And Carl Chevy Taylor from the beautiful Northern Beaches, sponsored by Tilly Motorsport Spares, Taylor Marine Exhaust, BK Race Engines and ProTrans Automatics. Now, sometimes he runs Super Street, sometimes he runs Super Sedan, Carl Chevy Taylor, so I dare say he's got the big engine in it for this event. But tell you what, he's a great supporter of drag racing here in Sydney. But keep your eye on Michael. This thing is quick. 427 Windsor on board the Mullis Truck Repairs Ford Capri.
Yeah, Chevy Taylor, sponsored by Tilly Motorsport Spares, Taylor Marine Exhaust, BK Race Engines and ProTrans Autos. And for Michael Milicevic, he doesn't have any to speak of. He's probably, thanks to his wallet and his daytime job, he gets there first, runs a 8.78 with a 3 at 153 and a 10.23 at 131 for Chevy Taylor. Chevy Taylor with their 025 red light, and his opponent a 008 green. So some of those, they're outstanding, these particularly in succession of cars and drivers that have started off with a 00 in front of the next numeral. So we've got some really quick starters here today. Now we're running super gas because we're running on a 990 fixed index. So there is 4 attributes for super gas: fixed indexed, heads up, pro tree, no deep staging. You can't deep stage in super gas. Oh, I see Joe Polito. But you watch the big top end charge of Catanzarides Firebird. And he gets there first. Yeah, he got there first. Oh, too quick first. Oh, he's running a 994, so he's made the program. Yeah. Well, he's made the seating order. Next pair out, we've got Vince Panetta in that really little neat Toronto, and also Anthony Panetta. So the brothers there from, I think, the north side of town.
Yeah, this is qualifying number 3 for Super Gas with the LX Tirana. Taking on the Holden Calibra. Great family, the Panetta family. You can see Sam Panetta down there as well, just next to Vince.
Yeah, they're all mad keen drag racing, and I think they've got a body shop. They got a body and paint shop, or a paint and body shop.
Yeah, straight line paint and panel.
Yeah, I tell you what, they're good at it.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I've always admired the quality of the work that goes into their cars.
all right, so Vince Panetta currently sitting at number 5 in the qualifying order with a .151, the 10.05 with the 1, and Anthony Panetta currently sitting at number 4, red light. Not helping too much, but Vince Panetta, .026, and still goes a little bit too quick. Good one for Anthony Panetta, 993 and 155 miles per hour. As the Romeo family about to go head to head.
Oh.
Roy Romeo in the 27 Ford Roadster. Well, that's not the Ford Roadster, that's the VP Commodore.
Yeah.
He was the runner-up in last year's Super Gas Championship. Of course, sponsored by In Touch Automotive, Burson Auto Parts at Narella, and VP Race Fuels. And Luke Romeo from Murrumbidgee on board the Roadster. He's got the small block Chev, both of them 350 cubes. But obviously it's Roadster versus Sedan. Now Roy Romeo's just angled the car towards the 330 mark. And 60 foot, that's pretty much the direction the car went.
Oh, look at the big top end charge by the Roadster. Oh, he gets there first too, but it's too quick. 9852 against a 9859. Oh, wow. So 7,000ths of a difference across the stripe. But look, we've got red lights. We've got under and under the thing. So we've got red flashes all over the screen. So and that was the last pairing in Supergas. Now it's bikerreview.com.au modified bike.
All right, we've got Josh Burtonshaw on board the D&J Haulage Devil Designs Kawasaki ZX6R, also sponsored by Cement Haulage. Taking on Danny Burtonshaw on the D&J Haulage Devil Designs and Precision Transport and Cement Haulage.
Oh, well.
So the Kawasaki only 600 cc's, but the big Hayabusa 1,300 cc's.
Yeah, that's a big bike for... Oh dear, I love working here. Here we go. Now, Josh Burtonshaw over in the aeroflow lane, .104 reaction time, but no, Dad's coming hard, but he won't make it. 10.080 at 134 for Josh Burtonshaw in the Aeroflow lane. Danny Burtonshaw tries to chase him down. 10.32 at 135 with a .133 red light.
Well, Michael Richards out now on board the 750 Suzuki.
Oh, I'll stop that because I'll go click, 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 click.
And Greg Haradam on board the Kawasaki ZX14. Michael's got this bike down to the high nines on a Wednesday night street meet. He has been riding his Hayabusa lately, but back on the 750. Of course, Team Digger Motorsport and Racing was the runner-up in the New South Wales State Championship last year. This is a classed as a C-modified bike, also sponsored by Formation Riders. A 991 with the 6 and a 1300 with a 4 for Greg Harandam. So Michael Richards, he will be very, very happy with that pass.
Yeah, sort of. I don't know what Harandam's problem is with the... it's not him. I think there may be something mechanically challenging that's interfering with the performance of that bike. But anyway, Jesse Barnes now in the Rocket Lane in the Suzuki GSX 1300 up against Gareth Wilcox, but from Team Digger. But Gareth's way out. He got a 214 and a 269 from Jesse Barnes for the... so Gareth Wilcox runs it through for a 959 with a 7 at 144 and a 10.18 at 138 for Jesse Barnes over in the Rocket Lane. So we're getting to now, still modified bike.
Yeah, still modified bike. Robert Simmons. See Bushy down there. Because
was he?
Bushy's helps out a lot with the motorcycles. Hopefully soon we'll see him out on the racetrack as well. But down in the Aeroflow lane, we've got the Siminator, Robert Simmons, Simo's Workshop and Bar and Grill, Suzuki Hayabusa, taking on Jimmy Jock Stewart on the Hunter Motor Rutherford ZX14. I'll tell you what, don't discount Robert Simmons. You know,
gee, he's got it going this time.
Oh, yeah, 944 with a 2, 145 to a 10.36 at 145 for Jimmy. As Angela comes out now on board her Suzuki Hayabusa, which is her street bike, effectively, and Cheryl Beddoes from Ellis Lane, the Joe Curry Motorcycle and Transport and Edge Creative Printing Harley Davidson Destroyer. Gets the pat on the back from Joe Curry. This is qualifying number 3 for bikereview.com.au. Modified bike.
Yeah, she came on with a big top-end charge in one of the previous runs, qualifying runs. Well, she's got actually out in front now. Should be hard to catch, let me tell you. A 928 with an 8 at 142 for Cheryl Beddoes in the Rocket Lane. Angela Phipps at 1096 at 139 miles an hour.
Yeah, Joe Sergic just asking, is there a reason for the last night being green on the reaction time sign? Yes, there is, Joe. We're just trialling.
Yeah, a replay. Oh, let's have a replay. Oh, look at that. Beddoes is right out. Yes, sorry, Stu. You were explaining to Joe what the green light was?
Yes, the green light's on the timing board, Joe. We're just trialling the bulbs. Hopefully they'll get all repaired and we'll be able to have all those green numbers down the bottom there, so they're a bit easier to read, not only for the people up here at the track but also for everybody that's watching online as well. So that's the reason why that is there.
Yeah, Sean Ricketts just went through there. 0.56 reaction time in the Rocket Lane. Went a 9.37 with a 3 at 142, but he was beaten by his opponent, whose name escapes me, by the screen changer. But that once in a lifetime, he's been beaten to the other end.
Well, Alexis Nergo on the B modified bike, Suzuki Jackson 1000, 0.052 on the tree, 1.63 in the 60, a nice pass for him, a 966 with a 2 at 142. So modified bike really turning it on in qualifying 3. And that looks like that is it for qualifying number 3 for bikereview.com.au. We're a modified bike. We're about to get into Heavy Duty Magazine street bike.
Yes.
And we've got Andrew Riches. No, we don't. No, Andrew's not out yet. Sorry, my apologies. That's Ross Vanderhoek from St Mary's on board the Kawasaki Z900. Don't have any particulars on this bike down here in the Aeroflow lane.
That's the Ducati Diavel.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Colin Northcott.
Oh,
Yep.
Colin Northcott,
Yep, sorry,
yeah.
and the big Duke caddy. Not a problem, Joe. It's our pleasure, mate.
Yeah, Ross Vanderhoek. 009 reaction time in the rocket lane, runs it through for a 13:48 at 101, and for Cole Northcott in the Aeroflow lane at 10:41 at 130 miles per hour.
We're just having a look at some of the chats, and there was a chat from Demolitia, I think that's called. An AU wins. Yeah, well, that's Danny Stoudemire. I mean, yes, he drives an AU Falcon, and he's pretty tough.
He's a giant killer.
He is a giant killer. We go back to street bike. John Puckeridge in the Aeroflow lane, and Robert Gilb on the Wiimoto Kawasaki. A little bit of an issue getting that bike off the line for Robert, but John Puckeridge running on through with a 12:01 with an 8 and 112 miles per hour. As this looks like Andrew Rich is coming out now. You can see Albie back out from Team Digger.
Yes, Robbie Gill taking a little while to get to the turn around at the bottom, end down there.
Yeah, maybe a bit of an issue with the bike. And probably maybe just aborted the run. Well, Andrew Riches from St Ives, the Riches Racing and Team Digger Jaxer. Oh, sorry, it's not Jaxer. I think it's a Triumph, actually, from memory.
Right. Oh,
Yeah,
right, yeah. Indian Scout.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't seen Michael actually race this bike a couple of times at Aeroflow Race for real.
Yeah.
But Andrew running on through, 13:07 with an 8 and 101.039 reaction time for Andrew. That's excellent. Well, that is it for qualifying number 3 of Heavy Duty Magazine Street Bike. Don't forget, guys, if you love motorcycles, grab yourself a copy of Heavy Duty Magazine at your local newsagent. And next up, we're getting into Street Fighter. And we've got Nicholas Varillis in the XR6 taking on Guy Greenland in the Scrapyard Commodore Wagon. Nicholas out 0.129. Guy Greenland out
He must
2.46.
Well, he must have moved, stalled the car, and started again, because in that such, such a short time, you can't be that far in front.
No.
His opposition. But anyway, Nicholas Varillis got there first, and he recorded the quicker time.
Well, Christopher Varillis out now in the Ford Falcon, about to take on Glenn Featherstone from Carlingford in the Fenwick's Merino VZ Commodore. 0.23 in the tree there for Glenn. And Christopher Varillis, who does plenty of racing here at Sydney Dragway as well.
Yeah, I think he stuck his nose in front, Stewie.
I think he did. 14.90 to 15.30. Of course, a lot of the people that have tuned in via YouTube, Les, a lot of the guys tune in every Wednesday night, so they're fairly familiar with the cars. Maybe not so much the names, but definitely the cars they've probably seen. Pietro Tallarico out now, the NV Customs VF Commodore, known Pietro for a number of years. And Ashley Vincent from Marimba in the VE Commodore. Got the V6. And the .130. Peter, not a very good pass. 14.83 for the VF Commodore to a 16.909 for Ashley at 83 miles per hour, as this should be a good race. I'll tell you what, if this was actually a round of racing, this would be one of the races of the round. Sean Hollywood Dartnell, one of our track officials as well, in the Hyundai i30, about to take on Danny Stadelmeyer in the Ford AU Falcon. And Sean had a big, hard, long look at the light there But Danny Statham, 0.160. This is qualifying number 3 for Super Street. And the AU Falcon with a 13.92 with a 3 to a 16.57 for Sean. As Bill Hatzis comes out now, or Hatzinicolis is his real name, but we just call him Bill Hatson for short. And Michael Zara in the big Luxo barge, who's aimed the Titanic straight at the 330-foot mark. Bill Hatzie out 2.081 in the 60. Michael Zara 2.33.
And he runs it through there, and it looks like Bill Hatzie just streaked away there for 13.85. Get there first at 97.65 miles an hour, and a 15.84 at 87 miles an hour for Michael Zara in the Aeroflow lane.
All right, Jada Mellon out now in the DKTJ Logistics Fit a Bath. It's only got a 1.4 litre turbo in it, but it's light.
Yep.
And it's quick. So
yeah, it is. It is quick.
Now we took a bit of wheel spin off the line. Saw that right on the hit of the throttle for Jaden. 2.22 in the 60 for the little feet of Bath. And a 14.61 with a 1. 94.7 miles per hour there for Jaden. So that's something come racing. Look, yeah, it was red, but he's got it out of his system now. So
yeah, that's right. He's been going pretty well, you know.
And he can't discount the little foot.
Yeah, no, that's right. We've seen giant killers here before.
All right, well, that is it for qualifying number 3 Street Fighter. We're about to get into Platinum Powder Coating Modified Eliminator. And I'll tell you what, you talk about tough classes in drag racing, and there's not just Super Sedan, Modified. If you win a round of Modified, you have done a sensational job. We've got this beautiful looking Dragster, which from the back, it looks very, very narrow. And I was just looking at the camber on the rear tyres there, Les.
Yeah.
They're actually face out at the top.
At the top, yeah, they do. You're right, and it's very noticeable, Stu.
Yeah, I've never really noticed that.
Yeah, as soon as you said it and I had a look at it, just spot on. Yeah, they go like that.
Yeah, I've never really noticed it on the Dragster before.
But you can see, I mean, if you had a pair of proportional dividers, like on the, we could touch the glass and measure them, and sure enough, you'd have to widen them for the gap at the top.
Well, that's Mark Bull in the Aeroflow lane.
Right.
That's the Dragster I'm talking about, the Shire Automotive and Mechanical Spitzer Dragster. And in beside him, Mark Tanswell in the front engine Dragster with a little Holden motor in it.
Yeah, a little Holden 205. So it's, yeah, they're extraordinary. I really like it.
10.54 for Mark Bull. 1.10 in the 60. And a nice 7.81 and 166. Mark Tanswell, 9.36 at 141. So, good pass there from Mark as well.
Yeah.
As Jess Turner comes out now in the ETS Race Fuels. Higgins Raceheads, Kavanagh Auto and Wild Inc. sponsored Dragster. 410 cubes of small block Chev. Now, I'm not sure, judging by the denomination, she normally runs AA modified Dragster, but today it's coming up as A modified Dragster, so I don't think she's running the nitrous this weekend.
No, she's not.
And Peter Brown in the Sims Integrated Solutions, also sponsored by BK Race Engines. Geez, they built some good motors.
Yeah.
ProTrans and Race Max Direct. So this should be a crack of a race. Both these races been campaigning modified for a long, long time. Peter is very, very consistent. Jess is consistent as well. It's going to be tough. It's hard to pick. Thankfully, though, this is qualifying number 3. It's not actually racing.
No, that's right. We've only got, we've had Street Fighter, we've only got Top Sportsman, modified first, and then Top Sportsman to go, and then we're into Eliminations. Cracker of a run here. Cracker of a run.
Wow.
Look at that. A 766 to Peter Brown in the Rocket Lane at 177, and a 780 at 166 for Jess Turner over there in the Aeroflow lane.
Well, just did Will, 1.09 in the 60 out of her Dragster. So we're just going to throw up for a replay. I'll tell you what, this would be one to watch.
Yes. Oh, look at that. See how close it is at the finish line there? Spectacular replay.
There wasn't much between them. All right, Gary Durrington in the B modified Dragster, front engine Dragster with the 202 Holden motor, about to take on Brooke Raposada in the VP Racing Fuels front engine Dragster. She's got a 464 cube big block shaft in the front of the modified Dragster. Two distinctly different ways of going drag racing in a similar vehicle. But don't discount Gary Durrington. He's very, very quick on the lights.
Oh, red light for Brooke Raposada. I saw that, but it showed they left the light on to show which one she left on. Still runs an 8:21 at 167 and a 9:85 at 132 for Gary Durrington in that little. Oh, look at the reaction time, Stewie. 0:24 for Gary Durrington. So your comments were right on about him. Good at the lights.
Yeah, well, Matthew Welsh, who's one of our former officials here at Sydney Dragway, and as I mentioned earlier today, the Welsh family, fantastic.
Yeah, it's a great
family,
outfit.
They really are.
Yeah, they're really concentrated on drag racing, and you know they have been for a long, long time.
Yeah, of course, Matt used to ride a motorcycle.
Motorcycle was a 600cc. I don't know. I think
Kawasaki.
It was it? Yeah,
it was
something like that. Yeah.
Well, now he's back in the Dragster, which at one stage, Alison Stewart, or one of the Stewart sisters, was driving for a little while.
Yeah,
and now Matty Welsh is behind the wheel, sponsored by Southern Engines, 406 cubes of shed power on board from that. And Harrison Fletcher in the SRP competition, 27 Ford Roadster. This is a beautiful looking Roadster, and look at that, .AA through to a .006 reaction time. Oh, modified Eliminator, they are turning it on this afternoon in qualifying 3.
Look at that.
864 with a 3, 893. What do you reckon, Les?
Oh, fair. Look at that, a 003 and a 006. Side by side. Oh, 864 against an 893. Wow. Matty Welsh getting there first. Wow. Geez, I would like that have been a competition run, an elimination run.
Well, we just had a message come through on Facebook, on YouTube, from Gareth Wilcox saying, "Hi Stu, you out the reverse curse on me, brother. You spoke about me and then I said a PB. Cheers, mate." Hey, not a problem, Gareth. See, sometimes my comments aren't always bad. Chelsea Smith. Now, I had a chat with Chelsea when I was going down through the pits, fellas, and she was a bit embarrassed because Tegan's been doing better reaction times than Chelsea, and Chelsea said, "I give up. I don't know what to do." But the APM and Lucas Oil, slow traffic control and power crews, modified Dragster, the A modified. She left before the third amber. Peter Carlton, .006 red. The Swale Industries and Maxville Mower and Auto Centre. Front engine Dragster, 9.41 with the 3 to a 7.90 with a 1 at 176 there for Chelsea. So wow. I can see Tegan walking back. Hey Tegan, you might have to have a chat to your sister about and give us some tips for the reaction time, because I don't think Chelsea's too happy just finally. I think she's more embarrassed than anything. Alison Stewart in the Aeroflow lane in the LA Lubricants and Jeff's Racing Engines rear engine Dragster, sponsored by Scorpion Racewear, Denaro Chasing and Cactus Pipes Photography. And in beside Alison is Danielle McCaskill in the Mark 1 Welding and Torquay Hotel at Harvey Bay sponsored Dragster. He's running a 555 cubic inch shaft. Now I did see Russell Mills floating around down the pits.
Oh wow.
Now, how good is modified Eliminator? I don't know how you can't get excited about this class.
Mate, I've been jumping out of my skin here.
It's just as exciting as the qualifying for junior Dragster.
Yeah.
All right, the Alligator up against Danielle.
Two red lights.
2 red lights. Tell you what, Danielle had a stab at the lights, .006.
Oh, gee, whoosh, she drove around. Yeah, so Danielle McCaskill there runs a 7:37 at 181 to get there first over Alison Stewart. Ali ran a 7:67 at 170. So both those cars there, yes.
Okay, we've got a replay coming up to the last race. Alison and Danielle, the two ladies going head to head. As I mentioned, this is qualifying number 3 for platinum powder coating, modified Eliminator. And we've got George Bukareshvili out there in the Race Max Direct APD carbs, front engine dragster.
Thank you, Stu.
That's all right. And Craig Davies, the winner of the 2024 New South Wales State Championship in the Motorsport Connections front engine dragster.
Yeah, well, we've got Craig Davies, the winner, and George Bukareshvili, the runner-up in the 24. So, and they're at it again.
Oh, they are.
Oh, George got there first. Yes, here we go. Wow. Oh, Paul Lynette from Mount Warrigal, 23 T-Bucket. Thank you, yeah, coming up a replay. Let's get a replay. Oh, the dragsters are off.
They look great, those front engine drags.
Yeah,
don't
I
they?
reckon they're terrific. Oh, view. Oh, really nice. It's good getting that view. Look at it. It's
Yeah, it
on
is.
the screen there. Gary Franks in the Aeroflow lane in the Kuiper Race Engines 2007 Ford Mustang, big block Chef 582 up against Paul Lynette in the 23 T-Bucket Albert with a Chef 434.
I'll tell you what, Gary Franks, the car moving it around 60 foot, heading towards the centre line. Managed to get it back straight, but 7.99 with 3, 7.56 for Paul Lynette as Stephanie Heisman's comes out now in this beautiful looking Bantam Malted. I love the look of this car. Great Western Auto Wreckers and A1 Auto Parts and Paint Supplies. It's got 509 cubes of naturally aspirated Chev power in the front of it. And taking on Daniel Moore.
Yeah, young Daniel.
Yeah, the Nazy Bloom Flowers and Gifts, 32 Austin Bantam.
Yeah.
Also sponsored by Motorhound.com and NZ in the ACT.
Yes, young Daniel, been working hard on the sponsorship roundabout. But he's managed to snag a few, which is good for him, good for the team. Nice young fella too. Thing is, I can say about drag racing, there's a lot of nice people in there.
Oh, there certainly is. This is what makes our sport so good. Not just the racing is very, very hot,
Yeah.
but the people are fantastic, and that's what makes drag racing as well.
Yeah.
All right, Stephanie Heisman's Daniel Moore, .629 on the tree there from Stephanie.
I think, no, Daniel's going to hang on there.
Yeah, Daniel .141, but I'm not quite sure what happened with Stephanie.
Yeah,
The
but
.629.
yeah, so Daniel runs it through for 793 at 170, and Stephanie Heisman's there an 815 at 161. Daniel 141 isn't spectacular, but gets the job done. Stewie Bennett in the Holden Tirana, small block Chevy 400 into the Rocket Lane up against Tony Heisman's. Oh, the Chevy 632.
Yeah, it's great to see that Stewart has kept the Chris Corbin number plates too on the Tirana.
Oh.
Gets it up to the rear wheels, bang it down. It's a good thing that Stewart runs the smash repair place because, you know, not that I don't want to see any damage on the car at all, but I mean, the way it came up and it bounced, Stewart did the right thing because he normally drives a twin-turboed LS full tube frame car.
Yeah, it's
Pontiac, I think it is.
Oh, it's a very sleek looking late model Pontiac. A later model Pontiac. They've been discontinued now for a while, but very fast. It's a bit like the Fowlers, you know, like he put him in the same class as the Fowlers. He went from his own car into that the car that we spoke about. Wow, he went at over 200 miles an hour in a very, very short time.
He certainly did. Nathan Cooper out there now in the supercharged Holden Gemini 367 Cubes, a small block Chev with a nice Roots type supercharger hanging out of the bonnet. This thing looks awesome. I'll tell you what, if we get some pictures of the car from the front, yeah, a lot of people's eyes are going to go, that is cool. That is seriously cool. George Marta out there as well, equally as cool in the LH Tirana, running for A Civil and Drill Tech Solutions. GSNE Services and Ours Race Glides. He's got 632 cubes of shed power on board, this top sportsman. So, top sportsman brought to us this weekend by Mixed Metal Roofing. And 072 on the tree there for George. Certainly got the Tirana up and boogieing.
Oh, does it ever. Oh,
And
bodywork flying off everywhere there.
Yeah, I'm going to say a little bit of bodywork came off at 8.03 with a 7. Nathan Cooper, great run from him too. 8.59 with a 7 at 156 miles per hour. But not quite sure exactly what has come off the car.
Oh, yeah, well, it's... I thought it might have been the scoop at first. Which tore something, you know, may have taken something else with it when it flew off. So we've got, it's a shiny panel, so, and there's another bit. Yeah, that'll be, yeah, let's have a replay and see if we can see what it is. That's a great idea. Watch for the Matter car that's out in front there, gets down towards the bottom end. Oh, yes, well,
it was a scoop by looking at it.
Yeah.
All right, Salamata coming out now in the A Civil and Drill Tech Solutions HB Tirana in the Aeroflow lane. And Thomas Leake from Gugon in New South Wales, the Pegs Auto Trim and Pegs Auto Trim sponsored Pontiac Grand Am, 540 cubes of shed power on board. Great to see Thomas running the Pontiac Grand Am here at round 2 of the 2025 New South Wales State Championship Series. Look, I must say big thank you to the Marta brothers too, not only for having their own Tiranas here, but also the sponsorship of the Junior Dragsters, helping out Brittany Olive as well.
Right, yep, who we featured here in an interview.
Yep, you see Shane just behind the car as well, Shane Olive. But look, Salem would have seen what just happened to George, and I'm sure it won't affect him until they get down the bottom end.
Yeah, and have a look, see what happened to Sean's car. Oh, no.
Well, Salamata, bit of an issue getting the car off the line, but Thomas Leake, look at this guy, 7.96 with a 5 at 168.
Wow. Gee, Dad Bruce there, he's pretty impressed, but straight onto the phone. I don't know if he's talking to Thomas. No, he's just blocking his ears, I think. Yeah, just blocking his ears. There he goes. Yes, because Thomas has had a run in Dad's Pro Stocker.
Yes, he has, and he's doing a great job of it as well.
Oh, right. He had he's always been cool, calm, and collected. You never see him jumping around, or he's just, I think his biggest form of attack is his smile.
Yeah.
If someone goes crook at him, he just smiles at him.
Well, it's pretty good when you can come to a New South Wales State Championship round and you've got Bruce Leake and you've also got Joe Polito.
Yeah,
for Pro Stock wise.
Right, yeah.
There's a couple of nostalgic Pro Stockers out the back as well.
Yes, well, there's I see they've got a vintage or Pro Stock association, for
yes, they do.
so that's good. We back in the early days, when Pro Stock started here in Australia. I remember it well.
Well, Lisa Sargent in the Chevy Camaro, sponsored by Grant's Performance and Positive Powder Coating at Bathurst. And Kane Mackey in this, in the Holden HR with a couple of turbos off the small block Chev. And there was a massive bang. There was a lot of flame that came out at the bottom of it just before 330 foot.
It's still on fire.
And the car's still on fire as it goes down through the braking area.
And the fire crew off on there. We might have a replay of that.
Yeah, well, that's a pretty big bang.
Yeah, I thought it was a hasn't that car got nitrous as well?
It may well do. It's definitely got a couple of turbos that hang off that small block Chev for Kane Mackey. Lisa Sargent, 8.80 with a 9 at 170.6 miles per hour for Lisa.
My biggest fear is that where the starter, Bill Crewley's walking at past just to the 300 foot mark, that's all oil.
Yes, well,
because the oil line comes off those turbos, and then those turbos are so hot by the time they get to there, and then and that's when the flame goes.
Yeah, well, so certainly a monumental bang, and I dare say that Kane would have got a bit of a fright when it went kaboom.
Well, it was still on fire when it went down. Oh, well, when it got into the braking area. Here we go. Oh, see, back there.
Yeah.
And you watch. Wow. No.
So it was a pretty sizable bang there for Kane Mackey.
Well, it looks like we might have a bit of downtime. I can't hear anything. We haven't been advised of anything, but compared to that Bill Crewley standing at the edge of what looks like a dump there, it looks like something the size of Lake Eyre. Look at this huge puddle there.
Now, just mention about the Nostalgic Pro Stockers, and we've actually got one that is sitting just below us. We've got Owen down there in his
car.
Of course, that's a very old Pro Stock car as
that's
well.
That was
the Cortina. It was running at Day of the Drags.
Oh, right. I see. Oh, well, ladies and gentlemen, we might be down for something here. I hope the driver of the car didn't suffer any burns, because I can. Okay, thank you. I think we might just at this stage just go to an ad break, and we'll be back as soon as we hear something from the top end down there, or the bottom end, so to speak.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
I've chosen to use VP Racing Fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing Fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing Fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Bankshift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of Bankshift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, transbrake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue, often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all... This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
So as you can see, guys, we do have a pretty sizable clean-up. Get some live pictures courtesy of Glenline TV. Unfortunately there for Kane Mackey, the Holden HR, a massive lot of flame out of the car, a lot of oil. Dare say it probably is the bottom end that has gone in the car. So we will be down for a little while, ladies and gentlemen. We do apologise, but that's racing. These things happen. Yep. So if you're hungry, guys, make sure you do grab yourself something to eat. Got Top Fuel Cafe open. If you want a coffee or donuts, go up and see Denise and Mel up the top. Joe's Ice Cream is also down in the pit area, just below the stands. So if you want an ice cream, go grab yourself an ice cream. But unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we will be down for a little while. We've got a very sizable clean-up, but our track crew are getting into it, and we're going to get this done as quickly as possible, and we can get back into some racing.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Exclusive turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
I've chosen to use VP Racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, All shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bank shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all... This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Liquid turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to round 2 of the New South Wales State Championship Series. We've got that big, massive clean-up all done. Congratulations to our track crew. They ripped in it and they got that done as quick as possible. Welcome Pat Elliott back to the mic, and we're about to get back into Top Sportsman.
Thank you very much, Stu.
Third qualifier, and Owen James in the Ford Cortina.
Yeah, Owen James, so that OAC Cortina back out again. He's been getting a few laps in that car, so good to see him back down on the track. And John Beckingham, it's always great to see the big XY lift the wheels and point towards the sky.
Yeah, I've been away from the New South Wales State Championship Series for a little while, so it's good to come back and see a lot of familiar faces and a lot of new faces as well. But Owen James had good success with this car at Day of the Drags, of course running in the Nostalgic Pro Stock. And the OAC Engineering Ford Cortina. He's also got a very nice ute as well that he races now and again on a Wednesday night. Well, 002 on the tree from Owen. John Beckingham, 1.24 in the 60. And an 8.66 with a 4. And John Beckingham, an 8.55 with the 9.
Yeah, we could. There was no mistaking the noise there from the track mic. Everything's sounding great, but that 002 from Owen James is right on the money.
All right, James Barnes down there in the Mustang. Great looking car, that Mustang as well. Still kept the old style look about it.
Yeah, Brett O'Connor, this big Camaro, a lot of nitrous on board. That combination, it has run some serious mile per hour as well, Stu, this thing. So really looking forward to see Brett ascend it.
Yeah, it can be a little bit of a handful off the line as well. I've seen it a couple of times, but Brett's getting more experience with this combination. Still a relatively new combination for him as well. He's only really had it maybe 6 months.
Yeah, I dare say so. I didn't see too much of it previously, but yeah, 636 cubic inches of big block goodness with quite a hefty spray of nitrous. Gonna be happy with that. Couple of adjustments on the wheelie bars just to make sure that the car behaves itself. We've got James Barnes sitting there quite patiently. Jesse's hopped off the bike for a minute just to keep an eye on what's going on at the line. All right, both in full stage. It's 013 for James Barnes, red 012 for O'Connor, but he's going to stay into it and make that pass count. 7.39 with a 6 at 164 miles per hour. And 8.62 with a 1 at 156 for Barnes. Maybe down a little on mile per hour for O'Connor, so maybe not activating all the kits.
Well, I'll tell you what, one of my favourite cars, and I should say favourite style of body shape, is the 64 Chev Corvette. Used to seeing the split window, which is the 63, but this 64 is just as beautiful. And running for Alpine Manufacturing, 632 cubes of naturally aspirated Chev power on board for Mitchell. And of course, Josh Boscovich, the Wild Ink Motorsport and Merchandise Bosco Mobile Mechanical and Bosco Racing Ford XA Coupe with the nitrous-assisted 427 Fontana motor. And I'm just looking at some of the comments on YouTube, and Panel Van Man, who is one of our regulars on a Wednesday night. He is an absolute Ford freak, so I'm sure he's got his eyes glued to the screen to watch Josh let loose.
It's always an entertaining pass when Josh is out here, as we've mentioned plenty of times before. It is a clutch car. He's going to give it the dry hop.
What's going on with Mitchell Zara? I didn't see if there's no burnout.
Mitchell Zabbat moving forward towards stage with without a burnout from what we could see here. It's a little dry hop from Josh in the aeroflow lane, set everything in. see Mitchell now. I haven't been on the mic for a little while, Stu, but is this the first pass that Mitchell's made today?
I think it is.
In the Corvette?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Might just be doing a bit of a shakedown. Full stage. Bosco just bringing it in. He's bringing the RPM up. Let's set it on the two-step. Hang on for a wild ride. Here goes Josh Boscovich. Grabbing the gears, having a good look at the centre line. So Mitchell may just be licensing. We don't have that information here because he's just basically gone through and accepted the light and moved away from stage. So it could be part of the licensing process, but we'll see if we can clarify that a little bit later on. But yeah, beautiful car that he's got. Looks like a great combination. Can't wait to see that make a full pass in anger. Yep, so that should bring us to the conclusion of Top Sportsman. So a big thank you again for all the patient racers and crew members that down here at Sydney Dragway. We had quite a clean-up to be done, and the track crew have done an amazing job, as always, here at Sydney to get that surface back to where we want it. Some great shots down there, thanks to the blend line guys, Curtis Reed's Dragster. That means that we've got boosted Outlaws just about to hit the track once again. Just waiting on that Corvette, Mitchell Samet, just to get that Corvette back around out of the staging lanes. Funnily enough, Stu, there's not a great turning circle on race cars, if you believe it.
No, particularly in drag cars.
Yeah.
But it's a beautiful looking car, and hopefully we'll see that car go down the drag strip in anger.
No doubt about it.
Well, we must welcome Iconic Coat as well as the bracket sponsor for Boosted Outlaws for this round of the New South Wales Championship Series. And it's great to have them on board, not only as a sponsor here at Sydney Dragway, but getting behind Boosted Outlaws. And we've got a fair few here today as the engines fire into life. That's right. Curtis Reed and Anthony Bull down there at the moment. I'll tell you what, I know we just had Josh Boskovich's XA coupe go down the track, as you can see on the replay. But Anthony Bull's car is just as beautiful. It's still got that stock street appearance.
Yeah, you don't see too many late model sort of BABF Fords in in sedan cars anymore, but it wouldn't be a Bull car if it didn't have a blue oval on the front of it, so we're glad that it's here. And it's also a bit of a dark horse, like Brittany Olive was saying earlier. He's always sort of punching well above his weight when you just look at things on paper, the 412 versus, you've got a 500 Keith Black blown motor in a dragster of Curtis Reed there. Comparatively speaking, that 412 Cube Clevo is not huge. Plenty of other larger cube machinery out there, but Anthony's been very consistent. He's always good on the tree. So great to see him out here racing.
Yeah, so Boosted Outlaws this weekend, Chicago Shootout. This is round 1 of 3 for the Boosted Outlaws.
That's it.
Now Curtis Reed currently was number 2 in the qualifying order, 665 with a 6 at 208.71 miles per hour. It was a sensational looking pass. And Curtis really getting to grips with this dragster.
053.
Well, I was just looking at that.
053 reaction time from Anthony Bull was saying he's good on the light. 755 with a 2 on a 750 dial-in. Curtis Reed not too far off either, though. 673 on the 65 dial-in, 205. So lost a little bit of mile per hour compared to the previous run. for Reed. But, yeah, Anthony Bull takes that first round win. Next up, we will have in the Iconicoat Boosted Outlaws. Looks like we're going to have Ray Fairful and Chris Denny from Denny Family Racing. Wallandilly Smash Repairs, J Turnbull Truck Centre on board with the Denny's. And Fairful, of course, with Brad's Racing Engines and Coding King. Good to see them with a bit of support on their programs because great competitors, and we always want them to be here each round. So any little bit of help will make sure that they're here.
This should be a really good race too. Blower versus Turbo.
Yep. Certainly going to be sort of a short track race for Denny and a back half race for Fairful. We've got a 7:05 dial in for Ray in the Rocket Lane, a 7:62 for Denny in the Aeroflow lane.
So a nice short, sharp burnout there for Chris. Ray with a good, strong burnout in the Eel. Falcon, our number 6 qualifier with a 7.70. It's dialed in 7.05. Chris Denny, 7.62. Out of the Wallandilly Smash Repairs. Front engine Dragster. It's only 350 cube small block.
Pretty confident with the dial in there.
Yeah.
Qualifying time 7.62 with a 3. He's dialed in a 7.62.
Yeah.
I think Ray's looking to leave the gate shut on that turbo combination. He's run a 770 in qualifying, obviously very low mile per hour. But if he runs it out the back door, we should see that very low 7-second ET.
What was it? In Panel Van Man, blue oval, blue heart.
There's certainly some big Ford fans out and about on the stream and here live at Sydney Dragway. So once again, a big thank you for joining us on the stream or here at the track. We're about to get underway with the second pairing, round 1, Chicago Shootout. Boosted Outlaws, brought to you by iconicoat.com.au. Bit of a staging battle here. Denny's in first. Fairfield will bring the car up, bumps it in. Denny's going to leave first. A 1:09 reaction time, red on the tree for Fairfield. That will hand the win to Denny. Denny's run a 7.73 on a 62 dial in, and Fairfield, I think, saw the red light as he left and has buttoned it off and cruised in for a 8.45. So great pass. Congratulations to the guys down there. Denny family very happy. Good deal.
I don't think you can wipe the smile off Amanda's face, even if they're not racing.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen Amanda at the track without a smile on her face, to be honest.
No,
so,
no.
So that's a good deal.
That's great stuff. Of course, Boosted Outlaws, as we mentioned, brought to you by Iconicoat, who have come on board, and a big thank you to them as well. Make sure you check them out at iconicoat.com.au.
All right, so next up we've got Paul Wood in the PWW Builders Camaro. Wasn't able to make a pass in qualifying round. From memory, I think it might have had a little bit of a leak somewhere on the one pass that they attempted to make. But Jeff Sargent back out in that Anderson Camaro. A bit of backfiring going on
there's
there.
A bit of popping going on. I'm trying to work out what car it was coming out of. I don't know if it's Jeff Sargent's car.
Pretty sure it was. I believe they're looking at Jeff's car at the moment, just trying to figure out what's happening there. Yeah, looks like that's right. Paul Wood last time they had an issue with the reverser, I believe.
Yes.
Couldn't reverse it back, so he got stuck out there around sort of 200 feet and had to just transit the lane.
It's a shame there for Jeff Sargent. Would have liked to have seen that Camaro go down the track for the team to get a little bit more data on the car.
Would have been a great pairing as well.
Yeah, it would have been.
With this one.
So it's a great looking car though, that one of Paul Wood's. As you see the replay of Chris Denny and the Wallandilly Smash front engine dragster. Great run down the Aeroflow lane.
Looked like Ray, I don't know if the car moved around a little bit after he got that red light, or maybe he just saw the red light, went bugger it, got off the loud pedal and then decide to get back into it. So, but good to see a little replay there. Great angle to show you the amount of rubber under the back of Woods' Camaro there.
It's a great looking car, Paul Woods. 685 dial in, the PWW Builders Chevy Camaro.
Paul Woods is going to bring it in. Obviously a solo pass here. Nice light.
Just moving around a little bit in the aeroflow lane. 1.070 in the 60. And a 698 with 3 at 201.7.
201, very nice mile per hour.
Yeah.
For that combination. Relatively untested today, at least. So, yeah, I'm sure the crew will be pretty happy with that. It was a minus 051 on the reaction time, but nonetheless, they'll get the data. They'll come back around. You can see Brett White down there. Megs on the injector hat.
And of course, Carlos.
The Monte Carlo.
Yep. Now that last run that Brett went down the track, it was nice and straight down the aeroflow lane.
Yep.
It looked really nice from where I was watching it.
Yep. That was a nice pass. They went A to B because they missed out on their first round of qualifying, I think. Second round of qualifying.
Round,
yeah. They missed out. Something just not 100% happy with the engine combination there, but they got it turned around and back out again for really nice A to B. So Brett's going to get the bye on this run, which is a winner, but I'm sure they're still going to be looking for a lot of data, and they're not just going to accept the beam on this one.
Well, Brett's dialed in with a 5.70. He was our number one qualifier with a 578 with a 3. Of course, sponsored by Western Brakes, Newbie Engineering, APS, Horvat Smash Repairs, and Bodica Chassis. And, of course, this car's got a lot of history. And it's got the Brad Anderson engine on board, 521 cubes on board. Now, a 570, Pat, would that be where they want to get the car, 5.70? That's exactly where, smack bang where they want it? Or do you think they want to go a little bit quicker?
No, I think they're probably working off where they've been. I mean, they went 78, in the last pass, which I got to say looked like it did it fairly easily. Brittany was up here at the time we were having the conversation. We watched Brett make his last pass, and as Brittany called it, it looked like an A to B pass because it was fairly uneventful, and that's really what you want, right? You don't want your driver to be fighting the car the whole way down the track. So I think maybe they've had a look at it. They've gone, hey, we've probably got a little bit more in our back pocket, but let's not go too extreme. We'll just dial it into 70. I mean, it's the ET, it's the low ET of the day so far, but we'll just have to see where. We'll have to see where they get to, but we've got Brett at the line. The crew's looking spot on. They're doing the professional drag crew team stance behind their car on the line. Big RPM on board, that alcohol combination.
0.963 in the 60. I'll tell you what, Brett's on a flyer. 5.70 with a 1 at 247.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Fine Line Motorsports team.
570 with a 1 on a 570 dial-in. Guys, pats on the back for everyone down there. Give us a wave, crew. That's exactly what you needed to do, so big congrats. And what a way to just rub it in on the bypass as well. Here's a replay of that. Just carries the wheels through the 60. Really clean pass. Brett got the chutes out a little bit as well. I think he's wiped a bit of mile per hour off. So let's just say that it was a calculated deployment on those chutes with that dial-in. So.
Well, 200.62 miles per hour at half track. 3.75 with a 4 at the 8th. So, hey, that was a 560 something out of that car. Big congratulations. We're going to put Les Binkhurst back. Les is fired up. He's ready to go. I will have a bit of a break, and we'll get Les on.
No worries. Thanks, Stewie. Yes, and as we get across into Extreme Bike, we've got Deanne as a party and David Franks up here. So unfortunately, Brent Gilliver was out earlier today. We saw him not be able to make a pass. So he's withdrawn from the round today. But we do have Deanne as a party, the runner-up, the 2024 championship in the Aeroflow lane, and David Franks in the Rocket lane. Clean pass, really close on reaction time.
Yeah, look at that. 233 to 231. Franks goes through there, 765 at 179. And Deanne in the Aeroflow lane, an 861 at 163. Look at the difference in mile an hour.
Yeah, that's a lot of...
isn't it? 16 miles an hour.
That's a bit of boost between the two. Great. We just want to give a big shout out to all of our food providers here at Sydney Dragway today. Of course, we've mentioned Go Nuts for Donuts. The girls up there have been doing a great job, and we've also got Grill & Co. that's been here with the food truck. They've been very generous to deliver some tasty little morsels down to us here in the commentary booth. I'm not gonna complain or do a poor me, but we do get stuck here for quite a bit of the time. So to have a bit of to get
wow,
food, that's a big deal. Ryan Franks down there in the Rocket lane makes a pass 124 60 foot. He's gone through for a 798 at 188 mile per hour, and Matthew Hunt a 977 at 142 for your next pass in the Extreme Bike category. But yeah, big thank you to Grill & Co. Big thank you to all of those wonderful food suppliers that keep everyone topped up and energised here at Sydney Dragway. Adam's claimed all of them. All of them.
Yeah. Oh, he's still a growing lad.
Yeah, that's right. Did you just lick every one of it?
That's it. Yeah.
Ownership now. Yeah.
It's either that or the handprint on the top.
All right, we've got Alex Borg into stage here on the Hayabusa as a party racing. He's got a 069 reaction time, a 119 60 foot. In the right direction, 682 with a 5 at 219 miles per hour. That is some kind of insanity. So great work from the As a Party Racing crew down there. Good to see you all here again. Rams Heads, Turbo Smart and Bell Renovations on board with Alex's combination.
Yeah, it's an exciting category that is. I love watching it because I'd have no desire to get on a machine like that, so I can just sit down there and admire everything. I
rode here on a similar bike, but
Did
just
you?
a street version.
Oh,
I'm still hesitant to get onto one of those things. There's no doubt about that. All right.
Oh, yes. Now
back into Supercom.
Yeah, Fred Nicastri in running F-gas because he's got a little engine in a light car, but it's still power to weight ratio, and that's what a lot of speed and how quick cars get there is often mistaken. I reckon it's the torque that gives all the power. The horsepower is just the result of everything flying around inside the engine, making it work. So.
Well, someone said torque is how hard you hit the wall, and horsepower is how far you push it.
Yeah.
So it's a combination. I think to put it a bit nice, a bit more nicely, torque is generally your short track, and power is your back half.
Yes. Yeah, well, a mate of mine, he ran a transport company and sold it, but when they bought all new trucks and stuff like that, they never asked what the horsepower was. They always asked how much torque it had.
Yes.
For pulling power. So.
Yep, that's right. There's a twisting force that gets things moving.
Yeah.
So, and there's plenty of twisting forces going on down here. But you'll hear small capacity engines generally because there's a lighter rotating assembly. They're going to be able to spin faster.
Yep.
So they're able to make the power and torque at a higher RPM. Then you'll have a big stroke, big bore, like the 630 odd cubes that we've seen in the big blocks. They're not going to rev quite as high in most cases because they've just got that low end grunt. And that means gearing and tyre size and all that sort of thing comes into play. 004 red for Nicastri. He'll be upset about that
first round. Nice
close look at the centre line for Peter Mamone there in the rocket lane. He was a breakout as well for Fred Nicastri, so it was a double handover to Peter Mamone.
Yeah, well, Mamone's still red lit, but when you're red lit by 0.004 of a second, that's a long way, isn't it? When you talk about drag racing, it's a long distance.
That's exactly right.
When you get those two numbers, but that Nicastri car was having a bit of a look at it while it was downstairs, pulled up Gazelle, and I reckon, and I wouldn't admit too much, but it's a pretty looking car.
Sure.
Yep. It's just
well designed.
Yeah, it's just and nice and compact. It's very shapely.
Very nice.
Yeah, it is.
All right. So that was Super Gas, and now we are back around to round one of the Power Plus Fuels New South Wales Super Street category.
Right. Yeah, we are too.
So we've got Steve Arnold there in the high performance coatings EH and Aidan Stutchbury in the dialed in racing VH Commodore. Stutchbury gets the reaction time there, 1:59 to a 4:20. That's going to make it tough for Steve Arnold. If Stutchbury can just keep his nose ahead. He's forced the breakout for Arnold.
Yes.
Nice pass. Nice bit of racing from Aidan Stutchbury there.
Yeah, 8 thousandths of us. No, 6 thousandths of us again. Sammy Joe Johnson. And, I don't know who the one that's number T11. I don't know who T11 is. It's
that's Rodney Spagnol.
Oh, Spagnol. Okay. Yeah.
That little turbocharged combination in
Sammy Joe.
Performance.
Oh, he's got his work cut out because Sammy Joe, she just wants to hit the bra. She's gone through nice and clean, 11.76 on an 11.70. That's good racing.
Very nice. Yeah, Rob was having a bit of a snooze on the light there, I think.
Yeah.
He'll probably kick himself for that.
Yeah, he sure will. Oh, this is going to be good.
This should be a good one. Yeah, 10.05 for Bowers dial in. Up against a 10.55 for Matasevic. I've given him the curse. 005 red.
But Bowers, he'll automatic winner, but he still runs a 10.09 with a 132 to go into the next round. A 10.60 and 127 miles an hour for Matasevic.
And a big shout out to Brett White on his way back down. Great pass there. 570 on a 570 with a 1 on that dial in there. So great to see. Great to see Brett getting some really killer passes in with that combination. Next down the track, we've got Lockie McCaskill in that VS Commodore Ute, 12.99 dial in. And we've got Eden Abello, 10.10. He's got a 009 reaction time.
And
he's taken it.
Yeah, look at that. He was on the picks too.
Yeah, 10.33 at 117. So some really good racing coming from Eden Abello today.
Yeah, man. Lucky you said that because I might have thought that Eden was a lady's name. So I'm glad you mentioned that.
Yeah, no. Well, we've got a.
That was before too.
You never can be too careful.
No.
Les?
No, that's right. A closed mouth gathers no feet. That's why I waited till I found out.
This is true.
Yeah.
Richard Matasevic, Modern Style Kitchens XY Ute, 434, 1056 dial in. We've got Craig Warren in the LJ Toronto, 1022. Matasevic, 061 reaction time. He has the advantage at the start of the race. Let's see what happens further on down the track. It's going to be a difficult one for Warren. Yep, Matasevic does get the win, a 63 on a 56 dial in. Warren was right on his dial though, 1023 on a 22.
Yeah, but with that 189 reaction time.
That reaction time just cruelled it for him.
Yeah, and the Matasevic there I pointed in his direction because he's such a seasoned racer. He knows, what he has to and like that to stay out in front.
Absolutely.
So it's
All
good.
right. Chris Zammit out with an 0.79 reaction time. You got an 11.80 versus an 11.85. So Zammit just needs to keep his nose in front, but maybe roll out of it.
Oh,
and
he does. He does too.
11.93 with an 8 at 102, and 11.87 for Raptus in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, Jim was closer to his dial-in time, but the reaction time killed
Reaction time, yep. It's a tricky car to bracket race.
Yeah,
A big, heavy, late model car
is.
like that.
Yep.
I mean, I'm all for him doing it.
Yeah.
But he's not making it easy for himself.
No.
Jeez, pick any ute you want as long as it's a black Holden Commodore. That's,
yeah. Well, that's right. Yeah, it's like the T model Ford.
Yeah, that's right. You can have any colour you want as long as it's black.
It's black. Yeah.
Henry,
sorry. 1, 2, 3. I'll go first.
Yes.
This is Henry Spicak in the Aeroflow lane. Dialed in with a 12.33, and
Zig Zielkowski in the Rocket lane has an 11.64. Didn't manage to make his last pass in qualifying, but they've obviously rectified it well, because he's got an 11.66 on a 64. And Spicak has actually broken out, which is very out of turn for Henry, with a 27 on a 33 dial-in.
And this will be a good race too. Alan Stevenson in the Holden HB Tirana, Holden 308 in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 11.38 up against the mighty Tex Griffiths from French's Forest and the Plymouth Satellite. 585 cubes. Now, Texas dialed in with a 10.41, Alan Stevenson a 11.38, so the Aeroflow lane, Alan Stevenson's lane, will get the handicap start, so you'll see him leave first, Tex Griffiths to do the chasing.
Look at the attitude on these two cars. Two completely different sort of stances, isn't it? The Tirana's like all squat in the back. And then the Satellite's all nose down, so nice close look at the centre line for both races there.
Yeah, look at that.
And a double breakout means that Tex Griffith is the closer to the dial-in. A 10.39 with a 9 on a 41. And Stevenson just breaking out that little bit more.
Yeah, it wasn't much in it, but like
thousands.
Thousands, yeah. Rodney Balgowan from Mount Hutton in the Holden V Commodore, LS 6 litre. It's Anthony in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in 11.90. Bruce Greyhound Ritchie from Lions in the ACT, dialed in with a 10.85. Automatic winner.
Yeah, he's been gifted it by a small margin.
003
red.
003 red. And Bruce was a .193, runs a 10.77 on a 10.85 dial-in, so we'll be able to alter those figures later on. It's good to see Bruce get into the second round, because he's usually got that going on in his life.
Itchy trigger finger, you think, maybe, for Greyhound.
Yeah.
All right, so next pairing, we've got Conneronius is back to the line here. It's the quiet achiever. Conneronius just goes rounds and rounds, and up against Dennis Matisic, who's also a very sharp racer. That beautiful Camaro down there. A 12.10 dial-in for Iranios to a 10.85. I might have given Con the commentator's curse because his reaction time wasn't where it has been today.
Oh, he's still going to win.
But he's going to take the win. Looks like Matisic might have had a bit of
a bit of drama. Look
issue,
at that. 65 against 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think I could hear a bit of a cough in in the mics there. So, and it's definitely just cruising at the moment.
Yep.
But it looks like it's cut out.
He might have suffered a bit of a wound on his way down there. So the next pairing, after we get those, is brother Robert Tesic in the Chevy Camaro, running a Chevy 454. Dialed in with a 10.58. Brian Addising from North St Mary's in the Holden VY Commodore with the LS1. Dialed in with a 10.96. 10.96 is slower than a 10.58, so Brian Addising in the Rocket Lane will get the handicap start.
Very appropriate team name, Dialed In Racing. They've got their dial-in sorted, shift right and raffia scaffolding on board.
I see,
Their program. So great bunch of track racers here in the dialed-in crew. So both into stage now. 10.58 to a 10.96. He's away an 0.43, but a 0.007.
Wow.
For Matisic.
Just got to look over his shoulder just a little bit.
Is just off the gas a little bit too much, unfortunately. So Matisic takes the win, 10.69 with a 1 to an 11.42 with a 1.
Christina Hunter, thanks to Dad. Right, it's got BRST. I don't know what sort of bracket that is, but anyway.
Should be Real Street.
Oh,
so yeah, Real Street.
Oh yeah,
So
I see it here, Real Street,
yes.
and I never saw it before.
Yeah, unfortunately we didn't get enough entries in the Real Street B category, but normally it's for late model cars. So now they can run down. It just brought the cutoff down a little bit for having to put a cage in and a chute and all that sort of thing. So not enough, but Christina Hunter, 0.13 reaction time. She's been on the money all day. That means takes a win. And moving on, Philip Armstrong with the breakout there as well. 10.32 on a 34 dial-in. All right, Les and I are going to jump over and enjoy some of these nice little tasty treats that Grill & Co have brought down for us. And that means we're going to hand back over to Stuart White. And you're also going to hear from Adam Heron, who's normally pressing the buttons on the cameras over there. We'll be right back.
Yeah, great. Get these guys filled up for the rest of the afternoon. Dennis Plessis and the Big H Racing and Aerolec XY GT Falcon 351 Clevo on board, and Blaine Bull in the Shire Automotive XD Falcon 411 Cube Clevo. And the win goes to Dennis, a 10.76 on a 10.60 dial-in. Blaine Bull, an 11.22 to an 11.15. Welcome Adam Heron to the mic. G'day, Adam.
G'day, Stewie. How are we?
Mate, fantastic. Always love bracket racing, and I love our New South Wales State Championship Series. Mark Elborn, the Power Plus Race Fuels New South Wales HQ Ute, dialling in with the 12.72. And Robert Gallotta in the Trackside Automotive Holden Tirana. 10.70 dial-in.
Quickly there, 0.56 reaction time there from Robert. Might help him out on the big end here, and it does. Crosses over for a 10.77 with a 6 at 125.
Oh.
Mark crosses over with a 12.73 with an 8 at 105.
All right, Luke Pell in this HZ Ute, the 6.2 litre LS, which I suspect has got a turbo sitting on the side of it as well. Taking on Corey Stutchbury in the Dialed-In Racing and PSC Racing and Shorty's Engines. VX Commodore, 5.7 litre.
Very close dial-in times here, mate. 11 seconds to a 10.84. So it looks like they went off simultaneously there. No 9.0 reaction there from Corey. But unfortunately, he hasn't been able to complete that through. No. Gives Luke Pell the win here.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Corey, it might be drive shaft. But
it looked like it just got the launch there, Stewie, and then ran out of puff.
Yeah. That's a bit of a shame there for Corey. It certainly launched all right, 1.77 in the 60.
Corey's currently supported this weekend by Shorty's Engines, Dialed-In Automotive, and PSC Racing. Look there, you got that cheeky little intercooler at the front there from Plasma Man.
Yeah. Great lot of advertising for the car as well.
Looks like there's a belt hanging out the bottom there, so maybe something. Hopefully it's just the belt.
Looks like something might have just popped off.
There it is, or shredded.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is round 1 of 6 of eliminations for the Power Plus Fuels Super Street. And I'll tell you what, we had a big match-up earlier, didn't we? We had Adam Bowers and David Matosevic in his Cortina. I mean, that could have gone either way. And they're both very, very tight races.
The whole bracket's tight races.
Oh, they are.
It's definitely, these are one of the Super Streets is definitely one of my favourites.
Yeah. Well, we're just going to get Corey's car just taken off the track. I dare say we're going to have to possibly get the quad up. But he did the right thing, pull over as close to the wall as safely and as quickly as possible. Make sure that nothing was leaking out of the car.
We're just waiting for Wes, one of our retrieval vehicles. He's just dropped off another injured vehicle, so he's on his way back. So doing overtime today. There he goes.
Okay, guys, got a replay of the previous race. And it's the Power Plus Race Fuels and Galotto Tirana. That Tirana is a very nice looking car. I had a look at it down in the pits.
Whole shot.
Yeah. So, Mark Hopkins just being pushed back out of the sun just to keep him cool. So Super Cont as well and Extreme Bike that were out earlier, they're both going under Chicago Shootout. It was good to see Peter Mamone here in the B Altered Production car that he drives. I love Super Comp. It's a number of different styles of car in one bracket.
And they're very well presented vehicles too. A lot of these drivers have a lot of pride in these vehicles, and
they're quick.
That's ticks both boxes.
Yeah, well, the B Altered Production, is very, very close to what we classify as a baby pro stocker, which is a B Altered Production automatic.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we've got Corey Stutchbury just slowly being taken down the rocket lane. I hope to everybody that's watching via our live stream platforms, hope you're all enjoying all the action from today's round 2 of the New South Wales State Championship Series. Got plenty more racing to come. We're only into the first round of a lot of racing too. So, and there's been some tight racing so far, and I can't wait for Junior Dragster. That's what I'm waiting for. There's the qualifying for that class was sensational this morning. Really, really good.
Some couple of 00 reaction times there from Tegan Smith.
Oh yeah, Tegan's got her eye in. I'll have to ask Trent.
Intimidation factor.
I'll have to ask Trent what he fed her for breakfast. But no, we're not too far away from getting Corey's car removed from the track. We'll send him through the Junior Dragway Expressway, as we call it here at Sydney Dragway.
Crosses the line there with a 216.03.
Yeah. All right, we've got engines fired. It's Mark Hopkins in the Hurricane Metal Roofing LX Tirana. 312 Qs of Holden power on board. He was the winner of the 2024 New South Wales State Championship Series for the country, I think. I don't know whether it's a state winner, because Adam Bowers was the winner of Super Street last season.
There might be a bit of a mistake there with the winner and runners-up, maybe.
I think so.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Bowers was.
Yep. So Arthur, also sponsored by Arthur Johnson Engineering, CB Fabrication, JF Engine, Haltech and Renew Automotive. Mark's been campaigning this Tirana for a number of years now. Dialed in with a 1093. On A34 in the tree.
He's on it.
Showing everybody that he means business. 1.55 in the 60 from the LX Tirana. And running on through with a 1088 with a 9 on a 1093 dial-in. Well, thankfully, he was on a solo.
Yeah, would have been bad news if it wasn't a solo.
No.
The point has been made.
Oh, yeah. That's probably what he needed to do, was test that dial-in, see what the conditions are doing.
Yep.
You know, there's a few shadows starting to make their way over the track as we're about to get set up for Speedflow Junior Dragster, their first round of eliminations.
Just getting the track ready now.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've got Tegan Smith on camera right now. The JM Auto Repairs AA Junior Dragster. That's some great shots from Blendline too, because it gives people a chance to really get up close and personal on their screens and really have a good look at these junior dragsters, because billet motors, centrifugal clutch on them as well.
And they're loud.
Oh yeah, and they run methanol.
As I said before, Tegan down here in the rocket lanes had 2 000 reaction times already today. No pressure.
Chelsea's like, I'm sure that Chelsea's like, if she does another one, I'm going home. And we got Jaden Benasif from Granville in the North Rocks Auto Centre Junior Dragster, running in the C class. Now he was our number 23 qualifier with a .598 reaction time, and Tegan Smith is sitting at number 11 in the qualifying order at the moment with an 081. Great shots there of Jaden's car, the North Rocks Auto Centre C-Class Junior. Certainly some great photos. But don't discount Jaden. He might be in a smaller car, but you know, it only takes a better reaction time. You can knock out these AA juniors.
Yeah. Especially when you're waiting on the line for that 4.5, 5 seconds there.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get a bit antsy and jump it yourself.
All right, we've got engines fired. Now you can see the Jaden's team just playing around with the tune slightly on the back of the North Rocks Auto Centre Junior.
Tegan gets ready up the stage around the burnout box. Jane does the same. Looks like they might be going to start rolling them back in. Sometimes they don't want to go into gear, you've got to give them a bit of a rock.
Well, sometimes they you can rock them from side to side as well when they come into stage, because the track has got that sticky that they have trouble to move, so they've got to rock side to side just to loosen the wheels off as well, just so they can inch them forward.
Yep.
I learned a fair bit about junior dragsters because commentating with Stephen Bush.
Do you still fit in yours, Stewie, or?
What is it with you guys being the junior? I don't get it. Just because I couldn't. No, well, it was only because the car that I sat in, the kid was a lot taller than me, and I couldn't reach the pedals. All right. But you know, a number of years ago, true story, when I used to commentate with Chad Nolan, I actually wanted to have a friendly race in the junior dragster versus Chad.
Yeah.
You know, but he's a bit taller than me. But
Yeah.
about the same.
He was down in Sydney a couple of weeks ago and actually jumped in one of the Speedway cars.
Yeah, I saw that.
So, yeah, he's definitely taking advantage of his perks.
Yeah, I don't blame him. All right. Jaden in the pre-stage, just waiting for Tegan to bump in the pre-stage, which she's done. So we're about to rock and roll. Round 1 of eliminations for Speedflow Junior Dragster. The C-Class versus the AA. Jaden versus Tegan. Oh no, 59 on the tree from Jaden. And a .235 from Tegan. Well, you're right about maybe psyching her out a little bit. And Jaden, oh, he's broken out. That is a shame.
12.68 there from Jaden to a 7.79 with a 9 from Tegan. I said Jaden was a little bit too quick there. Gives Tegan the win. Moves on to the next round.
Yeah, they were playing around with the tune on that car.
Yeah. Well, it's changing conditions as well. The sun's
That's
gone
right.
down a bit. Things are cooling down.
All right, Piper Bennett in the Rocket Lane in the winner of the 2024 New South Wales Championship, the Tequila Sunrise and Stratus Form Junior.
Tell you what, the presentation I last used to, they couldn't keep the smile off her face.
She's a great person, Piper. I've actually had a few words with Piper a couple of years ago. I was having talking to her in the pits with the family. They're beautiful people, they really are. But beside Piper is Alexis Attard in the ITF Higher Low Fabrications Pro Tilt Towing B Junior, who's dialed in with an 8.75. Piper Bennett, the A-Class. Now, these A-Class juniors, they can go down to a 7.90 in race trim.
Yep.
And the B-Class juniors, well, they can go as quick as an 8.50. Oh, Piper's got the start line advantage.
This one's going to be close, Stewie.
It's going to be extremely close on the line. Oh, Piper just broke out by 0.02 of a second. So Alexis Attard gets the win, an 8.79 and an 8.75 dial in.
Doesn't get any more now biting than that, mate.
Man, that was tight on the line. Well, I did say that the juniors for the first round were going to turn it on. Jake McNamara out now in the Fine Line Motorsports, Banker Pop and Princey Motorsports. A Junior, who's dialed in with an 8.07. And Robbie Risteski in the B Junior, who's dialed in with an 8.85. Here's our number 20 qualifier. So Jake been fairly consistent. 8.05, 8.07 and 8.10. And Robbie Risteski, well, he's been fairly consistent as well. An 89, 89, 8.91. So he's got a little bit to play with if he's dialed in with an 8.85.
Good to see Banker Pop sponsoring Jake today.
Yeah, you can see Alan White. He enjoys crewing with the juniors. Oh, 0.018 on the tree for Robbie Risteski.
Robbie is on it.
Absolutely, from Queanbeyan, and he gets the win.
Wow.
An 8.91 and an 8.85 dial in to an 8.08 with a 9 and an 8.07. So one on a whole shot.
Some of these liveries are out insane.
They are fantastic, aren't they? They really are. They're eye-catching. They're in your face.
Yep.
They do a fantastic job, all the junior drag teams. Charlotte Leafting out now in the Aeroflow lane from Oxley Island, the Speedflow products. A Junior, who's dialed in with an 8.22, our number 17 qualifier, up against Aubrey Maggs from Wallam in Victoria, the Road Warrior Trailers, Speedflow Performance Products, Atlantic Oils and BJ and SJ Lake. B Junior, who's dialed in with an 8.54, our number 5 qualifier for Aubrey. Did a pretty good reaction time a little bit earlier as well with that 0.53. Really boosted her up in the rankings.
Yeah, well, these camera angles, Drew, coming through today are insane.
Oh, they're great, aren't they?
Both of them getting into stage. Here we go. Oh, 0.43 there from Charlotte.
She's playing the
Back
game.
very close. Oh, breakout there from Aubrey. Gives Charlotte the win there at 8.27 with a 2 to an 8.53 with a 5. Both crossing over at 76 miles per hour.
Yeah, you can see Charlotte was really just playing the game there, really watching where her opponent was.
Yeah.
And that's smart racing. That's what you need to do. It's not a matter of just putting your foot down and hoping you run that number. You've got to be watching. You've got to be listening
A lot of strategy in junior dragster.
There certainly is. Johnny Lucci out now in the Lucci Civil Naughty Boys B-Class Junior, who's dialed in with a 9.10, our number 22 qualifier, taking on Zane Condello in the Fine Line Motorsports Junior, who's dialed in with an 8.05. He was our number 10 qualifier. Yeah. Yeah, I caught up with Dom Lucci briefly downstairs earlier. Always like to catch up with Dom Lucci. Of course, Dom well known for a number of cars. He's got his HZ Sedan that he's got, which is just nuts.
All the way down at God's country there, Menangle.
Yeah. Actually, just about every car that Dom's got is quick.
Mm. All right, Johnny in the airflow lane, Zane in the rocket lane, both in stage. Locked in, here we go. Oh, wait, oh there from Zane in the rocket lane. He's on the chase.
Well, it's close to the finishing line.
Oh, and he gets it. Zane crosses over. An 8.12 with a 6 to a 9.13 with a 1. Zane crossing over at 78 miles per hour. Johnny there at 71. Just a tap below 72. Moves on to the next round.
All right, just a quick little mop up on the start line. Maybe just a little bit of condensation or just that tiny little bit of fuel. But Georgia Lifting and Speedflow Products Junior, our number 9 qualifier. She's dialed in with an 8.05. And Edith Maggs from Wallen in Victoria, the Road Warrior Trailers Speedflow Performance Products, Atlantic Oils and BJ and SJ Lake. C Junior, who's dialed in with a 12.38, our number 21 qualifier.
Here we go. George in the aeroflow lane, Edith here in the rocket lane. Edith's locked in the stage, just waiting for Georgia to get ready, and here we go.
Oh no, 43 on the tree there for Edith in the C Junior. 0.125. Georgia's got all the work to do. Edith has got the reaction time and breaks out. Unfortunately, a 12.29 and a 12.38 dial in. So Georgia Lifting is through to the next round, 8.072 and an 8.05 dial in. As we've got Alex Rottenbury out next in the AA Junior, running for Hunter Race Engines, MLJ Constructions and Scruffy, dialing in with a 7.76 and taking on Savannah Lucci in the Lucci Civil Naughty Boys C-Class Junior, who's dialed in with a 12.25.
Looks like Alex is going to be sitting here for a couple of seconds. With that 4 or 5 seconds there.
Well, Alex has been racing juniors for a very, very long time, as long as I can remember.
Lucy's family as well, they've been around for a while as well, so.
Yeah, I don't think this will phase Alex too much though, just quietly. He's been running juniors probably as long as I've been commentating. So, he knows the drill.
I remember when the liveries were black and white back then, Stewie.
Thanks. Are you referring to my heckler? Thanks.
I played the 5th. Can we plead the 5th here?
Oh, I don't know.
You can plead it, but can't do anything with it. All right.
Well, do you want me to go down the car and get the mullet out? I'm not doing that. It's not Aeroflow Race for real.
Both our competitors here are locked in the stage. Alright. Savannah will take off.
Oh, .083 in the tree for Savannah.
Oh, you can't get any better than that, mate.
No, you can't.
All you can do is accelerate and hold on.
Well,
Hope that Alex doesn't come back around. It's going to be very close. Savannah seals
Savannah
it.
got it.
12.31 with a 4 at 51 to a 7.82 with a 6 at 83.
Well, it just show what I said earlier when I was commentating with Les. See the C class knock out a double A. It can happen. It's just a matter of who can get off that foot brake the quickest.
Yep.
Because these cars don't run any electronics. There's no trans brake, no nothing. It's all these kids literally just on a foot brake and getting off the foot brake.
Yep. Gambling with the track temps. There's a whole lot of factors there that.
There certainly is. Taylor Smith in the Double A Junior, the Northwest Parts and Performance, Armidale Windscreens and Mace Family Customs. Double A Junior, 7.75 dial in for Taylor. And Joshua Maggs, also in a Double A Junior, running for Road Warrior Trailers, Speedflow, Atlantic Oils and BJ and SJ Lake. He's dialed in with a 7.68. This should be an absolute cracker of a race if these two can get good reaction times.
Both a double A class. Joshua's ready in pre-stage. Taylor's moved in. She's deep staged.
Oh, 078 to an 091. There was a bit of a move, though, for Joshua off the start line that might hinder him.
Oh, he's coming around.
Oh, he's got him. Wow. So I got her, I should say. A 7.72 and a 768. I thought that little move off the start line might have hurt Josh just a little bit, but he got the win.
No, Taylor definitely put it up to him.
That was a great drag race there between both those competitors. Riley Ito out now in the Murphy Finance Solutions ITF Hire Pro Tilt Towing and Low Fabrications. Double A Junior dialing in with a 7.90 and George Takalis from Wetherill Park in the Brick and Go Brick Lane. Hume Performance, Zero Error Racing, Mixed Motorsports and Plasma Man. C-Class Junior dialing in with a 12 flat. This Plasma Man, as you mentioned, well represented already.
Yeah.
Got a good shot of that on Corey's Touchbridge Commodore.
Good local company exporting to the world. So as Stewie just mentioned before, Riley's in a double A class. So they'll be leaving with a 7.9 dial in. George Hughes in his C class, so he's got a 12-second dial in. So we'll see George leave first. Riley will go in for the hunt.
Well, we've already seen one of the C juniors knock out a double A.
It seems to be the trend today, Stewie.
We'll see what happens. 0.130 in the tree for George Takalis. Riley with an 0.98. Here he comes.
Oh, he's coming. Oh, Riley. Oh, my God.
Oh, man, that was close. 600ths of a second, the winning margin.
So close to the dial-in, too. That's the way you need to do it.
Absolutely. 7.96 on a 7.90 dial-in. 12.10 on a 12.00 for George Takala, so he wasn't too far behind. Savannah Condello coming out now in her A Junior, who's dialed in with an 8.01. She was our number 3 qualifier. And Emma Leifting in the Speedflow Products C Junior, our number 15 qualifier, who's dialed in with a 12.48. I can see Les behind me. I think Les is pretty pumped with this round of Junior Dragster.
So Savannah's here in her A class, Emma here in the C class. Emma will head off first, having the 12.4 dial in. Followed by a 4.5 second delay here. Savannah taking off. As we see Emma going into this pre-stage end stage. As Savannah moves herself forward. Both in stage. So we'll see the rocket lane take off now.
Oh, red light from Emma Leifting.
Yeah, negative 0.52.
An 0.28 on the tree for Savannah.
Hands it over to Savannah. Hopefully she doesn't break out either though.
She's got the win because Emma did the red light.
Yep.
So automatic win to Savannah Condello. But an 8.09 with a 7 and an 8.01. So still a bit of room to play in terms of the tuning. But they might just leave it where it is. It depends on the conditions. As I've mentioned a few times, these are not the easiest car to tune at all. You'll see the teams now and again. You can see it down there with the Jeffrey McNiff car. Brett McNiff just down there, just having a look at the idle, just turning the knob to get the idle exactly where they want it. St Mary's Engines, of course, and SCG Racing Parts, 7.67 dial in for the AA Junior for Jeffrey, and Alex Rafalo in the Sydney Waterscapes AA Junior, 7.84 dial in.
This is all going to be human reaction time for this one.
This is going to be a tough race because both these kids have been racing for a long, long time, and they are extremely good racers.
Oh, Alex, 0.56 on the tree. See if that continues through.
Well, hopefully it doesn't break out, which he did.
Oh,
Unfortunately, a 7.83 with a 2 and a 7.84 dial in. So Jeffrey McNiff through the next round of Junior Dragster, 7.68 with a 4 and a 7.67 dial in. That's pretty much where you want to tune the car to in that situation. But great work there. That was always going to be a tough race. Regardless of who won, that was going to be tough.
As I said, so competitive this class, so as I said, sometimes that knife edge needs to be that sharp just to give yourself a chance, and sometimes you fall off that edge.
Yep. All right, Liam O'Neill, the Princey Motorsports and Rusty Media Solutions, B Junior, who's dialed in with an 8.55. He was our number 24 qualifier. Now, he's only just progressed up into B Junior Dragster. At the last round, he was doing a lot of licensing. And what a man to have in your corner with Joe Princey. In beside him, Jacob Longo from Jillaby in the Trackside Automotive A Junior, who's dialed in with a 7.90.
Half a second there, difference. They're both locked in. Liam takes off. Jacob's broken out. Negative 040 on the tree there for Jacob. Hands Liam the win there. Yeah. 8.57 with a 9 at 74 to an 8.12 with a 7 at 81.
Yeah, I can see Emma down there. Hey, you got the win, Em. That was apparently he was kicking himself after his last qualifying. He wasn't too happy with himself, but you know what? That's a pat on the back for Liam. Great to see him stepping up through the ranks of Junior Dragster.
Just our attention, guys. If you guys just over in the burnout box, if you could kindly just move forward a bit. See a little bit of a chock up. We'll try and get that return road a bit cleared up.
Right, Benjamin Attard coming out now. Looks like he is on a solo. He's our number 1 qualifier. He went .005 in qualifying to be the number 1. And running for ITF Hire, Pro Tilt Towing and Low Fabrications, dialing in with a 7.90. He'll be testing this dial in now that the sun has pretty much gone off the track. Going to cool down a little bit. Track will still have a fair bit of heat in it though. No 87 on the tree there for Benjamin. He'll run it out the back door. And a 7.96 on a 7.90 dial in there for Benjamin Attard.
Well, Stewie, looks like we might jump off, hand it back to Les and to Pat as they move over into junior bike after the solo run. And we'll go have a quick feedie from our great friends up the top here, Grill & Co. If you haven't had a feed yet, go up and see Grill & Co. just up behind the corporate boxes. This food looks amazing. So as I said, we'll sign off here. I'll pass it over to Pat.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thanks very much for filling in there, men. Stewie White and Adam. Heron.
All right, looks like we've got one final pass for Junior Dragster down there.
Yeah.
Licensing pass before we jump into Junior Drag Bike. See, looks like a successful licensing pass down there.
Okay. All right.
Congratulations to the 2024 New South Wales Championship sponsor winners. For Junior Dragster, Piper Bennett. For Junior Drag Bike, Joshua Burtonshaw. For Street Fighter, Jack Matasevic. For Street Bike, Jesse Barnes. For Super Street, Adam Bowers. For Super Sedan, Joe Zammett. For Modified Bike, Sean Ricketts. For Extreme Bike, Ryan Franks. For Modified, Craig Davies. For Super Gas, Joe Costanzaretti. For Top Sportsman, Joe Gattalari. And for Boosted Outlaws, Brittany Olive. Congratulations to all our champions, who will be crowned champion in 2025.
Alrighty. Well, okay, Junior Dragster, Junior Speedway, Junior Drag Bike. There's Lincoln Delios over in the Aeroflow lane, up against Anastasia Lucky. And, whoa, who was flying past? Anastasia Lucky came screaming past.
She might have stayed into it a bit past the 8th mile there, mate.
Yeah. 9.826. Yeah, it was Georgia. It was like that Anastasia over there in the rocket lane, 9.82, I should have said, at 70.11. And no, it's gone from the screen. Okay.
We said earlier, Nathan Cowie's always smiling in that Mighty Boy.
Yeah.
He might not be smiling in the Mighty Boy anymore, but he is down there in the trackside viewing area, giving us a wave.
He is too.
Adam Jordan with the burnout to end all burnouts.
Yes. Yeah.
He's coming after Josh Burtonshaw's reputation, I think.
Yes, he was.
He's keen on it.
Yeah, very keen.
That, or they've just found a tyre sponsor.
Yeah.
Either one.
let's have a look.
Yeah.
Oh,
Not on the system, but
no, not on the system. Yeah.
Nonetheless, a 3.54 reaction time for Adam. He's got a 9.10 dial in. It is a solo pass, so he's going to get the win on that one regardless. 9.26 with an 8 at 74 miles per hour for Adam Jordan.
Did I see when shifting into second gear, Adam lifted the front wheel?
Might have popped up a little bit.
Yeah.
If you sort of flat shift them, and you know, when you're sitting on the bike, you're trying to get that full tuck, so you push your bum towards the back of the seat, and it takes a lot of weight off the front of the bike.
Oh, right. Okay.
So if he's bumped it into second gear, so without the clutch, or maybe he's held the clutch in for a bit long, so it's had extra RPM, then it might have a little bit of a hop at the front there.
Righto.
But another pass here for Christopher Davidson. So, of course, son of Albie.
Wow.
Down there, another good pass from him. He's got a 9.98 at 67 miles per hour, representing Team Digger Motorsport down there. So, good to see. Good on you, Albie.
Yep, thank you. Nice thumbs up there. Well, it's been interesting sitting back and listening to both Adam and Stewie.
Yes.
It sort of gives you, okay, yes, it is now you and I going to over to Junior Dragster, but it's just and that's what I was looking at when Stewie said, "Oh, Les is getting all hyped up here." I was looking at the differences. The differences now there's not at the other end. It's in the thousands or the hundreds. It's not by 1.5 seconds anymore.
Yep.
And it's, by point something. So it's very close. So I think that the seeding for the brackets that have chosen to concentrate on the reaction time, I think it's augured very well for the races. You can see their performances, and they don't. They break out by a little bit. Some of them I counted. Were 3,000s, 2,000s, 400ths and stuff like that. It's not by so many tenths anymore. No,
it's a very tightly contested class these days, and everyone's here with their race face on. They all come to race. I mean, everyone's here to have fun. That's the whole idea of drag racing, and and friendly competition. Yeah, friendly but tough competition. That's the whole idea. But really good to see everyone's got their game face on and really trying to make every pass count.
Yeah, well, there's certainly some many races are achieving those results at the end of the run. So whether they win or lose, someone might win by not very much and have like their performance. Someone might close the gap on somebody else, and it's the best they've run.
Yep,
best time they've run. Very close to the diamond.
Exactly.
So it's always been sometimes when I see junior dragsters running an A or AA junior dragster, there's sort of like Geary's Gap or the gap out at South Head, difference between the two cars, but not anymore. It's been really good, and you can see that for when Daniel McCaskill and a couple of the other races that have come up from junior dragster. I wish there was more, because some of them were really, really bright.
Yeah.
And well, they're probably still bright, but you don't see them race anymore. And one comes to mind, it was Zach Ruffalo. He was very, very sharp.
Yep. Yeah. Well, Zach was, he did a great job. He's he's a champion.
Yeah.
Himself, but he decided he wanted to go and spend some time in the military.
Yeah.
So I think Air Force. I think he went to join.
Did he?
Yeah. I can't remember if it was the Air Force or the Navy.
Yeah, I was going to go and ask his dad where he went, because. Yeah, he was a very well-mannered kid, like a lot of the kids are here.
Yep.
And no, it was just pleasing when you come and have it, and you think, gee, I wish they'd have stayed drag racing, because you've spoken to them and you know what the personality's like.
Certainly. Well, that's you can see we've got Robert Cardam and Lou Palumbo, which means we're back into the Go Logistics Super Sedan category.
Yes.
On this one, it should be round 2 of competition. Cardam straight in. Palumbo follows him. Oh, big red light for Cardam there.
Oh.
So Lou Palumbo's just got to basically make a pass, keep it off the wall. I'm sure he'll be able to do that. An 0.13 reaction time for Palumbo as well. So he's crossed through for a 9.31 with an 8 on a 9.30. Look out, Super Sedan. Lou Palumbo's in town today.
But I don't see any. He must have left.
He left super early.
Oh, he must have left at the second amber.
Either slipped off the transbrake button or had a mechanical failure, because he basically bumped it in and then off it went. So
okay.
All right, next pairing up, Adam Hunter in the Aeroflow lane from Hunter Race Engines. He's got a 956 dialed in on the board, and then we have Jason Field in that little two-door Telstar, 874.
Yeah, Jason Field progressing from his Ford Pilot to this machine, which is the ex Nick Sutton from Canberra car. He used to race it at Canberra International Dragway and here when it first opened. And but he does a lot of work as a crew chief for a couple of the post offices.
Triple O on the board for Jason Field.
Look at Jason Field. Yeah, look at that. But is it good enough? Is it good enough?
It's not.
No.
Wow, well done. Great pass from Adam Hunter. He had a slight disadvantage, of course, of the reaction time, but runs a 61 on a 56 dial-in. Jason Field, a 73. So triple O reaction time. You've got to be happy with that. You're dialed in yourself, but back end of the pass didn't quite make it happen. Ross Bilby's down here, but it looks like Victor Satlagianis so out of character with this combination has got.
They're into the boot again.
Yeah, that power loss issue. that they had in the previous round has come back to fight them here at the line.
1, 2.
Ross Bilby patiently giving them a bit of time to try and just get that thing working. A bit of percussive maintenance going on there in the boot, which sometimes does work.
No, I think it'll be classified as a single, I'd say.
I dare say so. They're giving him the last couple of chances, but no, it looks like Ross is moving forward.
Yep.
As he should be allowed to do. So he's going to take the solo pass here. It's a 10.10 dial-in for Ross Bilby, but basically he just needs to accept the light and make a pass. We'll take the opportunity to gather some more data. Really feel for the guys.
Same here.
Down there, Victor, and the rest of the crew. It's very, very out of the ordinary for that car to have any sort of issues, really. Bilby goes through for a 10.17 on a 10.10 dial-in, so Ross had the dial figured out down there. Great to take that data back. As we've mentioned earlier today, the weather has changed quite a bit today. We had sort of a cool morning, and then the sun came out, and now obviously we've got a bit of cloud cover and the sun heading down in the sky here at Sydney Dragway. Means that we're going to have the temperature drop a little bit again. The track's going to change a bit, so every opportunity you've got to dial in, as it were. Pardon the pun. Okay, so we've got Sean Maher back in the HB Tirana. Ran a 001 reaction time earlier today, and Peter Villaris in that Wild XT Falcon.
They're pretty close on the dial-ins.
Not too far off, 9:28 for Maher, 9:40 for Villaris, so there's not going to be much in the lead. But it's going to be all action with Villaris drops the clutch and starts rowing gears on the way down.
Yeah, that's right. Sean Maher, they Super Sedan #1 here at Sydney Dragways. Mary's Engines, Holden HB Tirana, Chevy 414, and Peter Villaris, the Go Logistics sponsor, Ford Falcon XT, Windsor 363. So this should... look at the
big
car.
Big wheels up for Villaris and another hop into second gear. 010 reaction time for Maher, 074 for Villaris. They're tied at the end. Maher breaks out at 2:27 on a 28, handing the win to Villaris, 43 on a 40.
Wow.
What a pass that was.
That was.
Talk about entertaining. Here's another replay of it. Take a look at the front of that XT, bouncing up and down. Sean Maher trying to keep in front. He did get out of it early, but just not early enough, unfortunately.
No, that's it.
What a great pass. Here's another great pair of competitors about to come up. Paul Papacosta from Go Logistics in this 440-powered Windsor Capri up against Andrew Little, the Bushrat. He's the runner-up in his 67 Chev Camaro. We've got a 975 dial-in for Little, a 920 for Papacosta.
Andrew Little, it says here, runner-up 2024. Well, that was a great year for Andrew and his comeback account here at Sydney Dragway after a 10-year absence with his daughter running junior Dragster. It looks like he dialed in 975, 016 reaction time, takes the win, runs a 984 and a 975 at 134. And for Papacosta's dial in 920, he runs a 925 with a 9, just too much.
Was the reaction time that did him in there. Unfortunately, Andrew Little was on the money with an 016.
Yeah, very good.
Next pairing, we've got Sean Sorbello dialed in at 990 with the Turbo LS Commodore. Simon Bonello, 952 in that tough as nails 2V Clevo powered XW Falcon.
Yeah, nice car, and it does go pretty hard as well. So from Catherine Field, Bonello, and Sean from Marsden Park, not very far down the road for either of them. Sean Sorbello.
He'll be kicking himself for that one. A red 096 on the tree, 203 for Bonello, so he's lucked out on that one. Double breakout, nonetheless. Not by much, a couple of hundredths by the pair of them, but Bonello will take the win courtesy of that cherry on the tree.
Yeah, first is worst in that situation, so they take that into account, and it shows up straight away. Joe Zammett now in the Aeroflow lane up against brother Michael Little from Forbes in New South Wales, the Little Holden LJ Tirana, running a Chevy 434, dialed in at a 937. Joe Zammett in the opposite lane, in the overflow lane, dialed in with a 1028.
You've got to love those replays that Blendline have been feeding us today.
Yeah, they've been sensational.
Really good. Our memory is okay, but it's not as good as watching it again. So.
I like even though it's a picture, it confirms that we were right.
Yeah, that's right. All right, Joe Zammett in pre-stage, just waiting for Little to join him. We've got a 10.28 for Zammett in the Aeroflow lane, 9.37 for Little in the Rocket. The name of the game here is to get as close as you can to that dial-in. So even though one is technically faster than the other, he can go too fast, or he can go too slow, too far away from that dial-in, and still lose. So 0.55 reaction time to an 0.30 for Little. This will be close at the stripe.
Yeah,
breakout for Joe Zammett, which is a little bit out of it.
Gee.
Dead on the money for Michael Little. 9.37 with a 0 on a 9.37 dial-in.
Yeah, look at that. And Joe Zammett got there first.
Yes.
And but it was just too quick to get there first, and then hence the breakout and the win going over to his opponent Michael Little over there in the Rocket Lane.
Correct. Emma Attard pulling up in the all-in Aussie Plumbing LC Tirana. 890 with a dial-in. Rex Webster in the A40 Ute, 961.
Yeah, Rex Webster had a handful of cars racing. He used to be pretty big in the street machine circles as well, as he takes off with a 128 reaction time and a .536 for Emma Atta. Very uncharacteristic for that young lady.
Certainly.
But no breakout. 962. Rex Webster goes on his 961 at 131 miles an hour. Emma Attard there.
892 on an 890 dial-in, so
she's
still pretty close on the dial-in.
Yeah.
But as you said, bit of a wiggle. She's got the chutes out at the big end. No, everything looks okay.
Oh, good.
I just saw the chute moving around in the big end of the track. What's happening there? But a little bit of a crosswind, I dare say. So it's all good, but yeah, very, very uncharacteristic, as you mentioned.
Dashing Dave Gruber now in the Rocket Lane from Gilmore in the ACT. He dialed him at the 936 up against Michael Milasevich. He's dialed in an 876 in the Aeroflow lane. 876 is quicker than the 936. Dave Gruber in the Rocket Lane gets the handicap start with an 010 reaction time. Gee, he should be able to hold on to that and cross the finish line in front.
Looks like he will. Oh
no!
Milasevich
drives around him. Well, it was Gruber there an 010 reaction time, and Milasevich a 035 and took it out.
Gruber maybe just wound off the throttle a little bit too much. So that's the trick of it. Here's a replay. We might see how close it is at the finish line. We'll get a pretty good idea. The Capri gathers up the Tirana. Wow. By the skin of his teeth. Gets the win there. So really nice pass. A big congratulations.
Yeah.
On that one. Next pairing, Chevy Taylor back out in the bubble top. Jim Denaro in the Cortina in the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, both very seasoned campaigners, as all the commentators have here have mentioned previously. Jim Denaro, 936 in the Rocket Lane. He's the chassis builder himself, so Denaro chassis, Denaro race chassis, and Western Auto picks for sponsorship, and for Carl Chevy Taylor, Tilly Motorsport Spares, Taylor Marine Exhaust, BK Race Engines and Pro Trans Automatic. Carl Chevy Taylor gets off first with an 025. Look at that, identical reaction times. Identical. And Jim Denaro there. Who's going to win? James Denaro at 937 on a 936 at 146 and a 1026 on a 1020. See, this is look at the difference.
A thousandth margin of victory. On that. Identical reaction times. I don't know the last time we saw that.
No.
And within a few thousandths of the dial-in as well. Jeez, Super Sedan has brought the game.
Yeah, let's see, and like we're looking at having to count the digits.
Yep.
For the margin of victory. Graham Blackman, Black Graham from Tumbarumba in New South Wales. That's a fair haul. That's down near Holbrook.
It is a decent drive.
Yeah.
So good to see Graham up here competing at Sydney Dragway. He does have the luck of the draw with the bye run on this pass. He's going to get some data. Runs a 10:34 on a 10:27. 130 mile per hour.
I think that's the fastest that car's been over the quarter before he's. I see Queanbeyan Engine Service now. Graham used to sort of pick and choose which organisation did which work, but now it's Queanbeyan Engine. Tim Gruber in Queanbeyan, and he's a competitive racer here as well. So he does good work.
Here we are back into modified, one of our favourite categories. Peter Carlton in the Aeroflow lane. Swale Industries on board the front engine dragster. Maxville Mower and Auto Centre also helping out. He's made the trip down from Bowerville. Alison Stewart in the Rocket lane. LA Lubricants, Jeff's Racing. Scorpion Racewear, Denara Shazzy and Cackling Pipes Photography on board with Ali down there. 9:01 dial in for Carlton in the Aeroflow lane. 7:67 for Stewart.
Yeah, just speaking to Alison Stewart just before I came back from the break after that big oil down, and she's pretty happy with the way things are going. She loves competing, and she loves winning, and that's all she concentrates on. And but she's doing very well. She's been in this car now for I think nearly 12 months since she changed over from the Welsh family racing car. 008 and a 122. Well, is that commentator's curse, or I must have misread the law?
Well, not quite,
look at
mate.
that! Look at that!
You were saved by the breakout there, Les. Ali goes through for a 7:71 with a 9 on a 67 dial-in, and Peter Carlton runs a 9:000 on a 9:01 dial-in. That's almost just bad luck rather than anything else, I think.
Well, yes, mate. If I sound a bit muffled, I'm trying to get my size 11 shoe out of my mouth. So, Chelsea Smith, she's had a really good, some really good numbers in the qualifying sessions that we've had here today. The three of them. Gary Franks, he's been hard charging too. That Ford Mustang's with a 582 cubic inch big block Chev, it does come on gangbusters, from 1,000 feet. So Chelsea Smith, she's got the advantage that, she's got that big engine of 540, but 540 in that car and a 582. It's sort of a shorter wheelbase, but the wheelbase doesn't have much to do with it because you just want to get the front wheels over the line first. It doesn't matter how long the car is. So we'll see how Chelsea goes. She goes 760. Oh no, Gary Franks.
Red 029 for Franks in the Rocket lane. That does hand the win automatically to Chelsea Smith. A breakout as well for Gary Franks. So frustrated he stayed into it. 764 on a 62 dial-in for Chelsea Smith. So, nice setup for the crew down there.
Yeah.
Well done to her. Next pairing, Mark Tanswell, front-engine Holden-powered dragster. George Bukarushliev, front-engine LS-powered dragster. There's a replay on that last class.
Look at this.
Super nice pass. Les, that style of car, the Mustang, that's running down there. What's that style of car? I'm not as familiar with it.
They used to call them it's not a flat top, but it's and I liked your previous reference to last time we were together about a long roof for a station wagon.
Yes,
I'd never heard that here. I heard it a lot in the US, but I hadn't heard it here. So that was very encouraging.
All right, red light on the tree for Tanswell, and a big jump to the left, which we've seen that car do before. It did it a few times at Day of the Drags, but an 084 on the tree for Bukarushliev, who will take the win on a 797 on his 95 dial-in. Tanswell on with the dial-in, though, 935 on a 930 dial-in, so just a little bit too keen to let the button go for Tanswell down there. It was funny, at Day of the Drags, I'm sure it was Tanswell's car. He was coming out of the hole and the thing just wanted to take that big steer to the left for almost all of qualifying and I think the first round of competition. And then they got it figured out and it started to go straight. It was running really well. It was very, very odd that it's started to do that again.
Stephanie Heisman's now on the Aeroflow lane from Spring Hill. Went through there, or past the Spring Hill a couple of weekends ago on my way to and from Orange. A nice part of New South Wales out there too. She's in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 812. Up against Craig Davies in the Rocket lane, dial in 830. 830 is slower than 812. Craig Davies in the Rocket lane to get the handicap start. Now this is a classic V8 front engine dragster. A front engine, they call them FEDs, and that's what that stands for. Small block shift, 385 cubes up against 509. So you can see why it's... Oh, Stephanie Heisman's there, 039.
Red light, handing the win to CJ Davies.
Yeah.
CJ crosses, slight breakout for CJ, but he's still had the advantage of the red light at the start. So 8:29 on a 30 dial.
Yeah, she was 6 thousandths under. So, but first is worst, and Stephanie had committed the offence at the start line here. Gary Durrington now in the Rocket lane. Dialed in with a 980 up against Danielle McCaskill from Sylvania in the Chevy 555 cubic inch dragster. So she's dialed in at 736. Gary Durrington and 980s. Gary Durrington will get the handicap start. So it's a fair bit too. It's a couple of yellow lights.
Yeah, it's enough to be. It's enough to get a little nervous.
Yep. Yeah.
But Danny is a professional, so
yeah,
I'm sure she's just going to take that in a stride. Durrington in pre-stage. McCaskill joins in.
Yeah, Durrington looking for a really good reaction time, a really low reaction time. Let's see how he goes. Now the lights have come down. Favourite Durrington. Oh, 222. Oh, 107. Nah, Danielle will she'll have that car wound up right up. And she does take it. She runs a 738 on a 736 at 179 miles an hour. For Gary Durrington on his 980, runs a 988 at 131. Look at that. Over 40 miles per hour, nearly 50 miles per hour difference, 80 kilometres an hour difference. So you can hear those big motored cars coming from behind you, and it is rather daunting when you hear them, and then you just brace yourself for when they go past. So, but that's the difference between dial your own racing and fixed index racing, as they do a lot of in the US over the 8th mile. Paul Lynette from Mount Warrigal, the 23 T-Bucket Auto Chev 434, dialed in with a 754 in the Aeroflow lane. Harrison Fletcher in the Rocket lane, dialed with an 891. He'll get the handicap start and a 002 red. Yeah, well, 002 red. Let's see how Paul Lynette goes. He runs a 754 with a 2 on a 754 with a 0, 2 thousandths over. That's terrific. 173 miles an hour and 894 at 145 for Harrison Fletcher. But he'd already committed the offence. First is worst, we say, and whoever does the worst. The only way that if someone red lights and continues down and can win a race is if the other person accepts a clean green and goes down either and runs over the centre line or tags the side wall. Then that's a safety infraction, which is above everything else. So that's the emphasis on safety in drag racing.
Great shot there of category sponsor Platinum Powder Coating on the side of the Welsh car in the Aeroflow lane there. Thanks to Blendline TV for those great. In the Rocket lane. 028 reaction time for Matthew Welsh.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That's a big advantage to the 361 at Mark Bull, and it does carry through to the win at the big end.
I think that Matty Welsh was at the end of the speed measuring line before his opponent got even to the front of the same line, but at the front. So it was a good win by Matty Walsh. Yeah, he was right into it.
Absolutely.
Nice
But again, a big thank you to Platinum Powder Coating for being on board with
Yeah.
the modified category here, as well as all of our category sponsors.
Oh, they've been great.
Great to have so many of them on board.
Yes, and
here
we'll
at
keep
the Track
mentioning them.
Champs. Certainly.
That's good, isn't it?
If you're looking for powder coating work,
Yeah.
Platinum is your go-to.
Yep. Yeah, it's always good to remember, and it's even better for us if we sort of put them out there and reinforce it into the spectators' minds and anybody else that's listening.
Absolutely. Daniel Moore leaves first. 017 reaction time.
Gee.
He's got the 791. Pete Brown just off the money.
I don't think
026.
he'll do it.
Is he going to get there?
Oh,
Wow,
double.
breakout for Daniel Moore and a breakout for Peter Brown. Like you said, Les, double breakout, but Brown has the less of the offence.
Yes.
So
gee.
he'll take the points on that round. That's got to be a hard way to lose a race.
Oh, when you dial in at 765
Yep.
and then you run a 763,
Yeah.
and even though you're under by the lesser amount. So
Yes.
that's what I was talking about. At the finish, the margins at the finish, it seems to be so close together now.
That's it.
Which is terrific.
Another pair of hard charging ladies
Yeah.
down here in the driver's seats. Jess Turner in the Aeroflow lane, Brooke Rapasada in the Rocket lane. Both been doing a great job today. They've had some great success, been on the money. ETS Race Fuels, Higgins Raceheads, Kavanagh Auto and Wild Inc. on board Jess Turner's program. Brooke Rapasada with the VP Racing Fuels backing her up.
Yeah, VPG there.
Got 779 dial in for Jess Turner and 820 for Rapasada.
Well, I'd say both these competitors have been really sharp at on the tree today. So this is
Triple O for Jess Turner.
Turner.
Congratulations. Unlucky Brooke Rapasada and 025 red will hand the win to Jess Turner. Runs through for a 784. Okay, 784 on a 779. Yep. An 820, 824 for Rapasada. So she was on the money with the dial in, but just left a little bit early. But Jess Turner got in there and did her job to the T. Triple O on the light. Geez, we've had a few triple O's today, Les. How many are we up to?
Well, four.
Four, yeah. Okay.
So, and there was a couple of ones that were. This one here was done, but I wasn't commentating, so I can only count that as one. It's what I record the ones that I commentate.
Okay.
And then I record them.
Well,
so
I can co-sign for it because I saw it happen. So if you want to,
I'll take it to the bank manager.
Yeah, take it to the bank manager.
Verified signature.
Exactly. All right, so we are into Top Sportsman. Back again, Mixed Metal Roofing on board with Top Sportsman. How good is it that we've got so many sponsors for all these categories?
Oh, no.
I've got to remember to make sure that there's a sponsor there.
Yeah.
So Nathan Cooper in the All Vehicle Services Gemini with an 855 dial-in. Tony Heisman's in the Auto 1 Orange Camaro, he has an 805 dial-in. So you'll see Cooper in the Aeroflow lane leave half a second before Heisman's. The goal is, if everything's perfect, if both races have a 000 light, and Cooper leaves half a second before Heisman's, they should cross the line at exactly the same time.
Yep.
That's basically how this sort of works. And that's, if you work it backwards, that's kind of how a breakout or running too slow or running too lazy on the reaction time works out. 002 on the tree for Cooper, 432 for Heisman's. Heisman's has a lot of work to do here.
Yeah.
I think Cooper is going to get there first. He drops the chute early to make sure. 861 on a 55 dial-in, 152 mile per hour, and 808 for Heisman. So his dial-in was spot on.
Yeah.
But just that having a little snooze on the tree there.
Yeah.
No offence intended, Tony. Don't get upset with me.
Yeah.
That's how it goes sometimes. All right, Owen James back up to the line again. OAC Engineering Cortina.
This is the ex Pro Stock car, I
Yeah,
think,
it is,
that
yes.
Stewie was referring to earlier,
Yep.
up against Stewie Bennett. Gee, that's a really nice car. I wanted to go and have a look at that.
Another big wheel
Well,
stand
look,
for
and
Bennett.
again.
Whoa, 3 or 4. He's had the big whomps trying to get it back down.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a scary sort of
Gee.
situation there for Stuart Bennett in the Rocket Lane. But Owen James will take the win, an 8.70 with a 3 on a 64 dial, and he had a nice reaction time. We were less focused on that than we were
on the
the skyward pointing Bennett in the Rocket Lane. So, look, I mean, you got to get out there, you got to have fun, but the team don't look too happy about what they just watched happen down the track there. So, Salim Matter in the A Civil HB Tirana, as we can see a quick replay there of Stu Bennett bouncing the Tirana down the 330. And we've got James Barnes in MK Trailers and BG Engines back Ford Mustang. It's got a 440 cube Boss engine in that Mustang, which is a reasonable amount of engine to put in one of those earlier Mustang bodies.
Yeah. Well, the Boss 440 means it wins a bottom end and your Cleveland heads and intake.
Yep.
So
and speaking of fitting a large engine into a small chassis, we've got the same thing. Actually, a little bit more in the other lane.
Yeah,
a 632 Chevy in a HV Tirana.
Yeah.
There's not much under those guards, I think.
No. They're fairly light on.
Okay, so Salim Matter with a 795 dial-in the Aeroflow. 860 dial-in for James Barnes.
Yeah, James Barnes will get to lead first. Salim Matter to do that, to do the chasing.
0.25 reaction time gives the slight advantage to Barnes. Matter has some chasing to do. I don't know if he's going to get around him. Barnes looks like he's going to cross the line first. With an early shoot, he does take the win at an 864 on a 60 dial-in. Matter trying hard to chase down that Mustang. He's broken out in the end, so didn't go Salim's way on that pass, but really well done to Barnes and crew.
Yep, nice leave, good reaction time, and kept the foot in it right to the end, and was pretty close to his dial-in as well. So
there's the replay of that pass. Certainly bus lengths around the half track.
Yeah.
But, Matter coming home with all that 632 cube power.
Yeah.
Just a little bit too much at the end.
Well,
a little bit too much, too late.
Too late, yeah. Well, the same thing I've seen happen to Brett O'Connor with that big block Chev, 636 cubic inches. I've only seen one or two bigger. Yep. One was one of the Fowlers that was 701 cubic inches.
Yeah.
And and there was another one that was nearly 800. But
800 in a big block, like an aftermarket block.
Yeah, it's must have. I think it was either a World or a Dart block. Okay. So they cast them up with different bore centres, the centre lines, and you get the big, huge piston.
That's where your sunnies and all that sort of thing are coming from. Yeah.
So and it was fairly big, and I thought, right.
Oh, Beckingham, 003 red. Lifting the wheels in the air for the XY, but Brett O'Connor has not left the line.
So we are, and he's already the winner.
Yep.
So,
well,
I don't know if the car is. Oh no, it's being pushed.
He may have just seen that red light and taken the.
Yeah.
And decided to take it. So sometimes there's.
Method in the madness?
Yeah, method in the madness, depending on the health of the engine or whatever it might be. So always entertaining to see John Beckingham with that ute out here. It's a pretty wild ride.
I wonder if it's the John Beckingham that used to, he was down, I'm sure it was, down Ulladulla way, and he had a big white Dodge Phoenix. And he had it in, he ended up in either supercharged Outlaws with it. Then he came back and he had that same engine in another car, a lighter car. I forget which, I think it might have been a Chrysler product.
Okay.
But, and then I see him sort of different, exactly the same name, but, like moving it closer up to Sydney. So I was just wondering.
I think this John Beckham's been in Sydney for quite a while.
Oh, has he?
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
not to say that you're certainly wrong, but I think John was Beck's Automotive.
Yeah. Oh, well, that sounds
for
like
quite a long time.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but moving on to the next pairing in mixed metal roofing top sportsman, we've got Lisa Sargent in the Sargent's roofing. It's a roofing bonanza.
Bonanza, yeah.
Bickle Camaro with that 600 cube dart motor. She's got an 805 dial in. And then we've got Thomas Leake in the Pegs Auto Trimming Grand Am, a 540 cube Chevy. 792 the dial in for Leake.
Oh, no.
Lisa's rolled through on the two-step. The trans brake hasn't held on that car. What a shame. And Thomas Leake will take the win, an 801 on a 92 dial in.
Yeah.
Big shame for the crew down there.
Yeah.
With Lisa Sargent.
Wow.
So you're doing everything right, but you put the thing on the chip and it's just not staying where it's supposed to. So
yeah,
real shame.
Gee whiz. I see that. Well, I guess it's a good win for Thomas Leake, and 052 runs an 801 on a 792. He could probably see the lights flashing. He was already a winner.
Yep.
And well, he took the thing. It's just took the win, and the whole family of Leakes are plumbers. You know, it's sort of like the name. It's like Ron Carpenter's a butcher type of thing.
Well, yeah, the Leakes are auto trimmers, right?
Yeah.
Instead of plumbers.
Yeah.
All right, there is some big S-shaped burnout marks down there in the airflow lane, which means that Josh Boscovich has just done his burnout.
Yeah, that's the wild man from Wondandian.
Yeah, exactly
right.
We've got Mitchell Samet back up in the Corvette. Have done a burnout this time, so that's a good sign. We'll get them up into stage and see if we can't make a pass in anger. 632 cubic inch big block Chevy, natural aspiration.
Yep. Oh, there's the Puff and Billy.
Yeah, a little bit of chemical supercharging happening with Bosco there.
Oh,
the trademark dry hop. So that clutch actuated Lenko manually shifted combination behind the Fontana.
As we said, I met one of the Samets because when I was introduced to him at Albury last weekend, I thought it was Zamet.
Yes.
But he said, no, it's Samet with an S.
Yep.
He said, but I still race at Sydney Dragway because
it's like Smith or Smythe.
Yeah.
All right, we've got Boscovich into full stage, just waiting on Samet to bump in. He has joined 801 for Boscovich, which leads first. 740 for Samet. 112 reaction time gives Boscovich the edge, and he will take the stripe first. He breaks out, though. A 797 with a 5, but it looks like that's a PB because everyone is going nuts on the start line there.
Oh, that's because it's first time into the sevens,
Big congratulations for the Bosco guys. Big congrats, guys. Well done.
Oh, they don't give a run.
But a big congratulations for Mitchell Samet and the crew Alpine Manufacturing. They're a 744 with a 4 on a 740. Let's see a replay of that PB run for the Boscos there. 797 at 168 miles per hour. Big congrats to Josh.
Yes, well done to him.
And again, another big congratulations to Mitchell Samet for making that really clean pass there. That was the end of Top Sportsman, brought to you by Mixed Metal Roofing. And we will jump into Mod Bike here, and we'll be right back in 2 seconds. Okay. Beautiful. So we just saw Greg Horadum head on down the track there. And Michael Ricketts, 9.74 at 127 to an 11.08. There. Next pairing, we've got Danny Burtonshaw in the Aeroflow lane. Is on the D&J Haulage and Devil Designs Hayabusa. It's also got Prezioso Transport and Cement Haulage on board the program. 10.20 is the dial-in for Daniel down there. And Cheryl Beddoes, Joe Curry Motorcycle Transport, Harley-Davidson Destroyer, is dialed in for a 9.20. So we're going to see Cheryl lead after Danny. Danny's just rolled through the beam there, still getting used to this new combination. Cheryl Beddoes gets out 9.56 reaction time, but she's going to run on through the win at 9.49 with an 8 on a 9.20 dial-in. Feel bad for Danny there. He's had a couple of gremlins today, but
yeah, for sure.
There's no denying Josh Burtonshaw, sure. His son, just come through with another massive burnout. D&J Haulage, Devil Designs, and the Prezioso Cement Haulage on board with Josh's combination, and then Mark Davies, of course, on the GSXR 1000 in the Rocket Lane. 10.00 dial in for Burtonshaw, 9.45 for Davies.
Yeah, Davies 9.45 is quick. Well, it doesn't matter now.
It's the red lights.
Yeah, that's
for the Burtonshaws, unfortunately, in this round, but Davies gets out with a clean 0.26. He's going to easily cruise on through for the win there, courtesy of that red light from Josh. But nonetheless, Josh ended up running through a 10.34 on that 10.0 dial-in. Next pairing, we've got Michael Riches, Team Digger Motorsport and Racing Suzuki Hayabusa, who's the runner-up in the New South Wales Championship 2024 mod bike. It's also sponsored by Formation Riders. And then we've got Angie Phipps. Angela Phipps is one of the crew here at Sydney Dragway. Great to see her back on the bike. She's got a 10.85 dial-in, 2.91 reaction time. It's not a red. 0.35 from Riches, which is going to make it a little bit difficult for Angela, but nonetheless, Riches crosses through for a 10.01 to the 10.93. So not far off for Phipps on the dial-in there. But reaction time just got her a little bit.
Yeah, but that 2.91 as opposed to a 0.35 from her opponent, and that's where the difference lies. Herein lies the difference, they say.
Definitely. Jimmy Jock Stewart back out in the Aeroflow lane on that Hunter Moto Rutherford Kawasaki ZX14R up against a fellow ZX14R rider, Gareth Wilcox with Team Digger. He's got his YouTube channel. Check it out, the Gareth Wilcox 7964 YouTube channel. And he's riding the Spook. His name. This will be pretty close, actually. 1.33 reaction time from Jock Stewart, gave him slight edge. And Wilcox breaks out. So that could be another PB for Wilcox. A 9.82 with a 1. Unfortunately breaking out, handing the win to Stewart with a 10.15 on a 10.0 dial-in.
Yes, too fast, too fast, too late, and just tried to squirt, just give it a bit more gas, so to speak, and just allowed him to go under his dial-in, and the win was handed to his competitor in the opposite lane. Rob Simmons from Blythe Park in Suzuki Hayabusa 1441cc over the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 944, and Jesse Barnes dialed in with a 1016 over there in the Rocket lane. Barnes takes it at 10.16. He runs a 10.193 on a 10.160 at 135. A 2.04 still, the light was his reaction time.
A big miss for Simmons on the dial.
Oh, yeah. 3/10.
Yes.
Well, that's the first time I've mentioned a tenth today.
That's right. We've been talking in the thousands and the hundreds.
Yeah.
So Sean Ricketts is your 2024 champion. Currently reigning mod bike champion down here. Heavy Duty Magazine on board with that ZX12R. Of his 9.36 dial-in, he does get the benefit of the bye round.
Yeah, winner 2024 New South Wales Championship. I think he also won the 2020 year. Would have been 2024 Winter Nationals, so that would make him a national champion as well.
He was a busy boy.
He was that year. He had a big year.
9:38 on a 9:36 dial-in on a buy run. Might give you a bit of an indication why he's been so successful.
Yeah, and that 0:46 reaction time. And he really put a big effort in. He was going all out last year, so he achieved his goals. So been there, done that.
Absolutely. Bikereview.com.au. Thank you again for being the sponsor for Modified Bike. And that will bring us back into the Street Fighter class.
Yep.
We've got Pietro Tallarico in the Aeroflow lane, the VF Commodore Ute, up against Sean Dartnell in the I-30.
Okay, that's gone. Yep, okay.
Yep, we're just catching up with the run program here at Sydney Dragway today. We've got a bit of a... our sheet is a bit outdated, but I think we might even have an online update.
Super Street, Junior Bike, Junior Dragster, Track Prep. Yep.
Oh, okay, yeah, an hour, isn't it? Oh, 6:11. Oh, yeah.
So Street,
Yep.
Super Street, Dragster's Prep.
Right, okay. Yep. Right.
Okay, red light on the tree, unfortunately, for Tallarico there, which gave Dartnell the win in that pass. Next pairing up, we've got Ashley Vincent in the VE Commodore from Marimba, 16:53 dial-in. Bill Hatsey, 13:80. He has been Johnny on the light so far. As we mentioned earlier, took home some cash with a perfect reaction time.
Yeah, $600 isn't much. Isn't nothing to be scoffed at.
No, not at all. 0.46 reaction time, which is a big advantage for him in this pass. Ashley obviously leaving almost 3 seconds before, but Bill will get there if he gets the nose in front. Yep, he just has to back off a little bit. So he does take the win, a 14.0 on the 13.80. Vincent not too far off the dial-in either, though, 16.69 on a 53.
Yep, but the .334 reaction time let him down. And that's where it's all 1 and 1 on the in drag racing. In modern times, there's greater emphasis on the reaction time. Guy Greenland now in the Street Fighter class, Clare, New South Wales, a Holden SVZ, 3.8 litre V6, not his traditional 6 litre. Is it 6 litre or 6.2 or whatever, the supercharged car?
Yeah, I think it was the 6 litre with the LSA combination.
LSA, well, that's right. So Christopher Varillis there, he got there first, a 14.881 on a 14.87, so nice and clear. So that was a good win for Varillis. He'd be really pleased. I know Guy Greenland has been, I think he's got his car out of action for maintenance or some sort of rebuild. But it's good to see him just take the shopping trolley away from Mum and say, you can have a rest today.
0.00 reaction time from Glenn Featherstone. I was actually going to add that Glenn's always pretty keen on the tree here.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm glad that I didn't say it because it didn't go red.
Oh, yeah, right.
So I've done your trick earlier, mate. I stayed quiet.
Yeah, that's it.
There we go. So double breakout on that one, but still the red light at the tree for Melham there hands that win back over to Featherstone. So it's been triple O's all day today.
Yeah, look at him. I've had to go into the big wide open spaces to fit it in.
You need a bigger page.
Yeah.
Very good. All right, Nicholas Varillis up next against Michael Zara. So we've got a 14.95 dial-in. This is a Street Fighter class.
Yeah.
So just to remind everyone that this is the class where you can effectively take a plain old regular daily driver, whatever it may be, and bring it on down to Sydney Dragway, and you can race in competition drag racing.
Yep, and you can go as quick as 13, 13.00, 12.99, and you've gone too quick, and 12.99 and 13 seconds and slower. So ideal for the shopping trolley.
Yep. Michael Zara in the Big Statesman. The 105. He's managed to get the advantage there, but Varillis closer on the dial in. He's got 1500s. Advantage there, 1497 on 95 dial in. And we've got Danny Stadelmeyer, the runner-up in the 2024 championship.
Yeah.
The mighty AU Falcon down there, manually shifted an 0.53 reaction time. He's got the bye run, so doesn't have to wring its neck, but that's just not the way that it happens.
No,
with Danny.
Not with him.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a slow first to second shift.
Yeah,
by the
that
looks of
was a
things.
bit. That was a bit.
Not exactly sure what happened there, but nonetheless, 14:42 will take the win on a bye.
Yeah, 0.53 reaction time, not too bad. Pretty consistent. It's in the range that Danny usually goes.
Yep.
So, he's, he's had a multitude of race cars over the time that he's been racing here.
It certainly has all different types.
Yeah, and different cylinder configurations, all sorts of things. So, but been very, very consistent, and his determination to still carry on is unwavering.
He had that Toyota Echo.
Yes, that's right.
The yellow and red one that
yeah.
had the big trumpet intake out of the front of it. It sounded like a trombone going down the street. It was an interesting concoction that he had there, but it just really comes back to what we were saying about you can race basically anything in Street Fighter.
Yeah.
So it's good to see that people are still enjoying that class, but.
Okay, Robert Gallotta in the Aeroflow lane, dialed with a 1070 and takes off with a reaction time of 233 up against Chris Samet, who dialed in with 1185 and had a better reaction time of 0.37. He gets there first, runs an 1190 on 1185 for the win at 104, and for Robert Gallotta in the Aeroflow lane, a 1075 on a 1070 at 126, but that 0.233 as opposed to a 0.37 reaction time is where the difference lies.
Absolutely. Our next pairing up is Christina Hunter. She's down there in the VT Calais, LS3 powered combination. 1134 is her dial in. We've got Con Iranios in the VE Commodore, 1210 dial in, 6 litre. Oh, that one 066 on the tree, and 045. Christina has been excellent on the tree today.
Yeah, look at that, another 0.41.
Got to say, really good. It looks like she might round up Con here. She breaks out, unfortunately, by the smallest of margins as well. 1,000th. 1,000th. 11.33 with a 9 on an 11.34. Kit, what do you say about that, mate? A 33 with a 9 on a 34. Come on. That's a hard way to lose a race. But
yeah, there he is. He's got to give him the thumbs up.
Yep.
She's done well.
Great racing so far from Christina down there, and Con keeps coming around and making passes. So Luke Pele down there, 11-0, 11-0-230 reaction time. Eden Abella 10:06 with an 080 reaction time. Is he going to get there and pip him at the post? Oh, he just misses out. Looks like the VY just fell off a little bit later on in the pass. Still good mile per hour though.
Yeah.
11:19 to Pele on the 11:00.
Yeah, look at that, 141.
And still 141. He's been running in the 142 mile per hour range today, but just lost a bit of ET in the back half.
Wow.
On that one, so could have been maybe a bit of wheel spin. I didn't quite see the launch for.
Right.
Didn't quite see the launch for Eden down there. But nonetheless, we'll move on. Our next pass, we've got Dennis Plessis in the big XY GT Falcon up against Zig Zielkowski. 1160 dial in for Zielkowski, 064 on the tree, 020 reaction time for Plessis. You just got to get the nose in front, which he does, and then roll it off. 1063 with a 7 on a 62 dial in. Dennis is going to be hard to beat today, and Ziolkowski wasn't far off either, 11.62 with a 6.
Yeah,
So only
11.60, yeah.
500 margin of victory for Plessis there.
Yeah, Rob Matesic from Shell Harbour in the Chevy Camaro. Chevy 454, dialed in with a 10.57 in the Aeroflow lane, up against Sammy Joe Johnson from St Mary's. Holden V Commodore, L98 6 litre, so that's a neat little combination as well. Sammy Joe is a very, very dedicated racer. She's come on, I think, in the second half of last year, and she's been to a lot of, taken part in a lot of these monthly meetings here, and I hear she's always at street meetings and that as well. But a 002 red light from Rob Matesic. The win.
Not to mention also Sammy Jo Johnson's also put aside her time as a international cricket star.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
Well, there you go.
Not just a drag racer, but also a women's cricketer on the international level for Australia.
Is she?
Yep, absolutely.
Well,
so
how do you see what...
It's another one of those overachievers that makes us all look bad.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
She's really, really good at everything.
But
nonetheless, we're happy to have her here racing at Sydney Dragway in the Power Plus Fuels New South Wales Super Street class.
Yep.
We're getting through here. Richard Matasevic in the XY Ute is back up against Tex Griffiths in the Plymouth Satellite. A 10.58 dial-in for the Aeroflow lane versus a 10.40 in the Rocket lane.
Yes, a slight advantage at the start for Matasevic, and the 10.58 is slower than the 10.40, so he'll get the handicap start. Tex Griffiths in the big Plymouth Satellite will go down, do the chase. Let's see how they go. Well, an 0.12 and an 0.52. At the moment, the yellow utility of Matasevic has the start line advantage. Now, if Tex Griffiths got to drive around him.
Double breakout.
Double breakout. Oh, look at that. 570s. Oh, yeah, look at that.
4 thousandths of a breakout for Matasevic.
Yeah.
8 thousandths for Griffiths.
Yeah. Well, see.
We're back in the thousands again.
Yeah. I'm going to start looking at... we don't need a calculator now. We just say thousands and it'll be right.
Several thousands.
Yeah.
We're pretty not far off it.
Yeah.
All right, Aidan Stutchbury back out again in the VH Commodore. A 10.95 dial-in up against Mark Hopkins, or a 10.88. So this is going to be a pretty close one. Not much of a difference at the tree. You'll struggle to see the difference in the lights. Barely. 0.58 reaction time to Stutchbury gives him a slight advantage over 1.04 from Hopkins. He's going to run on down there. It looks like he's going to gather him up in the back end, but I'm not sure. Hopkins gets the win. Just closer on the dial-in there by, again, 9 thousandths margin of victory.
Look at that.
10.99 with a 7.
Well, that was actually 98 10,000ths of a second.
There you go.
So you've gone to the 4th decimal point.
That's right.
And the biggest margin I've ever seen was at a place called Huntsville in Alabama, where we had to go down to the computer room where the timing system was in a little cool room, and it went to the 5th decimal point.
Wow.
To get a winner.
Wow. And no doubt that was at 3 a.m. in the morning, probably.
You don't know how close to the truth you really are. It was after 1 a.m. I know that.
There you go.
Yeah, because I stayed up and I had my co-commentator there. That was Bruce Greyhound Ritchie. Dialed him with a 10.77 of 4.21 reaction time, and runs a 10.82 on a 10.77. But Bruce there just needs to sharpen up his reaction time. He's got all the mumbo he wants under that big 5.72 in that big Chev, but now I think it's got a lightweight front end, i.e. fiberglass panels, fiberglass bumper, and things like that. He also bought, after his accident just here earlier on in 2024 in the Aeroflow lane, he did contact the sidewall, but turned around and he was nearly head on 90 degrees to the sidewall here, and but he bought new panels, steel panels, but he also bought some replica fiberglass. So the fiberglass ones are on there, and when he finishes racing at the end of the year, he'll just take them off and put the brand new panels on. They've all been spray painted, all colour matched, and things like that. So he's pretty keen on the automotive scene, and he does have a really nice 69 Plymouth Roadrunner with a 426 Hemi and a 5-speed in it as well. So he loves taking that on long trips. Nice and good to drive, especially on the only thing that's missing, of course, is cruise control, which is.
You can do without it, mate.
Yeah,
we did without it for about 100 years. So
have you?
In general.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I mean in general.
In general, yeah,
we started
yeah.
with cars up to when it came around, so
yeah.
That's all right. But as you can see on the screen there, we've got Robbie Rostesky ready to take part in the next round of Junior Dragster. Proudly brought to you by Speedflow Performance Products. They've stepped up in a big way to come on board with Junior Dragsters this year here at Sydney Dragway. You know, not only Junior Dragsters but also Junior Drag Bike category. So really trying to give the juniors, these new future stars of drag racing, a step up. Give them a bit of a boost getting into the categories.
Yes, that and the previous bracket sponsored by Power Plus Fuels.
Yep, Martin Stevenson.
Yep,
that would be
that was good. Yeah, Martin Stevenson and racing right here at Sydney Dragway. I see there's a bit of an error on the sponsorship for the that's last year's one. So Pat has correctly nominated he's nominated the correct sponsor for the Junior Dragster event that we're all part of this program anyway, and we appreciate them stepping up Speedflow up to the plate, and because they've had a few of their family members in junior drags from late.
Yep.
And it's good to see the even younger ones coming through.
Yeah, I think all of them. If the staging
yeah,
mates
it
are
must be
anything,
compulsory in the family.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly right. All right, Robbie Rostesky in the Aeroflow lane. B Junior Dragster has the 885 dial in. Benjamin Attard in the Rocket lane. A Junior Dragster 796 is the dial in on his board. So you will see Robbie Rostesky leave almost a second before Benjamin Attard. So again, we're back into the dial your own situation where basically nominate the time that you're going to run. Each lane nominates their time, all things being equal, if everyone gets the perfect reaction time.
Yes, that they cross the line exactly at the same time, but there has to be a win.
Looks like it's going to be a solo pass here. Rostesky, some sort of issue with the little dragster there. Unfortunately for that crew, a lot of effort goes into getting these cars here, and the last thing you want is some sort of mechanical issue on the line. But nonetheless, Benjamin Attard has taken full stage, and he will make a pass here. 026 on the tree. Yeah, the 796 dial in. It's a win nonetheless because it is a solo, but 792, so a little bit extra speed out of that Metro Junior Dragster.
Yeah, so he's got both barrels there, red light, and but it is a solo.
Yep.
And he didn't cross the centre line, or he didn't tag the side wall. So nice runs. All
right, back into our next pairing. Riley Ito, AA Junior Dragster, dialed in with a 795, so a little bit more conservative for the AA class there. Zane Condello is our reigning champion, 806 on the A Junior Dragster, so not a lot in it.
No, not much at all, really. Zane Condello, well, one's a AA JB, and the other one's just just a single A JB, but there's a difference there in the dial-ins for Ito, Riley Ito in the Aeroflow lane, because he's running a AA, he's allowed to dip into that 795. Well, the other ones could have, the A Junior Dragsters could have gone into a 794. But Zane Condello has nominated 806, so he must have worked it out so that, for the overcompensation and for the too slow compensation, he's decided to go on that 806. It's probably the one that he's had the most success with. We'll just wait now for them both to go into pre-stage and stage, then they'll be off.
Fine adjustments there on Ito's car.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see in a couple of years' time if they've got a meter to look at while they're going like this.
Yeah, get some Wi-Fi tuning.
Yeah, that's it.
A lot of them do have little screens
do
on the back of them. Yeah, you can actually see here this little device on that. Great shot from the blend line guys.
Yeah.
You can see that little readout screen that will give us, I think, at least idle speed.
Yeah.
Current RPM.
Ah, right.
On the back of it, so it can make some small adjustments there. It could be mixture reading as well. But both cars into full stage. Condello leads with an 0.67 reaction time. Slight advantage to the 103 left by Ito. Let's see who gets there first. Breakout from Ito, 791 on a 95 dial-in, 807 on an 06 for Condello. So Zane is back right where he needs to be.
Yeah, there's
top form.
In that on that 806 dial-in. So you see, Ito there, it was he just went that much too quick.
Yep.
And I'm sure if we got a readout from the head office down the road down there, the timing where all the action is, a couple of doors down, 3 doors down, we could see that Condello with his 806, you can see his margin of victory will probably be, like within a couple of thousandths, there's that word again, of each, well, I'd say competitor. I wouldn't say victim, but...
All right, next pairing through, we've got Jeffrey McNiff, AA Junior Dragster. He's got, at that pointy end of that AA category, he's got 767 dial-in. He's got a bit of a tricky one here. We've got Savannah Lucci in the C Junior Dragster. So she's got her category, which is obviously the slower ET, being a C Junior Dragster versus AA.
Yeah.
She's got a 1229 dial-in. Both drivers still have to do exactly the same job. They have to cut a light, and they've got to run to their dial-in.
Yes.
So deep stage for Savannah, which puts a little bit of stress on there. And she's going to leave 5 seconds, or 4.5, 5 seconds faster. A slight red light, unfortunately, for Savannah there. Jeffrey McNiff is left with an easy 167 reaction time. He basically just has to cross the line here and does so a 770 on a 67 dial-in. So basically everything going the way of McNiff on that pass. 12:38, so not too far off on the dial for Savannah in the rocket lane, but yeah, just a little bit keen to get going there, and had that deep stage as well, which might have caused just a little bit of panic. But nonetheless, it's still so early in her career that these are all the lessons that you take back, you learn from them, and you come out and become a better racer the next time round.
Yeah. Well, I found with my style of racing, I leave on the when the third light goes out instead of the one. How many light? 1, 2, 3, 4 is the green. 4 is the green, and then the red. So I leave a little bit earlier because of.
You having a snooze?
Yeah. So I have to get it. But when the zero, you've got zero when you're deep stage. You've got zero amount of tolerance. There's just no the margin of error is infinitesimal.
That's right. All right, and no margin of error between these two races. 806 dial-in for the pair of them. Georgia Leafting in the aeroflow lane. Another Savannah Condello this time, as opposed to Lucci in the rocket lane. Both 806 dial-in, both A Junior Dragster. Oh, Condello. The two Savannahs have gone red. An 082 reaction time for Leafting will give her the win. 807 on the 06 dial-in, 79.2 to an 808 for Condello. 82 miles per hour is a nice.
Yeah, well, that AA
top speed.
The AA one before, or the one before that, actually 84 miles an hour top speed.
Yep.
But yeah, it's very rare to see like an 806 and an 806, a heads up. Very rare to see in junior drags.
Absolutely. Charlotte Leafting now in the aeroflow lane has 8:23 as her dial in for the A Junior Dragster. Of course, Speedflow products on board for her. Up against Tegan Smith in the double A Junior Dragster. She's got a 7:77 dial in.
Oh, look at that.
Certainly some great reaction times today from Tegan. So APM, Power Cruise, Stop Slow Traffic Control and Lucas Oil, of course, on board with her program.
Boeing 777.
Yes.
And, that's... learnt that from, that's airline talk from working 12 years as an airport planner. So it was best job I've ever had. But anyway,
So
getting back here.
We'll see if these two little junior drags can take flight in just a minute.
Yeah,
Les.
Play on words, he's
both into full stage. We've got lifting away first. She's left a cherry on the tree, Tegan Smith. But nonetheless, it is that learning curve that we've all got to climb. A breakout as well, so 8:25 on a 23 dial in for lifting in the airflow lane, and a 7:76 with an 8, so the smallest breakout for Tegan Smith in the rocket lane. Continuing on with Speedflow Products Junior Dragster here at Sydney Dragway. It's the 2025 Championship Series, round number 2. Next pairing will be Liam O'Neill in the B Junior Dragster, Princey Motorsports, Rusty Media Solutions combination, up against Joshua Maggs in the double A Junior Dragster, Road Warrior Trailers. So there's going to be close to a second difference between these two. Liam O'Neill is on the lower end of the B Junior Dragster dial-in range. But nonetheless, it does put a little bit of stress onto Maggs because he's got to wait as he watches that other car leave down the track.
Yes, one of the hardest things for the mind to swallow sometimes.
Absolutely, but great training in this junior category, so you're just focusing on your lane, your light. That's all you need to do.
Yeah, I couldn't see the advantage when people went off someone else's light, you know, the opposition's light. I couldn't rather do it electronically rather than saying, right, now's about time I should go.
036 red for Liam O'Neill, which will hand the win to Joshua Maggs. Let's see how close he gets to the dial-in. 8:56. O'Neill runs an 8:62. 7:69 dial-in for Maggs. He goes 7:72. So pretty close.
Oh, look at the mile there.
Yeah, 85 mile per hour. Double A Junior Dragster heading up towards that. I think the fastest we've seen is 89.
Yes, it is too. Yeah, from earlier on in qualifying.
Yep. So definitely getting some speed on board with those combinations. We've mentioned plenty of times in the past that there's not a lot that these engines have in common with the old Briggs & Stratton mower engine that the juniors started out with. The basic architecture is kind of similar, but
I was only thinking about that before, Pat. Earlier on in the day, I wonder what, like when they started off with the Briggs & Stratton or a Victor lawnmower engine, they used to run those at Canberra International. But hasn't it come a long way in such a short time? But you have a look at a lot of a lot of items and facets of progress have been, what we've achieved in such a short time.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's really all just got to do with the materials. The stronger you make the engines, the more you can lean on them, the more power you can put through them. So, and that's where we've come to have the double A category. Because everyone's running a billet engine now. So you've got the equipment to do it. So why not stretch the legs? Okay, Alexis Adhard on that solo pass down there. Just got a 083 red, but on an 875 dial-in, runs an 875 with a 3. So it's a really nice pass as far as the dial-in's concerned.
Yeah.
So great work from the ITF Higher Low Fabrications and Pro Tilt Towing group down there behind Alexis Attard.
Yeah, they're right behind the young lady.
Yep, really good to see. And we will have Christopher Davidson back out here on his solo pass, doing his licensing pass down there in the A Junior Dragway.
He's been going pretty good, the young kid. I don't know how young he is, but mate, anyone under 45 to me is a kid. So
I resemble that remark, Les. 9:46 reaction time for Chris Davidson down there, 2:26.60, 6.25 to the 3:30 and a 9:76 with a 3 to the 8. So we all happy, Albie? Looks like Mum and Dad down there on the track. They're not listening to me, so that's all right. I'd ignore me too. That looks pretty happy. That looks like a happy Albie Davidson. A happy Team Digger Motorsport. All right, good deal. So good to see Christopher get away with that one.
Very good.
This junior bike licensing.
And what have we got? A modified bike, Power Plus Super Street. No, that's Western Junior Dragster. And then we're supposed to have the prep now.
Yeah, I believe we are going to go to
the track prep.
At this point. And we're going to hope, I think we're going to hope to try and get Stewie White down there into the staging lanes. So, guys, if you are down in the staging lanes, I think I can see some cars down there. Should be boosted Outlaws down there in the staging lanes. So if you're down, just keep an eye out for the Pocket Rocket. Stewie White's going to come down with camera. We're going to get a few interviews, hopefully, with the competitors or the crew down there in the staging lanes. So sit tight. We'll be able to cross over to Stu once he gets down there. And in the meantime, we're going to do some track prep for the next round of racing here at Sydney Dragway for 2025 Championship Series Round 2.
Congratulations to the 2024 New South Wales Championship sponsor winners. For Junior Dragster, Piper Bennett. For Junior Drag Bike, Joshua Burtonshaw. For Street Fighter, Jack Matasevic. For Street Bike, Jesse Barnes. For Super Street, Adam Bowers. For Super Sedan, Joe Zammett. For Modified Bike, Sean Ricketts. For Extreme Bike, Ryan Franks. For Modified, Craig Davies. For Super Gas, Joe Costanzaretti. For Top Sportsman, Joe Gattalari. And for Boosted Outlaws, Brittany Olive. Congratulations to all our champions, who will be crowned champion in 2025.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Well, hey guys, we're here at round 2 of the 2025 New South Wales State Championship Series. I'm down in the staging lanes, and a gentleman that I've always wanted to interview, and I've finally got the chance to, Bruce Reid. It's great to have you here as part of the New South Wales State Championships with Curtis. Guys, first of all, are you impressed with the way he's going in the car?
Oh yeah, he's a really good driver and takes after his dad and then after his grandfather. So and the car's easy to work on. We just come back and do the tappets and fill up the fuel and then sit around and have lunch. And so it's pretty cruisy.
Well, I'll tell you what. Earlier today he went 6:65, which is a fantastic pass out of the Dragster. And you know, there's a lot of people here that know your family from Top Fuel. But to be here in Boosted Outlaws, and particularly seeing someone like Curtis, who's on the rise through the ranks, there's a lot of good people that are racing here at the track. You see a future with some of the kids that are coming through Junior Dragster?
Oh, I think so. I mean, obviously, budget and opportunity and sponsorship. You know, we need a few more sponsors to get behind the sport to help the kids along and to help them to get to the levels that they want to achieve. And you know, a lot of the kids are there for the good graces and hard work of their mums and dads, and then they get their own jobs, and then they've got to start paying for their own racing, and it culls a lot of the kids off. So, which is a shame, because I guess it's the same in any form of motorsport. If you got money, sometimes money drives certain people to the top who probably shouldn't be there. But yeah, so it's tough out there. It's tough for everybody. I mean, if you've got a good job and you've got a mortgage, and the cost of living these days is hard. So to see a lot of the racers out here still racing is really cool.
Bruce, tell us a little bit about the Dragster, because obviously it's a lot of people have seen Pro Alcohol, a lot of them seen Slammer. What's the major difference between the two classes with Boosted Outlaws, and is there much of a difference?
I think like with this car, if we wanted to change a couple of things and lean on it, we could run Top Alcohol. But the way that we run the car, by not revving it on the start line, it doesn't put that extra strain on the clutch and on the rear end and that. So it literally, we come back from the run, we can turn it around in 15 minutes. So if we wanted to make the quantum leap to Top Alcohol, I mean, as they say, you know, speed costs money. So if we wanted to go faster, we would have to put more into it. And it's a good learning curve for Curtis and his cousin, my son Adam. He's had a couple of pedals, but Curtis has got the competitive instinct in him. So, but it's Stan Tyndall's old Top Alcohol Dragster from years ago, and Phil bought the car off Brian and Luke Marsden as a going concern. It's got an old cast KB in it and set of heads and a rotten old aluminium blower on cast aluminium blower on it. So, but it does the job for what we want, and it, you know, up and down all day, running 660s at 200 plus, it should be all right.
You know, I often watch, even when I'm commentating, I often watch you and Phil on the start line with Curtis before he starts run and after the run. What do you take on board when you watch him off the line?
This car's a driver's car. We don't muck around with the tune-up hardly at all. So it's a driver's car. So Curtis makes us look good. So pretty much.
Well, Bruce, it's fantastic to have you and the team here for the New South Wales State Championship Series. We look forward to seeing more of yourselves and Curtis here at the track throughout the year and in the future.
I hope so. Hopefully we can go a few rounds today, but there's some tough cars here and there's some really good drivers. I mean, we got our bums handed to us on the first round, so, but no, it should be good. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Bruce Reid there and Curtis Reid and Phil in the background. Very lucky to have them as part of this class. Well, guys, when you get back into racing, we'll head straight back upstairs to the commentators. You're here at round 2 of the New South Wales State Championship Series.
Great to see the Reid team out here supporting Sportsman Racing, as we know that they want to do. Kurt's been doing a great job out there, so we can't wait to get back into the next round of Boosted Outlaws, sponsored by Cont. It's great to see them come on board at contocoat.com.au. All types of paint solutions for commercial and residential. So have a quick look at their website when you get the opportunity. Iconocoat.com.au, sponsoring the Boosted Outlaws category. Okay, so it looks like, I'm just having a look at what cars we've got down in the tunnels there as we're just getting ready to come back online. Can see the red Camaro down there, which is good. They didn't manage to make their last pass. So great to see them turn the car around. A little bit difficult for me to see, but I think that's Anthony Bull's Falcon in the tunnel in the rocket lane. So we've got track crew getting back in position shortly to be able to start this next round.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Back to racing here at Boosted Outlaws. Okay, next round of Boosted Outlaws on track. You can see Jeff Sargent down there in the Anderson Camaro and Anthony Bull, Shire Automotive and Mechanical BA Falcon. Two different ways of going about things. Both door cars, of course.
Yeah.
But that 540 Keith Black engine in the Camaro against that 412 cubic inch Ford small block in the Falcon.
Yeah, that's a really sterling effort by the Bull family to have a Ford 412 pitted against a Keith Black 540.
With only a tenth between the dial-ins, by the way.
By the way. Yeah, exactly. And it's interesting. I mean, the power to weight for the for Jeff Sargent powder weight must. It's got to be in his favour. I mean, people say yank tank, but that's a pony car. It's just small.
That's right, and it's a purpose-built race car. All right, both into stage. See Bull lead cleanly. A red light on the tree for Sargent, which is going to hand that win across to Anthony Bull. He runs a 7:52 on a 7:50 dial-in, so don't think he just walked away with that without running the time, nonetheless. But once again, big shout-out to the crew down there, Sargent's Roofing, Camaro, getting the car back out and competing another round here at Boosted Outlaws. So big pat on the back for those guys. Anthony Bull and Fam, great showing as always. Only 2/10. We're just going to pause for a second. There's a little replay there.
Yes, you can see how Jeff Sargent was out of it.
He was out of it early, but also I think there was a little bit of a hop and a skip and a jump from Bull's Falcon in the rocket lane. Maybe a little bit of tyre shake possibly. I saw a bit of a bobble from the front end.
Right.
So he had a bit of steering and pedalling to do on that pass nonetheless. Now, I think we are just holding the next pairing because we've had a little visit from the local Sydney Wildlife.
Oh, again?
Down in the big end.
Oh, is there? Oh, okay.
There was some reports coming over the radio, but
all right.
I think we've got cars getting fired up, so Skippy's decided to turn tail and head the other way.
Yeah. Good move.
Yes, absolutely. Well advised.
Yeah.
On that one. So Curtis Reid, we've just had a interview with Bruce down there. Big thanks to Stewie for getting down and doing that in the meantime. Curtis Reid is the runner-up for the 2024 New South Wales Track Championship, as we spoke with Brittany Olive. Current champion. She's not competing this weekend. A bit of a short and sweet burnout from Fairfield there in the rocket lane. We've got a 6:68 dial-in for Reid in the Aeroflow lane, the Maya Dragster, and then a 7:05 for Fairfield in that small block Ford turbo combination.
Yeah, so Ray Fairfield in the rocket lane will get the handicap start because it is slower than 6:68. Curtis Reid's been pedalling this car really well this weekend, and particularly at this event. And he's surely got the know-how and the will of his support family. You know, he comes from a very famous racing family. And Ray Fairfield, he keeps, like he's ever consistent and ever persistent with this car and a lot of the. I think he had a BA at one stage.
Didn't really want to hang around on the start line, so yeah, left before the third amber on that pass, which hands the win to Curtis. Curtis recognised that and buttoned off the dragster early, saved the horses, as it were, on that pass. So Fairfield still crossing the line for an 8:04 at only 130 mile per hour. We'll get a. You can see the car bouncing around as it's just bumped in and just didn't want to hang around on the start line. And he's buttoned off there around half track.
Well, yeah.
And Curtis Reid will just idle the dragster down the track and move on to the next round. Next pairing up, we've got Chris Denny in the front engine dragster, Wallandilly Smash Repairs on board, as well as Jay Turnbull Truck Centre. And then Paul Wood in that beautiful Camaro. PWW Builders on board there. So really nice combination. Both beautiful looking cars. Just two very different ways of going about things.
Yeah, well, that's yeah. Gee, that Camaro. Yeah, I didn't have a close look at it before. Geez, it is smart.
Yeah, it's a serious combination down there.
Wow.
So, great to see both races back up at the line. Obviously, a bit of a difference in time here. Yeah. I dare say Paul Wood and crew are playing it safe. That's still 690 up against the 762 for Denny Family Racing. So certainly ironing out some bugs and getting a few things sorted in the rocket lane there. Paul Wood obviously had a bit of something not quite right in the first qualifier earlier today, but ever since they've had it turned around and everything seems to be working the way it should. Chris Denny has been doing his job as he often does so far today. 762 dial in. He's run a bunch of 760s today, so the crew have got their head around that car quite well. Just a couple of adjustments on Wood's Camaro to the wheelie bars. Obviously still in a bit of a testing phase. Getting everything squared away.
Seem to be happy with the adjustments that they've just made. Well, interested to see how this front engine dragster goes. I've been watching it throughout the day. It runs nice and straight. So they've got that sorted out. The tyres on that, I thought that just might have been just the next tyre up from that in width. Oh, nice lead.
054 and 051. A bit of a look at the wall there for Paul Wood. Denny's going to take the win. Everyone's very happy about that on the start line. 766 on a 62, a 709 for Wood. So heading in the right direction, but yeah, a big look at the wall in the rocket lane there, so it'd be great to see a replay on that one.
Yeah, well, it must have balked him because he gets down, runs down. He couldn't.
Here we go. Here's the replay.
Okay.
These guys leave. Denny leaves. And yeah, big look at the wall for Wood. Just after the 60-foot there, so obviously got his attention. He had to pedal it and steer it away from the wall there. So great job from Paul Wood.
Yeah, very good.
Really nice pass, and a big congrats to Denny Family Racing for another successful pass. That will bring us on to Extreme Bike.
Yeah.
Next pairing up, we've got Matthew Hunt on that Kawasaki ZX-10 up against David Franks on the Suzuki Hayabusa. Both in pre-stage, edging forward into full stage. We'll get the turbo spooling up. David Frank's slight advantage, a 113 reaction time to a 135. He's going to cross 760 with a 3. He's run a 760 with a 5 and a 761 earlier today. 180 miles per hour.
Yeah, so pretty consistent, isn't it?
Yep, Matthew Hunt 976. His pass, very clean. And we've got the Azparty Racing crew back out again. Alex Borg in the Aeroflow lane. Deanna Azparty in the Rocket lane. Nice replay there of the previous pass. Big difference in ET and mile per hour between those cars, but those bikes. But you're talking a 998cc naturally aspirated ZX-10R versus a turbocharged 1300cc Hayabusa. So the result's almost guaranteed. No such variation here. Both Hayabusas, both turbocharged, both Azparty Racing prepared. Slight red light from Deanne, but out quite cleanly. Alex Borg, an 084 reaction time. He will take the win. 704 with a 9 at 207 miles per hour. And 827 with a 7 at 170 for Deanne. Great to see her getting faster and faster out there.
Yes, I've been watching Deanne over the period thus far this year, and before she had very, very gingerly off the line, but now she seems to have it as soon as the light goes green, I've noticed that the reaction times are way down from previous, and she gets away a lot cleaner. Now I saw some fancy piece of bars over the front end of that bike. I'm wondering if that's had something to do with the adjustment coming off the line. It seems to be there's a crane like a bar coming out the front going back down to the front wheel, so I don't know what it is. I'll have a look when she comes past.
Yeah, I'll have another look at that as well. I can't say I've noticed it, Les, but certainly whatever it is has been helping, and I think just more confidence from Deanne's part. She's going faster and faster.
Yeah.
As we watch Ryan Franks take the line there, a 177 reaction time. He's of course on a solo pass, but he's going to get out of Dodge. 740 with a 7 at 193 mile per hour on that pass, so maybe not quite as much power in the combination out the back end on that one. Similar combination, or bike and engine combination to Alex Borg, but down a little bit on the mile per hour there. So
yeah, 109. Yeah, that's right. 191 here, but 193 there. So it's pretty consistent around there for the young fella.
Absolutely. They're a wild-looking machine, those things, aren't they?
Yeah. Oh.
Big extended swing arm and that huge formed rear tail section. Great situation. Yep.
Yeah.
Should be moving across now into Super Comp. We've got Peter Lamone and Fred Nicastri just firing up down there. Just the two cars in this category this week.
Is that the brother or nephew of Frank Lamone or son, or I don't know?
You would assume a relationship, but I can't tell you that answer for sure.
But it's, you see, so it's even in other sports the names are the same, but they're cousins, not brothers or father and son. But it's good to see that the same names are associated with drag racing.
Yep. Lots of RPM on board with Fred Nicastri in the Nissan Gazelle. And I seem to see it every time he does the burnout. He's got his crew member down there, waves him off for the burnout. He ignores completely. Ignores completely. His crew guy's waving his hand and shaking his head at the same time. But, who doesn't love a burnout, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, burnouts is a big deal these days. Even away, outside of drag racing.
That's exactly right.
But that's they're the only burnouts I like watching, drag racing ones.
We get a great crowd here at Sydney Dragway for the burnout.
Yeah,
that's for sure. So it's a huge following. And it's developed as well. It's no longer just mash your foot and sort of hope for the best. There's it's definitely a driving style and a bit of talent, and the way that they build the cars as well to be reliable. It's sort of come into its own. So
and I guess the other enticement is the prize money at the
cash. That's right. They've been lucky enough to have some enthusiastic sponsors that have thrown plenty of cash behind it. So, speaking on behalf of all sportsman drag racers, we're looking for some enthusiastic sponsors for drag racing as well. So, if you'd like to throw a cool 50k at some prize money, we're here for it.
Well, that's a comment Bruce Reid made when he was interviewed by Stewie. He said that he'd like to see more sponsorship in drag racing.
Yep.
So
absolutely,
it's a universal concern, I guess.
Nice 005 reaction time from Nicastri down there. Gives him a big advantage. A bit of a wiggle off the line from Lamone in the airflow lane.
I don't think
Nicastri's going to get there first. And he breaks out.
But
Fred.
Because it's super Cont. But see, he's lowered lowered the index.
That's right. Well, Fred, great pass. He's still got the win. But
well, that's it. That's in Group 2. You can't break out. You can't. You lower your index.
So great pass.
Well, he must have lowered. They got rid of personal indexes and started running against national indexes, so he must have gone under the national index.
What, for his category?
For his category,
That's
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Yep. Awesome. All right, and we will move into Supergas. We've got next pairing. We've got Anthony Panetta up against Vince Panetta. So family affair. Down there we've got the Holden Calibra in the Aeroflow lane of Anthony Panetta, 434 cube Chev, up against the LX Tirana, 400 cube Chev of Vince. Forward, this is Super Gas, so we've got that 990 fixed index bracket.
Row 3, heads up, no deep stage.
Staging standoff here between the Panetta boys. You go first.
Yeah.
No, you go first.
Yeah,
you go first.
The older one will be arguing with the younger one.
I was here first. You go first.
Yeah.
Using up that timer.
Yeah.
It seems like they both forgot something. They just had to make a quick call.
Yeah.
Check what that was, and then they'll get into full stage.
Yeah, well, you often see this with sport compact cars, the turbocharged one weights.
Yep.
Is there a, there's not a time limit on burn downs, is there?
I don't.
How much? 30? Nah, it's...
Yep, we've got full stage.
Full stage, yeah.
There we go. 028 definitely has the benefit there on the reaction time. Vince has got out ahead of him, so he's going to be trying to balance and keep the nose ahead. And he does. A 991.
Look at that.
With a 9, so really nice pass from Vince there. Bit of a tense battle on the line, but even with the disadvantage on reaction time, Vince has managed to take the win. Here goes a replay of that pass as well, give you an idea of how close it was. See, Vince has got back on the throttle a bit sooner to try and get that gap and then play with it and try and just keep the nose ahead of Anthony, and that's worked quite well. So really good racing from Vince Panetta there in the rocket lane.
Yeah, it was great.
We're on to our next pairing here, Joe Polito Jr. Motorsports Parts and Services, US Automotive, Roy Romeo. Lane 028 reaction time to Romeo gives a slight advantage. Does take the win. Joe Polito Jr. breaks out.
Yeah, there you go. Huge.
Breaks out by 4,000. Back to that word again.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
997 with a 5 for Roy Romeo there.
Yeah,
and we're back around to Joe Catanzariti. He's your 2024 championship winner.
Yes, he was. I thought that. Who am I thinking of that's got a big Pontiac Firebird? He used to have 2 or 3 kids in junior dragster. The family had 2 or 3 kids.
Oh, red light on the tree for Catanzariti.
Oh, look at that.
Very out of character for Joe.
Yeah.
And actually a
red
minus
light.
019 for Romeo as well on the timing boards there, but he will take the win. 994 with an 8 to a 993, but that big red has put Catanzariti out on this round.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if that, well, I don't think that they must be running on a format. Graham. What's this, second round or third round? No, second round.
So, Richard Matasevic, Aeroflow brings us back through to Power Plus Fuels New South Wales Super Street.
Yes, that's right.
So again, a big thank you to Power Plus Fuels for being on board once again with the Super Street category. We welcome Richard Matasevic to the line and Bruce Ritchie, of course, in the rocket lane.
Yeah.
10.55 dial in from Matasevic to a 10.79 from Ritchie, so you'll see a slight variation. Ritchie's going to get away first.
Yeah, he's got that big 572 engine in that 66 Chevy Bel Air.
Deep stage for the Greyhound.
Oh, geez, Greyhound.
And Richard has taken advantage of that one. Just
And round 3.
Well played by Matasevic.
Yeah, very much.
He's a crafty racer. Richard down there. 10.57 with a 5 on a 55 dial in at 126. Very, very nice. That brings us through to Dennis Plessis in the XYGT. A 10.62 dial in.
Well, even though I'm not racing, let me tell you, I'd never have enough confidence to deep stage because I set my system up for, you know, the second last light.
Yep.
To leave on the second last light, so there's no way knowing I'd deep stage.
Chris Zammit 043, but Dennis Plessis a 004 reaction time in the Big Falcon. He's going to be chasing down Zammit there.
He's on the picks already.
He gets the win, 10.67 with an 8 on a 62 dial in.
Oh yeah, 004.
Zammit 82, 88. So really nice pass. Dennis Plessis is going to be hard to beat today if he continues with his current.
Yeah, I'm thinking you mentioned that on another round that he was doing really well. Truth is, he is.
He is. That's it. I know I'm repeating myself, but for a reason.
Yeah.
All right, Luke Pele in the Sandman HZU, 10.98 dial in up against Christina Hunter, 11.34. And LS3 powered VT. She's gone red light on this pass, 0.17. Trying to get out with that advantage. Luke Pele's got a 2.08. He will take the win there. And he goes an 11.35 comfortably. Actually, 11.35 in both lanes. Believe it or not. A couple of thousand separating the two, but Pele will take the win on that one.
Yes, well, if Kit works at Profection Performance in Hume in the ACT as a regular, so it's probably just natural. I think he's only, I used to see Kit come to a car show whirling his daughter around in a milk pram.
Yep.
So so with his background in racing, his dad before he passed away, you know, they were a fairly close-knit family. But you know, it's good to see that he's got. I think they've only got a daughter, or they might have 2 daughters. I don't know, but I certainly remember her. So she's got a good tutor.
Yes, absolutely. Well, Mark Hopkins takes the win there, 10.94 with a 9 on the 88 dial in. Unfortunately, Sammy Joe Johnson with a red light and a breakout. We'll see a replay just here.
Yeah, right.
Left a bit early, unfortunately. Pretty close, 004. So certainly chasing that light, which you need to do up against Mark Hopkins.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That little Tirana's a goer, isn't it?
Bit of a breakout, but Hopkins was moving on with that one. Next pairing, Andrew Little and Simon Bonello. That means we're into Go Logistics. Super Sedan. You may notice that Adam Bowers did not.
Yes, what's the deal there?
Unfortunately, it looks like he might have broken a lifter or even damaged the cam.
Oh,
is the word that we're hearing from the pits. Stewie with a great bit of info there. We always like to get a bit of feedback and a bit of communication from the racers.
Which is good.
Yep, absolutely. So a bit of a shame for Adam there. He's been super consistent in that car for quite a while. But no doubt they'll take the car back, get it all repaired and be back out next round, I'm sure. But this time we've got Andrew Little in the Camaro up against Simon Bonello. We've got a 9.78 dial in for the Camaro in the Aeroflow lane and 9.49 for the XW in the Rocket lane. 1.47. So Bonello's got a bit of chasing to do and it's going to be tricky. I don't know if he's going to get there without breaking out, and he doesn't. And 9.83 on a 78 for Little to a 52 on a 49 for Bonello. So Bonello on the dial in, but just the reaction time, a bit of an unfair advantage there.
Yeah, and made the most of it. And some people like to control it from the front. Some people like to control it from the rear. But I know Andrew, he's a bit of a control freak anyway, his wife tells me. So, in charge, you know, Sarge in charge.
That's it. All right, we've got Adam Hunter back out again in the Falcon, 9.54, and Lou Palumbo in the one-tonner, 9.29. Palumbo's been on a tear today.
He has.
See if he can continue his form.
Yeah.
Nitrous purge down there, just getting the bottle pressure right.
Tell you what, Adam Hunter hasn't been doing too bad either in that Falcon. The wins of 4:08.
Not at all.
He's very, very consistent. He's good on the tree. So, but you know, like whoop. That's enough from me. Look at that. 0.16. Geez, they both got their work cut out here.
Certainly do. Looks like Colombo's going to have the edge at the line, but he
breaks
out.
I was just going to say if he doesn't break out.
9.28 with a 142 mile per hour on the 29 dial. In hands the win to Adam Hunter, 9.60 on 54.
Oh, geez, Graham Blackman back around again. Yes, he's this is a story. Yeah, this is astounding from Graham. He's a reborn racer.
Jeez, that was a close race in that last
Wasn't
pass.
it?
We're just seeing that replay there. There was a bumper in that. So can't blame Palumbo for breaking out on that one. It would have been tough to put off the floor.
Yes.
0.05 red for Blackman.
Jeez. Still, look at Webster, still an 0.86. So would have been tough either way.
He's into it, and he's going to gather him up at the big end, a 9.68 on a 58 dial in for Webster, courtesy of that red light from Blackman.
Yeah, Graham, he is working hard. He's trying to make the trip really worthwhile coming up from Tumbarumba. And,
move through into next pairing. Go Logistics, Super Sedan.
Oh, this will be a good one.
Oh, yeah.
Jim Denaro and Mick Little.
9.36 to a 9.35 on the dialing boards.
Yeah. I don't know how Jim Denaro gets all that 363 wins. He gets a lot of power out of it. I mean, when you have a look, he's up against Mick Little, and there's only one 1,000. Oh no, one 100th.
Well, lots of RPM, I dare say.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a pretty highly strung motor, but matched with a nice chassis. So let's see what he can do here. Again, a bit of a staging battle, as we will see with the seasoned competitors in these classes.
Well, Mick's got 7 seconds to get in.
Yep. We'll use more. Don't worry, we'll be counting.
32. Oh, 30.
There you go.
Yeah.
Red for Little.
Gee, look at Jim Denaro, an 033. He's a cool customer.
He's just going to set pace cool with Andrew Little as he goes down there at 9.37 with a 4 at 1.45 on the 36 dial-in. So
yeah, right.
Pretty safe to say he's done that before.
Yeah. I'd say he's a seasoned campaigner. He's just he's almost ice cool.
Yeah,
Jim Denaro. He'll look at, even when he comes in here and talks, or ever you see him anywhere, even if he's got a dispute with someone, he's now, and he goes like that, but he's in total control.
Keep the blood pressure down, mate.
Yeah, good idea.
That's why you can get an 0.33.
Yes.
Up against tough competition.
Yeah.
Michael Malashevich in the Capri up against Ross Bilby. 0.11 reaction time for Malashevich. Big advantage there on the start line at 10.1 for Bilby, and Malashevich does take the win, 8.77 with a 9 on a 75. Bilby right in the ballpark though at 10.13, so not really doing too much wrong there.
No, just
looks like Peter Villaris is going to entertain us with a solo pass, but let's just watch the quick replay. So obviously a bit of a difference in the dial-in. Two great looking cars. Big top end.
Look at that.
Capri.
Is it ever?
20 mile per hour advantage there. Here goes Peter Villaris. Wheels up. Wheels up again. Steer the car. Shift the car. Bring the car back down. Shift it again. Steer it again. All of those. Looks like you had a bit of a limiter, bit of a misshift on that one. A 10-16.
Dipped into the 10s. Yeah.
Could hear it on the limiter.
Yeah, gee, that's a real performing car.
It certainly is, and that will be the end of the Go Logistics Super Sedan series.
And our thanks go to Logistics.
I might jump off here for a second. I'll hand you over to Stewie White.
Yeah.
So Les, back around again.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Pat. Yeah, let's just into the next pairing we've got in modified, and modified is Platinum Power Coating sponsor, platinum powder coating. Sponsor of the modified eliminator bracket here we're running today at round 2 of the New South Wales Drag Racing Championships.
We certainly are, and I'll tell you what a matchup. Craig Davies and Peter Brown.
Yeah. Oh, Peter Brown was he was the recipient of the previous round win by virtue of a double breakout, but he broke out by the lesser amount. But that's just the way the Mercedes bends, mate.
That's exactly right, Les. Couldn't have said it better myself. Motorsport Connections on board for Craig Davies and Peter Brown, of course, the Sims Integrated Solutions, BK Race Engines, Denaro Dragster. We've just seen Jim Denaro get a win.
Yes.
Let's see if this Denaro Dragster of Peter Brown can get around the 2024 New South Wales Championship Series. Look, winner. An 070 on the tree for Craig Davies, but an 039 for Peter Brown.
Yeah, I think Peter Brown's going to drive around him, and he does take the win, a 768 on a 763 at 171, and for Davies, an 833 on an 828 at 159. The difference, an 039 light reaction time for Brown and an 070 reaction time in the Aeroflow lane. So that's where it's 1-1 at the start line, Stu.
That's exactly right,
a great reaction time.
You can see the replay.
Yeah, look at this. Just go around him.
Well, next up we've got Jess Turner, who's dialed in with a 7.79, and Danielle McCaskill in the Mark 1 Welding and Torquay Hotel at Harvey Bay. Sponsored Dragster, she's dialed in with a 7.36. So it won't be too much between them, maybe one light between them.
Okay, so Danielle McCaskill got there was another junior dragster driver, Holly someone. She had the Torquay Hotel, Harvey Bay Hotel. Now, they said her father was looking around. He was...
Russell's floating around. Russell Mills?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it was Holly Mills. Yeah.
Yeah, Russell's been floating around today.
Yeah, and...
Said hello to him earlier.
Oh, yeah, good. Torquay Hotel, Harvey Bay, behind Danielle.
Oh, Jess Turner, 007 on the tree, has got the win. Unfortunately, Danielle McCaskill, a red light, .005 red, a 783 on 779 to a 739 on the 736. But unfortunately for Danielle, a little bit too quick on the lights.
Yeah, and she got there first. Even though she'd already red lit, she got there first. So it makes no difference. First is worst, whatever would have eventuated later on. But you see Jess go there through for the win.
Well, how's this for a matchup? We got Alison Stewart in the rocket lane, and then she's up against her former car that she used to drive in Matthew Welsh's Southern Engines front engine dragster.
Yeah, well, that was the Welsh's family racing car when Ali was driving it.
Yes,
and now it's Southern Engines, which is good. And so here they are. She's sort of reunited with the name, the family name. But Maddie's at the helm of the car now. So let's see how it turns out for both of them. Maddie Welch, 864.
Oh, no, 50 to an 055.
Oh, isn't this going to be... Oh, look at this.
This is going to be a cracker of a race.
Oh, jeez. 774 on that 770, Stuart. 170, and a lot of sevens there. And an 869 and an 864 by Maddie Welch. And an 050 as opposed to an 055. That was a great package race.
That was a great race. Watch the replay.
Here comes Ali. Look at that. Gee, it's amazing how it changes. You know, like you think, oh, they're a three-quarter track and it's so far back, but then...
Yeah, I don't know whether Matt might have just got off the throttle just a little bit to ease it
he
back
may
a
have.
bit. Man, that was close. Paul Lynette in the 23T bucket about to take on George Bakuswiliv. I always get that name wrong, but I try. The Race Mac Direct APD Carbs front engine dragster. Got a 365 cubic LS motor on board. Also sponsored by APD Carbs, Brian Tui Racing and MSCN.
Yeah, I think, like George, from memory last year, he lost because he either red lit or broke out, and then he exited early, and then that's the person that was coming behind him. That's why he was runner-up.
Well, he's got
last
the win
year.
this time, an 0.19 reaction.
Yeah, no doubt this time.
7.99, 7.95. All right, Chelsea Smith coming out now in the APM and Lucas Oil and Power Cruise and Slow Traffic Control. Sponsored Modified Dragster. As we look on the replay.
Oh, the Lynette. Oh, gee. Oh, wow. Oh, the win. No, yeah, going the other way.
So just one on a whole shot. It was all about that reaction time. Now, Chelsea Smith dialing in with a 7.64. She's got a 540 cubic block. Chev on board this dragster, and good time for her to test this dial in because it has cooled down considerably out there. And as I mentioned earlier off mic, there is was a fair bit of a breeze out there earlier.
Was there? So yeah, right. I see the speedways firing tonight.
Yeah, they got sprint cars over there tonight. I've got a few of my mates that are over there at the moment.
Yeah? Yeah, good. Yeah, I like watching the sprint cars, the outlaw sprint cars.
Well, Chelsea, 0.319 on the tree. She'll have to sharpen up in those reaction times. But a 7.64 with a 7 on a 7.64 dial-in. Great package there for Chelsea. But the next round may not be so easy.
No, it's while we're getting there down to a couple of, well, not to say that Chelsea Smith's any less of a competitor, but she's got some fellow hard-going races to contend with, and but that comes around every time. Someone's got to feature in the final, and I haven't seen too many finals lately where it's a solo and all they need to do is just start, accept the green light, let alone move forward. They don't even have to move forward anymore. So, okay, thank you very much. Yes, we'll just take a short break and we'll put some ads up from our sponsors.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers.
Right, next up on track, we've got Junior Drag Bike. This is their third round of the Chicago Shootout. We've got Lincoln Delios, who's dialed in with a 12.25 on his B-Class Junior Drag Bike, taking on Adam Jordan in the Rocket Lane on board the Managed Fuel Delivery Systems Kawasaki Ninja. And the win goes to Lincoln Delios, a 12.37 on a 12.25, and Adam Jordan a 9.54 on a 9.15 as Anastasia Lucky comes out now on board the 666 Racing Custom Kawasaki Ninja. Also sponsored by Lucky Tickers and Decals and Heavy Duty Magazine. Dialed in with a 9.70. She was our number 2 qualifier with a 9.71 with an 8. So good chance to test the dial in. And 083 on the tree for Anastasia.
She's picking up all the time, she is.
Yeah, she's doing
It's a good job. Yeah, I think so. Compared, like over last year. See, runner-up last year.
Yeah.
So she's doing pretty well.
9.96 on a 9.70 dial in there for Anastasia. It's great to have the Junior Drag Bikes supported by Speedflow this weekend.
Yes, Speedflow, that great Australian company.
Absolutely.
Company and manufacturer. As the sun sets, well, it went down quickly, so I'm not going to say sunset slowly in the west. It went down, gone. Charlotte Leafting now and Benjamin Attard. Charlotte in the Aeroflow lane. Benjamin Attard in the Rocket lane. He's dialed in with the 792 and over there. And Charlotte Leafting in the Aeroflow lane is dialed in with an 824. 824 is slower than the 792, so Charlotte will get a handicap start in the Aeroflow lane. So we've got our number 17 qualifier in Charlotte Leafting up against Benjamin Attard, our number 1 qualifier in Junior Dragster. So Charlotte Leafting will go first in the A Junior, and Benjamin Attard in also an A Junior. Now, when I say A Junior, that's a single A Junior, so they can only go as quick as 790.
Well, this is a semi. Tell you what, it's
semi.
Can you feel the pressure?
Yeah, well...
Could you get a butter knife and just cut the air? As Charlotte Leafting out there now, an 8.24. Benjamin Attard, 7.92. I could get a butter knife out and cut the air right now.
Right now.
I can feel the tension.
You can see the pit crew there, either talking to the to their drivers. Oh no, they're squatting down. Is there some light missing somewhere? Because I'll tell you what, Stu, it might be my eyes rather than the lighting. So I can't see that. You can't see the shape of the machine anymore, but perhaps it's been like that all the time. I can see the little red lights.
Yeah, well, that's the main thing.
Yeah, I'll follow them down.
Well, I'll tell you what, there are a lot of serious faces downstairs when Junior Dragster came out last time, and I bet they're even more serious now. Charlotte Leafting, Benjamin Attard, 2A Juniors about to go head-to-head. Our number 1 qualifier up against number 17 qualifier. And an 0.43 in the tree there for Benjamin Attard. No 76 for Charlotte, who's got the win. And Charlotte Leafting has got the win, an 8.24 with a 7 and an 8.24.
Oh, wow. She drove around Benjamin Attard.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So we got, yeah. Gee, well, there you go. Now, I think that my theory about who's doing what. Yeah, watch the replay. I'll tell you what, they're both motoring very, very nicely. Look at Charlotte. Yeah, look at that. She does get the win too. Yeah, I think, I'll look at them and I say, like a Junior Dragster that's dialed in the 8 second zone, I think, why is that? Well, I've just answered my own question because I posed the same scenario to Pat when, you know, someone was always put in 8:06, and that's how they set their whole driving experience on, you know, when it was their turn to race, that dial in worked the best for them. So, and I'll say the same for Charlotte Lee. Anyway.
Well, Alexis Allard out there now in the Aeroflow lane, 8.75 dial in. Joshua Maggs in the Rocket lane in the AA Junior Dragster, who's dialed in with a 7.72. So we've got ITF higher low fabrications up against Road Warrior trailers. New South Wales versus Victoria. And 018 for Alexis Attard.
Bingo. Oh, look at that.
He's got the whole shot, gets off it, and goes an 8.76 with an iron on an 8.75 to a 7.72 with a 6 on a 7.72 dial in. So Alexis Attard through to the next round of Junior Dragster, brought to you by Speedfly.
Oh, yeah, okay. I was just looking at for the result there for the Mags team, because I thought it might have been the same Mags that is it Jason Maggs? Is that?
I think it might be relation.
Yeah. They were from Victoria, and I used to watch them at the Winter Nats, and the Mags team was always pretty hot shot family of races, and they went really, really well.
All right, Jeffrey McNiff in his AA Dragster has dialed in with a 7.68. In beside him, though, Zane Condello from Barrack Heights in the Fine Line Motorsports A Junior, who's dialed in with an 8.06.
Here's another one. There's that 8.06.
Yeah.
You watch, even though it's a junior dragster, it's not dialed in. It's not dialed in the sevens. It's dialed in the 8s.
Yeah.
So, and it's an A junior dragster. So, and I think 768. Oh well, it's different from McNiff because he's 005 red for McNiff. Let's see how Zane Condello, he wins. He runs an 8.10 on an 8.06. Well, that's confirmed my theory. Very good.
Yes,
well done to the Condello family racing team. Oh, now Georgia Lifting over here in the Aeroflow lane.
He's also dialed in with an 8.06.
That's right, Stu. I was looking at the wrong one. This is the one that I was talking about earlier with the 8.06. It was shown. Georgia Lifting.
015 on the tree for Georgia on the solo. Testing that dial in, 8.10 with a 3 at 79 miles an hour for Georgia Lifting. So that's the semi.
Is it the semi?
That is the semi.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So it's Georgia Lifting against the Condello. Good.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute cracker for the next couple of rounds or finals coming up for Speedflow Junior Dragster. As I mentioned, big thank you to Speedflow for their support of Junior Dragster and the Junior Drag Bikes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Much appreciated. And it's great to see, even in these times, that we've got so many sponsors stepping up to the plate to sponsor various categories here. And I only hope that that a lot of people get the benefit out of it.
Yes, exactly right. There's a lot of talented drag racers in this country.
Yes, there is. You don't only see the capabilities of some of the drivers at the traffic lights. You know, you think, geez, that guy got out there in front quick. He's probably breaking no rules, but I like to get to the other side of the intersection first. No, I'm not interested in driving, you know, sort of like up an eighth or a quarter of a mile or even 100 yards. I'm not into that. Just across the intersection, that's my extent.
Yeah, well, I mean, I drive a manual, so I like to practice.
Yeah.
And practice on that.
Mm.
So if I do decide to bring my car back out for a run, whenever that will be, I've still got my eye in.
Oh, well, I hope it's at the either on a Wednesday night or perhaps later on in the year at the Christmas party. But you're never here. How come you're here this weekend?
I took the day off work.
Ah, what a man.
That's why I took the
What a man.
day off work to
Good on you, Stu.
put my energy into what I love doing, aside from cooking.
Cooking, yeah.
I also love motorsport, as a number of people said. I believe Pat said it at the last round of the New South Wales State Champs, so I'm a bit of a motorsport tragic.
Yeah.
So, but no, I love motorsport, and you know, I love drag racing.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm the same, but, drag racing's number one for me, but closely followed by NASCAR. So, but we're all different, and I don't begrudge anybody, and to put one category above another.
No, not at all.
That's their prerogative.
We're about to get into Heavy Duty Magazine Street Bike. I can see Mick Withers down there, who has a big part of Heavy Duty Magazine. And as I mentioned, guys, if you haven't seen the magazine before, grab yourself a copy from the newsagent. Have a flick through if you're into motorcycles.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, we're going to kick it off. Once we get set up, it will have Colin Northcott on the Ducati Diavel about taking on Andrew Riches on board the Riches Racing and Team Digger Suzuki GSXR. Oh, sorry, not the Jexer, he's Triumph. Of course, Michael's running the Jexer this weekend. Because I found out his Hayabusa having a few little clutch issues with that bike. So they'll get that fixed.
Yeah.
And Michael, I dare say, will bring it out on a Wednesday night.
Yeah.
Race for real and just keep testing that clutch until he's happy with it. But, of course, he does a great job on that Jexer 750 of his. But it is time for Heavy Duty Magazine Street Bike. Andrew Riches on board the more, I was almost going to say a cruiser style of bike.
Mm.
And then you got Colin Northcott on the big Ducati.
Yeah. Oh, yes, that's a very sharp bike. Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Indian Scout. Actually, there's an old guy that comes to my work now and again, Les.
Mm.
And he comes in just about every afternoon. And he rides an Indian Scout as well, I think it is. And he's got loud pipes on his bike.
Oh, right.
And it sounds fantastic when he comes into the underground car park at work. Yeah. It just rumbles in, cool as a cucumber. Fantastic.
Yeah, I like, that Ducati thumps, you know, when it goes down there. And I think it's a better sound than a Harley, although, you know, I like a lot of things, most things American, but, you know, it's just, I'm still out with the fairies on the Harley Davidson. Oh, look at this.
Well, Andrew Riches, 022 on the tree. He's got the win. A 13.13 on a 12.97 dial in to a 10.50 on a 10.40. So Andrew Riches claims another scalp.
Yeah.
And we got John Puckeridge from Eaglevale on board the Triumph Street, about to take on Robert Gilb from Wandanian on the Moto Kawasaki ZZR 1100.
Yeah, Robbie there up against John Puckeridge. Yeah, Robbie had a few dramas in qualifying, but he seems to be, forging his way through eliminations. He's got up to this stage, and very dedicated racer, and we're always glad to have him here.
Well, 45 in the tree, Les, you called it.
Yeah.
But he's still got a bit of work to do. He's got to get around John Puckeridge first. And he does.
Gee, that does. Look at that. Yeah.
10.59 or 10.38. I'll tell you what, there was a bit of throttle control.
Well, there was when you dial in at 10.38 and then you run that far over and still win. But a win's a win.
That's right.
Mm.
All right, Ross Vanderhoek from St Mary's on board the Kawasaki Z900. That's a great looking bike, I must say.
Yeah, I like those older bikes, yeah. I do like the new ones, but I like the cafe races. There's not too many of them left anymore. They're all naked bikes now. So there's no fairings to bust.
No. Well, 0.339 reaction time there for Ross. He's able to test that dial in. 13.30 he's dialed in with. And sends the Kawasaki through the traps with 13.73 at 101 miles per hour. There for Ross.
That's what my mate Yanni's. He doesn't say Kawasaki, he calls them Kawasaki's.
We're about to get into top sportsman.
Oh, I was going to say, it's Brett O'Connor, isn't it? Come on, change her up. Brett O'Connor and the ex-Pro Stock Cortina.
Yeah, Mixed Middle Roofing, who've come on board as a bracket
Oh,
sponsor.
Owen James, yeah.
Brett O'Connor. The J's Custom Fabrications, Creative Displays and Joinery, and of course Jenkins Performance Engines. Been around for a very, very long time. He's got a 636 cubic block share running a healthy dose of giggle gas in it. And he's taking on Owen James from Thelmere in the OAC Engineering Ford Cortina. 427 cubes of Ford power. You should see his orange ute that Owen's got as well. He brings it out on a Wednesday night sometimes.
Yeah,
it's
right.
a beautiful looking car, Les.
Is it a restored one or is it a late model one?
It's a restored one.
Oh, good. Yeah.
But Brett O'Connor, he's dialed in with a 7.15, and Owen, who's dialed in with an 8.64.
Yeah, so the Rocket Lane, Owen James will get the handicap start, Stu. He'll get to get away early, and Brett O'Connor, but I think he loves chasing because he's. Oh, beautiful leave! Oh, that's the wick's gone out in Brett O'Connor's case, heading towards the centre line too. So.
Yeah, 8.74 there for Owen James. Big flash of flame, almost like a mini nitrous backfire
yeah.
out of Brett O'Connor's Camaro. Now, Owen tells me he's actually got another race car that floats around at home as well.
Oh, yeah?
Apparently he's got an older door slammer that he's got as well.
Brett O'Connor?
No,
Owen James. Oh,
yeah,
rightio. Yeah, I know
so.
Brett's got something else as well. And he's... it comes up as Chevrolet Camaro, but when I was calling him down there, it was a different car.
Yeah, the car, it hasn't switched over now. It has Nathan Cooper, the All Vehicle Services Supercharged Holland Gemini, taking on Mitchell Samet in the Alpine Manufacturing 64 Chevy Corvette.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Yeah, so Brett O'Connor's car has stopped. Oh no, it's on its way around. I thought it might have stopped in the braking area, but no, he's made his way around. But we do have to check the track. That was a monumental flash of flame out of the bottom of that car. Of course, we've already seen one car go kaboom today. So we need to double check it. This one, I dare say, was a little bit of a nitrous backfire, but it doesn't look like it's too bad. I can see Bill Crayley, our starter, just making his way back to the start line. And there hasn't really been any motion to push these cars back at this stage.
Yeah. Oh, well, here we go. My concerns have been alleviated by Adam turning these lights off, because the power, when you look from light into dark, it's very hard to distinguish shapes.
Yes.
But if you're looking from dark into light, it's different.
Oh, yeah.
So now it's better.
Well, I've been pretty impressed with this Holland Gemini of Nathan Cooper's.
Yes, it's a tough little machine. It looks great too.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's only got a 367 cube small block Chev in it, but it's got the big supercharger that hangs out of the bonnet. But I'll tell you, Les, there is something about this body style of Corvette, the 63 and 64 body shape, that really appeals to me. Obviously, I've seen a few of these, not just in Top Sportsman, but I've seen them in Slammer as well.
Yes. They were popular 3 or 4 years ago now, you know, and every second person had one.
That's right.
What was that, Peter Papiano? Who had the bright yellow one?
That was Peter Papp, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. And he had one, and his was a 63.
Yes, that was the split window.
Mm. And Mitchell Sammett's got this 64. Did you know in 1967 you could get the Corvette? It was only available with 2 engines. You could have a 327 or a 427.
Wow.
So those were the options in 1967.
Well, Mitchell Zammit, 632 cubes, a naturally aspirated Chev power on board, the 64 Chev Corvette. Nathan Cooper, the little Jemmy.
Yeah.
That would be a fun car to drive, I think, that car of Nathan Cooper's.
Yes, well, we had one of our consortium members in the Canberra International Dragway, Ralph Packard, he had a little Gemini, but I don't know that it was supercharged. But it went fairly hard as well. But ever since, Ralph never went back to racing. So.
All right, Nathan dialing in with an 8.55. Mitchell Zammit, 7.40. An 0.78 in the tree there for Nathan Cooper. 0.133 on the tree for Mitchell Zammit. And Nathan Cooper gets the win, an 8.64 on an 8.55 dial-in. 7.46 on a 7.40 for Mitchell Zammit.
Yeah.
All right. What a matchup we've got next, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Thomas Leake.
Oh, look at that. Gee, look at that Corvette.
It was coming.
Mm.
But I'll tell you what, this is the race that... this is going to be exciting. That's all I'm going to say. Thomas Leake, 795 dial-in on the Pontiac Grand Am. 540 cubes of Chev power. And James Barnes in the M&K trailers and BG engines sponsored Ford Mustang with the 440 Boss motor in it. 856 dial-in for James Barnes.
Yeah, look at that. 856 and a 795 Thomas Leake. That's the, he probably won't like me saying this, but the Thomas Leake's car's the Rick Chilton Pro Stock, which is the 2004 Mike Edwards Caltech sponsored Pro Stocker from the US. So it goes back a bit.
On 0.37 to an 0.18.
Yeah, look at that. Thomas Leake. Here he comes.
And Thomas gets there, 7.96 with an 8 and a 7.95.
Wow.
Wow, that was a good side-by-side drag race.
Well, it was, yeah. 0.37, and well, Thomas Leake halved that in his reaction time. He ran half as quick again as James Barnes, but says sensational race. Look at the, look, Thomas Leake to the, there you can see it goes to the 60 foot. He's already at 1.0.
Yeah.
And his opponent's won something, a bit more, 1.2 or 1.3. So, 1.3.
We're in the modified bike, Les.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Cheryl Beddoes has been doing really, really good under the guidance of course, Joe Curry.
Well, it's modified bike brought to you
by
bikereview.com.au.
Yeah.
Now, Sean Ricketts, sponsored by Heavy Duty Magazine, on board that ZX12R, and he's taking on Cheryl Beddoes from Ellis Lane on board the Joe Curry Motorcycle Transport Harley Davidson Destroyer, also sponsored by Edge Creative Printing. Cheryl has got the race of her life at the moment right now, because everybody knows how good Sean Ricketts is. He's one of the best in the country when it comes to modified bike, and we're very lucky that he's here from New South Wales.
Yeah. Yeah.
But don't discount Cheryl.
Sure. No, she's really got a handle on this. I'm sort of like amazed at the improvements that she's made in her riding style and everything else.
005 on the tree though from Sean Ricketts.
Yeah. He knows how to pull them out of the bag when it counts. Look at that. On his 9.35, runs a 9.53. Hey, that's a bit over. And for Cheryl, she runs on her 9.20. She runs a 9.50. So both of them were, like a little bit off their dial.
All right, Michael Richards coming out now on board the Team Digger Motorsport and Racing Dragster 750, about to take on Jesse Barnes on board the Pro Team Motorcycles and the Wood Interiors Dragster 1300.
Okay, so we've got a 991 for Michael Richards, 991, and a 1016 for Jesse Barnes. So Jesse Barnes will get the handicap start in the Rocket Lane because it's dialed in 1016. Oh, no.
A red light for Michael.
Yeah. It's just the last time we worked together, Stu. Let's see what the result is. Automatic win to Jesse Barnes. But remember the last time we worked together, all the red lights and, all the breakouts. And
yes.
Remember we were saying red light city?
Yeah, we certainly did.
Yeah, there was a lot of... Well, let's carry it on to this event as well.
Must happen when you and I commentate together. It must be us.
Yeah.
Mark Davies out now on board the Dragster as we look at the replay, and out in front for Michael, but he red light did not help. Jimmy Jock Stewart from Ellamore Vale, the Hunter Motor at Rutherford ZX14, who's dialed in with a 10 flat. Mark Davies a 9.45. Oh, Jimmy Jock 0.152 on the tree. I'll tell you what, Mark Davies getting very close to that centre line. And a breakout from Mark Davies, a 9.40 on a 9.45. Jimmy Jock, a 10.08 on a 10.00.
Yeah.
Dial in.
Yeah, well, it's the Aeroflow lane. Jimmy Jock was, he got there first. And it's just that, I guess the opposition rider was, doing the chasing because he had a 0.467 reaction time.
Well,
and
I'll tell you what.
broke out.
Lucas Nigo's exact same thing there, Les. Pretty much the same
Yeah,
line.
did you see that towards the centre?
Pretty much hit that centre line.
Centre line. In the last, the last couple of 100 feet.
Yeah.
So a bit of a curve down there. What are we moving on to now, Stu? We're starting to get a bit thin on the ground for competitors, so we must be getting on a bit.
Well, we're into street fighter now. We got Sean downstairs.
Yeah, Sean Dartnell.
Yeah, Sean, otherwise known as Hollywood, down
Oh,
there
is it?
in the Hyundai i30.
Oh, right.
And about to take on Bill Hattie in the Bill's Mechanical Repairs HQ Ute.
Oh.
I think he's over Wednesday night because he did a 000 straight off the trailer.
Did he? Oh, Bill Hattie.
And
Yeah,
won
yeah.
the $600. So,
Yeah.
but he'll want to win this round. And don't discount Sean Dartnell. This is going to be heads up too, both dialing in with a 16.5.
Yeah, good.
So the two H's, Hyundai versus Holden. Bill Hattie, well, he's got the start line advantage. 0.015 on the tree. Let's see if Sean can catch up to him and try not and break out. Oh, Sean got the win. A 16.64 on a 16.50 dial in.
It's a drive-by.
What was Bill Hattie doing? I
Yeah.
thought he had
He
that.
he must have a column shift 3-speed. Mm.
All right, Nicholas Varillas in the Ford Falcon XR6, the 1495 dial in, and Glenn Featherstone in the Fenwick's Marina VZ Commodore 15.30. Nicholas has got the advantage on the start line, and he's only just marginally in front of Glenn. See if he can get the win. No, a breakout for Nicholas Varillas. He was side by side. But Glenn Featherstone gets the win, a 15.34 on a 15.30 dial in. Unfortunately, a 14.89. A little bit too quick there.
Yeah, Glenn Featherstone there, 0.105 reaction time. The run before was a 000.
We got Danny Stoudemire down here now in the AU Falcon, about to take on Christopher Varillas in the Falcon. 016 on the tree for Christopher.
Oh, Danny's he's hit a bit of a little wall here, unless Christopher breaks out.
Good
Not
run.
today.
Not today, but a good run from Christopher. 14.88 and a 14.84 dial in. As we've got a battle of the utes downstairs. We've got the LS powered Holden ute down there in the rocket lane.
Oh yeah, and we got one of the. Is this Street Fighter still? We must be coming up to either Super Street.
Might be Super Street, sorry, because that.
Oh no, that's the next. Oh yeah. We're waiting for the screen to change.
Yeah, because that looks like Richard Matosevic down there.
Yeah.
Actually, I had a talk with David Matosevic down there.
Yeah.
And I think he was kicking himself a little bit. He said to me, I didn't really make a race of it when he was taking on Adam Bowers.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately for Adam.
Yeah.
Either a broken lifter or a broken cam.
Yeah, well, if it was a broken cam, you can have a broken lifter, and but if you have the broken cam, all your timing's gone.
Yeah.
The front half will still go around because it's attached to by the chain, but the second half at the back there, it gets real lazy. Here we go.
Well, I'd like to welcome Pat Elliott back onto the mic.
Oh, thanks, Stewie.
No worries, mate. I'll tell you what, it's been an exciting side of the semis so far, and we've got Richard Matosevic down there, 10.57 dial in. Luke Pell with an 11 flat.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's definitely the start line advantage to Richard Matosevic. I'm going to start saying his name the way you do, Stu. I should ask him actually.
Well, it's only because I got handed because I was calling him that as well, and then I got told, no, it's Matosevic.
10.59 with a 2 for Matosevic down there in the Aeroflow lane on the 57 dial in. Probably a little bit off on the dial there, and 11.0's run 11.59.
Well, Dennis Plessis, who's been doing a great job in the Big XY GT Falcon, Big H Racing in Aero Elite. 10.62, but he's taking on Mark Hopkins in this giant killing LX Tirana. 10.94 dial in for Mark Hopkins.
Certainly got his work cut out for. Well, both races have got their work cut out for them because everyone's been on point today.
Well, an 0.71 for Mark and 0.42 for Dennis. As we look at the footage courtesy of Blendline, this can be close on the finishing line.
With the throttle, and he breaks out by the smallest of margins, 0.006. 10.93 on a 94, but Plessis has taken the win at 10.67 on a 62. So great consistent racing from Dennis Plessis today here at Sydney Dragway. It's round 2 of the 2025 Championship Series here, and we are in the semi-finals for that was Super Street. Proudly brought to you by Power Plus Fuels, New South Wales. And as we hear Andrew Little and Jim Denaro do their burnouts for the next round of Go Logistics Super Sedan, yet again a big thank you to all of the category sponsors. Out here we're just seeing a replay of that pass with Plessis and Hopkins. Jeez, that was close at the line.
Oh yeah. Dennis was on the brakes about a car length before the finishing line. Andrew Little dialing in with a 9.77 and Jim Denaro dialing in with a 9.36. Well, Andrew Little, he doesn't need to be told who he's up against. An 0.36 to a 0.008.
Just when you think your road light is good, Jim Denaro swings in with a 0.008 and puts the pressure on. So Little gets there, he breaks out under that pressure, and Denaro will take the win. 9.39 on a 36 dial in. Andrew Little 73 with an 8 on a 77. Next pairing up, we've got Michael Milasewicz in that Ford Capri with Mullis Truck Repairs on board. Now Peter Villaris in the Rocket Lane normally has his hands full with that XT Falcon, shifting and steering at the same time, but the Capri is going to put a little bit on. So we're just waiting for Milasewicz to pull into stage. We've got Violaris in full stage, welcoming the challenge from the Capri. Two-step come up, wheels go up, Violaris grab another gear, wheels come up again. He's steering the hell out of that car as he makes it on down the track. Malashevich keeping him honest. Takes the win in the Capri, an 8.81 on a 75 to a 47. Reaction time being the winner there for Malashevich. Sorry, Stu, you were about to mention something.
Yeah, I was just going to say, later on when we've got our presentations, we've got an award which you mentioned earlier about the best package.
Yes.
And it's going to go to a gentleman with a 1-ton ute that happens to be orange.
Lou
Palumbo. Yes.
That has been a great package today.
It certainly has.
Which I'm happy I haven't given him the commentator's curse. not all day anyway. So, all right, next pairing we've got Rex Webster. He gets out with 1:26 reaction time on Adam Hunter, 3:96. So Hunter with a lot of work to do here. He's got to get ahead, but not too far ahead. Doesn't quite make it happen. Great dial-in time, but Rex Webster with 9:7.00 on a 63. Big advantage with the reaction time there. Hunter 9:6.00. That's quite amazing that we've got 2:00 times down there on a 58. So good dial-in square off, but yeah, Webster with the reaction time to take the win on that pass.
Yeah, great to see Rex Webster having a good round so far in that 540 cubed A40 ute as we're getting into modified Eliminator.
Yep, we'll wait for the timing boards to cross over, and mixed metal roofing supporting modified. Chelsea Smith up against Peter Brown.
Platinum powder coating.
Oh, excuse me. Mixed metal roofing stop Sportsman.
All good. Chelsea Smith, now she did a .313 on a solo on her previous pass. So she knows she's got to get that reaction time down. But this is going to be a heads-up race against Peter Brown. Both of them dialing in with a 7.64.
Absolutely, this is going to be a tight one. Both of them have been on the tree today. I dare say probably Peter Brown might have the advantage with reaction times through the day, but Chelsea's a fierce competitor. Plenty of laps under her belt, and a great team behind her down there. So too does Pete Brown. So just wait for Brown to come into full stage. Here we go.
Oh, well.
Looks like, unfortunately, a bit of the commentator's curse has come the way of Chelsea Smith, but Pete Brown's doing his job. 0.22 on the tree. He runs a 7.80 flat on the 64 dial-in, but gifted the win with the cherry on the tree. So congratulations to Pete Brown and team for that pass.
Yeah, well, Chelsea knew she had to have a red-hot go at the tree there.
Yep.
Try and get around Peter. Alison Stewart out now in the LA Lubricants and Jeff's Race Engines rear engine dragster. And George Bukarishlev, yep, from Basil, the Racemax Direct APD Carbs front engine dragster. The little 365 cubed LS. The old classic front engine dragster versus the rear engine dragster. George dialing in with a 7.95, a 7.74 dial in for Alison Stewart. Alison also sponsored by Scorpion Racewear, Donaro Chassis and Cackling Pipe Photography. Oh, 009 for George and 024 for Alison Stewart. Who's got the win? And George has got, unfortunately, a breakout there for Alison. A 771 with an 8 on a 774. George with a 796 with a 9 on a 795 dial-in. That's a great package there for George.
Yeah, real shame for Alison in the aeroflow lane. A little bit of a breakout, but George, that wily old competitor.
Yeah, absolutely.
Down there, he's coming for that modified title yet again.
All right, well, Jess Turner in the ETS Race Fuels. Higgins Race Heads, Kavanagh Auto and Wilding sponsored a modified dragster. Dialing with a 7.82. Great looking car, that one. It really is.
Yeah,
very well presented.
Well presented, well prepared, and well raced.
Very well prepared, that car. Oh no, 30 on the tree for Jess.
Bit of wheel spin out of the hole there as well. Bit of steering for the Dragster. 784 with a 9 on an 82. Never missed the opportunity to make a good lick, even if it is a bye. All right, now I'll have to confirm, but we may be pausing now for to prepare all the finals, or there is cars in the staging lane, so let me just confirm what's coming through there. We've had a bit of a change to the run sheet today, of course, with some delays. It looks like Boosted Outlaws. So we might quickly just duck off to a short ad break, and we'll be straight back with some more Boosted Outlaw action.
Congratulations to the 2024 New South Wales Championship sponsor winners. For Junior Dragster, Piper Bennett. For Junior Drag Bike, Joshua Burtonshaw. For Street Fighter, Jack Matasevic. For Street Bike, Jesse Barnes. For Super Street, Adam Bowers. For Super Sedan, Joe Zammett. For Modified Bike, Sean Ricketts. For Extreme Bike, Ryan Franks. For Modified, Craig Davies. For Super Gas, Joe Costanzaretti. For Top Sportsman, Joe Gattalari. And for Boosted Outlaws, Brittany Olive. Congratulations to all our champions, who will be crowned champion in 2025.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
All right, here we are back out at Sydney Dragway, round 2 of the 2025 Championship Series, Boosted Outlaws. to be the final. Curtis Reed and Chris Denny down there in the lanes.
Yeah, two very distinctly different styles of going Boosted Outlaws racing. Of course, you've got the more nostalgic style of drag, front engine dragster for Chris Denny, the Wallandilly Smash Repairs and J Turnbull truck setter. Front engine dragster, 350 cubes, a small block Chev. It's only a small engine, it's only got a small set of tyres on it, but he's been going round wins. It's been Chicago Shootout. And in beside him, Curtis Reed in the AFT Plumbing Services Mayor Dragster, who has been running really consistent in that 660, 678 bracket all day and been doing a great job. But of course, the good thing about Boosted Outlaws, it all does come down to reaction time. You still got to dial in, you still got to hit those lights and get it as low as you can. So, you know, even though Curtis has got a 500 cube Keith Black motor on board, don't discount Chris Denny.
All right, just waiting on Denny to move into stage. Oh, he's left a cherry on the tree.
Oh, no.
He's going to get an ear-bashing man down there, but if he stays out ahead, let's see what sort of time he can run. A 7:71 at 164, but Curtis Reed takes the win at 6:73 with a 4 at 2:06. So big congratulations to the crew down there in the Aeroflow lane. So very nice pass from Curtis. 005 red. Chris is going to be pretty sour on himself with that one, I dare say. But as they say, that's racing. So looks like we'll just double check the track down there. I think I missed that replay, but I think Curtis Dragster was moving around on him a little bit down there. So just going to double check the track. Everything should be fine. You can see next pairing we've got here will be Anthony Bull and Paul Wood. Just confirming everything's good at the big end of the track there. Make sure all our safety teams are in play, which seems like it is all good.
Oh, this will be a real humdinger, Yuri.
Yeah, I think so.
Whoa.
We've got Anthony Bull in the BA Falcon, that 412 small block Ford.
Oh, yeah, gee, I like that Camaro.
It's a pretty looking car. Nice pedal from Paul Wood in the burnout there. Really getting some temperature in those tyres. No doubt the temp has dropped a little bit outside. So crew chiefs and tuners have got their work cut out for them.
Yes, at various stages during the day, you know, when the temperatures do change, it's amazing what sort of difference that the effect it has on these types of race cars.
Yes.
When you get your street cars and stuff like that, it's not much different. But the air temperature, the air density, the track temperature, everything, all those other things affect cars like this.
Yes.
So it'll be interesting to see if the setups, if they've changed anything, because I think these guys usually they've got different.
Yeah, I think Anthony Bull's come back a little bit. I think he was running 740.
Yeah, so that's right. And 695. Oh, Paul Wood was down. It might have been
670s.
Oh well, yeah, perhaps. I thought it was around the 675, 680 last time.
Yep.
So yeah, they have pulled back a bit.
Bit of adjustment, but they're both accepting the tree. So let's
Well,
let's see what happens. Just waiting for Paul Wood to come into full stage. Both locked in. Wait for the lights to drop. Bull will leave first, and he does. Paul Wood's giving it away on an 081 red. Let's see what Anthony Bull can run to his dial in a 53 on a 50. Really nice win there for Anthony Bull.
Well, he's done it right. Paul Wood, despite his early leave there, he runs a 7:22. He may have backed off a little bit to 7:22. Yeah, he may have backed off just a little bit towards the end.
We're pretty close to the end, I'd say 199 mile per hour.
Yeah,
Still in the ballpark.
199 to 2:00.
Yeah. So, but really nice win from the Bull guy. So that we had two passes there. I think we're still running through semis, which I apologise if it seems like we're a little bit confused up here, but the run sheet has been changed around a bit. So
yeah, it has.
Well, I thought we were going straight into finals, but with 2 pairs down, that'll be the semi. So looks like it'll be Bull versus Reed.
Yep.
On that one. And next up, we're back into extreme bike. And I can see multiple bikes down here, so we're still running semis by the looks of it.
Yeah.
We've got Ryan Franks up against Deanne as a party for this pairing. I don't know how I'd feel if I called an extreme bike round and there wasn't an Azzopardi name mentioned some point.
Yeah, that's right. You'd say, who is this?
Yeah,
who is
what's
that
happening
masked
here?
man?
What's happening here? So, all right, Ryan Franks in the Aeroflow lane is your 2024 championship winner. Deanne Azzopardi in the Rocket lane is your 2024 runner-up. So, definitely looking for a bit of an upset here.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen Leonard on a bike as well, so he's usually just skulking around, organising.
Skulking around, yeah. I think he's running around like a headless chook with all the bikes that he's looking after. Ryan Franks with an 0.92 reaction time there. He definitely gets out in front. That's a 7:62 with a 4 at 189 miles per hour to an 8:34 at 1:66 for Deanne in the Rocket lane. So clean pass for both bikes. Frank's taking the win. Okay, next pairing. Looks like we've got Alex Borg down there in the Aeroflow lane. And then Matthew Hunt in the Rocket lane on that ZX10R.
Yeah, well, gee, look at the replay.
Yeah. Bit of daylight between those two bikes there.
Yeah. Yes, most definitely.
But mile per hour reflects that. Okay, we've got both Borg, Hunt into full stage. 0.83 reaction time for Borg, 1:32 to Hunt. Borg will take this. He's going to have some mile per hour on board. 7:016 with 2:06. So quite the margin.
Yeah.
60 miles an hour in hand at the strip there, which is, just a slight difference.
Crazy, isn't it?
It's hard to believe they're both in the same category with that, but I'm pretty sure that ZX10R is going to get a few upgrades in the coming season.
Right.
To step it up and bring the mile per hour up. But nonetheless, great competitor there. And we've got David Franks on the solo pass.
Yeah, from Blacktown, New South Wales. This is Zuki Hayabusa, 1300cc, our third highest qualifier. Oh,
big backfire on the shift.
Yeah, he has got it.
They've got a bit of fuel in that one. Nice pass there from David. 750 with a 1 at 185 mile per hour. So I think possibly his fastest run of the day. Quickest run of the day, I should say.
Yeah, quickest sort of run a 760, and now he's run a 750. 760. Yeah, well,
quickest and
that
fastest.
So that makes sense.
Very nice. Okay, so
here he goes.
There's another replay there. Just lifted the wheel a little bit on the launch. Okay, Fred Nicastri back out again. Supercomp.
Supercomp, yeah.
Yep. This is solo, so Lamone not able to make a pass. May have developed a bit of an issue in the last few passes. So the little Nissan Gazelle.
Gee, it's been a while since I've seen that.
Yeah.
It's been a while since Fred's been around.
Sure.
Oh, I haven't seen him probably 3 or 4 years.
Yeah. Good to see him back out. Great shots there. We see him just yanking on those belts. A little bit of a tighten up, make sure he's all secured in. Gloves are right. Just because it's a solo run doesn't mean that you can't take it all 100% seriously.
There we go. It's just been given the all A-OK.
It's got the 947 dialing on the boards down there. Did run a little bit quicker last time out, so we'll see where he ends up on this pass. Nice comfortable 072 reaction time on the tree, 127 60 foot, 8th mile 586. He's going to cross through at the quarter mile for a 924 with an 8 at 144 mile per hour.
Yeah, I guess this isn't a national meeting, so you know, like this is 924. 922 is the national record, so he's still got a little bit to go.
He's creeping up on it. Well, might as well take the opportunity.
Yeah.
Well, you've got that buy run, I guess.
Yeah.
So, all right, and then back across into Supergas. We've got Roy Romeo down there in the aeroflow lane. Has Roy and Luke swapped cars for this event?
Well, that's what it would appear to me, because I saw it come out last time, and they said, well, they had that as Roy Romeo and that as Luke, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Because it might have been yourself.
Yeah.
And your question, said, look, wrong this and wrong that, but it stayed the same. But now they're in the correct cars.
Well,
no, sorry. No.
Yeah, still.
That's supposed to be Luke.
That's what I believe. Yeah. That's okay. Maybe they just swapped their numbers around. 116 on the tree to a 106 for Panetta. Vince going to be able to hold it out? No, he doesn't quite get there. So Romeo, whichever of the Romeos that is in fact in that Commodore, is running 939. 993 with a 9 to a 997 with a 6. And then
yes, that's right. This is supposed to be.
Okay, so now we've got Luke Romeo in showing that he's in the Roadster. So perhaps they have swapped cars.
Well, that's what I thought when you made the previous comment. I thought that they'd done that, but now it looks like they've done that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Either way.
There's a Romeo in the car.
There's a Romeo in the car and a Romeo in the final. Two Romeos in the final.
Yeah, well, that's if they're running on a Chicago shootout. Round robin seems to have disappeared.
Yep. All right. 030 minus 030.
Yeah.
On the tree there, but nonetheless it's a solo pass, so across through for a 991 with a 4.
With a 4.
Right on the index there.
Yeah, rightio. Yeah, 4,000. Oh, no.
Very nice. I think I can see some junior dragsters heading towards the tunnel. So as we set up those safety measures, we'll just quickly duck off to a short ad break and we'll be back through with junior drag bike.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. as soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Okay, you can hear the sound of our junior drag bike competitors. Bit of a burnout battle down there between Adam Jordan and Anastasia Lucky. Great to see Anastasia building the confidence down there. I know last season she was with the little burnouts and not sort of letting the bike roll out of the water box as much, but she's got around that, and she's got around the racing side of things. 1:22 reaction time. Adam Jordan with a 1:19. This will be close. A 9:18 to a 9:70. Jordan does get the win. Looks like Anastasia a little bit. Just the bike may have rolled off a bit. In the back half of that pass. So.
Yeah. Now we can talk intense.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's like 5/10, 6/10.
Exactly right. All right, Lincoln Delios here on the B Junior drag bike. He's done a pretty solid burnout himself there, so that seems to be the go in junior drag bike.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, big burnouts.
I think Josh Burtonshaw's got to let the answer for.
Yeah, that's right. He's left a legacy.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, that's better. That sounds a lot better.
That's it. So, all right, Delios with the 12.30 dial in down here on the little Honda CBR. So he's off, shifting through the gears as he swings past the 3:30 and into the 8th mile. He will run a 12:45 with an O at 50.88 miles per hour.
Gee, look at that junior dragster there.
Yeah, that is Zane Condello. He's got the underglow happening on.
Yeah, that is. I had a '66 Dodge Charger, and it went.
Yeah.
The lights went straight all across the back.
Did you? Yeah, Zane's got the little LED lights mounted on the spindles for the steering on the front. So he's got lights.
He's got yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pimped out.
Yeah.
So it's got the all black look with the underglow. The number 1 on the side of the wing. But he's up against Alexis Attard in the B Junior Dragster. He's been having a great day here at Sydney Dragway. Speedflow Performance Products proudly sponsoring our junior categories. So great to see them. They're no strangers to the winner circle down here. The Leaftings really throwing down. But we really appreciate the support that the company has put behind all of the junior drags and junior drag bike competitors.
Yes, it certainly has. It seems to have had an impact, and we are seeing a lot of. You can see the speed flow cars. I wonder what's happening with my speech.
Yeah. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
All right. We've got both cars edging towards staging beams there. Alexis Attard in the B Junior Dragster. ITF Higher, low fab, Pro Tilt Towing on board. 875 is her dial in. Zane Condello, Fine Line Motorsports, supporting the program down there. And 809. It's come back slightly from the 806 of the previous pass. Alexis Attard leaves the 036 red on the tree. An 063 for Zane Condello in the Rocket Lane. And we'll take the win. An 090 on an 09 dial in. Some would say Zane is here to take the bickies.
Yeah, check him out.
So, a really nice pass from Condello on that one. The only thing you could improve is the reaction time, but he's no slouch there. Next pairing, Georgia Lifting up against Charlotte Lifting.
Yeah, well.
We've got an A Junior Dragster versus an A Junior Dragster. Georgia has elected an 808 dial in. Charlotte an 823. So side by side lifting speed flow competitors. Got bragging rights when we all get home.
Yes.
We'll see.
Hope that island's big enough for the two of them.
Oxley Island. Depending on how it goes, maybe not for one.
Yeah.
All right, 027 for Charlotte, 096 for Georgia. Let's see if Georgia can get out in front and maybe keep it there. A breakout, an 07. And then a 26 for Charlotte Lifting. So,
but Charlotte got there first.
She did.
Anyway, so.
Yep, that's right. So, great pass from Charlotte Lifting.
All right. So that's the, if that was a semi, we've had that, or was it a quarter?
I think we're talking semis.
Semis?
So I haven't got an updated.
Well, I should have they should have a thing where it says in here, like when they put the dial in time, it should have, like quarter or SF.
Yeah.
Not Street Fighter, but semi-final. We're always looking in here. How many have gone down there? Oh, I don't know if it's 2 pairs or 3 pairs. If it's 2 pairs, it's a semi. If it's 3 pairs, it's a quarter. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The live sheet doesn't look like it's been updated, unfortunately. But we've had a bit of back and throwing out here at Sydney Dragway. But that looks like Top Sportsman coming through the tunnels.
Yeah, certainly does.
I think that's Thomas Leake.
Leake, yeah.
Yep. That beautiful purple Pontiac down there. It's a great looking car. In general, it's a great looking car, but under the lights, it looks amazing.
This is the U and I Gemini.
Nathan Cooper.
Yeah.
Down there in the little Gemmy. It's been a bit of a David versus Goliath sort of combination down there today.
Yeah. Oh, it's lasted very well. Thomas Hill. Yeah. Well, that's was done in it looks nice right under the light. But there's a bit of a tint on the window, so but that purple there does look sensational in the bright sunlight.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to say it's something that Australia does really well. Drag cars presented like show cars.
Oh, and I tell you what, is far better. I could use other words, but it's far better than the Yank trucks as well. The semis, our semis
that's right.
Really sparkling
really
and shiny.
Looks like we've got a short break, so we'll just quickly throw to an ad break and then come back with some more Top Sportsman action.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Okay, here we are back again. Round 2, 2025 Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway. We've got, I believe, semi-final in Top Sportsman. Nathan Cooper up against Thomas Leake. We've got an 8.55 dial in for Cooper in the Little Gemini in the Aeroflow lane. 7.95 for Leake in the Pontiac in the Rocket lane.
Yeah, that car looks, it looks nice and shiny under the lights as well.
Yeah.
It's a really nice colour. Thomas Leake there, he had, it's not the engine out of, I think it was, is when he bought the car of Rick Chilton,
Yep.
had that engine was firstly in his HQ street car.
Right.
Then he put it into Tony Penner's Toyota dual cab ute.
Oh, yep. I remember that ute.
The little one. Yeah. Then he put it into, what did he have next? It was the Toyota. Then he bought that, and it's still got the same engine, but it's had a lot of work done.
It's got some stories.
Yeah, that's right. It's got a history.
That's exactly right. All right, so mixed metal roofing, Top Sportsman.
Yeah,
semi-final here, so we can see the OAC Cortina there waiting for a bye run, so he's going to be in the final. Cooper gets away nicely at 130 or 127.
Oh,
this
look
is
at
a
that.
battle towards the finish line.
3,000.
Let's see who gets there first. Leake gets there first. A 798 on a 95 dial in and a 59 on a 55 for Cooper. So very close.
Gee, look at that.
100th in the margin of victory there. So big congratulations to Leake and a big congratulations for Nathan Cooper for going rounds today.
Yeah.
In that little Gemini as well. So Owen James up to the line, so it looks like it's going to be a Leake versus James final.
He's the Victoria. He's from Victoria, isn't he? That little Gemini. Who's the one from Victoria that was being raced? Unless I've got it.
I'm not 100% sure.
Oh, yeah, from. He's if he was from. I'd never seen it up here before, but that's why. What prompted me to ask the question, whether he was from New South Wales or... But if he was from Victoria, it's been well worth the trip.
Yes, absolutely.
He's done really well.
Owen James crossing the line 872 on an 8. Bit of an early leave on the tree there, so he'll want to rectify that before he comes around for the final. But, no problem. That means we will move across into bikereview.com.au mod bike. You can hear that screaming symphony of Lucas Nago down there on the GSXR 1000 and Jimmy Jock Stewart.
That's a high revving 1000, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
It sounds like a 600 or something like that. It's got some big revs.
It's got a good set of lungs on it.
So we've got a 967 for Lucas Nago from Stanhope, not in Queensland, Stanhope in Victoria.
10.00 for Jimmy Jock Stewart. 0.15 reaction for Nago.
Yeah.
This will be a close one.
Very. Should be.
Stewart's going to have a mile per hour. He gets there first.
Yeah.
An 07 on a 00 to a 78 on the 67. So
yeah, Jimmy Jock.
The cubes and the horsepower won out for Jimmy Jock there.
Yeah.
Certainly the ZX14 is well into 9-second sort of territory, but he's obviously playing the game there with the 10.0 dial in, and it's worked out in his favour. So he will move on to the finals, soon to be decided who his competitor is. We've got Jesse Barnes, 10.16 dial in for his Hayabusa, and then Sean Ricketts a 9.35. So, super tough competitors.
Yeah, both of them. Well, one's A modified bike and the other one's B modified.
Yep.
So Jesse Barnes is in the B modified, so he'll get the handicap. 066.
Oh.
Sean's gone.
Very, very rare error from Sean Ricketts there. Looks like the bike was not in gear on the line. He's given it a big stamp on it. That's handed the win to Jesse Barnes. Big congratulations to Jesse as he moves into the final.
Well, if you see Sean Ricketts come back and he takes his helmet off...
Stay out of his way.
Yeah, and he's got blood on his face. He's given himself several uppercuts.
I think there's going to be a few choice words inside that helmet on the way down there. But, these things happen. So, but big thanks to bikereview.com.au for backing Modified Bike. And we will move across into Heavy Duty Magazine Street Bike. We've got Ross van der Hoek and Andrew Riches coming up to the line.
Pardon me.
Brent Gilliver down there?
Who's the third bike?
No. Sorry, Brent was in Extreme Bike.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, we've got Ross van der Hoek. He's got the 1350 dial in. Andrew Riches 1305. So we'll see van der Hoek leave about half a second before Riches.
Yep. Approximately 1 yellow light difference in the stagger. There we go.
There he goes. 002 reaction time for van der Hoek. 284 for Riches. This is on. You're going to see this really close at the big end. Van der Hoek's got quite the margin as he's going through the 1,000-foot mark. And he breaks out. He breaks out with a 1345 with a 9 on a 50 dial-in. He hands the win to Andrew Riches, who runs really close to the dial-in, 1308 on an 05 dial-in. Robert Gielb is back out in the Wimoto ZZR 1100.
Oh, Robbie.
He's going to go into that final up against Andrew Riches, courtesy of the breakout for Ross van der Hoek. Has Ross taken the mirrors off his bike? Is that why he stayed out in front so far?
Tucked him in.
Tucked him in, couldn't see.
Yeah.
He had a margin.
Yeah.
All right.
The auto electrician from Canberra originally, and then moved down to one Dandian.
There you go. 1038 is his dial-in. He's, of course, going to take the win here as it's a solo pass. But as we've said all day, don't give up the opportunity to make a good lick. And he goes 1035 with a 5. So I think I heard a bit of a throttle chop at some point during that pass. So it's definitely working out the dial in there.
Yeah, 10.355 on a 10.38. So he's gone 300s under.
Okay, so that was Heavy Duty Magazine Street Bike. And we will jump across to Street Fighter. We've got Sean Dartnell down there in the little Hyundai in the Aeroflow lane.
This
I believe one of the Varillas.
The semis for Street Fighter.
Yep.
With 3 combatants.
We should have some data in just a second. We've got a 1660 dial in for Dartnell. 1484 in the Rocket Lane. Red light handing the win to Dartnell. Looks like it's going to be Dartnell versus Featherstone in the final, with Featherstone just to make his bye run. Dartnell runs pretty close to the dial in as well with a 1665. 1482. Christopher Varillas has broken out as well. He'll be a bit dirty on himself down there.
Double barrel, copped a lot.
Normally the Varillas boys are very accurate in that Street Fighter class. All right, as they make their way around to the return road, we'll have Glenn Featherstone come up. He's run a 000 earlier today.
Yep.
In the VZ, we see a replay there of Dartnell getting out in the Hyundai. And Varillas with the foot flat to the floor has just pushed a little bit too far, but it was already a foregone conclusion with that red light. So Featherstone takes a nice easy 2.42 reaction time. He's got the win as it's a solo pass. He's going to head on down. His dialing was a 15.30. Let's see how close he's going to run to that. 15.48. Yep. So not a bad pass.
No, that's pretty good.
Yep.
Pretty consistent. Aha. Now here comes that Capri.
Yes. Michael
I like
Malashwich.
Yes, I like watching that run. It's a nice car too.
It's a beautiful looking car.
Detail on it's stunning. Oh, Rex Webster.
Yep. The little A40 packing a big punch.
Yeah.
Big things come in small packages.
Yeah.
Apparently. Muller's Truck Repairs on board with Malashwich in the Capri. Rex Webster.
Yeah.
Doing it of his own accord, of course.
Yep, and it's got two British cars with American engines in them.
Yeah, that's right. Good point out. 427 Windsor.
Yeah.
For the Capri.
Gee,
540 cubic inches. It never gets old.
No,
saying
no.
How big that engine is in that tiny little ute.
Yeah. That was I think that was Mel Gower's old ute. I thought it might have been Mark Flowers. Oh, gee, it might have been this too. There we go. There goes Rex. 130 and 54.
Looks like Malashwich is going to wrap
he's on
this
his
up.
way.
Let's see. He does take the win. An 885 on a 75 dial-in.
Yeah.
To 72 on a 63 for Webster. But
70
reaction time.
Yeah, that 130.
So it looks like it's going to be Malashwich
versus
Denaro in the final. So Capri on Cortina.
Yes.
This will be a really good race, actually.
Yeah, it will be.
Yep. Not that any of them have been bad.
I reckon the
011 light for Jim Denaro in the Cortina. He's got a 936 dial in. We'll see what he crosses the line at.
I bet it's pretty close to that 936.
938.
Yeah, well,
you're not wrong, Les.
Yeah, no, I think it's that Capri, as nice as it is. I think it'll be the brawler against the
German.
No, Jim's are sort of like, oh yeah, you know, like just whatever, just follow the yellow brick road.
Okay.
Wait past the Tin Man and the Crying Lion or whatever it is. Yeah, it'll be good.
It will be. That will be the final of Super Sedan, supported by Go Logistics.
That's it.
Jim Denaro versus Michael Malashwich, and I'll ask him when we present some trophies later on tonight exactly how much I'm murdering his surname.
Yeah.
On the way through there. Next up, we've got Platinum Powder Coating Modified. Down there is Jess Turner in the Aeroflow lane, ETS Race Fuels Dragster, up against Peter Brown, Sims Integrated Solutions Denaro Dragster.
Yeah, when you say, you know, like you butchered the name, you have a look at a name like Siobhan, which is, how do you spell it?
Well, there's a few different options.
Well, all the ones I've seen are Sioban.
Yep.
How do you get Siobhan out of that?
Well, you've got to ask the Irish.
Yeah.
That's their fault.
Yeah.
Another Siobhan, Shivone.
Yeah.
So there's a couple there, but right, the traditional spelling you'd think is Siobhan.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah. There we go. 014 on the tree to an 020. Turner has a slight advantage as she gets out there. She's going to work with the margin and does take the win.
Look at that.
8-3 with a 7 on an 8-3 dial-in.
So it's just Turner versus...
Just Turner.
Is it
looks
Craig
like,
Davies?
No, I think that's George Bukarishli.
Oh, yeah, it is. It is.
Yep.
Why does I say Craig Davies?
Front engine dragster.
Yeah.
And we're used to saying Craig Davies when it comes to the end of modified. So. Bit uncharacteristic of him not to be here.
Yeah. Well,
but that was good racing from Pete in the previous round.
Yeah.
or 2 previous rounds, I think. But nonetheless, we will see George Bukarushliev from Racematch Direct in the final against Jess Turner. So, yeah, definitely going to be a very tightly contested final. 7.95, and Jess Turner just ran an 7.83, so it's going to be close with the dial-in.
Yeah.
0.14 reaction time. So George basically matching Jess Turner's reaction time, which is going to bring it tighter again. 7.96 on a 95 dial-in.
Yeah, look at that. 100th.
100th, and Jess was off by 7,000th.
So it's
surprise. Modified is going to be a close final.
Yeah.
So great to see platinum powder coating modified running through that high quality racing as we are used to seeing. Nice solo pass from George down there. And that beautiful little front engine dragster.
Yeah.
It's got that little baby 365 cube LS in it.
Yeah, that LS is some engine. You know, the series. But did you know they stopped making those in the US in 2014?
Yep. Yeah, they went to the LT motor.
LT, yeah.
Yeah, and we didn't get it. We didn't really adopt it because, I mean, if Commodore kept, staying in production, well, they would have adopted it eventually.
Yeah, they would have. But if you go to New Zealand and you go to the beach hop, which is, I think, next weekend, you'll see brand new, you'll see Corvettes that were made about 2015 and 16 with the
LTs, that's right. Yeah, we didn't really get them over here. There's private imports and whatnot, and you can buy crate engines.
Yeah.
But, certainly probably a little bit behind the 8 ball when it comes to adopting the LT here in Australia.
Yeah, well, I think they had a definite date to when they were going to stop, so they used up all their engines and stuff like that.
Exactly.
But all the parts, you can get more parts for a Commodore in America now than you did because of the Pontiac G8s and the Monaros.
That's right. The GTOs for the earlier one, they rebadged. All right, here we go. This is final time for Street Fighter. Glenn Featherstone in the Aeroflow lane, 15.30. Sean Dartnell in the Rocket lane, 16.60. Let's see, Dartnell will leave first. He's on the light with a 1.69 and 0.63 for Featherstone, so Dartnell's got some work to do here. He's got to keep that accelerator pedal matted in the little I-30.
Yeah, and he's got if it's a
Featherstone,
he's got to hang it out a bit more.
Is he going to get it? Featherstone on the picks.
Oh, he gets it.
Dartnell gets the win. 16.69 on a 60 dial-in. Featherstone just off the gas. A little bit too much, trying to keep the margin close.
Yeah.
15.51. So big congrats to Sean Dartnell.
Yeah, well done.
Down there, great win. The mighty I-30.
Yeah.
Okay, the Hyundai.
And it's only a one. That can't be right.
Yeah, 1.4 litre. Yeah.
For an I-30, I thought they started it at like. Well, no, I'm wrong. I thought they started at 2 litres on I-30, but no.
No. Efficient drag racing. It's probably how you call it.
I never thought I'd be called. I used to say, look at that.
8,000th margin of victory.
Yeah.
So nice pass from Sean Dartnell there, which is good to see. Sean's a big supporter of Sydney Dragway Championship Series.
Yeah.
So great to see him come away with a win. And looks like we should be running into the Super Street, sponsored by Power Plus Fuels New South Wales. The final looks like it's coming through. I believe that's Dennis Plessis.
Yes, in that Falcon.
And Richard Matosevic. I've got to say it the right way. Stewie squared me up.
Yeah, did he?
Apparently.
He said
because Richard squared him up.
Yeah.
so I've got to say it's Matosevic.
Matosevic, yeah. Okay.
So let's get that pair up. Battle of the XY Falcons. Beautiful cars. So well presented, these two.
Yes. I really like the Falcon. I think that's really, really sharp.
You've got a compliment there. Les, panel van man, says, I really enjoy Les on the mic.
Oh, thank you very much, PV man.
One fan out of a bunch is all right.
Yeah,
you've done well.
Right. One fan. Oh, yeah. Well, I found one at home.
Yeah.
It's the dog. Not
Okay,
The,
yeah.
not none of the humans in the house.
Yeah. He decided you feed him.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
You're all right. Okay, so we'll just wait for the timing boards to be updated. There we go. Matosevic with a 10.59 dial in, 10.65 for Plessis. So a couple of hundredths off their previous dial ins. Matosevic normally 56 thereabouts for the dial in, and Plessis ran several rounds 62. I think earlier today.
There you go. Well, look at that. So they've downgraded or slowed their times down.
Yep. Which puts a little bit of pressure on. I dare say we might see a bit of a staging battle here. Both in pre-stage. No. Plessis goes in.
3, 4.
Plenty of margin for Matosevic. And big leave 0.12 on the light for Plessis. 0.63 to Matosevic. Let's see how it ends up at the big end of the track. It's a close margin here. A double breakout for both races.
Oh, look at that.
Less to the Plessis, so he will take the win. Big congrats to Dennis down there, and it's always an honour calling Richard. Matosevic is racing as he is such a fierce competitor.
He is.
So see both of the big Falcons lift the front end as they launch. That's a great sight for a Ford van.
It is too, isn't it?
Panel van man on the stream is going to be loving that.
Yeah.
So he bleeds blue, that fella.
Does he?
But great to see Dennis Plessis come out. Really well presented car. He's raced amazingly all day. So really big congratulations for the boys there at Big H Racing.
Well, look at that. Well, that's a couple of finals.